Chapter 1. Captured by Yandere. A review is required. There may be multiple revisions. Clear your mind and enjoy the entire narrative. Since you're already reading a novel, why bother with logic? Yandere, confinement, a battlefield of wits, everything is present, including. There may be some flaws in certain areas, please kindly point them out. In the midst of a deep slumber, Zhang Xi experienced an unusually lengthy dream. In this dream, he was the young master of the Zhang family in the capital, adored by girls throughout his life due to his extraordinary looks. With a remarkably amiable temperament and a propensity to assist others, he was well liked by all. To avoid unnecessary troubles stemming from his striking appearance, Zhang Xi donned a special mask from a young age. It was only upon entering university, during a class event, that he met a woman who would change his life forever, Qin Yuning. She was the eldest daughter of the Qin family, one of the four prominent families in the capital. The Qin family's enterprises spanned the nation. Touching various aspects of people's lives, they were indeed a colossal entity, capable of shaking the country with a mere stamp of their foot. During this event, Qin Yuning was utterly captivated by Zhang Xi's beauty when he inadvertently removed his mask, viewing him as a celestial being, and thus began her fervent pursuit. However, Zhang Xi was not fond of Qin Yuning's dominant personality and repeatedly rebuffed her advances. As the daughter of the Qin family, having been accustomed to getting everything she desired, Qin Yuning, frustrated by her repeated failures in front of Zhang Xi, retaliated against the Zhang family's business. Though the Zhang family was also quite influential, they appeared as mere ants compared to the Qin family. Within days, they were on the brink of bankruptcy, and Zhang Xi could not bear to see his parents and sister overwhelmed with worry for the company. Hence, he sought out Qin Yuning, believing that once she had him, she would treat their relationship as a fleeting whim. To his surprise, despite her affluent background, Qin Yuning was remarkably conservative in her thoughts upon winning Zhang Xi. She was resolutely determined to marry him. Just moments ago, after Zhang Xi's continuous resistance and struggle, Qin Yuning, unable to endure any longer, dragged him into a small dark room, where intense pain felt as if it were penetrating his very bones. Just as a shadow loomed to strike him, Zhang Xi jolted awake. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in, Zhang Xi took a few deep breaths, still damp with cold sweat from the nightmare. Goodness, enduring the humiliation of being eliminated from the prestigious tournament was already unbearable, and now I dreamt such an outrageous dream. With that, Zhang Xi shook his slightly dazed head and closed his eyes again, extending a hand toward the bedside. Years of habit had instilled in him the first instinct upon waking to seek his phone to check the time. After reaching out, he unexpectedly encountered a warmth and softness, which felt rather pleasant to the touch. A languid and dreamy sound echoed in Zhang Xi's ears. His hand, which had instinctively continued to knead, suddenly froze. At that moment, his previously hazy mind cleared, and he hastily withdrew his hands. "Hee, Xiaoxi, you're so naughty," a teasing voice emerged. Yet now, Zhang Xi was devoid of the earlier confusion, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Simultaneously, the hand he attempted to retract was ensnared by two warm, delicate hands. After a futile struggle, he found himself gripped even tighter by those gentle yet firm hands. "Xiaoxi, you're not being honest." The voice dripped with seduction, akin to Pandora's whisper, enticing one to willingly descend into perdition. Damn, Zhang Xi's eyes flew open. Before him lay a stunning beauty, as if she had stepped out of a comic book, with a perfectly sculpted nose and a face delicate enough to be flawless. However, what astonished Zhang Xi was not merely her beauty or the alluring pose she struck on the bed, but rather how strikingly similar she was to the Qin Yuning from his dream. In a fleeting moment, the sight of her porcelain skin and slender waist left Zhang Xi parched. More importantly, he realized that his hand was firmly clasped in hers. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend his current predicament. Just as Zhang Xi was about to voice his bewilderment and clarify the situation, a pair of supple lips pressed against his, silencing his unfinished words. Feeling the softness of her lips and the warmth wafting toward his nostrils, Zhang Xi swallowed hard, his mind momentarily blank. Then, with a sudden awareness that he was being taken advantage of, he began to struggle fiercely. Who are you? Get away from me. As he spoke, his struggles intensified. He felt as if he had transformed into a small cat, ensnared by the grip of its master, at risk of suffocation. His resistance seemed to irritate his captor, and in an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his back, plunging him into darkness. My innocence. This was the last thought lingering in Zhang Xi's mind as he slipped into unconsciousness. Looking at Zhang Xi, who had once again fallen into a stupor, Qin Yuning's cheeks flushed crimson. She tenderly caressed his face, her voice trembling slightly. Xiao Xi, my Xiao Xi, you can only be mine, forever mine. If you truly cannot accept me, then you shall remain here for eternity. Time passed, and Zhang Xi finally awakened, glancing at the now empty space beside him. He struggled to sit up, feeling as though his body was falling apart from pain, grimacing as he assessed the marks left on him from the previous encounter. Goodness, they don't even spare the sleeping. Zhang Xi muttered indignantly. My innocence. Once seated, he surveyed his surroundings, trying to grasp his current situation. The more he looked, the more bewildered he became. It was indistinguishable from the small dark room in his dream. With a thought, he pinched his leg hard. It hurt. Okay, not a dream. Have I crossed over? Zhang Xi murmured, having read many novels about time travel in his previous life, leading him to suspect his current circumstances. As he pondered, he began to sift through the new memories in his mind. After a while, Zhang Xi's gaze cleared, and he readily accepted the reality. In his former life, Zhang Xi was an orphan, all alone, merely an ordinary worker. Thus, crossing over did not seem so unfavorable. However, as a member of the time-traveling cohort, being forcefully taken advantage of right at the start felt somewhat embarrassing. Yet considering that Qin Yuning was an unparalleled beauty, perhaps it wasn't such a loss after all. As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of a large mirror beside the bed. Raising an eyebrow, he swiftly approached the mirror, scrutinizing the unfamiliar yet familiar visage within, occasionally caressing his face in astonishment. Handsome, exceedingly handsome. No wonder the Ice Queen fell for me at first glance. As he thought this, he couldn't help but lament the original owner's choices. Being handsome, coming from a good family, and having a beautiful woman pursuing him, wasn't that the epitome of a winner in life? He truly couldn't fathom the original owner's refusal to accept Qin Yuning, even going so far as to demand death. My resistance was because I didn't know her. I'm a principled person and cannot engage with someone I'm unfamiliar with. Yet why do you resist? With that thought, he shook his head again. Suddenly, something in his peripheral vision caught his attention. Damn, Zhang Xi was utterly stunned. He reached down and pulled up a silver chain from his ankle. The silver chain was exquisitely crafted, glistening with a unique sheen of metal. As he lifted it, the delightful sound of clinking resonated in the air. At the point where the chain encircled his ankle, a layer of gauze had been thoughtfully placed, indicating the owner's meticulous care. In that moment, a flash of realization struck Zhang Xi. Images began flooding his mind. He remembered that this was a custom-made chain by Qin Yuning after the original owner had cried and attempted to escape her grasp, a testament to her ultimate patience. Gently shaking the chain, he listened to the crisp sound of metal clashing. Zhang Xi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. For some reason, he recalled a saying from the previous world. I torment the Yandere 1,000 times, and the Yandere gives me a silver necklace. Hiss, he inhaled sharply, carefully sifting through the memories in his mind. Zhang Xi's expression turned increasingly strange as he recalled Qin Yuning's near-maniacal possessiveness over the original owner. After the original owner willingly embraced her, she brought him to her villa and severed all his ties with the outside world. Once he settled in the villa, she dismissed all the female servants, even those in their 40s and 50s, leaving only male servants to care for them. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that his assumptions were spot on. Damn, could she really be a Yandere? Chapter 2. Surveillance. Not lingering in a stupor for long, Zhang Xi let out a sigh of relief and collapsed back onto the bed. What is wrong with this Yandere? Beautiful and devoted solely to me. In my past life, one would be hard-pressed to find such a treasure even with a lantern. Since I am here, I might as well embrace it. Oh, dear original owner, bestow upon me this lavish fortune. However, Zhang Xi was currently engrossed in wealth and a beautiful wife, completely oblivious to a certain saying from his past life. I am infatuated with the Yandere of the two-dimensional world. Yet I shun the Yandere of the three-dimensional realm. After lying on the bed for a while, organizing his memories, a sudden rumble from his stomach interrupted him. Alas, I am hungry. Rubbing his belly, Zhang Xi couldn't help but pout. At this moment, in a remarkably understated yet opulent office building, Qin Yuning was intently gazing at a tablet in her hands, her eyes occasionally betraying a mix of obsession and madness on the tablet. Zhang Xi was visible in his room, as Qin Yuning had installed no fewer than 100 pinhole cameras to keep a constant watch on him. She caught sight of Zhang Xi, who was rubbing his small belly, wearing a troubled expression that a soft chuckle escaped her lips. The sight of Zhang Xi's distressed little face was both amusing and endearing, provoking a deep desire within her. Lost in a happy thought, Qin Yuning's cheeks flushed, and her gaze became dreamy. "My dear, when will you ever accept me?" After murmuring softly, Qin Yuning quickly composed herself, her expression shifting to the cold aloofness characteristic of So. "Master is hungry," she stated coolly into the intercom beside her desk. "Understood," came the immediate response from the device. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhang Xi was wandering aimlessly, bored out of his mind. The silver chain on his ankle was relatively long, allowing him ample freedom of movement within the room. The furnishings were sparse: a bed, a table, a mirror, and a bathroom. Though limited in quantity, each item exuded luxury. Zhang Xi felt as if he were Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, marveling at everything he observed. After a brief exploration, he collapsed back onto the bed, again rubbing his protesting belly. Pouting, he noted, still complaining, "Wasn't I just looking for food?" But there was none, as if understanding Zhang Xi's thoughts. His belly protested even louder, urging him to seek sustenance. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Xi climbed off the bed once more. Approaching the door, he found the silver chain around his ankle had reached its limit. Stubbornly refusing to budge when he tugged at it, he couldn't help but inwardly lament about Qin Yuning being a Yandere. Casting a glance at the door, a flicker of hesitation crossed Zhang Xi's eyes. The memories of the original owner warned him that this door was not only sturdy, but also remarkably soundproof. And no matter how much noise he made, the outside world would remain blissfully unaware. Pressing on his restless belly, he hesitated, contemplating whether to call out a few times for effect. Just as Zhang Xi was wavering, the door swung open abruptly. A middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform, exuding an air of refinement, stepped inside. The butler, wearing a warm smile, held a plate with a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Zhang Xi's throat to involuntarily swallow. 9 years of compulsory education had taught him that lunging for food was impolite. Forcing down the protests of his stomach, he donned a pleasant smile and took a couple of steps forward to receive the bowl of congee. However, in his eagerness, Zhang Xi forgot that he was still bound by the silver chain. He stumbled and fell straight down to, "Oh no, my handsome face." An overwhelming sense of despair washed over him. It seemed that traversing worlds was fraught with difficulties. Just as Zhang Xi shut his eyes to accept his fate, a strong hand swiftly caught him before he hit the ground. "Master, are you all right?" The butler inquired softly, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. If anything were to happen to Zhang Xi, Qin Yuning would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Zhang Xi steadied himself, quickly standing up, feeling somewhat awkward. I'm fine, he stammered, accepting the plate from the butler's hand. The butler's dexterity was impressive. One hand supported Zhang Xi while the other expertly held the plate, managing to keep the congee from spilling a single drop. Seeing Zhang Xi unharmed, the butler breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Zhang Xi began to devour the congee ravenously, nearly licking the plate clean. Observing him eat with such gusto, the butler couldn't help but be taken aback. In his memory, Zhang Xi was a person well-versed in noble etiquette. Yet today he was so uncouth at the dining table, which truly was astonishing. Though surprised, the butler kept his thoughts to himself, acutely aware of his own position, what he could and could not know. "Master, the young lady is aware that you have not eaten for several days, so she specifically arranged for us to prepare this congee for you." Zhang Xi furrowed his brow, recalling a particular detail. The original owner had starved himself for several days in defiance of Qin Yuning, and oh wonder his stomach was making such a ruckus. While he held mixed feelings about the original owner's actions, Zhang Xi felt a warmth in his heart for Qin Yuning's thoughtful gesture, marveling at the kindness of his Yandere wife. After finishing the kanji in a few quick gulps, he rubbed his belly, revealing a satisfied smile. For reasons unknown, since his reincarnation, his appetite had diminished significantly. After days of hunger, a mere bowl of kanji had filled him up. Once Zhang Xi had finished his meal, the butler instinctively cleared the bowl from the table. "Master, are you full? Would you like me to serve you another bowl?" Zhang Xi shook his head, quickly declining. After feeling somewhat faint from hunger earlier, now that he was full, he felt inexplicably strange. Before his reincarnation, Zhang Xi had been an ordinary worker, an orphan no less, and he found it difficult to adapt to a life where others catered to him. The repeated address of master felt peculiar to him. As the butler prepared to leave after tidying up, Zhang Xi hastily called out to him, "Qin butler, could you please remove the restraints from my ankles? I wish to go for a stroll." "I apologize, sir, but only the young lady possesses the key to the chains. If you wish to go out, you may ask her when she returns this evening," the butler replied earnestly, albeit with a slight pause. Zhang Xi felt a sense of helplessness. How could he expect his Yandere wife to relinquish the key to anyone else? However, after satisfying his hunger, he found the boredom unbearable. He had no choice but to continue inquiring. "Is there anything entertaining to do around here?" Chapter 3. Trial. Upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, the butler paused slightly. His excellent professional training allowed him to keenly sense the underlying meaning in Zhang Xi's mention of home. Has the young master accepted the young lady? The butler felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had watched Qin Yuning grow up, and he was well aware of how crazily devoted she was to Zhang Xi, sacrificing so much for him. If Zhang Xi could accept Qin Yuning, it would truly bring him joy. Though his mind was racing with thoughts, he maintained a warm smile and answered Zhang Xi seriously. "I apologize, young master, but I must consult with the young lady that if you find yourself truly bored, you may rest for now." With that, he took the plate and exited the room. Zhang Xi could only shake his head in resignation, watching the butler leave. Once the butler reached the staircase, he signaled to a nearby servant, handing off the plate and instructing him to take it to the kitchen for cleaning. He then entered a private room on the floor. After retrieving his phone from his pocket, he dialed a number, which was quickly answered. "How is the young master?" came the low, languid voice of Qin Yuning. The butler sighed internally. He was acutely aware of how proud the young lady was. In the past, when inquiring about matters with her subordinates, she rarely spoke first, regardless of the severity of the issue. Yet now, for Zhang Xi, she was willing to set aside her pride time and time again. It was undeniable. The young lady was utterly infatuated with Zhang Xi. With a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, he replied earnestly to Qin Yuning, "The young master has finished his meal and is no longer causing a ruckus." After a brief pause, he recounted the events that had transpired in detail. "Yes, that's so." Qin Yuning's mood visibly brightened at the butler's words. If recalling something, she softly instructed, "Please return the phone to the young master. Also, bring over the family rules and regulations from my room." "Yes," Qin Guanjiao replied softly. That on the other end of the line, Qin Yuning set down the phone and gently rubbed her brow. After hearing Qin Guanjiao's account, she sensed a change in Zhang Xi, and to confirm her suspicions, she decided to test him by returning the phone. She wanted to see if Zhang Xi would seek help upon receiving the device. Zhang Xi's phone had long been implanted with a special virus by Qin Yuning's orders, ensuring that whatever he did would be synced to her own phone. At this moment, Zhang Xi remained blissfully unaware that he had fallen victim to Qin Yuning's scheme. He was holding the phone and laughing foolishly, while the so-called marital guidelines were carelessly discarded on the table. Absurd. This is a world of gender equality, and as a dignified man, how could he possibly concern himself with such matters? Through the screen of the tablet, Qin Yuning observed her meticulously prepared Qin family guidelines tossed aside. She merely raised an eyebrow, saying nothing, her gaze fixated on Zhang Xi, who was engrossed in his phone. Meanwhile, Zhang Xi had already unlocked the device. Staring at the screen, he hesitated. Ever since being brought home by Qin Yuning, his phone had been confiscated, severing all ties with the outside world, for reasons unknown. Memories of the original owner's parents and sister, who had cared for him with love, flooded back to him, along with their worried expressions as he departed. Sighing, he recalled that in his past life, he had been an orphan, never experiencing the love of parents or family. Now, having inherited the original owner's body, he felt a longing for affection through the remnants of their memories, since he had taken on the original owner's identity. He felt it necessary to fulfill their responsibilities. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xi resolutely dialed a number from the original owner's memory. Watching the call connect, he couldn't help but feel anxious, as he was not the true original owner and feared being discovered. Finally, the call was answered, and a slightly weary and anxious voice emerged. "Xiaoxi, is that you?" Hearing the familiar voice, the original owner's lingering consciousness surged through his mind, causing him to cover his face and weep. The grievances endured by the original owner burst forth in that instant. Upon hearing the cries, the person on the other end grew frantic. "Xiaoxi, where are you? I will come and get you right now. No one will let my Zhang Tianyang's child suffer." After a few sobs, the original owner's sadness dissipated entirely. Zhang Xi calmed down and quickly reassured Zhang Tianyang, "Dad, I'm fine. I just miss you so much." On the other end, Zhang Tianyang let out a slight sigh of relief, though his tone remained heavy. "Child, are you at the Qin family? The crisis faced by the Zhang family a few days ago was instigated by their eldest daughter. Wasn't it? Are the Qin family threatening you into marrying their heiress? Rest assured, I will ensure you face no grievances. If the Zhang family falls, so be it. Where are you now? I will come and get you immediately, and we can relocate abroad. Our family has substantial assets overseas. My dear, if anything happens to you, how will I explain it to your mother?" Hearing Zhang Tianyang's unwavering love, Zhang Xi felt a warmth in his heart. Was this what familial love felt like? For the safety of loved ones, a company worth hundreds of billions could be discarded without a second thought. Meanwhile, in her office, Qin Yuning's expression had turned utterly grim as she listened to Zhang Tianyang's incessant voice echoing in her phone. Her eyes darkened as she fixed her gaze on the silhouette holding the phone on the screen. In a voice barely above a whisper, audible only to herself, she murmured, "Darling, I hope you won't disappoint me." Her gaze became increasingly feverish. That moment, Zhang Tianyang, engrossed in his conversation, noticed the prolonged silence from Zhang Xi on the other end, causing him to grow anxious once more. Just as he was about to inquire, Zhang Xi had already composed himself and spoke cheerfully. "Dad, where did you hear such news? I and the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yuning, are in love. She truly cares for me. How could she possibly conspire against our family business?" To Zhang Tianyang's dismay, instead of calming down, his worry intensified. "Child, are you being coerced? Trust your father. The enterprises of the Zhang family pale in comparison to you." As Zhang Tianyang prepared to launch into another lengthy tirade, Zhang Xi sighed, conceding that perhaps familial love wasn't always comforting. After much effort on his part to explain, he finally managed to persuade Zhang Tianyang. On the other side of the line, Zhang Tianyang shook his head helplessly and hung up. "I'll leave the matters of the young people to them." He understood Zhang Xi's character well. If Zhang Xi were unwilling, he wouldn't repeatedly emphasize his affection for Qin Yuning. Indeed, Zhang Xi's method of silencing his father was to incessantly reiterate his love for Qin Yuning, asserting that their feelings were mutual. This approach proved effective, as Zhang Tianyang was indeed silenced. After all, he was not the original owner. Qin Yuning came from a prestigious family, possessed stunning beauty, and loved him deeply. What was so shameful about feeling drawn to her? Yet he remained unaware of the troubles this insistence on his feelings for Qin Yuning would bring him in the future. Chapter 4. Zhang Ting. At this moment, outside Zhang Tianyang's room, no one noticed a figure standing there in a daze. It was Zhang Xi's companion, Zhang Ting. She had been passing by Zhang Tianyang's study when she happened to overhear his phone conversation. Driven by curiosity, she lingered at the door for a while. Zhang Ting was quite beautiful, her charm contrasting with Qin Yuning's cool allure. She embodied the warmth of a neighborly older sister, gentle and mature, often adorned with a heartwarming smile reminiscent of spring. At this moment, Zhang Ting stood motionless like a statue, her once gentle demeanor replaced by self-deprecation and obsession. There was something everyone in the Zhang family knew. Zhang Ting was not Zhang Tianyang's biological child. A tragic car accident claimed the lives of Zhang Tianyang's wife and his brother's family. Since then, Zhang Tianyang had taken on the responsibility of raising the two children. Even though Zhang Ting was not his flesh and blood, he treated her as if she were, showering her with love no less than that given to Zhang Xi. The two children had grown up as childhood sweethearts, with Zhang Ting being older, often taking care of the younger Zhang Xi. However, Zhang Ting harbored a secret, one known only to her. Under Zhang Tianyang's care, despite lacking biological parents, she felt no sadness. Rather, she experienced immense joy, and one knew that the days spent with Zhang Xi were the happiest times of her life. No one suspected that the gentle and composed Zhang family heiress, who kept her distance from men, had loved Zhang Xi for over a decade and struggled with her obsessive desire to possess him. Unfortunately, for various reasons, she had to bury this love deep within herself, always guarding and protecting him. Otherwise, how could it be that despite Zhang Xi's breathtakingly handsome face and illustrious family background, no girl had ever confessed to him? All women who attempted to approach or lay claim to Zhang Xi were discreetly dealt with by Zhang Ting. Her affection for Zhang Xi had warped over time into something twisted. Yet today she had received news that struck her like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Xi liked Qin Yuning? Like Qin Yuning? Xiaoxi, you promised to stay by my side forever. You said you would be my lifelong companion. Zhang Ting murmured, her gaze growing increasingly deranged, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. Meanwhile, in the office of the Qin Corporation, Qin Yuning stared blankly at the tablet in her hands, overwhelmed by the immense surprise. Repeatedly whispering to herself, he likes me. He finally likes me. Reflecting on the efforts I exerted to win over Zhang Xi, a subtle smile graced my face, reminiscent of the gentle warmth of the winter sun. Melting the frosty chill, gazing at the documents before me, once brimming with enthusiasm and vigor, I found them inexplicably bland, yearning only to expedite their processing and return home to my beloved spouse. At that moment, after setting his phone aside, Zhang Xi stared vacantly into the mirror. He was certainly not regretting his decision. Qin Yuning was exceptionally attractive, hailing from a distinguished lineage, and her affection for him was evident. Developing feelings for her had been a simple affair. Moreover, he had already shared intimacy with Qin Yuning, albeit under duress. Yet Zhang Xi, being rather conservative, firmly believed he must shoulder the responsibility, regardless of the circumstances. Of course, the original owner's disinterest was solely his concern, not Zhang Xi's. Yet, Zhang Xi had ultimately overlooked a critical point. Despite Qin Yuning's myriad advantages and the original owner's similar conservatism, why did the original owner remain indifferent to her? Stretching languidly, Zhang Xi reopened his phone. The world he now inhabited bore a striking resemblance to the one he had traversed from, even boasting technological advancements that far surpassed those of his former reality. After idly navigating through his device, he swiftly discovered a globally popular short video application. Settling comfortably, he began to meticulously explore the differences between the beauties of this world and those of his previous one. The pursuit of beauty is a fundamental human inclination. Time flew by, and in the office, Qin Yuning massaged her slightly fatigued brow. Observing the now completed documents, she exhaled a sigh of relief, gathered her belongings, and prepared to head home. The thought of reuniting with her cherished spouse uplifted her spirits. In the car, Qin Yuning closed her eyes to relax, but a sudden thought struck her. She became curious about what Zhang Xi was doing at home. Retrieving her phone from her bag, she opened an application to investigate Zhang Xi's browsing history. As her fingers scrolled, her expression gradually darkened. Very well, she muttered through clenched teeth. After a considerable time, Qin Yuning set her phone down, her gaze heavy with suppressed fury, struggling to contain the emotions threatening to erupt. Her voice, slightly hoarse, commanded, "Driver, could you please speed up?" Upon hearing her tone, the driver involuntarily trembled. This tone was both unfamiliar and familiar. It emerged only when the young lady was on the brink of losing her temper. Silently, he mourned for the individual who had provoked her wrath, nodded in acknowledgement, and began to accelerate. The driver dared not hold back, and the business vehicle surged forth with the vigor of a sports car, racing down the road as the engine roared to life. Meanwhile, Zhang Xi remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Comfortably reclining and indulging in the beauty of this world, Point One could not deny that Qin Yuning had indeed spoiled his palate. The women in the videos, enhanced by filters, paled in comparison to her. Suddenly, Zhang Xi's eyes widened with delight that on the screen, a woman with twin ponytails donned a simple yet elegant long dress, exuding an aura of purity and sunshine. She appeared to be participating in a speech competition. Her ethereal voice and well-reasoned arguments captivated the audience and judges alike. Observing this enchanting girl, whose beauty rivaled that of Qin Yuning, Zhang Xi felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, realization struck him like a flash of lightning. Wasn't she Lin Bingxing, the campus belle of Kyoto University? However, what lingered in his memory was not her status as the belle, but rather, Chapter 5. Lin Xingling. The two had crossed paths before, having unexpectedly been grouped together for a speech event mere days ago. Perhaps by fate, they were tasked with preparing a speech and selecting one person to present it. It was precisely at this event that Zhang Xi had met Qin Yuning, only to later lose contact for various reasons. In hindsight, it felt somewhat awkward. Had he inadvertently stood her up? Rubbing his nose, Zhang Xi pondered a more pressing matter. He quickly exited the short video app and opened a messaging platform. Due to his past, Zhang Xi had very few friends, compounded by his upbringing in an orphanage, which led him to seldom log into messaging applications. This habit seemed to have persisted, as he had only focused on informing the original owner's father of his well-being, forgetting that the original owner had a playmate and numerous friends waiting at home. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he realized he had yet to fully adapt to his current identity. Upon opening the messaging app, he was greeted by a flood of notifications. Point two pinned contacts caught his attention. One labeled father and the other Ting, that he promptly disregarded the chat with his father and clicked on the one for Ting. The multitude of messages conveyed concern and worry, with the most recent sent just minutes earlier. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xi replied with a greeting and assured her that he was doing well. Almost instantly, his phone rang, the caller labeled as sister. Zhang Xi inhaled deeply and answered. A clear, melodious female voice, tinged with urgency, broke through. Xiao Xi, how are you? Why did you take so long to call? Did you forget about me, your childhood friend? Her tone carried a hint of lingering resentment. Zhang Xi, feeling slightly awkward, scratched his nose, realizing he couldn't admit to being engrossed in short videos and neglecting his dear friend. He quickly diverted the conversation to explain his current situation. After a prolonged silence, Ting broke the stillness. Xiao Xi, do you genuinely like Qin Yuning? Her voice bore an undercurrent of bitterness. Yes, upon hearing Zhang Xi's admission. Ting on the other end of the line stifled a sob, her nails unconsciously digging into her flesh. In that moment, she felt an intense pain, as though someone had plunged a knife into her heart. As silence lingered on the line, Zhang Xi grew increasingly concerned. Ting, are you all right? Ting hurriedly composed herself. And I'm fine, as long as you are okay. Take care of yourself. I will always be here for you. After hastily hanging up, Zhang Xi scratched his head, sensing something was off about Ting, but unable to pinpoint what it was. After ending the call, Ting's sorrow gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming fervor. Xiao Xi, you are mine, and only mine. With that declaration, she clenched her fists tighter, ignoring the trickle of blood seeping from her nails. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Zhang Xi reassured his close friends and roommates in their group chat. His three roommates were childhood friends, sharing a similar background and close ties with the Zhang family. That moment, after sending his message in the group, the three brothers in a Kyoto University dormitory, previously engrossed in gaming, simultaneously picked up their phones. Upon reading the message, their faces lit up with joy. The eldest, Chu Jiangong, was the first to respond. Fourth brother, you finally replied. You went silent without a word when something happened at home. As brothers, how can we just stand by? If there's trouble, we should face it together. You're being quite ungrateful by running off alone. The third brother, Li Maocheng, rolled his eyes and replied with a hint of annoyance. Yeah, fourth brother, remember to discuss things with us next time something happens. That don't just disappear without a trace. The second brother, Zhou Xiongyan, echoed their sentiments. Warmed by their responses, Zhang Xi quickly promised that he would involve them in any future issues and vowed to treat them to a grand feast. Soothing their ire, just as Zhang Xi was diligently reassuring them and clarifying his current situation, the eldest, Chu Jiangong seemed to recall something that he sent a voice message. Fourth brother, during your absence, our campus belle Lin Bingxing has been looking for you for days, frequently inquiring about your whereabouts. After we explained, she insisted that we inform her immediately if we heard anything from you. TSK, I'm benefiting from you, fourth brother. Otherwise, how would I have the chance to connect with the campus belle on this app? Li Maocheng and Zhou Xiong'an also sent an expression pack seeking clarification. Zhang Xi rubbed his temples. He could certainly detect the tone of gossip and teasing in Chu Jinggong's voice. After meticulously explaining his relationship with Lin Bingxing to the three of them, he abruptly ended the conversation amidst their expressions of understanding. Once he set his phone aside, a wave of headache washed over him. He had yet to devise a suitable explanation for Lin Bingxing. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xi, after the conversation was halted, Chu Jiangong and the others had already relayed the details of Zhang Xi's situation to the campus belle, Lin, having finally acquired Lin Bingxing's contact information. The trio was eager to make a good impression. Zhang Xi, of course, was oblivious to the fact that his good brothers had sold him out. He had resigned himself to a passive stance. Having once been a top-tier corporate drone in his previous life, his life motto included, the best way to solve a problem is to not solve it at all if it couldn't be managed. It was better to simply leave it be. Lying on his bed, he set his phone down and, for some reason, suddenly thought of his inexpensive fiancée, just as Zhang Xi contemplated searching through some apps to find Qin Yuning's contact details. Wishing to express his concern as her husband or boyfriend, the door, which had been firmly shut, creaked open. What met his gaze was Qin Yuning's somewhat sullen face. Zhang Xi's heart skipped a beat, a sense of inexplicable crisis enveloping him. In his previous life, as a mere worker, he had honed the skill of reading the room. Although he couldn't fathom why Qin Yuning was upset, his intuition warned him that if he didn't act, he might be in for trouble. Hastily, he dropped his phone, jumped off the bed, and without bothering to put on his shoes, flung himself into Qin Yuning's embrace. Chapter 6. Turning point, he nestled his small head against Qin Yuning's chest, inhaling the faint, fragrant scent that wafted into his nostrils, and couldn't help but close his eyes in comfort. Wife, why do you look so troubled? Who has made you angry? He inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Qin Yuning's stunning visage, blinking innocently with his wide, naive eyes, exuding an aura of purity and harmlessness. Upon witnessing Zhang Xi's innocent and pitiful demeanor, Qin Yuning found herself at a loss for words. The retort lodged in her throat was swallowed back down. With a soft sigh, she lifted Zhang Xi in her arms. It must be said that Zhang Xi, standing at 1.75 meters tall, looked quite adorable in Qin Yuning's embrace, who was of the same height, and the sight was utterly harmonious. She gently laid him on the bed and slipped on his shoes. Darling, don't catch a chill, she said, placing him on her lap, wrapping her arms around his waist, and resting her head lightly on his shoulder. Seemingly casual, she asked, "What have you been doing at home today?" Initially, seeing Qin Yuning's expression soften, Zhang Xi thought he had narrowly escaped a disaster and felt a sigh of relief wash over him. However, upon hearing her speak, he couldn't help but tense up again. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and suddenly, a realization struck him. Qin Yuning was a Yandere, having been a corporate drone in his previous life. He had read his fair share of Yandere web novels, and he knew how a Yandere female CEO would treat her delicate husband. There would undoubtedly be a myriad of hidden cameras in the house, monitoring his every move. Glancing at his phone again, a more terrifying hypothesis surfaced. He couldn't help but berate himself for his foolishness. Meanwhile, Qin Yuning, sensing Zhang Xi's prolonged silence, furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure creeping into her voice. Darling, are you lost in thought while chatting with me? Are you thinking about that vixen or that wretched girl? Hearing the ominous undertones in her voice, Zhang Xi shivered involuntarily. He had confirmed it. He was certainly being monitored. It was all too clear now. His interest in other women must have been exposed. This is bad, Zhang Xi lamented internally. For some reason, images from Yandere web novels flashed through his mind, depicting how Yandere female CEOs dealt with disobedient husbands. They would confine them to a small dark room. And then, I won't end up as a specimen, will I? At that moment, Zhang Xi felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Where was the system? Where was the simulator? Where was the essential golden finger for traversing worlds? Someone, please save me. I am doomed. As Zhang Xi's expression flickered with a tempest of emotions, Qin Yuning's eyes sparkled with a trace of amusement. The sight of her little kitten, panicking and flustered, certainly pleased her. However, that did not imply she would easily let her little kitten off the hook. How dare he glance at other women while she was away? He was truly misbehaving, completely unaware of her jealousy. With that thought, Qin Yuning gently laid Zhang Xi back on the bed. The following content is not suitable for review. We are all honest individuals. So please refrain from wild imaginations. Zhang Xi did not resist, but against Qin Yuning's black belt prowess, he felt as helpless as a little chick being tossed about a tea that moment. Zhang Xi genuinely felt the urge to die. Unfortunately, the position he found himself in was undeniably compromising. Moreover, Zhang Xi could distinctly sense that after Qin Yuning had him in her grasp, her eyes had taken on a crimson hue, burning fiercely like flames. Oh no, could this girl have some peculiar preferences? The thought only heightened Zhang Xi's despair. Struggling to calm his racing heart, he conceded that while he was a flower, he did not wish to be crushed. Wife, can we talk this out? There is no need for it to escalate like this. He attempted to steady his voice, though it quivered slightly. Yet he had to try, otherwise his life was surely at stake. Upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, the crimson in Qin Yuning's eyes seemed to soften a fraction. Her tone, now gentle yet laced with a teasing allure, replied, "Darling, this is all for your own good. There are too many wicked women out there. I want you to only have me in your heart, to remember only me." The following content is also unsuitable for review, and I can only say that, like everyone else, we are all honest individuals. Please do not let your imagination run wild. As for the remaining events, I am aware that most do not wish to read further, so I shall skip ahead. Time passed, and eventually, the storm subsided. Zhang Xi lay limply in Qin Yuning's embrace, his body bearing the marks of hardship, portraying a ghastly visage. However, the wounds had scabbed over, the crimson scars accentuating the paleness of his skin that moment. Zhang Xi resembled a pool of stagnant water, his eyes filled with despair. Just moments ago, he had no idea how long he had cried or begged for mercy. Yet, Qin Yuning showed no signs of relenting. Instead, she grew more fervent, her interest escalating, the flames in her beautiful eyes intensifying. Eventually, Zhang Xi's throat became hoarse, his body devoid of any strength to resist, and when Qin Yuning finally tired, the storm came to an end. At that moment, Zhang Xi felt utterly hopeless. Any fondness he had harbored for Qin Yuning had evaporated. All he desired now was to escape. He truly could not bear the weight of a Yandere. Observing the limp figure of her little kitten in her arms, Qin Yuning's eyes brimmed with affection and tenderness, tinged with a hint of regret. "That I'm sorry. Darling, I was too impulsive. The thought of you looking at other women, even contemplating them in your heart, I just couldn't help myself." A faint smirk tugged at the corners of Zhang Xi's mouth. He longed to voice his thoughts, but ultimately chose silence. Gazing at Zhang Xi's expression, the guilt in Qin Yuning's eyes deepened. She quickly embraced him once more. "Darling, I promise I won't treat you this way again, but you must also promise that I will be the only one in your eyes. I truly cannot bear the thought of seeing you with other women or even thinking about them." Unfortunately, Qin Yuning's movements were too vigorous, aggravating Zhang Xi's wounds. He couldn't help but gasp sharply. Qin Yuning immediately noticed and hurriedly tended to his injuries. Chapter 7. A month later, marriage after Qin Yuning had redressed Zhang Xi's wounds, she gently placed him back on the bed. After a few words of advice, she reluctantly took her leave. Zhang Xi watched her departing figure and suddenly let out a self-deprecating smile. The tear stains from his earlier crying still lingered on his face, and he gently wiped them away. At that moment, his mind began racing. He could hardly fathom how the gentle and virtuous woman had transformed into a ruthless tyrant in the blink of an eye. After those lashes, it could be said that no affection remained. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own misfortune. Qin Yuning's whip was specially designed. It inflicted intense pain without causing any lasting harm, merely resulting in superficial wounds. Yandere, a Yandere, truly a force to be reckoned with. At last, he comprehended why the original owner had been averse to this exceptionally talented Yandere. Zhang Xi acknowledged that his indulgence in videos featuring beautiful women was indeed unfair to Qin Yuning. But did it warrant such punishment? This lavish life, it seemed, was beyond his capacity to endure. This moment, Zhang Xi was already contemplating an escape plan. There was no denying that the sickly sweet allure was captivating. However, he was no submissive soul. If he did not act now, who knew how many lashes he might endure in the future? Most importantly, he had no desire to be confined within these walls, ultimately perishing in darkness and becoming a mere specimen. The thought of such a life was utterly terrifying. As Zhang Xi pondered, the previously departing Qin Yuning had returned to the room, cradling a plate with 2 bowls of porridge. Gently placing the porridge on the table, she then scooped him into her lap with utmost care, cautious not to disturb his wounds. Once settled, one arm wrapped around his waist while the other wielded a spoon, scooping the porridge and blowing on it before offering it to Zhang Xi's lips. "Darling, drink up?" Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow, but obediently consumed the porridge, acutely aware of the woman's formidable nature. He truly dared not defy her. Observing her little cat's obedient demeanor, Qin Yuning couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She continued to feed him, and Zhang Xi complied, sip by sip. Qin Yuning relished this feeling. Her little cat was loyal to her and sought her warmth. "Have you seen the Qin family's marital guidelines, my darling?" Qin Yuning suddenly broke the seemingly tranquil atmosphere. Zhang Xi paused, his gaze drifting to a thin booklet carelessly tossed in the corner of the table. This booklet had been delivered by the butler along with the phone, but after encountering the phone, he had discarded it without a second thought. This realization dawned upon him. Zhang Xi's expression darkened. Fearing the woman before him might once again change her demeanor. Sensing his unease, Qin Yuning chuckled lightly, setting down the spoon. She gently ruffled Zhang Xi's hair, her tone softening. "As long as my darling behaves, I would never dream of punishing you." With that, she picked up the nearby booklet and opened it, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "The Qin family has followed this lineage of matriarchal tradition since my grandmother's time." Pausing briefly, she continued, "At least in my generation, it remains so. The marital guidelines are drafted by my grandmother, applicable to all men marrying into the Qin family." "Marry?" Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow. Qin Yuning affectionately tousled his hair once more. Her voice indulgent, or you could say take. Pointing to a section of the booklet, she whispered, "The first rule states that all men entering the Qin family must obey their wives." Noticing Zhang Xi's confusion, she explained softly, "From now on, you shall call me wife. Previously, I had you refer to me as wife to ease your transition." With another gentle ruffle of his hair, she added, half smiling, "You must remember, forgetting this will result in punishment." At the mention of punishment, Zhang Xi couldn't suppress a shiver and quickly nodded. Satisfied with his response, Qin Yuning continued elucidating the other stipulations of the Qin family guidelines. That be why the time she concluded. Zhang Xi felt a tightening in his fists. These so-called guidelines were a series of humiliating decrees designed to transform him into a loyal hound, forever bound to Qin Yuning's side. Struggling to calm himself, his desire to escape grew ever more resolute. Seeing Zhang Xi lost in thought, Qin Yuning flashed a sultry smile, soothingly murmuring, "Darling, as long as you behave, I will treat you exceptionally well." With that, she summoned the waiting butler to clear the dishes. Once the butler departed, Qin Yuning couldn't resist stretching her voluptuous figure, casting a flirtatious glance at Zhang Xi. "Darling, night has fallen." Her enchanting form paired with her suggestive tone left Zhang Xi, despite his dwindling feelings for her. Feeling lightheaded with instinctual longing, Zhang Xi gasped as Qin Yuning effortlessly scooped him up from the bed, retrieving a key from her pocket and deftly unlocking the chain around his ankle. With a decisive click, the shackles fell away. Tossing the key onto the table, she swiftly carried him to the bathroom. After yet another passionate entanglement, Zhang Xi and Qin Yuning lay contentedly in bed. Though his injuries appeared severe, they were merely superficial, and thanks to the cutting-edge medicine Qin Yuning employed, he healed within minutes. This moment, Qin Yuning held Zhang Xi closely, planting kisses at the corners of his mouth. Seeking warmth, "Darling, shall we marry?" Zhang Xi paused, momentarily taken aback, yet calmly replied, "I am 18. The legal age for marriage is 21. Qin Yuning covered his mouth gently, interrupting, "Darling, We can marry now and get the certificate later. Zhang Xi bitterly smiled inwardly, realizing this was not a request for his opinion, but merely a notification that a month from now. How about it? Qin Yuning's voice brimmed with excitement. In a month, I will host a grand wedding for you, announcing to the world that you are mine. Zhang Xi's heart sank further. Was this truly about proclaiming to the world that he belonged to her? Chapter 8. Preparing to meet the parents. Noticing Zhang Xi's subdued mood, Qin Yuning's heart skipped a beat. She kissed his brows tenderly, tracing them with her lips. Darling, are you feeling down? No. Qin Yuning chuckled softly, tousling his hair. Darling, you know I love you. You are meant to be mine. That I know, he replied, his voice slightly strained. That you've said you like me, and your uncle is aware of it too. Her gaze burned with intensity, as if it could pierce through the darkness. I never knew you were so twisted. Zhang Xi mused silently. A soft sigh escaped him. How could someone as astute as Qin Yuning not realize that ever since she punished her little cat, he had been displeased? Though resigned, she had no regrets. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yuning leaned in to kiss Zhang Xi's lips again. Darling, shall I take you out to play? She proposed, brushing her cheek against his and softly blowing into his ear. Zhang Xi, being exceedingly sensitive, felt goosebumps rise all over his body, akin to a startled kitten. Qin Yuning chuckled lightly, patting his back soothingly. Darling, what do you think? The sudden question shattered Zhang Xi's reverie. Hearing her seemingly casual tone, he swallowed hard. Truth be told, Qin Yuning, this possessive woman, had brought him to her home, and he found it hard to believe she would let him go. Struggling to swallow, a bitter smile graced Zhang Xi's lips as he instinctively nestled closer into her embrace. Darling, I just want to accompany you, he uttered, each word a laborious effort, yet unwavering in its conviction, if to prove his resolve. Zhang Xi entwined his arms around Qin Yuning's neck, pressing his lips to hers. The warmth and moisture flooded his senses. Qin Yuning momentarily froze, clearly caught off guard. Then she swiftly pinned him down, reclaiming control as time seemed to stretch, despite having experienced this fervent exchange several times. Zhang Xi still struggled to acclimate, his head growing hazy, teetering on the brink of suffocation. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, Qin Yuning released him. Like a beached whale returning to the sea, he gasped for air, desperately inhaling. Meanwhile, Qin Yuning gently caressed his back, helping him regain his breath. After a considerable time, once Zhang Xi had calmed, Qin Yuning softly spoke. Darling, I am your wife. I understand you better than you think. You need not hide anything. I will be with you for a long time. Zhang Xi's heart scoffed. To accompany you, I do not wish to be beaten to death with a whip and turned into a specimen. Though he longed to extend warm greetings to Qin Yuning and her entire family. Having once been a worker, patience was a necessary virtue. Striving to steady his emotions, Zhang Xi feigned a soft voice, saying, Wife, is that true? Can I go outside? Qin Yuning was pleased with Zhang Xi's demeanor and decided to tease her little cat. Darling, under normal circumstances, that would be possible, but right now, my dear, you have already expressed your desire to remain at home with me indefinitely. A surge of excitement coursed through Zhang Xi's heart as he discerned an opportunity to venture out from the words of Qin Yuning. Although he was uncertain of Qin Yuning's true intentions, he was resolute in seizing this chance. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xi cast caution to the wind and pressed his lips against hers once more. What ensued was an exhilarating and fervent encounter, leaving Zhang Xi so utterly fatigued that he could scarcely lift his fingers, breathing softly as he lay languidly in Qin Yuning's embrace. Yet his gaze remained ardently fixed upon her, awaiting a response. Qin Yuning chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Zhang Xi's hair, her tone laced with playful mockery. My dear, you have already made such significant sacrifices. How could I possibly refuse you? Zhang Xi's cheeks flushed slightly. Realizing the lengths he had gone to persuade Qin Yuning to agree to their departure, his diligent studies in a previous life had finally found their application. Sensing his embarrassment, Qin Yuning affectionately tousled his hair once more, her voice becoming a whisper after a moment's pause. Shall we meet the parents, my dear? Zhang Xi was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately nodded in agreement. This was not quite what he had envisioned. He had imagined outings filled with shopping, movies, and amusement parks, where he could find an opportunity to escape and discuss plans with his family. However, upon reflection, he realized that this direct approach might save considerable effort, allowing them to flee alongside their families. Qin Yuning seemed to brighten at this thought. How about we visit my uncle tomorrow morning and then meet my parents in the afternoon? All right, Zhang Xi replied absent-mindedly. Suddenly, a serious concern crossed his mind. Even if his father and sister were willing to abandon everything and accompany him abroad, would they be able to reach the airport and board a flight given the formidable influence of the Qin family? Moreover, the Qin family's global reach was not to be underestimated. Even if they managed to escape overseas, the risk of capture loomed large. The mere thought sent a shiver down Zhang Xi's spine. He could scarcely fathom the consequences of being caught, certainly far beyond mere corporal punishment. Escape truly impossible. A wave of despair washed over Zhang Xi. While he had entertained simple plans earlier, the quietude now revealed numerous flaws in his escape strategy. Just as he spiraled into frantic contemplation, Qin Yuning spoke again. My dear, would you leave me? The moment he heard those words, Zhang Xi felt as though a bomb had detonated in his chest. His heart racing uncontrollably. I haven't done anything, he thought, desperately trying to appease her. With a somewhat forced smile, he spoke with conviction. My dear, how could I ever leave you? We shall remain together for a long time. That's so? Qin Yuning murmured, affectionately rubbing Zhang Xi's head, though her tone carried a hint of chill. Little did Zhang Xi know that as they conversed, Qin Yuning's hand rested upon his chest. Feeling the rapid thumping of his heart, trained in the art of observation, she could sense his elevated heartbeat and the irregularity in his tone. But my dear, are you nervous? What troubles you? Yet these thoughts remained unvoiced within Qin Yuning's mind. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xi. Chapter 9. Breakfast, my dear. Do be good. Qin Yuning's gentle whisper felt like the seductive murmur of a demon, igniting an itch within Zhang Xi's heart. Strangely, hearing this made him calm amidst the tension that had nearly rendered him breathless. The best solution to a problem was often to abandon it entirely. Though he was uncertain of Qin Yuning's warnings, he knew he had not wronged her for those so-called thoughts. Well, would he ever admit to them? My dear, I'm being good. I'm quite tired now. Shall we sleep? Zhang Xi feigned a delicate tone, like a compliant kitten. Tea this moment. Zhang Xi had come to a clear realization. He possessed no means of escape and could only strive to please Qin Yuning. Silently wishing she wouldn't suddenly lose her temper, Qin Yuning seemed to respond softly, pulling him closer as she began to drift into slumber. The night stretched on, long, lonely, dark, and empty. As Zhang Xi lay soundly in Qin Yuning's embrace, he suddenly shuddered. In that instant, the similarly slumbering Qin Yuning awoke with a start, instinctively loosening her hold on him. Reaching beneath the pillow, her eyes rapidly cleared with awareness. Noticing something amiss, Qin Yuning let out a soft, bittersweet laugh. My dear, even in sleep, you cannot remain still? Meanwhile, Zhang Xi nestled deeper in her warmth, his body trembling slightly. He seemed to be caught in a nightmare, murmuring softly with a hoarse voice tinged with sorrow. My dear, I am being good. Please do not strike me. A flicker of helplessness crossed Qin Yuning's eyes, intertwined with a hint of peculiarity. She wrapped her arms around Zhang Xi once more, soothingly whispering, my dear, be good. I could never bear to harm you. Zhang Xi appeared to take comfort in her words, trembling once more before falling into a profound stillness. Qin Yuning tightened her embrace and returned to slumber. In the depths of darkness, just as Zhang Xi should have succumbed to sleep, his eyes suddenly fluttered open, sparkling with mischief, a slight smile playing on his lips. Guilt shall not be thy demise, he mused before succumbing to sleep once more. Soon, sunlight streamed into the room, and Zhang Xi stretched comfortably, yawning. A habit of the working class led him to instinctively reach for his phone upon waking. And then, history repeated itself in a rather astonishing way. I truly did not mean to, Zhang Xi silently lamented. The teasing and fervent glimmer in Qin Yuning's eyes filled him with both shame and trepidation. As he watched her body inch closer, he stammered, daytime. Daytime is not suitable. This is daytime debauchery. The previous night had nearly exhausted him, and since his arrival in this world, Zhang Xi felt his strength waning significantly. Yes, it is because of this transmigration that I feel so feeble, he thought, unable to suppress his indignation. The mirth in Qin Yuning's gaze deepened as she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, playfully asking, "What is my dear saying? What is unsuitable? Is my dear unable?" With that, she feigned shock, covering her small, cherry-like mouth. Zhang Xi conceded that facing the tantalizing allure before him made him yearn to leap forward. However, the original owner's frail body filled him with apprehension about being bettered in for the day. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard and averted his gaze. It was impossible. Every part of Qin Yuning's being exuded an irresistible temptation. Although the original owner was indeed weak, he remained, after all, a man. Noticing Zhang Xi's evasive demeanor, Qin Yuning chuckled softly, and with a playful glint in her eye, she swept him into the bathroom. "My dear, be good. Let me help you bathe." Her voice was once again the seductive whisper of a demon, ensnaring his heart. After yet another exhilarating encounter, Zhang Xi found himself cradled in the embrace of an opulent dining room. One could not deny that the Qin family was indeed one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. In a place where every inch of land was precious, Qin Yuning possessed a grand estate, complete with comprehensive amenities. The villa in which Zhang Xi resided was the most lavish of all within the estate, surpassing all expectations of luxury. As Zhang Xi nestled against Qin Yuning, resembling a languid kitten, he felt somewhat weary and pallid. Alas, Qin Yuning's allure was simply too potent. Even knowing she was a rose with thorns, he could not resist the sweet nectar it offered. As he surveyed the dining room, a sense of awe welled within him. Zhang Xi recalled the memories of the original owner, who hailed from the Zhang family, a wealthy clan in its own right. Yet, compared to this dining room, his family's establishment felt like a mere hut, but he couldn't help but chastise the extravagance of the wealthy. Yet he could not resist exclaiming in genuine admiration, "How delightful!" Just as Zhang Xi felt himself sinking into the comforts of this gentle haven, the butler and attendants began to serve the breakfast dishes one by one. The meal primarily consisted of congee and some beef pastries. Releasing Zhang Xi from her embrace, Qin Yuning reached for a bowl of congee from the table. After blowing on it gently to cool it down, she brought it to Zhang Xi's lips. "My dear, come and drink your congee," she urged softly. Goji berries, yam, ginseng, lotus seeds, and red dates. Yet where was the rice? Zhang Xi's mouth twitched as he raised his gaze to Qin Yuning, his voice tinged with skepticism. "Is this truly congee?" Qin Yuning chuckled, her face radiating affection as she ruffled Zhang Xi's hair. "If it isn't congee, it can be soup." After a brief pause, she continued, "I merely asked Uncle Qin to add some nourishing ingredients." Zhang Xi's mouth twitched again as he looked up at Qin Yuning, his eyes wide with anticipation. "My dear, did you add sugar?" Qin Yuning, upon hearing the words, shifted her gaze toward Qin Shu, who stood beside her. Qin Shu immediately grasped the situation and promptly explained, "I was concerned that the young master might find it too bitter, so I specifically instructed the chef to add honey." Zhang Xi, fully aware that evasion was futile, admitted to himself that he did not particularly enjoy the taste of goji berries or dried jujubes. He inwardly lamented the original owner's lack of exercise, which had rendered him so frail from lounging at home all day. Nevertheless, Zhang Xi gritted his teeth and consumed the concoction that Qin Yuning had presented to him. The taste was peculiar and unpleasant, yet he felt her watchful gaze upon him. After Zhang Xi finished a large bowl of porridge, Qin Yuning nodded in satisfaction, gently pinching his sulky little face. "Darling, this is all for your own good. After all, just yesterday, and even earlier, you could hardly endure without pleading for mercy." Zhang Xi quickly covered Qin Yuning's mouth, his eyes reflecting a mixture of embarrassment and anger. "I merely haven't been resting well these past few days. I'm simply lacking in energy." Chapter 10. Make-up. Zhang Xi's flustered demeanor was undeniably adorable. His cheeks puffed up in anger, and the originally rosy hue deepened to a vibrant flush due to the surging blood. Qin Yuning was momentarily captivated, her throat dry, her voice dropping to a husky whisper. "Darling, you are so beautiful." While beauty is often a term designated for women, it can equally apply to other exquisite entities. And Zhang Xi's striking features certainly belong to that category. Handsomeness alone could not do him justice. It was no wonder that Qin Yuning, as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, had encountered countless handsome men. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Zhang Xi at an event, She had immediately set aside her work to confess her feelings. Regrettably, the original owner had harbored a strong aversion to Qin Yuning's domineering nature. And after a decisive rejection, she had forcibly whisked him away. As Qin Yuning's warmth intensified and her gaze grew increasingly fervent, Zhang Xi felt a surge of panic. He was all too familiar with that look. It seemed to him that Qin Yuning might pounce at any moment. His heart cried out in despair, having just recently gone through such an encounter. In an instant, he suppressed all expressions, fearful that an inadvertent display of allure might provoke this wolf once more. Observing Zhang Xi's calm demeanor, Qin Yuning too regained her composure. She realized that her little kitten was not in the best of health and could not withstand her relentless teasing. Seeing Qin Yuning settle down, Zhang Xi couldn't help but exhale in relief. Discreetly wiping the sweat from his palms, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and had no desire to visit a hospital. "Darling, I haven't eaten yet," Qin Yuning murmured, resting her head on Zhang Xi's shoulder, her breath fragrant. Zhang Xi snapped back to reality, confusion filling his eyes. "You haven't eaten? Then go eat." "What are you saying to me?" he thought to himself, inwardly grumbling. Qin Yuning sighed softly, realizing that her darling had yet to be properly trained. Pinching Zhang Xi's cheek, her tone bore a touch of exasperation. "As your wife, I must earn a living and take care of my darling. Right now, all I want is to hold you. I simply cannot manage to eat. I'm so hungry." Her voice grew increasingly plaintive. "All right," Zhang Xi conceded, realizing that he could no longer feign ignorance. He must be a fool to not understand that she merely wished for him to feed her. Yet, something felt off. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. "But you are a Yandere. Don't you understand? Shouldn't you be the one forcing love upon me? Then seize my chin and give me that wicked smile while commanding me to feed you?" When did it become that Yandere could also be mute? Zhang Xi was perplexed, sensing Qin Yuning's possessiveness. Was she not a Yandere, but merely someone with an intense desire for possession? With this thought in mind, he shook his head vigorously. If she were not a Yandere, why would she monitor his every move and even whip herself? Perhaps, just perhaps, her Yandere tendencies were not fully developed, despite the turmoil within. Zhang Xi obediently picked up a spoonful of century egg and lean meat porridge and brought it to Qin Yuning's lips. Watching her alluring red lips gently suck, he suddenly thought, "This bowl is fragrant. No, this porridge is delicious." However, having already eaten his fill, he could only watch. Soon, the table was cleared of all food, and Zhang Xi found himself cradled in Qin Yuning's arms, returning to the bedroom once again. Honestly, being embraced by a beautiful woman was indeed quite comforting. Yet, Zhang Xi felt a pressing need for exercise. The original owner's physique was undeniably weak, just as Zhang Xi contemplated her voice's concerns. Qin Yuning gently laid him on the bed. Pointing to a set of clothing on the table, Qin Yuning softly instructed, "Darling, this outfit is specially prepared for you. Hurry and change. We're going to meet the parents today." With that, she picked up another outfit from the table and began changing right before Zhang Xi's eyes. These two sets of garments had been delivered by the servants while Qin Yuning and Zhang Xi were dining. As Zhang Xi observed Qin Yuning change at a leisurely pace, her enticing figure fully revealed. She noticed his gaze and threw him a flirtatious wink. Zhang Xi couldn't help but shiver, inwardly cursing her as a temptress. He hastily picked up the clothing to change, thinking it absurd that Qin Yuning, a woman, showed no shame, while he, a pure man, would feel bashful. However, Zhang Xi changed with remarkable speed. He had no doubt that if he dared to dawdle, Qin Yuning would personally dress him after finishing her own attire. Before long, both had changed and stepped outside. Qin Yuning's makeup would be done in a dedicated makeup room at the villa. Once again, Zhang Xi marveled at the lifestyle of the wealthy, while he, ostensibly humble, held Qin Yuning's hand as they strolled toward the makeup room. He had to admit that his protests were effective. Qin Yuning indeed ceased to hold him tightly, opting instead for a hand-in-hand walk. Upon entering the makeup room, Zhang Xi acknowledged that his eyes were once again dazzled by the opulence surrounding him. Almost all cosmetics were housed in exquisite jade containers, and the rows of limited edition clothing and shoes were enough to astonish him. He swallowed hard, casting a glance at Qin Yuning, who had already approached the makeup table to apply her own makeup. Chapter 11. Crisis. Originally, There had been a dedicated makeup artist in Qin Yuning's household, but alas, she was a woman, and since Zhang Xi's arrival at the villa, Qin Yuning had dismissed her along with the other female attendants. Moreover, like many other domineering women, Qin Yuning harbored a disdain for men and would never allow any other man to approach her. Consequently, the immensely valuable female tycoon had no choice but to apply her makeup herself. Once Qin Yuning finished her makeup, her gaze shifted to the mirror, where she observed Zhang Xi surveying the surroundings. A slight smile graced her lips. "Darling, come here." Zhang Xi hesitated momentarily, but complied obediently. Moving toward her, upon seeing Qin Yuning beckoning him to sit on her shapely thighs, he understood and settled. In truth, Zhang Xi harbored a secret. He was a bit of a masochist. After all, one cannot help but pursue beauty. Watching Zhang Xi obediently perched on her lap, Qin Yuning felt a wave of satisfaction and extended her hand to pass on a lipstick. "Darling, give it to me." Zhang Xi couldn't help but marvel at how Qin Yuning managed to convey the most domineering implications with the gentlest words. After opening the lipstick, he carefully applied it to her lips. Gazing at the girl before him with her eyes shut tight, radiating obedience and tenderness, he found himself entranced. Alas, she was a Yandere. With a sigh in his heart, he continued to carefully apply the lipstick. Moments later, as the makeup room door swung open, Qin Yuning emerged, radiant and lively, with Zhang Xi, who wore a pained expression, by her side. I could see that moment. Zhang Xi's cheeks bore two symmetrical red lip marks, clearly the handiwork of Qin Yuning. Earlier, after Zhang Xi had finished applying her makeup, Qin Yuning had pressed her lips against him several times, leaving those two kiss marks as undeniable proof of her affection. She had forbade him from wiping them away, declaring them a testament to love. Thus, the current scenario unfolded, with Zhang Xi feeling utterly despondent, cursing Qin Yuning's peculiarities in his mind. Outside, Steward Qin and the other servants had evidently noticed Zhang Xi's odd appearance. But fortunately, their professional demeanor was commendable. They merely exchanged fleeting glances of bewilderment before quickly regaining their composure and pretending not to see. Seeing that Steward Qin and the others remained unfazed, Zhang Xi let out a sigh of relief. He was acutely aware that he was experiencing a social death and was grateful that no one mocked him. Qin Yuning and Zhang Xi exited. Steward Qin approached her respectfully. "Miss, the car is ready, and Zhang Xiao's family has been notified." Qin Yuning nodded gently, restoring her demeanor as the aloof female CEO. "Qin Shu, let us go." Indeed. Thus the two individuals, accompanied by Butler Qin, exited the villa. Outside, a luxurious Rolls-Royce stood prominently at the entrance, evidently having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Butler Qin stepped forward to open the car door, and once Qin Yuning and her companion were seated, he turned to take his place in the driver's seat. As they settled inside the vehicle, Qin Yuning leaned directly against Zhang Xi's embrace, her fingers tracing gentle circles on his chest. Yet, Zhang Xi's gaze remained fixed on Butler Qin, who emitted an oddly unsettling aura, reminiscent of a slumbering lion. It was only when Butler Qin engaged the engine that Zhang Xi snapped back to reality, lowering his head to meet Qin Yuning's bemused gaze. A mixture of mirth and mischief dancing in her eyes. Zhang Xi swallowed hard, a sense of impending doom washing over him. "Darling, you are being quite disobedient. I believe I mentioned that your heart and eyes should belong solely to me. Yet, you were just staring at Uncle Qin for a full minute, weren't you? It seems you haven't quite grasped my words." Her voice, though exceedingly gentle, carried an unmistakable edge of seriousness. Both the steadfast Butler Qin and Zhang Xi, who was cradling Qin Yuning, felt beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, the latter's hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. Zhang Xi struggled to suppress a bitter thought. How could this peculiar individual be jealous of another man? At that moment, he was certain that if his response displeased Qin Yuning even slightly, she would transform into a ferocious wolf once more. Meanwhile, despite his own anxiety, Butler Qin decisively lowered the partition. Understanding that certain matters were beyond his purview to witness or hear, Zhang Xi managed to muster a strained smile. Yet, Qin Yuning continued to speak in her soft, dulcet tones, seemingly oblivious to the tension. "Darling, perhaps I should confine you within my abode, transforming you into my cherished canary, so that your heart and eyes may forever belong only to me." Her tone grew increasingly tender as her delicate fingers caressed Zhang Xi's handsome visage. Zhang Xi felt a pang of bitterness. Was this truly a situation he, an inexperienced soul in matters of the heart, could navigate? Resolutely, he steeled himself, contemplating a rather audacious solution. Although the cost might be substantial, it seemed a small price to pay compared to a lifetime spent as a caged canary. He could sense the earnestness in Qin Yuning's gentle tone. She was entirely capable of following through with her words. Burdened by the weight of his past, having been oppressed by his superiors, he had hoped for a life of ease upon his arrival in this new world, only to find himself treading on thin ice. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he leaned down to place a tender kiss on Qin Yuning's forehead, his voice imbued with warmth. "Darling, I love you. My heart and eyes belong solely to you, that I was wrong." As he spoke, he took her hand, smoothing her fingers gently. "My eyes are for you alone. I do not seek your forgiveness." His voice caught in his throat. Clutching her fingers, he gently pressed his forehead against them, affirming his resolve. Yes, he would rather be blind than to be imprisoned in a dark room, stripped of his freedom. Deep down, he harbored his own secret calculations. If he were to become blind, would Qin Yuning still cherish him? Even if she continued to love him, he doubted the Qin family would allow their esteemed daughter to wed a blind man, thus perhaps granting him the freedom he so desperately sought. The Zhang family's assets might be inconsequential to the Qins, but they could certainly sustain him for the latter part of his life. Chapter 12. Meeting the Parents. Witnessing Zhang Xi's resolute actions. Qin Yuning's voice abruptly ceased. Her six-degree black belt prowess surged forth, and in an instant, her delicate hand slipped from Zhang Xi's grasp, her legs elevated to cushion his head, her demeanor transformed from gentle to urgent in a heartbeat. Though her words seemed to linger, every action was executed with remarkable swiftness. With a dull thud, Zhang Xi's head collided forcefully with Qin Yuning's legs, leaving him momentarily dazed. Zhang Xi's approach was devoid of restraint, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Meanwhile, Qin Yuning winced at the pain, though her formidable mental fortitude prevented her from crying out. Gently, she lifted Zhang Xi's head, her eyes filled with concern as they rested upon his swollen forehead. "Darling, you need not go to such lengths. I believe in you. Your heart belongs only to me." Her tone brimmed with affection, laced with a hint of delight. The daughter of the Qin family. She had encountered her fair share of storms and could easily deduce the reason behind Zhang Xi's sudden impulsiveness. This thought ignited a flicker of sweetness within her. After all, Zhang Xi had indeed put forth his utmost effort. Had she reacted even a moment too slowly, he might have truly blinded himself, a testament to his devotion. Suddenly, an intriguing thought crossed Qin Yuning's mind. If Zhang Xi became truly blind, wouldn't she have a legitimate reason to keep him locked away in her tower for eternity, ensuring he would never escape her grasp? As she grappled with her fluctuating emotions, Zhang Xi shook his slightly dazed head, his clarity returning, albeit with a sense of resignation regarding his failed escape plan. Yet, he found solace in the notion that this tumultuous episode would surely stir a wave of emotion within Qin Yuning, perhaps sparing him from a wrath. Both harbored their own ulterior motives. Qin Yuning was the first to regain her composure. Retrieving a medical kit from beneath the car seat, she carefully began to apply a soothing ointment to Zhang Xi's injury, her expression tender. Meanwhile, Zhang Xi reveled in this rare display of gentleness, feeling the contrasting sensations of the cool medication against her warm fingertips, a delightful dichotomy. The ointment was of the highest quality, and within mere moments, the swelling and bruising on his forehead had significantly diminished. Qin Yuning nestled closely against Zhang Xi's chest, who reciprocated by enveloping her in a warm embrace. In that moment, they seemed to forget the earlier tumult, the atmosphere between them becoming unexpectedly cozy. "Darling, will you always stay by my side?" Qin Yuning suddenly inquired, her voice muffled against his chest. Zhang Xi paused, though he longed to unleash a torrent of expletives. He was reminded by the precariousness of his existence to tread carefully. Striving to regain his composure, he responded with equal tenderness. "Darling, what are you thinking? Of course, I will always be by your side." Qin Yuning lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Xi's, her expression inscrutable. "Darling, your heart is racing. Are you nervous? What thoughts occupy your mind?" Zhang Xi felt a jolt of anxiety. Indeed, he had been quite tense. His mind raced with calculations about whether to reveal everything to his father upon returning home, weighing the odds of a successful escape against the potential consequences of failure. As his thoughts spiraled, his heart quickened, and he cursed inwardly at this peculiar girl for her perceptiveness. Years of compulsory education had honed his ability to think on his feet. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Responding softly, "Wife, of course, I'm nervous about meeting the parents." As she spoke, she pecked lightly on Qin Yuning's forehead. Qin Yuning narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly relishing the moment. She playfully punched Zhang Xi in the chest. Pouting, "How annoying." Soon, the luxurious vehicle carrying Zhang Xi and the others entered a residential community, where the bodyguard along the way recognized the car and understood that its occupants were not to be trifled with. Consequently, no one attempted to intervene as the car smoothly came to a halt in front of a villa. After the vehicle was parked securely, Butler Qin opened the door. For some reason, he lowered his head significantly, not daring to meet Zhang Xi's or Qin Yuning's gaze. As the door swung open, a man and a woman hurriedly approached the car. The middle-aged man was dressed casually in home attire, his figure slightly portly, and his face, usually sharp and capable, was marred by signs of fatigue and worry. His gaze was fixed intently on Zhang Xi, who had already alighted from the vehicle. He was Zhang Xi's father, Zhang Tianyang, in stark contrast to the casually dressed Zhang Tianyang. The woman beside him was impeccably made up, clad in a flowing white dress that exuded grace and elegance. Yet beneath her cosmetics lay dark circles, revealing her exhaustion. She was Zhang Xi's sister, Zhang Ting. During Zhang Xi's stay at the Qin residence, both she and their father had been in a state of constant anxiety, deeply concerned for Zhang Xi's well-being. Having not slept a wink for several days, this moment, both of them gazed intensely at Zhang Xi, who had just stepped out of the car. Sensing their fervent stares, Zhang Xi looked up to meet their eyes, and a wave of emotion washed over him, his eyes stinging with unshed tears as the grievances of the past days threatened to overflow. Observing the unmasked weariness on their faces filled Zhang Xi with a profound sense of sorrow. And in that instant, his thoughts of escape faded away. He could not bear to see his loved ones put at risk alongside him. Meanwhile, as Zhang Xi and his father exchanged meaningful glances, Qin Yuning felt a twinge of jealousy, wishing to possess Zhang Xi's affectionate gaze as a trophy, ensuring that it would forever belong solely to her, devoid of any other. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Zhang Xi suddenly embraced Qin Yuning, smiling as he introduced her to his father and sister. "Dad's sister, this is my beloved." Pausing momentarily, as if seeking to add gravity to his words, he continued, "Dad's sister, we have returned to discuss our plans for marriage." Leaning closer to Qin Yuning's ear, he whispered in a tone only meant for her, teasingly asking, "Wife, may I refrain from calling you that in front of my father?" His voice carried a hint of pleading. Zhang Xi's playful maneuvers succeeded in leaving Qin Yuning flustered, and she quickly nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 13. A not-so-ordinary scene of conflict witnessing their intimate exchange, coupled with Zhang Xi's candid announcement, left Zhang Tianyang and Zhang Ting momentarily stunned. Zhang Ting was the first to regain her composure. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes reddening as if suppressing her emotions. "No, Xiaoxi, you are still young. You cannot marry just yet," she said, her voice soft yet resolute, her gaze fixed on Zhang Xi, filled with determination and a touch of obsession. "You can only belong to your sister." Zhang Ting's conviction was unwavering. The once dazed Qin Yuning also began to sense the situation, her brow furrowing in displeasure. The intensity of Zhang Ting's gaze towards her was deeply uncomfortable, and Qin Yuning's expression darkened, her thoughts shrouded in ambiguity. As the tension between the two women escalated, Zhang Tianyang snapped back to reality, his heart racing as he hastily ushered Qin Yuning into the house. Soon, everyone settled into the living room, but for some inexplicable reason, Zhang Xi felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Once seated, after the servants had served tea, Zhang Tianyang and Qin Yuning engaged in polite yet friendly dialogue, their conversation predominantly revolving around Zhang Xi. Zhang Tianyang cautiously probed the details of the impending marriage, while Qin Yuning graciously and sincerely expressed her intention to wed in a month's time. As their discussion progressed, Zhang Tianyang, grasped the overall context of the situation. Regarding the marriage, he decided to leave the choice to Zhang Xi, prioritizing his son's happiness above all else. I could see that moment. All eyes turned to Zhang Xi, clearly awaiting his response, feeling the weight of their expectant gazes and the increasing pressure from Qin Yuning's grip on his arm. Zhang Xi's heart ached. He had come to a realization. If he sought an opportunity to flee with his family, the risks were far too great. He could not allow his loved ones to suffer alongside him. If he were to openly oppose Qin Yuning at that moment, he was certain that her possessiveness would lead her to confine him once more, resulting in further distress for his family. Qin Yuning's visit was merely to inform Zhang Tianyang and the others about the marriage plans, not to seek their approval. Parental blessings were inconsequential to her. They were merely embellishments. Had it not been for the time required to organize the wedding, she would have already tied the knot with Zhang Xi that very day. As thoughts whirled in his mind, he let out a quiet sigh, preparing to speak. However, it was Zhang Ting, who had been quietly absorbing everything, who broke the silence first. I oppose this, she declared loudly, her voice sharp yet resolute. Zhang Xi's expression shifted as he hurriedly grasped Qin Yuning's hand tightly. Zhang Ting's earlier objection had already irked Qin Yuning. And now, Zhang Xi feared that this volatile woman might become enraged. As he suspected, Qin Yuning's anger flared, a chill glinting in her eyes. Throughout her life, those who dared to defy her, aside from Zhang Xi, either met their demise or were driven mad. Sensing the shift in Qin Yuning, Zhang Xi tightened his grip on her hand and leaned in closer, whispering soothingly, "Wife, my sister did not mean it. Please do not be angry." Witnessing their renewed intimacy, Zhang Ting struggled to contain her fury. She had nearly lost her composure earlier. Her gaze turned icy as she focused on Qin Yuning. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and Zhang Xi felt helpless. Unable to comprehend why his sister harbored such hostility towards Qin Yuning, but he understood that if this continued, Qin Yuning would erupt, unleashing her wrath, just as Zhang Xi was about to intervene to defuse the situation. Qin Yuning suddenly smiled. The icy demeanor melted away in an instant, and a mysterious smile graced her lips as she gently addressed Zhang Ting. "Sister, since you are Xiao Xi's sister, I should call you that. Do you think I have done something wrong? Xiao Xi and I are very much in love." Zhang Xi could not help but marvel at her transformation. Indeed, she was a formidable businesswoman. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting's brow furrowed slightly at Qin Yuning's unexpected address. Yet, as Qin Yuning continued, "Xiao Xi is already an adult and has the right to decide his own future." Zhang Ting felt her frustration boiling over. Taking a deep breath, she was about to speak when Qin Yuning preempted her once more. "As Xiao Xi's sister, you should understand his feelings for me, right? You will bless us, won't you?" Her expression turned inscrutable as she fixed her gaze intently on Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting struggled to temper the surging anger within her, casting a penetrating glance at Zhang Xi. "Sister, that will soon change." A dark thought flitted through her mind. She could not fathom that the Qin family would accept an unworthy man as the partner of their esteemed daughter. She knew full well that the Qin family was powerful, and outright defiance would leave her and even the Zhang family utterly powerless. "Xiao Xi, you will forgive your sister, won't you? I love you dearly. You can only belong to me," Zhang Ting murmured to herself, reminiscing about the countless cherished moments she had shared with Zhang Xi over the years, her heart swelling with sweetness and her anger diminishing slightly. A warm smile returned to her face, restoring the gentle demeanor of a pampered young lady. "My dear sister, do not be upset. I only wish to test the waters, as you are my only brother. Naturally, I must find him the perfect match." As she uttered these words, her tone inadvertently grew heavier. Upon hearing Zhang Ting's remark, Qin Yuning's face also broke into a warm smile, and the shadow in her eyes vanished completely. With a gentle tone, she remarked, "It is only natural for an elder sister to worry about her younger brother." Chapter 14. The calm before the storm, as the atmosphere between the two gradually became more harmonious. Zhang Xi could not help but sigh in relief, discreetly wiping away the cold sweat from her forehead. With the butler serving the dishes onto the dining table, Zhang's father began to invite everyone to partake in a meal. Once everyone was seated, it was evident that Zhang's father, a billionaire tycoon, was adept at sparking conversation. While Qin Yuning graciously afforded Zhang Xi the respect she deserved, At the opportune moments, she displayed the shyness of a young girl, shedding her usual aloof demeanor, and engaged in cordial exchanges with Zhang's father and the others. However, Zhang Xi found herself in a rather unfortunate predicament, with Zhang Ting on her left and Qin Yuning on her right. Sandwiched between them, she should have been relishing the joys of being surrounded by affection. Yet for reasons unknown, both insisted on having Zhang Xi serve them dishes, and faced with their affectionate clinging, she lacked the courage to refuse. Reluctantly complying to their request, ate tea that moment, as she glanced at the overflowing dishes in front of them, and then at her own plate, which remained untouched, she internally lamented, "I haven't eaten a single bite yet. Can you two please calm down?" Alas, such sentiments could only be muttered in her heart. Externally, she maintained a facade of cheerful compliance with both of them. Was this script misplaced? Shouldn't it be the two of you serving me instead? Zhang Xi silently cried out within. Suddenly, while she was serving Qin Yuning, her expression faltered slightly to his soft, slender leg had unknowingly pressed against her own, gently caressing it, the delicate fabric of the stockings against her skin prompting an involuntary shiver. As if not yet satisfied, the leg began to rise gradually. Before long, Zhang Xi felt a weight settle on her thigh, as one of the legs now rested upon her own. Zhang Xi sighed inwardly but maintained an air of calm. After a brief moment of surprise, she resumed serving Qin Yuning. However, she soon noticed that the leg was becoming increasingly audacious, exploring towards her more intimate areas. With no other recourse, she gently grasped the mischievous leg, only to encounter Qin Yuning's gaze, which was a blend of playful amusement and slight dissatisfaction. Silently, she sighed. It was apparent that the young lady was displeased again, but what kind of setting was this? Was it really permissible? She had to tread carefully. Ignoring the situation could lead to unpredictable consequences from this young lady. Leaning closer to Qin Yuning, she pecked her cheek softly and whispered in a tone meant solely for her ears. "My dear, this is not appropriate, I promise. No matter what happens tonight, I will comply with your wishes." Qin Yuning raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased, yet she nodded gently. Zhang Xi released a quiet breath of relief and planted another soft kiss on Qin Yuning's cheek. A flicker of warmth ignited in Qin Yuning's eyes. She felt as though her little kitten was playing with fire, yet she fought against the urge to claim her little kitten with a passionate kiss on the table. Across the table, Zhang's father had been observing their interaction closely. Noting that their intimacy did not seem feigned, which eased his own tension, he recalled the recent troubles faced by the Zhang family business. Under attack from an unknown force, nearly leading to their bankruptcy. During this tumultuous time, Zhang Xi had left a message and vanished for several days. Subsequent investigations, while the hidden force was deeply concealed, eventually uncovered some leads that hinted at a possible connection to the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Considering his son's strikingly handsome visage, the seasoned businessman could hardly overlook the implications. Although Zhang Xi later clarified things over the phone, Zhang's father remained skeptical, convinced that his son was being coerced. However, today, with the eldest daughter of the Qin family personally proposing, coupled with the genuine affection displayed between them, Zhang's father felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the child was not under duress or compulsion, the past held little significance. Ultimately, the most important aspect was that Qin Yuning's actions stirred memories of his own past. In his youth, he too had wielded power to claim what he desired from Zhang Xi's mother. Although the process had been fraught with discomfort, the outcome was ultimately favorable, as he and Zhang's mother had found genuine love. In stark contrast to Zhang's father's relaxed demeanor, Zhang Ting seethed with resentment, her teeth nearly grinding to dust as she watched their closeness. It felt as though her heart had been cleaved in two, leaving her in agonizing pain. "Zhao Xi, soon you will be mine, and mine alone. Rest assured, I will not be deterred by your current state. I shall cleanse you thoroughly." Thus, the meal concluded amid an atmosphere of peculiar tranquility. "Zhao Xi, you must pack your belongings and move out. Some things left by your mother should not be forgotten. She will bless you from above," Zhang's father gently instructed. Zhang Xi nodded solemnly, then turned to Qin Yuning. Seeking her thoughts, it must be said that Qin Yuning's recent guidance had indeed borne fruit, as Zhang Xi had become increasingly obedient. Meeting her little kitten's hopeful gaze, Qin Yuning chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. At that moment, the previously silent Zhang Ting suddenly spoke up. Miss Qin, since Xiao Xi is to marry you, and you have returned after such a long time, I should have a word with him. After a pause, she continued, lest he, on the brink of matrimony, inadvertently does something to displease Miss Qin. With that, she disregarded their reactions and ascended the stairs. Zhang's father cleared his throat softly and explained. The two have always shared a close bond. It is entirely natural for Xiao Ting to be concerned, given that Xiao Xi is about to wed. With that, he shifted the conversation to discuss the wedding arrangements with Qin Yuning. Qin Yuning furrowed her brow, a hint of shadow crossing her features. Zhang Ting's presence made her uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she nodded and began to sit down, engaging in detailed discussions regarding the wedding as they sat. The two transformed into formidable figures, both wearing serious expressions as they regarded one another. Earlier, when Zhang Xi was present, Zhang's father had refrained from voicing certain sentiments, given the evident affection between them. However, now, he was resolved to advocate for his child. Miss Qin, the crisis that befell the Zhang family a few days ago was your doing, was it not? Xiao Xi's marriage to you was forced upon him, correct? Zhang's father's voice was heavy with gravity, his eyes fixed on Qin Yuning with an air of pressure. Qin Yuning merely smiled. As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she had encountered numerous storms in her life, rendering Zhang's father's authority inconsequential. Indeed, it was my doing, she replied candidly to Zhang's father was momentarily taken aback. Her forthright acknowledgement was unexpected and effectively silenced the retort he had prepared. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze softened. Chapter 15. My favorite. Observing the composed woman before him, Zhang's father could not help but sigh inwardly. Xiao Xi, is this truly a woman you can manage? After a prolonged gaze, Qin Yuning finally spoke softly. I love Xiao Xi dearly. Zhang's father raised an eyebrow. Non-committal, I acknowledge that I may have overstepped in initially coercing Xiao Xi, Qin Yuning stated earnestly. After a pause, she added, as compensation, the Qin family will establish a long-term partnership with the Zhang family. Do you think I care about the Zhang family's business? Zhang's father interjected softly, interrupting her. Qin Yuning chuckled lightly and replied, but uncle, you care about Xiao Xi. As long as Xiao Xi loves me, no matter what I may have done in the past, you will not hold it against me, will you? Zhang's father was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Qin Yuning continued, if Xiao Xi marries me, I shall consider all my assets, including a portion of the Qin family as properties, as my dowry. Our future child will undoubtedly be the heir of the Qin family. The Qin family's code dictates that one shall only ever love one person. Should Xiao Xi marry me, I will love him exclusively for the rest of my life. Speaking earnestly, she gazed at Zhang's father. Her love for Zhang Xi evident, and she sought the blessing of her elders. Zhang's father was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he regarded Qin Yuning. Seeing that Zhang's father remained non-committal, Qin Yuning felt a twinge of frustration. She could only blame her earlier ruthlessness in her pursuit of Zhang Xi, compounded by the fact that someone had inadvertently leaked information. Complicating matters further, as Zhang's father continued to withhold his stance, Qin Yuning sighed inwardly. As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, there was nothing she could not accomplish, and she was determined to resolve this matter satisfactorily. However, she was reluctant to employ her trump card, in this generation. Only Xiao Xi remained as the sole male of the Mo clan. Upon observing Zhang's father lost in prolonged silence, Qin Yuning felt compelled to speak softly. Upon hearing her words, the previously composed countenance of Zhang's father transformed dramatically, his expression morphing into one of panic and fear that filled his eyes, which were typically unflinching even in the face of calamity. Overwhelmed by terror, he slumped weakly into his chair, muttering incessantly, impossible, impossible, they wouldn't deceive me. Meanwhile, upstairs in her room, Zhang Xi could not help but marvel at the opulence surrounding her, although she had glimpsed the memories of her room through the original owner's recollections. Witnessing it firsthand left her utterly astonished by its splendor. She reclined gently on the bed for a moment, unhurried to pack her belongings. Zhang Xi found it hard to believe that Qin Yuning had nearly seized her against her will. Even if she pretended to love her, her father would never let Qin Yuning go unscathed. The thought of Qin Yuning possibly receiving a reprimand from her father, akin to a misbehaving schoolchild, caused Zhang Xi to chuckle to herself. After lying there for a while, she rose to begin organizing her luggage. Almost all her daily necessities were already prepared by Qin Yuning, some even surpassing what she typically used. However, there were a few items she felt compelled to take with her in contemplation. Zhang Xi picked up a fabric doll and a pendant from beside her bed. The doll, though somewhat worn, was crafted from exquisite materials. It had been a gift from her best friend during childhood, embodying a child's beautiful blessing for another. Yet for reasons unknown, that childhood companion had vanished, leaving Zhang Xi to cherish and preserve the doll forever, which still accompanied her to this day. The pendant, on the other hand, was a relic left by her mother. Shortly after giving birth to Zhang Xi, her mother tragically perished in a car accident, leaving behind this pendant as a symbol of her love, forever accompanying Zhang Xi as she grew. Gently caressing the pendant, Zhang Xi whispered, "Mother, I am getting married. Although I do not love her, you will still bless me. Won't you?" Just as she was lost in contemplation of the pendant, a creaking sound announced the opening of the door. Zhang Ting entered, startling Zhang Xi, who quickly turned around. Upon recognizing her sister, he breathed a sigh of relief. Having initially feared it was Qin Yuning. "Zhang Ting, why did you come in without knocking?" Zhang Xi reproached, his tone betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. Zhang Ting chuckled lightly, placing a glass of milk on the table before playfully delivering a light smack to his head. "What's this? You've grown up. Yet I recall rainy nights when you would barge into my room, insisting on sleeping beside me." Zhang Xi hastily covered Zhang Ting's mouth with his hand, fearful she might utter something scandalous. Zhang Ting huffed a few times, her eyes darting as if recalling something. She blew gently into Zhang Xi's palm, prompting him to retract his hand as if jolted by electricity, his cheeks flushing red as he stammered. "Zhang Ting, how could you do that?" Zhang Ting pouted, her tone nonchalant. "Well, you covered my mouth, didn't you?" Zhang Xi found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had been teased by his sister. "Sister, what brings you here?" To evade any further peculiar remark from Zhang Ting, he hastened to change the subject. "Can I come to see you without a reason?" Zhang Ting retorted, her expression slightly displeased. Zhang Xi sighed, recognizing that his childhood friend had surely taken a turn for the peculiar. Observing Zhang Xi's exasperated expression only seemed to deepen Zhang Ting's discontent. "Oh, you remember your childhood friend. You promised to be my companion for life, while both my father and I have been worried about you for so long. You only reassured him, completely forgetting about me, your lifelong friend." Her tone grew increasingly aggrieved. Feeling a pang of awkwardness, Zhang Xi coughed lightly, knowing he couldn't reveal that he had indeed forgotten to call her. Seeing Zhang Ting's teary-eyed demeanor, he felt a headache coming on and quickly wrapped his arms around her, softly reassuring, "Of course, I remember my playmate. Xiao Ting has always been so good to me. You are my favorite." Zhang Ting abruptly lifted her head, her cheeks still glistening with unshed tears, presenting a picture of delicate beauty, evoking a sense of protectiveness. Her tone brightened. "Really? You truly like me the most?" Zhang Xi hesitated but quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, I like Xiao Ting the most." Zhang Ting seemed elated upon hearing this. Xiao Xi likes me the most." She giggled, embracing her arms in delight. Zhang Xi couldn't help but sigh, realizing that his usual image of grace and elegance had transformed into that of a lovesick fool. "But if you have nothing else to do, perhaps you should leave." "I still need to pack," he interrupted, unable to bear her whimsical demeanor any longer. Realizing her behavior might be a bit embarrassing, Zhang Ting cleared her throat and composed herself. With a pout, she pointed at the milk on the table, her tone feigning sorrow. "It's just that I was worried about tiring my dear brother out, so I brought you a glass of milk. Alas, it seems my brother doesn't appreciate my kindness and wants to send me away." As Zhang Ting's tone grew increasingly sarcastic, Zhang Xi felt a headache coming on and quickly moved to placate her. Unbeknownst to him, the original owner's memories had not informed him that Zhang Ting was a master of theatrics. After a few moments of earnest reassurance, Zhang Ting dropped her act. She pointed at the milk on the table and commanded imperiously, "Drink." This was the Zhang Ting Zhang Xi remembered, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the original owner's recollections, while Zhang Ting was gentle, she could also be exceedingly domineering, forbidding him from making female friends. His feelings towards her were a mix of love and exasperation. He picked up the milk with a flourish and drank it in one go, even letting out a burp afterward. The sight of Zhang Xi drinking without hesitation filled Zhang Ting with satisfaction. Zhang Ting had not spiked the milk. She simply worried Zhang Xi might be thirsty. After he finished, Zhang Xi resumed packing, while Zhang Ting sat quietly in a chair, watching him. As she put it, her dear brother was about to marry and move away, so as his childhood friend, she wanted to take a final, thorough look at him. Zhang Xi felt somewhat helpless but allowed her to sit. Although they both remained silent, he sensed something was amiss, and his packing became increasingly hurried. He felt as if a venomous serpent was watching him closely, emanating a chilling aura, poised to pounce and drag him into darkness. And as he neared the completion of his packing, Zhang Xi let out a sigh of relief, just reaching for a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow when a delicate hand reached out, gently dabbing his forehead with a paper towel that a soft smile crept onto his lips. His childhood friend was surprisingly considerate. Just as he turned to express his gratitude, Zhang Ting rested her head on his shoulder, the faint scent of lavender enveloping him comfortably. For some reason, Zhang Xi suddenly felt parched, and a warmth spread through him, causing his breathing to quicken. It was a natural physiological response for an adult male. The proximity of a young woman heightened the secretion of hormones, intensifying his metabolism. Feeling suddenly agitated, he turned slightly and gently extricated himself from Zhang Ting's embrace. Noticing his struggle, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her eyes, but she eventually released him. Zhang Ting, I am grown now. We must maintain a distance. Men and women should not engage too closely, he stated earnestly, locking eyes with her that moment. Even a fool would recognize that their closeness bordered on intimacy, resembling that of a couple. After speaking, he quickly shook his head, dispelling any unrealistic fantasies from his mind. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ting merely smiled, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. Xiao Shi, I am your childhood sweetheart. It is only natural for us to be together. Her tone was laced with complexity. What? Zhang Xi's pupils dilated, his heart racing. With great effort, he swallowed hard and stammered, Sister, please don't joke. Zhang Ting only chuckled softly. Xiao Shi, do you truly believe your sister would jest? Gazing into the fervent and frenzied eyes of Zhang Ting, Zhang Xi hastily lowered his head. This look was all too familiar to him. Every time Qin Yuning desired something from him, she would regard him in the same manner. It was akin to a wolf's burning gaze upon a lamb, poised to pounce and tear the innocent creature apart at any moment. Zhang Xi could not suppress a gulp, a flicker of terror flashing his eyes. Zhang Ting, what? What are you planning to do? His voice trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, fixated on the woman's actions before him. Zhang Ting's hands momentarily paused in undressing as she raspingly declared, Xiao Shi, I love you. You are mine, and only mine. With that, she cast aside her outer garment. The exquisite collarbone, the fair skin, combined with her alluring gaze, made Zhang Xi feel an overwhelming heat radiating through his body. Trembling incessantly, he managed to utter, Zhang Ting, you are merely my friend, that we cannot proceed like this. I am about to get married. Upon hearing the word marriage, Zhang Ting appeared incensed, the smile at the corners of her mouth freezing in place. Her eyes flashing with ferocity, she lunged forward, fiercely embracing Zhang Xi, her warm lips raining down upon him like a relentless shower. Xiao Shi, you can only be mine. You will marry me, not that wretched woman. Her voice was reminiscent of dream, melodious yet utterly devoid of room for dissent. Zhang Xi struggled desperately, the faint fragrance emanating from Zhang Ting only exacerbating his inner turmoil. Xiao Shi, I have protected you for so many years, nurtured you all this time. I am so close to reaping the rewards. Zhang Ting gently caressed Zhang Xi's face, murmuring softly, for all these years, I have yearned for you at every moment. Seeing you before me makes me want to consume you whole. Her tone grew increasingly tender while the fervor in her eyes intensified. Ultimately, her hand, which had been tracing Zhang Xi's features, halted at his soft lips. Do you know, when I learned you were married that Qin Yuning, I truly wanted to kill her. You belong to me. How could she lay a finger on you? With those words, a flicker of madness danced in her gaze as she fiercely bit Zhang Xi's lips. He gasped, feeling a sharp pain as warmth trickled from his lips. Terror filled his eyes. What the hell? How can this childhood friend of the original owner be so twisted? This is surely another case of a Yandere. Chapter 17. Persuasion confronted with Zhang Xi's look of terror, Zhang Ting felt an intensifying heat within her. An overwhelming desire to consume the lamb cradled in her arms. Suppressing her inner fire, she gently pecked Zhang Xi's lips. This kiss was unlike the previous one. It was tender and restrained, a mere taste. Only when Zhang Xi was left in a daze did she relent. Once more, she delicately traced his features, her tone gentle yet filled with restraint. Zhang Xi, you can only belong to your older sister. Although you have been tainted by that wretched woman, do not fear. I will take you to bathe immediately, and I promise to cleanse you thoroughly. Ignoring Zhang Xi's protests, she scooped him up and headed straight for the bathroom. Zhang Xi's bedroom was equipped with a private bathroom, luxurious and well-appointed. She carefully placed Zhang Xi in the bathtub as if handling an exquisite treasure. As Zhang Ting began to unfasten Zhang Xi's garments, he felt an inexplicable surge of strength, as if his potential had been unleashed in a life-or-death moment, having exhausted himself in his previous struggles. Yet the fervor in Zhang Ting's eyes only grew more intense. Gently caressing Zhang Xi's face, she softly spoke, Zhang Xi, I love you so much. Forgive my selfishness. I promise to be gentle and ensure your comfort. You can only be my friend. Zhang Xi took a deep breath. Struggling to find his voice, Zhang Ting, what you are doing could bring ruin to the Zhang family. You could die. With great difficulty, he raised his hand to rest upon hers, feeling her unnaturally high temperature. His voice was strained. Zhang Ting, I genuinely appreciate your affection for me. I do not resent you. Being with you is something I, Zhang Xi, could only wish for. Meanwhile, he fervently prayed for divine intervention, hoping Zhang Ting would cease her advances. If Qin Yuning were to discover this, Zhang Xi was certain that, given her possessiveness, Zhang Ting would meet a tragic end, and he too would face dire consequences. He feared he might spend the rest of his life confined in a dark room. Furthermore, although he had recently traversed into this world, the memories of the original owner still influenced him. Zhang Ting had cared for the original owner since childhood, and the original owner was undoubtedly grateful and reliant on this childhood friend. He could not bear to witness his friend's innocent demise. Zhang Ting, I implore you, let me go. Qin Yuning will kill you. I do not want to see you die. Zhang Xi's desperate cry was accompanied by tears streaming down his cheeks. Zhang Ting froze for a moment, her demeanor becoming somewhat flustered, the heat in her eyes dissipating slightly as she gazed at the pitiful Zhang Xi, a mixture of pity and sweetness swelling in her heart. She was well aware that claiming Zhang Xi would inevitably provoke Qin Yuning, and understanding the power of the Qin family, she recognized the consequences of such a confrontation. Yet, she could not bear to watch the flower she had nurtured for 18 years be taken away by another. Gripping Zhang Xi tightly, their chests pressed close together. Even as her clothes became drenched, Zhang Ting remained unfazed. The space around them was silent, filled only with their heartbeats and Zhang Xi's labored breaths. After a long pause, Zhang Ting finally spoke softly. Zhang Xi, will you blame me? Hearing this, Zhang Xi's heart skipped a beat, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Drawing a deep breath, he replied with utmost gentleness and sincerity. How could I resent you? You have cared for me for so long, and I am truly grateful. Pausing, he continued earnestly. Zhang Ting, I genuinely like you. If you had confessed your feelings sooner, I would have loved you long ago. Qin Yuning is insane. I would willingly be possessed by you, and I would gladly possess you. But if she discovers this, you will perish. The smile crept upon Zhang Ting's lips as she buried her head in Zhang Xi's embrace. Inhaling deeply, in a soft voice, she asked, Zhang Xi, is what you say true? Will you truly fall in love with your older sister? Zhang Xi's heart soared. It felt as though the heavens had heard his plea, hope beckoning him forth. Yes, he affirmed earnestly. Zhang Ting trembled slightly as she embraced Zhang Xi, lifting her gaze to meet his eyes, a radiant smile breaking across her face. Once more, she pressed her lips to his. Her tone devoid of emotion, Zhang Xi, when did your lips become so sweet? I recall you never having been in love before. Who taught you such sweet words? Was it that wretched Qin Yuning? Zhang Xi was taken aback, his heart racing. Yet he maintained his gentle demeanor. I have only spoken such words to you that I like you. His tone was soft and sincere. Indeed, Zhang Xi's statement was factual. Despite their intimate moments, he had never explicitly told Qin Yuning that he liked her. As for where he had learned these words, one could only say that in moments of life and death, people often uncover extraordinary potential. Zhang Ting's brow quivered as her watery, large eyes fixated on Zhang Xi, her voice trembling with unspoken emotion. Xiao Xi, is what you say true? Do you truly like me? Seeing Zhang Ting's delicate and enchanting demeanor, Zhang Xi nodded solemnly. Yes, I like you. Pausing, he continued. Therefore, you cannot touch me. I do not want you to die. Zhang Ting inhaled deeply, the fervor in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by her former gentleness and composure, as if she had reclaimed the grace and elegance of the Zhang family's eldest daughter. Observing her calmness, Zhang Xi could not help but exhale in relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Gently ruffling Zhang Xi's hair, Zhang Ting softly said, Xiao Xi, wait a moment. I will fetch you a glass of milk. There are no drugs in the milk. It is purely to quench thirst. With that, she turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Xi's tumultuous emotions quickly settled. His gaze fell deep in thought. Soon, Zhang Ting returned with a bowl of fresh milk. Carefully feeding Zhang Xi, her eyes fixated on the subtle movement of his throat, unable to suppress a gulp as the heat returned to her gaze. After Zhang Xi finished, Zhang Ting left once more. When she returned, the bowl had transformed into a set of brand new clothes. Xiao Xi, let us run away. Zhang Ting approached Zhang Xi, gazing deeply into his eyes, and softly spoke as she handed him the clothing after he had regained some strength from finishing the milk. There were no drugs in the milk, and Zhang Xi and Zhang Ting were not related by blood. Their only intimacy was a brief kiss as a normal adult male. Zhang Xi found himself affected by the young woman's hormones, leading to physiological responses. Chapter 18. Struggle. Zhang Xi took the new clothing, and upon hearing Zhang Ting's words, he couldn't help but shake his head, letting out a sigh as he said, Sister, do you really believe we have a chance to escape under the influence of the Qin family? 1 in 10. Zhang Ting replied softly, her tone growing grave that it was evident that she had pondered this issue long before, hence her succinct response to Zhang. He was taken aback, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. He had suspected the likelihood of a successful escape to be low, but why was it so dismally low? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xi raised his head once more, meeting Zhang Ting's gaze with a solemn and earnest expression. I am sorry, sister, but the success rate of our escape is too low. His implication was a clear rejection of Zhang Ting's suggestion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting's breath became ragged again, her eyes ablaze with intensity, as if infuriated. Transforming into a ravenous wolf, she lunged at Zhang Xi, pinning him down with immense force, as if she wished to meld him into her being. Zhang, she could not help but indulge in self-mockery. With a soft sigh, he submerged his head in the water, relishing the dizziness induced by the lack of oxygen. Simultaneously, his mind began to race, memories of his previous life in this world flashing through his consciousness like a slideshow, the unsteady steps of his childhood, the resounding voices of his youth in the classroom, the exhilaration and despair of exams, and the sweet, cherished moments shared with Zhang Fu and Zhang Ting, until the fateful encounter with Qin Yuning in college, which heralded the onset of a nightmare. Zhang Xi felt as if he had attained a divine perspective, looking down upon the myriad experiences of life. Suddenly, Zhang Xi burst forth from the water, his face alight with excitement as he discovered a crucial key to breaking the deadlock. However, his smile abruptly froze when he realized Zhang Ting had stealthily entered the bathroom, having opened the door at some point unbeknownst to him. The small bathtub served as a barrier between their two worlds, and at that moment, awkwardness became the sole currency circulating between them. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment. Zhang Ting's expression was tinged with embarrassment. Yet after a couple of light coughs, she regained her composure and stared intently at Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi sighed softly, choosing not to inquire how or why Zhang Ting had entered. Such questions had become irrelevant. Emotionless, he dried himself off and dressed, feeling the weight of her burning gaze upon him, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He could neither chase her away nor confront her, and harsh words felt too cruel to utter. I am a man. I won't be at a disadvantage. We've already crossed that line, he silently reassured himself, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within. Chapter 20. Confronting the dragon with a dragon after donning his clothes with a stoic demeanor. Zhang Xi turned to face Zhang Ting, who was blushing profusely. Her large eyes fixed upon him, he sighed again and walked over to ruffle her hair gently. In a soft tone, he said, "Sister, I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, the warmth and gentleness on Zhang Ting's face transformed instantly into a frigid demeanor. Xiao Shi, where do you intend to go? To marry that wretched Qin Yuning. Her voice, though calm, carried an underlying menace. Zhang Xi shook his head. Sister, I do not harbor feelings for Qin Yuning, nor could I ever marry her out of course. If she were not a deranged individual, I might have liked her. He silently added to himself. Observing Zhang Ting's expression soften, he continued, Sister, I have devised an escape plan, but it hinges on one condition. His expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon her. Zhang Ting furrowed her brows, but nodded slightly. Zhang Xi exhaled in relief. Her willingness to listen indicated a chance to persuade her to cooperate. To confront a dragon, one must wield another dragon in the absence of a warrior. He remarked enigmatically. Zhang Ting paused, her sharp intellect immediately grasping the implication of his words. After a moment of contemplation, her brow furrowed even deeper. Zhang Xi chuckled softly, ruffling her hair once more. Sister, are you worried about why other dragons would aid a few ants against their equally formidable counterparts? Zhang Ting nodded, her gaze fixed on him. Why? Zhang Xi shook his head, refraining from answering, instead maintaining a serious look. Sister, I have my plan, and its success rate is undoubtedly higher than our current chances of fleeing directly. I need your cooperation. Zhang Ting frowned, about to refuse, but Zhang Xi preemptively wrapped his arms around her slender waist and kissed her, effectively silencing her protest. Yes, she succumbed to the kiss, her expression drifting into a daze. Zhang Xi spoke again. Sister, trust me, I am confident. This time, Zhang Ting remained silent, leaning against Zhang Xi's chest, breathing softly that I need you and father to go abroad, to find a place that is absolutely safe to hide. After a pause, he continued, it is imperative that it be secure, and the sooner, the better. Zhang Ting lifted her head, gazing at him. Instead of answering, she posed a question of her own. Xiao Shi, do you truly like me? Will you genuinely come to like me? Zhang, she nodded solemnly, then kissed her forehead. Sister, believe me, I will take you to the Maldives to watch the sunrise, to the polar regions to witness the auroras. We will stroll hand in hand beneath the cherry blossoms of the island and hold a grand wedding in the sacred church of the romantic city. Zhang Ting's face flushed, her gaze growing dreamy as she seemed to envision a beautiful future. All right, Xiao Shi, I believe you. After a long silence, she slowly withdrew from his embrace, her eyes filled with tender reluctance, but also a resolute determination. Xiao Shi, I believe in you that I will leave with father. Her tone turned inexplicably sorrowful, that if you fail to escape, if you marry that wretched Qin Yuning, I will come to snatch you away once I've ensured my father's safety, even if it costs me my life. Xiao Shi, you shall remain mine. Chapter 21. Leaving the Zhang family upon exiting the room, Zhang Xi felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He had not anticipated that persuading Zhang Ting would be so effortless. Yet her almost oath-like promise weighed heavily on his heart. I harbor feelings for Zhang Ting. Zhang Xi pondered. It was evident that it had not reached such depths, but he certainly held feelings for her. Decades of companionship and protection made it impossible for him to stand by and watch her suffer because of him. With a soft sigh, he shook his head, casting aside all negative emotions. Sister, this is all for your good. After regaining his composure, Zhang Xi descended the stairs and arrived on the first floor. In the living room, Zhang Fu and Qin Yuning were engaged in a remarkably cordial conversation, exuding a sense of mutual fondness. Upon seeing Zhang Xi descend, their voices ceased simultaneously. Zhang Xi, having just finished bathing, still bore traces of moisture, resembling a freshly blossomed lotus, enchanting and captivating. Qin Yuning swallowed, her eyes ablaze with desire. He was indeed her man, undeniably alluring. Immune to her heated gaze, Zhang Xi still felt a twinge of discomfort. As he approached her, Qin Yuning chuckled softly, wrapping her arms around him. Zhang Xi complied, leaning into her embrace. Nodding at Zhang Fu, he spoke softly, "Uncle, we have finalized the wedding arrangements, and now I will take Xiao Xi back to the Qin family, so as not to intrude upon you." Zhang Fu nodded, then shook his head, a hint of regret coloring his voice. "Miss Qin, please step outside for a moment. I have a few words to share with Xiao Xi." Qin Yuning raised an eyebrow. Her gaze toward Zhang Fu laden with depth, yet she nodded, releasing her hold on Zhang Xi and gently pushing him away. Her voice carried a touch of apology. "I must admit my impatience. Uncle and Xiao Xi have not seen each other in some time, and undoubtedly have much to discuss. I shall not intrude any longer. I will await Xiao Xi in the car." With that, she pressed a tender kiss upon Zhang Xi's lips before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Xi could not help but touch his lips. When Qin Yuning kissed him, she had clearly frowned. Having washed several times, surely she wouldn't notice. He reassured himself internally. As Qin Yuning exited the villa, Zhang Fu's voice broke the silence. "Xiao Xi, you have grown." Zhang Xi snapped back to reality, blinking his large eyes at his father, a somewhat dazed expression on his face. Zhang Fu affectionately ruffled his hair and spoke softly. "Xiao Xi, you have excellent taste. The eldest daughter of the Qin family is someone worthy of lifelong commitment. Once you enter the Qin family and become her husband, you must learn to temper your temper and adhere to propriety. If you find yourself mistreated in the Qin family, remember, you can always return. Your father will always be your sanctuary." Upon leaving the villa, a sense of dizziness enveloped Zhang Xi as his father's heartfelt advice and concerns echoed in his mind, a barrage of words that left no room for his own voice. After finishing, Zhang Fu had tearfully pushed him out, not permitting a single word in return. Chapter 22. Arriving at the Qin family, gazing at the closed gates of the villa behind him, Zhang Xi felt somewhat speechless. It probably didn't matter that things were left unclear. Zhang Ting would ensure everything was explained. He mused. Shaking his head, he turned towards the car parked nearby, forcing a smile as he approached. Dealing with this ancestral figure was undoubtedly the most daunting task ahead. Meanwhile, inside the villa, after closing the door, Zhang Fu collapsed onto the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling that a mix of frustration, pain, regret, and worry played across his features. "Xiao Xi, my dear Xiao Xi, may you find happiness. The Qin family will surely protect you," Zhang's father murmured to himself, as if seeking solace or perhaps in prayer for something. Outside the villa, Zhang Xi had already approached Qin Yuning's car. Taking a moment to steady his emotions, he slowly opened the car door and stepped inside. Once seated, he was met with Qin Yuning's ambiguous gaze, a smile that was neither fully cheerful nor entirely discontent. Zhang Xi felt a tingle at the nape of his neck, but steeled himself. Burrowing into Qin Yuning's embrace, in a deliberately sweet tone, he asked, "Wife, what troubles you? Has someone upset you?" Qin Yuning remained silent, her enigmatic eyes fixed on Zhang Xi. Leaning closer, she began to inhale his scent. "Darling, what prompted you to wear perfume?" she inquired, feigning nonchalance. Zhang Xi stiffened, his heart racing, yet he maintained a facade of calm. "Wife, I have an appointment with uncle and aunt, so I thought it appropriate to present myself more formally. If you dislike my perfume, I shall refrain from wearing it in the future," observing the adorable and innocent figure nestled in his arms. Qin Yuning smiled gently, tousling Zhang Xi's hair as she spoke with a hint of possessiveness. "Xiao Xi, you belong to me and only me. Anyone who dares to covet you shall face dire consequences." Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Zhang Xi swallowed hard, sensing that Qin Yuning might have uncovered something. Fortunately, she did not linger on the topic for long, swiftly transitioning to other matters. "When we arrive at my home, there is no need to be overly cautious. Relax and treat it as your own abode. That I will always be by your side, and no one, including the Qin family, shall dare to bully you." Zhang Xi nodded solemnly, feeling a profound sense of security in Qin Yuning's domineering presence. The car glided smoothly, soon halting at the entrance of an expansive estate. After brief discussions between the driver and security personnel, they proceeded into the estate, finally coming to a stop at the entrance of a villa. "Miss, we have arrived," announced the driver, Steward Qin, as he lowered the partition. Qin Yuning, who had been resting her eyes with Zhang, she cradled in her arms. Slowly opened her eyes. She gently nodded and shook Zhang Xi, who was peacefully dozing. With a yawn, Zhang Xi blinked sleepily. "Wife, have we arrived?" "Yes, we have not let it out." After a moment's pause, she added, "If you're still drowsy, I can carry you, and you may continue to sleep." The suggestion. Zhang Xi, who had been languid and dreamy, instantly perked up. What a ridiculous notion! A man, even if slightly shorter, cannot allow himself to be carried by a woman in broad daylight. What would become of my dignity? He thought to himself. Chapter 23. Steward Zhong watching Zhang Xi stand up decisively. He opened the car door and stepped out before Steward Qin could intervene. Qin Yuning raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, following Zhang Xi out of the vehicle. Stepping onto the solid floor, the refreshing air infused with soft sunlight was truly invigorating. Surveying the surroundings, the grandeur and opulence of the estate left Zhang Xi in awe. Having thought the Zhang family estate was sufficiently lavish, he now realized it was but a pale comparison to the Qin family's residence. Inwardly, he could only sigh at the magnificence of the Qin household. Meanwhile, a pair of warm hands enveloped Zhang Xi's waist, and a gentle head rested on his shoulder. The soft breaths tickled Zhang Xi's ear, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. "Oh, you like it?" Qin Yuning's voice, sweet and intoxicating, resonated in his ear. Taken aback, Zhang Xi momentarily pondered what she meant by like. Noticing his confusion, Qin Yuning chuckled softly again, continuing, "This estate, and me. Do you like them?" "Indeed," Zhang Xi replied without hesitation. It was absurd to think one could dislike beauty or wealth. It was impossible to reject both simultaneously. Just as they were wrapped in their tender exchange, an unwelcome interruption arrived. A middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform approached, standing quietly beside them without intruding on their moment. Feeling the presence of an outsider, Zhang Xi became slightly uneasy and quickly shook off Qin Yuning, who was passionately engaged with him. Qin Yuning, initially in high spirits, felt her mood dampen at the sudden disruption, though she understood her beloved's sensitivity. Reluctantly, she released her hold on Zhang Xi. Her gaze swept over the butler, who was seemingly trying to disappear into the ground, and a flicker of menace glinted in her eyes. The Qin family's butler, like many of their servants, had undergone special training and possessed remarkable skills. He was particularly attuned to the nuances of hostility. At that moment, Steward Zhong felt a wave of dread wash over him. He would never have volunteered for such a thankless task of delivering a message to the temperamental Miss Qin had it not been a direct order from the head of the family. He recalled the previous butler, who had been sent to deliver a message to Qin Yuning and had ended up hospitalized due to her wrath, ultimately leading to his premature retirement. That it was far too perilous. Observing the butler's forehead glistening with cold sweat and his tense demeanor, Zhang Xi could not help but wonder, was Qin Yuning truly that terrifying? As he glanced at her, he felt a sudden jolt. Perhaps she indeed was. With that thought, he reached out to pull Qin Yuning closer, not out of a sense of altruism, but rather from a deep-seated sympathy for the fellow worker, Steward Zhong. The volatile superior and the subservient underling were a familiar sight to him. Just as Zhang Xi reflected on his past life, he noticed Qin Yuning's expression softening. However, if only he knew that, as a fellow worker, Steward Zhong earned a salary of 10,000 a month, enjoyed a 9-to-5 schedule, and received countless benefits, while he himself barely scraped by with a few thousand in a month. Enduring a grueling cycle of life and death, it was questionable whether he could still feel sympathy for the butler. As the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate, Steward Zhong released a sigh of relief. Gently wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at Zhang Xi, a flicker of gratitude passing through his eyes. Though he kept his head lowered, he noticed Zhang Xi's subtle gestures. "Uncle Zhong, does my mother have any messages for us?" Qin Yuning inquired, interrupting the butler's thoughts. Chapter 24. Head of the Qin family. Upon hearing Qin Yuning's words, Steward Zhong snapped back to attention, his tone respectful yet cautious. "The head of the family awaits you both in the ancestral hall." He stole a glance at Qin Yuning, gauging her reaction, wiping his brow from time to time. However, Qin Yuning's mind was clearly elsewhere. Her brow furrowed, casting a shadow over her beautiful features, her elegance tinged with a hint of cloudiness. After delivering the message, Steward Zhang quickly retreated, unwilling to face the potential wrath of Qin Yuning. Having observed the butler's hasty departure, Zhang Xi found himself perplexed. Why did it seem like something was amiss? He furrowed his brow, and then suddenly recalled, "Oh, young master, you're the first man my lady has brought home." He mentally chided himself for failing to articulate this classic line from countless domineering romance novels. As he contemplated this, he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yuning, well aware of her past relationships. Yet, noticing her current mood, he quickly averted his gaze. Fortuitously, he preferred not to provoke any ill feelings. After standing in silence for a few moments, Qin Yuning took a deep breath to calm herself. Glancing at Zhang Xi, she softly said, "Xiao Xi, let us go." Zhang Xi was taken aback but nodded nonetheless. It was absurd to think his opinion held any weight. He silently scoffed at the notion as they walked hand in hand toward a certain part of the estate. Ever since Steward Zhang had mentioned the ancestral hall, Qin Yuning's mood had grown increasingly somber. Zhang Xi, adept at reading emotions, certainly noticed. However, he chose to remain indifferent. After all, Qin Yuning had navigated numerous storms at such a young age, managing a significant portion of the Qin family's enterprises. Surely, she could handle herself without his concern. Throughout their journey, Qin Yuning's expression remained dark and foreboding, as if the very air around her had grown oppressive. The servants they encountered along the way felt a shiver of fear as they passed her, instinctively quickening their pace. In contrast, Zhang Xi was rather carefree. Qin Yuning's gloom seemed to cast no shadow over his spirits, leaving him free to revel in the beauty of the surroundings. The scenery of the Qin family estate was indeed splendid, complete with fountains and rockeries, as well as a variety of precious flowers. After an indeterminate period of walking, Qin Yuning and Zhang Xi finally came to a halt before an ancient, elegant pavilion that stood like a venerable tree, showing the scars of time, weathering countless storms yet still rising majestically. Gazing up at the weathered and time-worn plaque, Zhang Xi softly murmured, "Ancestral Hall." Qin Yuning nodded, her voice hoarse. "This is the most significant place for the Qin family." Her tone turned wistful as she continued, "Our lineage has endured through the ages, and many heroes are interred here. This is the sacred ground of the Qin family, our spiritual pillar, as long as the ancestral hall stands. The Qin family shall not falter." Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing something, his tone tinged with incredulity. Such an important place for the Qin family. Would they allow an outsider like me to enter? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuning tightened her grip on Zhang Xi's hand, her tone becoming serious. "Xiao Xi, you are my husband, the future head of the Qin family." She looked at Zhang Xi with even greater gravity. "At the moment I claimed you, you became part of the Qin family." Zhang Xi's cheeks flushed. Was this something one could say in broad daylight? Qin Yuning chuckled softly, ruffling Zhang Xi's hair as she took his hand to lead him inside. Upon entering the ancestral hall, they were greeted by a multitude of ancient spirit tablets, their numbers overwhelming, with several incense burners still smoldering, the air thick with fragrant smoke. Kneeling on a mat before the tablets was a middle-aged woman, lost in contemplation of one of them. Dressed simply in plain garments, she exuded an air of nobility and cold elegance. Zhang Xi blinked in astonishment. This was none other than Qin Fengxi, the matriarch of one of the four great families of the capital, and one of the most powerful individuals in the world. Noticing their presence, Qin Fengxi remained still, her voice melodious and gentle. "You have arrived." "Yes, mother, I am here," Qin Yuning replied, stepping forward to personally light a stick of incense, reverently placing in the burner. After bowing several times, she knelt beside Qin Fengxi on the mat. With Qin Yuning occupied, Zhang Xi could only stand by, his large eyes blinking in surprise as he observed her respectful actions. Curling his lip in a silent judgment. A cultured scoundrel. Simultaneously, his eyes widened as he surveyed the surroundings of the ancestral hall. Before the spirit tablets, both Qin Yuning and Qin Fengxi's gazes were fixed on a particular tablet. Enveloped in a profound silence, their unspoken thoughts lingering in the air. After a moment, Zhang Xi withdrew his gaze, stifling a yawn, conceding to himself that he felt somewhat bored. His attention returned to the two figures before him. Just then, Qin Fengxi sighed softly, breaking the silence as she turned her gaze from the tablet to Qin Yuning. "Xiao Ning, You have not remembered a word of what I told you." Her tone remained gentle, yet Qin Yuning involuntarily tensed, her expression darkening. "Mother, can we not find a way around this?" Qin Yuning's lips parted slightly. Qin Fengxi sighed again, her eyes filled with love, concern, and an inexplicable disappointment as she looked at her daughter. "Xiaoning, I thought you understood." With that, she gracefully rose and approached Zhang Xi, scrutinizing the strikingly handsome young man before her with meticulous attention. Zhang Xi felt a shiver under her gaze, much like Qin Yuning. Qin Fengxi radiated an icy demeanor, exuding authority even when her expression was gentle. Despite her soft countenance, the subtle pressure she exerted made Zhang Xi uneasy. Suddenly, Qin Fengxi reached out, pinching Zhang Xi's cheek lightly. Her touch was not forceful, yet the chill of her hand sent a shiver down his spine. Zhang Xi felt his heart race. The weight of her presence was far more formidable than that of Qin Yuning. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, meeting her gaze with an unwavering composure, a polite smile gracing his lips. How amusing! A chuckle escaped Qin Fengxi's lips, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, her elegant brows arching like crescent moons. It was undeniable that Qin Fengxi had aged gracefully. Time had left no blemishes on her captivating visage, instead enhancing her allure with a unique resonance of maturity, tenderness, cold beauty, and nobility. Truly a paragon of beauty. Her laughter shattered the tension like a stone breaking through ice, melting the chill of the atmosphere. The pressure that had weighed upon Zhang Xi dissipated as Qin Fengxi reverted to the dignified and gentle mother. With a playful gesture, she lightly tapped Zhang Xi's nose before returning to Qin Yuning's side. "An interesting child," she remarked. Upon hearing this, the previously tense Qin Yuning exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing her face as she prepared to rise from the mat. "You are not to rise. Stay kneeling," Qin Fengxi commanded gently, her tone casual. Qin Yuning paused momentarily, yet obediently remained in position. Meanwhile, Qin Fengxi took her place on a nearby bench, her posture exuding grace. She waved Zhang Xi over with a soft invitation. "Child, come sit. Do not tire yourself." Zhang Xi rubbed his nose, casting a glance at Qin Yuning, who was dutifully kneeling, unable to suppress a smirk of delight at her predicament. He approached and sat beside Qin Fengxi. His posture impeccable, embodying the etiquette instilled in him over the years. Observing Zhang Xi's poised demeanor, Qin Fengxi nodded in satisfaction and poured him a cup of tea, gesturing for him to taste it. Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow. Feeling somewhat flattered, he reflected that when a world-class magnate personally served tea, the significance of that cup transformed entirely. His mind wandered back to a time when a renowned mogul had opened a car door for him. Now, in this life, a world-class figure was serving him tea. "How is it?" Qin Fengxi inquired. Zhang Xi snapped back to reality, glancing at the cup he had raised to his lips, taking a delicate sip to savor its essence. His thoughts raced as he recalled how tea connoisseurs described their experiences. Alas, he struggled to articulate his impressions that it is refreshing, rich, and delicate. He managed to stammer, deeply concerned about whether he had misremembered the nuances of tea tasting. Stealing a glance at Qin Fengxi, he noted her gentle smile as she set down her cup. "Child, do you have an understanding of tea tasting?" Qin Fengxi asked, her tone light yet curious. Zhang Xi hesitated, opting for silence. Silence is golden, he thought, harboring no intention of implying agreement. He would not be judged by her perceptions. It was her interpretation, not his doing. Noticing Zhang Xi's reticence, Qin Fengxi chuckled softly, glancing at Qin Yuning with a knowing expression. Unlike some, who only understand how to drink that so-called black coffee. The playful jab caused Qin Yuning's cheeks to flush with indignation. She longed to retort, "I have work to do. Brewing tea is more complicated than making coffee." Yet, a glance at her mother's knowing smile silenced her words. As Zhang, she reveled in the sight of Qin Yuning being playfully chastised by her mother. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps marrying Qin Yuning had its merits. If she dared to bully him, he could always seek refuge in Qin Fengxi's favor. With that thought, a smile crept onto his face. Qin Yuning, still kneeling, caught sight of Zhang Xi's smirk from the corner of her eye. Her fists clenched in frustration. Her expression darkened to an almost comical degree. Meanwhile, Qin Fengxi observed their subtle exchange, a smirk playing at her lips as she turned her gaze back to Zhang Xi. Her demeanor serious. "Child, have you vented your frustrations?" Zhang Xi was momentarily taken aback. His mind suddenly illuminated as he recalled everything that had transpired since his entrance into the ancestral hall. It dawned on him that Qin Fengxi was avenging him, causing a warmth to bloom within his heart. He nodded solemnly, reflecting on the reality that Qin Yuning had coerced him into submission by leveraging the Zhang family's enterprise against him. And though he was no mere clay figurine, it was impossible for him to remain entirely unperturbed. Despite having no familial ties to Qin Fengxi, her willingness to stand up for him filled him with profound gratitude. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhang Xi, a smirk played upon Qin Yuning's lips. The notion that a capitalist would engage in an endeavor fraught with labor, yet yielding no reward, was laughable. How could someone as astute as Qin Yuning be ignorant of the fact that her actions would inevitably sow seeds of resentment in her little cat? By orchestrating a charade of self-sacrifice with Qin Fengxi, she could not only alleviate Zhang Xi's grievances, but also cultivate his fondness for Qin Fengxi, thereby enhancing his sense of belonging to the Qin family. It was a plan that struck 3 birds with a single stone, requiring only a moment of kneeling on her part. Low cost, high yield. Was this not the quintessential investment favored by capitalists? What? You assert that the kneeling of the esteemed daughter of the Qin family is low cost. Nonsense, Qin Yuning retorted. Is it truly shameful for me to kneel before the ancestors of the Qin family? Must I explain myself to others? One could only conclude that Zhang Xi, having lived 2 lifetimes, was but a small rabbit in the presence of the 2 cunning foxes, Qin Yuning and Qin Fengxi. As the performance concluded, and the prince consort appeared quite satisfied, it was time to address serious matters. With this thought, Qin Fengxi elegantly finished the last sip of tea in her cup, then slowly rose to her feet. Approaching Zhang Xi, she gently assisted him to his feet, smiling as she playfully pinched his cheek. "All right, dear child, you have sipped your tea and vented your frustrations. It is time to return home." With those words, a thunderclap seemed to erupt, leaving both Zhang Xi and Qin Yuning momentarily stunned. "Mother, what are you saying?" Qin Yuning exclaimed, rising abruptly. The formidable psychological resilience honed through years in the business world allowed her to regain her composure, prompting her to question directly. Qin Fengxi's expression remained unchanged, her lips curling into a gentle smile, yet her tone was uncharacteristically authoritative. "Kneel." Qin Yuning was momentarily taken aback again, gritting her teeth, but ultimately, she unwillingly sank to her knees. Chapter 26 Departure. Upon witnessing Qin Yuning kneel obediently, Qin Fengxi turned to Zhang Xi, who was still in a state of shock, and could not help but pinch his cheek once more. Chuckling lightly, "Child, it's time to go. I shall have Butler Zhong escort you home." After a brief pause, she added, "Child, it is likely that you and Xiao Ning will not see each other for quite some time. However, dear, I am not one to separate lovers. As long as you and Xiao Ning are in love, you will surely be together. It is merely that Xiao Ning has some matters to attend to and cannot involve you. Take care, dear child. I have faith in you both." As Zhang Xi walked a distance away from the ancestral hall, he still felt somewhat dazed, the words of Qin Fengxi echoing in his mind. Turning to glance back at the hall, he could vaguely see Qin Yuning still kneeling on the mat. Taking a deep breath, he looked at his own hands, and truth be told, it felt surreal to have escaped from Qin Yuning so easily. Although, according to Qin Fengxi, this departure was only temporary, it was enough to fill Zhang Xi with elation. Forcing himself to suppress his excitement, he reflected on the arduous days he had endured previously. It had been mentioned how Zhang Xi lived in the Qin household, but due to certain circumstances, that part was edited out. Every day, his schedule was meticulously scientific and reasonable. For instance, he was required to rest before 10 p.m. and rise before 7 a.m. Frankly, this single rule was already unbearable for Zhang Xi. Furthermore, meals were to be consumed at specific times, and exercise was to be conducted at designated intervals. Most critically, the use of electronic devices was limited to no more than 30 minutes each day. Zhang Xi lamented, "I merely wish to open my eyes and behold the world, to experience its splendor, rather than be confined to the pool and gym, sweating away." The near-military lifestyle was too much for him to bear. As he was merely a child, utterly unprepared for such constraints. Coupled with Qin Yuning's excessive, controlling nature, whenever she was home, Zhang Xi had to remain by her side at all times. Let me reiterate, at all times. Though Qin Yuning was indeed very kind to him, he ultimately felt overwhelmed by her demands. Just as Zhang Xi was lost in thought, a figure suddenly flashed by him, jolting him back to reality. Raising his head, he found himself face to face with Butler Zhang, who had nearly fled in haste moments before. Upon noticing Zhang Xi's gaze, Butler Zhang immediately donned a refined smile and said, "Mr. Zhang, the master has asked me to escort you home." Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow, impressed by the efficiency, and promptly entered Butler Zhang's vehicle. After all, he intended to seize this hard-won opportunity. As the car started, Zhang Xi glanced back at the Qin estate, his expression wistful. Although his sudden return to freedom was unexpected and rife with doubts, he no longer cared. Nothing was more important than freedom. Inside the ancestral hall, Qin Yuning remained expressionless, her gaze fixed ahead as she knelt upright. Meanwhile, Qin Fengxi leisurely sipped her tea from her chair. Ever since Zhang Xi's departure, an eerie silence and tension enveloped the two. After finishing her last sip, Qin Fengxi gently set down her cup and approached Qin Yuning. Speaking softly, "What is this? Are you angry?" Qin Yuning remained silent, her face devoid of expression as she continued to kneel. With a sigh of exasperation, Qin Fengxi rubbed her temples. Indeed, her obstinate temperament mirrored her own. As a mother, she ought to indulge her child. Sighing again, her voice took on a somber tone. "Do you remember how your father died and how your grandfather met his end?" At those words, Qin Yuning stirred slightly, her eyes lifting but ultimately saying nothing. Qin Fengxi disregarded her silence, continuing, "There are rules within noble families, and it is adherence to these rules that allows them to endure through the ages, preventing their lineage from perishing within 2 or 3 generations. Additionally, I have left some traces regarding your coercion of the Zhang family. Any discerning person can uncover the reasons behind your actions." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuning abruptly lifted her head, her eyes flashing with hostility as she coldly regarded Qin Feng. And oh wonder, she thought, despite her meticulous precautions, the Zhang family had still managed to unearth the truth, causing her prolonged headache and even leading to difficulties with Zhang's father. How infuriating! Noticing the malice in Qin Yuning's gaze, Qin Fengxi merely snorted lightly, unfazed, and her tone shifted to one of mockery, tinged with a hint of amusement. "Moreover, yesterday I facilitated your engagement with that young master of the Ouyang family, and they have already consented." "What?" Qin Yuning gasped, unable to contain herself as she stood abruptly. Stay calm, do not feel compelled to thank me. After all, I am your mother, and it is my duty to consider your best interests." With that, she returned to her seat, poured 2 cups of tea, slid one across the table, and leisurely savored the other. Qin Yuning, with a darkened expression, approached Qin Fengxi, seating herself forcefully, and downed her tea in one go before slamming the cup onto the table. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as the cup disintegrated into a myriad of shards, evaporating 100,000 in less than a second. Qin Fengxi merely glanced at her, lifting an eyebrow in disdain. "You chew the peony like a cow. How tiresome." Qin Yuning's face turned darker, her chest heaving with indignation, her eyes ablaze with fury. Qin Fengxi took another delicate sip and looked up at the now completely enraged Qin Yuning, raising an eyebrow and teasing, "Truly, you are my daughter, having inherited my perfect physique. Well done, well done." Ate tea that moment, Qin Yuning felt as though she might faint from rage. "She is my mother. I cannot strike her. I cannot strike her." Qin Yuning chanted in her mind, striving to regain her composure. Decades of cultivation ultimately allowed her to wrestle her rationality from the brink of explosion, desperately clinging to this last vestige of clarity. With great difficulty, she reseated herself, poured another cup of tea, and began to sip slowly. However, the slight tremor in her hand and the flickers of intensity in her eyes betrayed her true emotional state, revealing that her exterior calm did not mirror her inner turmoil. Observing Qin Yuning's swift return to composure, Qin Fengxi nodded in satisfaction, feeling that her years of guidance were not in vain. "Why?" Qin Yuning asked in a low voice, her cold pupils threatening to erupt with flames. Qin Fengxi set down her cup, cleared her throat, and adopted a serious tone. "The family trials have commenced." "What?" Qin Yuning gasped again. nearly losing her grip on the teacup as the liquid spilled over her hand. Yet, she seemed utterly oblivious, her gaze fixed on Qin Fengxi in a daze. Qin Fengxi appeared to recall something, a hint of awkwardness creeping in her voice. I seem to have had a bit of bad luck. I rolled a 2. What? Qin Yuning's face had turned a deep shade of anger. Did you not claim that your luck has always been exceptional? At least enough to draw a card above 25, allowing me to rest easy in finding you a son-in-law. Qin Yuning's voice had grown hoarse, and, as she uttered the final words, they came out almost through gritted teeth. After a long pause, Qin Yuning made an effort to calm her emotions and continued. When did this begin? Her tone was unkind and even trembled slightly. At this moment, Qin Fengxi felt quite guilty. Unable to meet Qin Yuning's gaze, seeing this expression on Qin Fengxi's face made Qin Yuning's heart skip a beat. I ask you, when did it start? Qin Yuning's voice became even more hoarse. Qin Fengxi furrowed her brow, her tone turning sour. Irritated, she replied, 3 days from now, what of it? Your mother has been astute and formidable in the business world for many years. My luck has never faltered. It was merely a moment's slip this time. My luck in drawing lots was a bit off. When was this decided? Qin Yuning gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress the urge to strike out. She repeatedly reminded herself, she is my mother, she is my mother. Half a month prior, Qin Fengxi swallowed hard, her guilt palpable. You. Qin Yuning was rendered speechless with rage. Her entire being seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. Collapsing into the chair, that moment, she understood everything. It was no wonder that the family meeting a month ago had decided on this matter, yet it was only now revealed to her. Clearly, guilt was at play. Now it seemed that had she not genuinely sought a son-in-law for her in these past few days to ensure his safety, she likely would have kept the impending family assessment from her until the very day it was to occur. At this juncture, it was imperative to elucidate the evaluation of the Qin family's head. The Qin family is divided into 10 branches, scattered across the nation. Originally, there was no distinction between main and subsidiary branches. Yet the Qin family necessitates a primary lineage to ensure the longevity of a noble family. There must be an exceptional heir to determine the most outstanding successor. The children of the current head of the Qin family are utilized as a benchmark. Upon reaching the age of 18, children from the other 9 branches of the Qin family, of similar age, partake in a rigorous assessment. Each child is allocated equal resources to develop their own companies, which do not belong to the Qin family. After 3 years, based on the operational success of these companies, the top 3 are selected for the final head assessment. However, to protect the heirs of the Qin family from external threats, the timing of the final evaluation is determined entirely by a lottery, ensuring absolute randomness, conducted before the senior members of the other 9 branches at a high-level family meeting, thus guaranteeing fairness. The lottery encompasses a 6-year window from the head child's 21st to 27th birthday. Fortunately, Qin Fengxi drew the number 22, indicating that the family trial would commence when Qin Yuning turned 22. Moreover, crucially, the assessment was set to begin in 3 days. Qin Yuning remained slumped in her chair for a considerable time, finally regaining her composure. Qin Fengxi was indeed correct. Qin Yuning should be grateful to her. Once the family trial commenced, the Qin family would inevitably find itself in the spotlight, and Qin Yuning, alongside the other 2 evaluators, would be at the very center of it all. If at this moment, Zhang Xi were to be entangled with her, and she were to publicly declare him as her husband, his safety would almost certainly be jeopardized by rival factions opposing the Qin family, placing him at risk of being captured and used as leverage against Qin Yuning. One might wonder, can the Qin family not protect Zhang Xi? The answer remains uncertain, as Qin Yuning's father and grandfather had indeed perished during this very assessment. In such perilous times, thrusting Zhang Xi into this tumult and enlisting the Ouyang family, one of the 4 prominent families of the capital, as a scapegoat by using their eldest son as a shield, is undeniably a sagacious decision. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Qin Yuning's mind raced with myriad thoughts. Just this morning, she had only recently confirmed her marriage to Zhang Xi, and now she was contemplating casting him aside, sending him home. After this tempest subsides, how would she placate her little cat? It was indeed a troublesome dilemma. Noticing Qin Yuning's relaxation, Qin Fengxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her palms. What a joke. She was already advanced in age, bearing numerous hidden injuries. If Qin Yuning truly acted out, she might not stand a chance. Pouring more tea for both of them, Qin Fengxi raised her cup and took a delicate sip. Her tone filled with pride. I have left evidence of your coercion of Zhang Xi, and now I've sent him home. Many will witness this, and I shall stoke the flames further, spreading the word that Zhang Xi's reputation will suffer. Those in the know may speculate that he was abandoned by you, the esteemed young lady of the Qin family, once you grew weary of him. Thus, during your assessment, you need not worry about suitors from the Zhang family approaching. The duck that is about to land will not fly away. Then, with a deft hand, she would announce your engagement to the young master of the Ouyang family today, but a perfect plan, indeed. Her tone grew increasingly self-satisfied as she patted Qin Yuning on the shoulder. Speaking earnestly, child, there is still much for you to learn. Yet, regrettably, Qin Fengxi remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Yuning's expression had darkened considerably. Clenching her fists, Qin Yuning's voice turned frigid. So, you intend to leave Zhang Xi to face the rumors and pressures alone? Qin Fengxi raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze squarely on Qin Yuning, scrutinizing her from head to toe. This appraisal left Qin Yuning feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as if she were being regarded as a fool. What else? Can you conceive of a better strategy that would both extricate Zhang Xi from the whirlwind and ensure his safety, while also guaranteeing that he would not be taken away by another? She said, clearing her throat awkwardly out of course. While it may not be entirely honorable, those who achieve great things often overlook the finer details. I believe you will surely be able to win Zhang Xi back. After all, you are my daughter. With that, she stood and walked before Qin Yuning, earnestly patting her shoulder. Qin Yuning took a deep breath, her gaze complex as she regarded Qin Feng 11. It could only be said that the old fox was indeed astute. While her schemes may be somewhat unscrupulous, they were, nevertheless, simple and effective, leaving Qin Yuning at a loss for any rebuttal. Observing Qin Yuning's lowered head, appearing weary and distracted, Qin Fengxi playfully pinched her nose. What's the matter? Is this the psychological fortitude of the esteemed young lady of the Qin family? TSK, I haven't even finished speaking, and you've wilted like this if I were to finish. You might just go mad right here. Upon hearing Qin Fengxi's words, Qin Yuning's pupils constricted, and her expression froze. She fixed her gaze intently on Qin Fengxi, enunciating each word. What did you say? Qin Yuning found it hard to fathom that there was anything she was unaware of. Qin Fengxi chuckled, her tone teasing, You really don't want to know what's going on now. So let us leave it be. Once you pass the family assessment and become the true heir of the Qin family, I'll tell you everything. With that, her gaze deepened as she looked into the distance to tea that moment. She regained the imposing presence of the head of the Qin family. Cold, noble, and decisive. Her tone became somewhat ethereal. One must not draw the bow too tightly, nor sharpen the sword too thinly. Misfortune cannot descend upon you all at once. Saying this, she turned back, gently smoothing the loose strands of Qin Yuning's hair. All right, no more questions. What you should focus on now is how to surpass the assessment and become the true heir of the Qin family. Your mother will bear some of the burden for a while. Once you become the heir, the responsibility will fall to you. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer. Chapter 28. Returning home to cook, the scene shifted as butler Zhang escorted the weary Zhang Xi to the Zhang family's villa. After parking the car, butler Zhang gently called out to Zhang Xi, Sir, you have arrived home. Please wake up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi rubbed his bleary eyes, yawning before finally clearing his vision. Looking at the villa not far from the car window, he acknowledged with a nod, gathering his belongings to exit the vehicle. That moment, butler Zhang had already hastily exited the car, opening the door for Zhang Xi, bowing slightly in a gesture of invitation. Zhang Xi nodded in appreciation and stepped out of the car, glancing at the sky. It's getting late. It's just about time for dinner. Zhang Xi contemplated silently, her hand instinctively brushing against her belly. A fleeting glance revealed butler Zhang closing the rear car door, preparing to return to the driver's seat and depart. A sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to call out to butler Zhang before he could leave. Although puzzled, butler Zhang respectfully turned back and approached her, waiting attentively. Zhang Xi scratched her head, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The words she wanted to express seemed to verge on social suicide. Yet, remaining silent would leave her with a sense of regret. After a brief internal struggle, she resolved not to harbor any regrets. After all, one's face could be lost, but it could be cleaned and reused. Am I the first boy you brought home, miss? She managed to say, feeling a tinge of shame as she forced the words out. A flicker of confusion passed across Butler Zhong's face. But he answered earnestly, "Yes, sir. You're the only boy Miss has ever brought home." Satisfied, Zhang Xi nodded, realizing that the narrative of her reality was finally coming to a close. She patted Butler Zhong on the shoulder. Speaking earnestly, "Thank you, Uncle Zhong, for your assistance. Please take care on your way back. I'll want to see you off." With that, she turned and walked towards the villa. Beside the car, Butler Zhong, though slightly bewildered, simply shook his head and returned to the driver's south seat to drive away. As she made her way to the villa, Zhang Xi hummed a cheerful tune, skipping along, her smile almost reaching the heavens, a clear indication of her buoyant spirits. Upon opening the grand door of the villa, she found the hall eerily empty, the only sight being her father languishing in a chair. The bright lights cast a long shadow, making him appear immensely desolate and solitary. Zhang Xi furrowed her brow, but tiptoed closer to her father, careful not to disturb him. Standing before him, her heart suddenly ached. At that moment, her father looked worn and haggard, as if he had aged a decade overnight, his eyes still glistening with unspent tears, embodying a profound sense of despair and fatigue, devoid of his former vigor and charisma in the business world. The pain in Zhang Xi's heart intensified, while she remained oblivious to the reasons behind her father's current state. She could sense that it was intrinsically linked to her. She stood quietly beside him, gazing at her father for quite some time, before letting out a soft sigh. She ascended the stairs to retrieve a fresh blanket, gently draping it over him. The family's maid was likely on leave today, leaving the house feeling rather desolate. Zhang's father had toiled for so long on her behalf, and she felt it was best not to rouse him from his much-deserved rest. Tiptoeing into the kitchen, Zhang Xi resolved to prepare a meal for both her father and sister. In her previous life, she had never been fond of takeout. She always preferred to cook for herself. Years of practice had honed her culinary skills quite nicely. As she entered the kitchen, a memory struck her. When the maids were off, it was her sister Zhang Ting who took it upon herself to prepare meals. It seemed like ages ago when Zhang Ting had come across a saying, "To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach." Since then, during her free time, Zhang Ting had enrolled in a culinary training program and mastered culinary skills that left the original owner of this body in awe. Nostalgia brought a faint smile to Zhang Xi's lips, but the thought of Zhang Ting being unrelated by blood and having harbored a craving for her for 18 years brought a pang of headache. Although she had managed to escape the clutches of the wolf-like Qin Yuning, she still had to contend with another predator at home. Reflecting on the vastness of the world, she felt a pang of bitterness. Despite her swirling thoughts, Zhang Xi's hands moved deftly as she began to create a feast from the ingredients in the refrigerator. Mei kai ko ro, xiao, chao huang yo, bao gong ji ding. And tomato egg soup. Each dish was crafted with care, showcasing her culinary prowess, and ultimately arranged on a tray. Taking a deep breath, she nodded in satisfaction. Her skills had not diminished. Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhang's father, previously resting with his eyes closed, caught a whiff of the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen. He sniffed, yawned, and slowly opened his eyes, following the scent to the kitchen, his gaze catching the blanket draped over him, eliciting a bemused smile that a warmth spread through his heart. His daughter had grown up and learned to care for others. At that moment, Zhang's father was unaware that Zhang Xi had returned, mistakenly assuming it was Zhang Ting. As usual, cooking while the maids were on leave, as he pondered, Zhang Xi emerged from the kitchen with the dishes. Hearing the commotion, Zhang's father lifted his head, intending to praise his wonderful daughter. However, upon seeing Zhang Xi, he froze, rubbing his eyes. "I must be dreaming of Xiao Xi, hoping this dream lasts a little longer so I can spend more time with her." Hearing her father's murmured words, Zhang Xi felt a pang of sympathy. In the days she had spent away from home, she had been at Qin Yuning's residence. Finally returning home, she had not stayed long before being swept back into the Qin household, indeed having not spent quality time with her father for a while. She gently placed the dishes on the table, forcing down her sorrow, mustering a smile as she softly said, "Dad, what are you thinking about? You're not dreaming. I'm Zhang Xi." "What?" Zhang's father blinked in disbelief. Casting a skeptical glance at Zhang Xi, gritting his teeth, he pinched his arm, the sharp pain making him wince. "Wow, this dream feels remarkably real. Even the pain is so vivid." He glanced at Zhang Xi with newfound curiosity. Unable to suppress a sigh, Zhang Xi raised her hand to her forehead. "When I was 2, you tried to lift me high, and I ended up soaking you with my urine. When I was 3, wanting milk, I bit you while you were asleep." Hearing Zhang Xi recount their private, embarrassing moments, Zhang's father quickly interrupted. "Stop, stop, stop. I believe you. I'm not dreaming," he then muttered under his breath. "You little rascal, such old stories. I almost forgot them until you reminded me." Zhang Xi smiled, having placed the tray on the table, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, Zhang's father sniffed, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "Zhang Xi, when did you learn to cook?" At this question, Zhang Xi's heart skipped a beat. Her intention was merely to do something to compensate for her father's love, forgetting that the original owner of this body was not proficient in cooking. Her mind raced as she quickly conjured a smile. I learned to cook while staying at Qin Yuning's house these past few days. Oh, Zhang's father pondered, but did not dwell on it further. He smiled and said, "Then I shall savor Zhao Xi's culinary skills." Zhang Xi nodded gently and began to survey her surroundings, asking curiously, "Where's sister? Xiaoting should be upstairs. Go call her down." "All right," Zhang Xi replied, ascending the staircase. Watching her disappear upstairs and glancing at the delightful spread on the table, Zhang's father contemplated whether he should sample a bite first. Upstairs, Zhang Xi approached Zhang Ting's room and knocked on the door. But there was no response. "Sister, are you there?" she called, pressing her ear against the door, and no answer. After several attempts, she frowned, suddenly struck by an unsettling thought. Could Zhang Ting be doing something foolish because of my departure? The notion ignited a wildfire of worry in her heart. Growing increasingly anxious, Zhang Xi twisted the doorknob, the door creaking open to reveal that Zhang Ting had not locked it. Elated, she stepped inside. Zhang Ting's room was exceedingly simple, elegant, and spacious, devoid of the typical frills favored by young girls. The desk was cluttered with books, and the bed bore only a plain blanket and a single pillow. Surveying the room, Zhang Xi was met with an unsettling emptiness. Swallowing hard, she suddenly recalled that in movies, girls often resorted to self-harm in the restroom. Casting a glance toward the adjacent bathroom, she steeled herself and pushed the door open, her heart racing with trepidation. Upon finding the bathroom empty, her bewilderment deepened. "Where is she?" Zhang Xi scratched her head in confusion. Then, a light bulb moment struck her, and she hurriedly made her way to her own room. Bursting through the door, she was relieved to discover Zhang Ting lying on her bed, tightly cocooned in a blanket. Her disheveled hair and swollen eyes indicated that she had recently been crying. Zhang Xi shook her head in exasperation. "Is she asleep?" Contemplating, a hint of hesitation washed over Zhang Xi as she pondered whether to rouse her. Just as Zhang Xi vacillated, Zhang Ting seemed to sense something amiss. She rubbed her drowsy eyes and sat up abruptly. Zhang Ting blinked her alluring peach blossom eyes, staring blankly at Zhang Xi, who sat by her bedside, and instantly became alert. Meeting Zhang Xi's astonished gaze, she pounced like a tiger descending the mountain, knocking Zhang Xi back onto the bed. Gently inhaling the unique fragrance of the enchanting demon emanating from Zhang Xi's body, she appeared transformed into a lovesick maiden, her eyes gleaming with infatuation. "Zhao Xi, my body truly understands me. It knows I yearn for you, allowing me to see you in my dreams. Zhao Xi, so it turns out this is a dream. In that case, I shall indulge in you." Her voice was deep yet melodious. As she spoke, a flurry of delicate kisses began to fall like raindrops, unceasing and tender. This content may not pass scrutiny. After a tempest, the world finally settled into tranquility. Zhang Xi, expressionless, wiped the drool from her face, her clothing torn and revealing a plunging neckline that displayed a breathtaking view. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting had transformed into a beleaguered little puppy, sitting at the edge of the bed with a pout. Her lips were slightly swollen, and there were faint bite marks on her arms, remnants of Zhang Xi's attempts to awaken her. Zhang Xi, how come you're back? I thought you were still at the Qin residence. Zhang Ting cautiously glanced at Zhang Xi from the corner of her eye, speaking softly. Zhang Xi had no choice but to explain her experiences. Upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, Zhang Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement. You mean it was the head of the Qin family who sent you back? Humph, the head of the Qin family is blind to your worth. Xiao Xi she spoke. She would occasionally comfort Zhang Xi. Yet, the smile that could no longer be contained at the corners of her mouth and her increasingly peculiar tone unveiled the turmoil within Zhang Ting's heart. Zhang Xi, observing her sister's struggle to maintain a facade of sympathy while her smile betrayed her, couldn't help but sigh and refrain from adding that the head of the Qin family leaving her might very well be temporary. After tidying up, Zhang Xi dressed anew, and, with Zhang Ting's cheeks flushed and her smile broad, they descended the stairs to the dining table. Downstairs, Zhang's father was leisurely wiping his mouth with a napkin. Watching the two as they came down, he discreetly tucked the napkin away and disposed of it in the trash. Maintaining a gentle smile on his face, the two took their seats. The family of three was finally gathered. Glancing at the sumptuous dishes on the table, Zhang Ting expressed surprise and turned to Zhang Xi, her tone enigmatic. Xiao Xi, did you prepare this? When did you learn to cook? Zhang Xi nodded and reiterated what she had told their father to Zhang Ting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting frowned slightly, her expression one of displeasure. How could Qin Yuning treat you this way? Cooking is something a nanny could easily handle. Qin Yuning truly doesn't understand how to cherish you. She glanced at Zhang Xi and added with an inexplicable tone, unlike an older sister, who only knows how to dote on her younger brother and prepares delicious meals for him. Zhang Xi scratched her head awkwardly, hastily urging both to begin their meal. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and affectionate, with the trio frequently reminiscing about past amusing incidents, making for a delightful dining experience. After the meal, Zhang Xi and her father moved to the sofa to engage in casual conversation. Naturally, the noble task of tidying up fell to the caring Zhang Ting. Once she had cleared all the plates back to the kitchen and the room was left with just the two of them, Zhang's father, seemingly casually, asked, Xiao Xi, how come you're back? Earlier, he had refrained from asking out of concern for Zhang Xi's emotions. But now that he perceived her mood appeared satisfactory, he began to inquire. He spoke carefully, observing Zhang Xi's reaction, anxious that her feelings might be awry. After all, in Zhang's father's view, it seemed that Qin Yuning and Zhang Xi were indeed deeply in love. Chapter 30. The cat. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhang Xi was momentarily taken aback, yet she smiled and repeated to her father what she had said to Zhang Ting, as her voice fell. Zhang's father fell into a prolonged contemplation, his brow furrowed. Unlike Zhang Ting's jubilant reaction to the news, Zhang's father was privy to more information, which weighed heavily on his heart. After a moment's silence, he collected himself and began to inquire about the details of the situation. Thus, Zhang Xi meticulously recounted the events from beginning to end. When Zhang's father learned that Qin Mu had mentioned Qin Yuning had some matters to attend to, and that Zhang Xi was not in a position to participate, his tightly knit brows suddenly relaxed. The Zhang family had stood firm in the capital for many years and, of course, was well aware of the Qin family's customs. It seemed he understood something upon reflection. After all, considering Zhang Xi's disposition, even if she were to dismantle the entire Qin family, the members of the Qin family would likely greet her with smiles, perhaps even cheering her on. Looking up at Zhang Xi, he gently reassured her, Xiao Xi, do not be sad. The Qin family is likely facing some turmoil at present. It is for the best that you left. The head of the Qin family likely sent you away to protect you. After a pause, he continued, for the time being, it would be wise to avoid contact with Qin Yuning to prevent any waves from affecting you. Rest assured, this turmoil should not last long. Soon Qin Yuning will take the initiative to bring you back to the Qin family. Zhang Xi raised her brows, offering a wry smile, yet ultimately refrained from providing any further explanation. She chatted with her father for a while longer before rising to head upstairs to rest. Upon entering her room, she locked the door and casually reclined on her bed, the words of her father still echoing in her mind. Judging by her father's tone, Zhang Xi was certain he must know something that it seemed that what Qin Fengxi suggested was indeed true. This separation from Qin Yuning was likely to be but a fleeting one. Only moments ago, she had still held onto a flicker of hope, thinking that Qin Fengxi's urging for her to leave the Qin residence stemmed from disinterest, believing her unworthy of Qin Yuning, and that those words were merely to placate Qin Yuning while preserving her own dignity. Sighing softly, she rubbed her slightly throbbing head, initially intending to linger at home for a couple of days to accompany her father and sister. However, it now felt as if time was slipping away too quickly. If she didn't prepare promptly, when Qin Yuning resolved her affairs and became available again, she would find herself imprisoned in the attic. Reduced to her gilded cage, this wouldn't do. Zhang Xi suddenly pounded the bed, sitting up abruptly. In her haste, she collided directly into a warm and soft embrace, the familiar fragrance enveloping her senses, causing her to feel dizzy. With a startled cry, Zhang Xi felt weightless as the owner of the embrace lifted her effortlessly. Struggling to extricate her head from the embrace, she was met with the gentle visage of Zhang Ting. However, at that moment, Zhang Ting appeared slightly peculiar, lightly biting her lip, her eyes glazed, her cheeks flushed, and breathing heavily. "Sister, what are you doing?" Zhang Xi stammered, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Zhang Ting leaned closer, her breath ghosting over Zhang Xi's cheek, her tone laced with seduction. "Xiao Xi, how about I help you take a bath?" Initially, Zhang Xi felt a wave of warmth and heat on her cheeks. But upon hearing those words, she snapped back to reality and hastily declined her refusal. Zhang Ting's expression turned icy, tightening her grip around Zhang Xi, their hearts beating in synchrony. "Xiao Xi, why reject me? Do you dislike your sister? Now that wretched Qin Yuning is no longer a hindrance, why do you resist? Are you still unable to forget that vile Qin Yuning?" Her nearly gritted teeth whispers sent shivers down Zhang Xi's spine. This was bad. The home was truly no longer safe. Tomorrow, she must move out. Zhang Xi felt a bitter pang in her heart, a silent scream echoing within her, regardless of how bitter her heart felt. The storm of reality was inescapable. She had to confront it. Observing Zhang Ting's expression growing colder, her eyes taking on a crimson hue, Zhang Xi clenched her teeth and resorted to an old method. Leaning in to firmly silence Zhang Ting's lips. Indeed, the method proved effective. After a tempestuous exchange, Zhang Ting collapsed onto the bed, still clutching Zhang Xi, lost in a daze. Watching her sister's dazed expression, as if reliving the recent ecstasy, Zhang Xi gritted her teeth, forcibly disentangling herself from Zhang Ting's embrace and sprinting towards the bathroom. With a resounding thud, she slammed the bathroom door shut behind her. Zhang Ting lifted her head. Gazing at the bathroom door she had just closed, a sly smile creeping on her lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. Inside the bathroom, Zhang Xi hurriedly splashed cold water on her face to quell the heat coursing through her body. Staring into a mirror at her own face, which could only be described as a calamity for nations, she found herself bewildered. Zhang Xi could not comprehend why she felt so devoid of boundaries. After possessing Qin Yuning, she found herself overwhelmed by her obsessive nature and her capricious moods, ultimately deciding to flee. Yet, in the presence of Zhang Ting, she entertained the notion of affection, reveling in their intimacy, while inwardly not entirely averse to such closeness, even harboring a flicker of anticipation. Did Zhang Xi truly harbor feelings for both of them? Perhaps there's a hint of truth to that. Yet undoubtedly, the greater inclination is towards carnal desires. If only I could be a scoundrel. Zhang Xi could not help but self-mock. Before her extraordinary journey, Zhang Xi was merely an ordinary worker, with aspirations of finding a kindred spirit to share a lifetime of mutual affection. Zhang Ting and Qin Yuning, both delicate souls, were akin to two fragile flowers that could seclude themselves in a dark room, wielding love as a whip. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. I must swiftly seek out another formidable dragon to contend against the Qin family, and leverage its power to make my escape. Although this may seem rather unscrupulous and unfair to Qin Yuning and Zhang Ting, it appears that since we cannot lead a stable life together, departing early could be beneficial for all involved. With that thought, Zhang Xi resolutely shook her head, solidifying her life's direction. Just as Zhang Xi was filling the bathtub with water, preparing to disrobe and immerse herself, a sharp click echoed as the bathroom door swung open. Zhang Xi froze momentarily, turning her head stiffly to find herself locked in a gaze with Zhang Ting. In an instant, her expression froze, as she mentally berated herself for her foolishness in forgetting that Zhang Ting could easily open the door to her sanctuary. Observing Zhang Ting's unwavering stare, filled with infatuation, the glisten at the corner of her mouth was unmistakable. Zhang Xi took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. Chapter 31. Sleep with me, Zhang. She struggled to muster a smile, feigning composure as she softly spoke. How did you get in? I am about to take a bath. Please leave. Zhang Ting swallowed hard, reluctantly averting her gaze, though her eyes remained ablaze. Xiao Shi, you are mine. Before I indulge in you, I must first ensure you are clean. With that, she advanced towards Zhang Xi. That moment, Zhang Xi's expression became increasingly strained. Having just affirmed her feelings, she realized she did not harbor any affection for Zhang Ting, and that their relationship could not possibly endure. Therefore, it was imperative to avoid further mistakes. Resolutely, Zhang Xi pushed away Zhang Ting's delicate hand, witnessing the gradual darkening of her expression. Though a twinge of guilt gnawed at her, her stance remained unwavering. Albeit with a slight tremor in her voice, Zhang Ting, I see you only as a friend. It's impossible for us. Please let me go. Zhang Ting paused, momentarily stunned, before an incredulous smile spread across her face. She stepped forward, disregarding Zhang Xi's struggles, and embraced her fiercely. Leaning in close, she whispered, You've touched and kissed me. Am I merely your friend, Xiao Shi? Are you saying your previous declarations of love were mere fabrications? Her tone grew increasingly frigid, the last few words seeming to be forced from her throat. Hearing Zhang Ting's accusations, Zhang Xi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her voice faltering yet resolute. Zhang Ting, you coerced me into this, did you not? This statement appeared to ignite Zhang Ting's fury, her eyes instantly ablaze with rage. She seized the thrashing Zhang Xi and thrust her into the bathtub, pinning her down. Xiao Shi, after all this time I've cared for you. Can you not feel it? Or is your heart still with that wretched Qin Yuning, and I am merely a passing fancy? Her words grew increasingly frantic, her grievances spilling forth. With fervor, she began to tear at Zhang Xi's clothing, her desires laid bare. Witnessing Zhang Ting's wild transformation, Zhang Xi's heart sank, knowing well that Zhang Ting was also a delicate soul. She wondered why she had provoked her further. She should have seized the opportunity to escape. As Zhang Xi's mind raced with despair, the situation began to spiral out of control. The words, I only see you as a friend, lingered unspoken on her lips, just as her clothes were about to be stripped away and Zhang Ting's hands neared forbidden territories. Zhang Xi steeled herself. So be it. I shall cast caution to the wind. Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears, the culmination of her grievances and current indignation spilling forth in a heart-wrenching wail that would move anyone who heard it to tears. The weapon of tears proved effective. Upon hearing Zhang Xi's anguished cries, the fervor in Zhang Ting's gaze dissipated, replaced by confusion and concern. Recognizing the impact of her tears, Zhang Xi rubbed her nose, intensifying her sobs. Tears can serve as both a catalyst and a calming agent. Wielded not only as a weapon by women, but equally by any. As Zhang Xi's cries grew louder, Zhang Ting became increasingly flustered, quickly enveloping her in a comforting embrace, stammering softly, Xiao Shi, please don't cry. I was wrong. Zhang Xi blinked through her tear-stained eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Zhang Ting, all I wanted was to take a bath in peace. Could you please step outside for a moment? Zhang Ting furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, gazing deeply at Zhang Xi before nodding and turning to leave. Watching her sister exit and close the bathroom door, Zhang Xi exhaled a sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, IT was fortunate that the original owner understood her sister Zhang Ting well enough to recognize her innocent and kind-hearted nature, which could not bear to see her distressed. Otherwise, Zhang Xi might have faced dire consequences. Simultaneously, she silently praised her luck. At least it wasn't that lunatic Qin Yuning. Had it been her, the more Zhang Xi cried, the more exhilarated she would become. After a moment of relief, her worries resurfaced about how to manage Zhang Ting outside. She could hardly continue crying. What a joke. I am a man after all, with a heart full of trepidation. Zhang Xi wished she could remain in the bathroom for the night. After some time, observing her body redden from scrubbing, Zhang Xi sighed, gritted her teeth, and climbed out of the bathtub. She began to dry herself and blow-dry her hair. Subsequently, she retrieved the most modest pajamas from a wardrobe dedicated to sleepwear. Wrapping herself securely, dressed, she stood at the bathroom door, taking several deep breaths to calm herself before cautiously opening the door crack. Peeking through the gap, she noticed Zhang Ting had already made her bed, lying down with only her head visible. Zhang Xi couldn't suppress a sigh, realizing there was no escaping this situation. Carefully pushing the bathroom door open, she tiptoed towards the BAT that moment. Zhang Ting was lost in thought, staring blankly at the ceiling, her brow furrowed, oblivious to Zhang Xi's presence until she reached the bedside. In an instant, the emptiness in Zhang Ting's gaze was replaced by warmth and excitement. It must be said, a handsome man emerging from a bath, with skin more supple than water, exudes allure far beyond that of mist. Zhang Xi was not the archetypal masculine figure, but leaned more towards the elegance and delicacy of scholar. Furthermore, her modest attire only enhanced the air of enigmatic temptation surrounding her. Zhang Ting found herself momentarily entranced, her throat dry. Sensing this intensity, Zhang Xi grew wary. Zhang Ting seemed poised to leap upon her at any moment. Simultaneously, she felt a headache coming on, lamenting her own striking looks. What a burden it was, every smile and frown exuding charm. This silence enveloped the room. The atmosphere turned increasingly peculiar. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Xi could no longer contain herself and spoke first. Zhang Ting, I'm going to sleep. Then aren't you going back to your own room? Zhang Ting smiled, reaching out to ruffle Zhang Xi's hair. But upon seeing the resistance in her eyes, she sighed softly, ultimately lowering her hand. Gazing at Zhang Xi, she patted the space beside her, gently suggesting, let's sleep together. Noting the wariness in Zhang Xi's eyes, she added, rest assured, I won't touch you. Seeing Zhang Xi shift slightly, seemingly hesitant, Zhang Ting's tone grew more pleading, sleep with me. I promise, I won't touch you. After a brief pause, she continued with a playful lilt. Of course, if Xiaoxi is unwilling, I shall simply have to cling to my little brother. Chapter 32. I will pursue you upon hearing Zhang Ting's words. Zhang Xi swallowed hard, squirming a bit before ultimately complying. Slipping under the covers, though she positioned herself as close to the edge as possible, her body taut and her gaze warily fixed on Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. It seemed that the little lamb she had nurtured for 18 years had developed a rebellious streak. Xiaoxi, do you dislike me? As the atmosphere grew increasingly surreal, Zhang Ting could no longer hold back and spoke first. Zhang Xi fell silent. Did she truly dislike Zhang Ting? It is not to such an extent. After all, Zhang Ting shares countless beautiful memories with the original owner, and her face is certainly enough to withstand scrutiny. Disliking a beautiful woman is one thing, but harboring resentment towards a beauty who has always treated one well since childhood is, as Zhang Xi expresses, truly unwarranted. However, Zhang Ting's Yandere tendencies undeniably trouble Zhang Xi. If she does not maintain her distance, it is quite possible she will confine him to a dark room one day, wielding love as her whip. This thought sends a shiver down his spine. And just then, a cool and slippery sensation creeps up his face, startling Zhang Xi awake. Looking over, he realizes that Zhang Ting has unknowingly nestled beside him, her beautiful eyes glistening with affection, unabashedly staring at him. Simultaneously, a delicate hand caresses his face. Zhang Xi feels his body stiffen, paralyzed with fear, gazing back at Zhang Ting, terrified she might suddenly transform into a fierce tiger and devour him whole. Just as his tension reaches its peak, Zhang Ting refrains from any further intimate gestures, merely grasping Zhang Xi's shoulders and forcefully pulling him back from the edge of the bed. Why keep such a distance? I won't bite, she pouts playfully. Hearing her slightly petulant tone, Zhang Xi rolls his eyes but refrains from voicing his thoughts, keeping a wary gaze fixed on her. Xiaoxi, may I pursue you? What? Zhang Xi is taken aback, questioning whether he has misheard. Sensing his astonishment, Zhang Ting gazes earnestly into his eyes, her tone gentle yet serious. Xiaoxi, long ago, I intended to wait until you were of age to tell you that we are not actually related by blood. and then slowly pursue you. However, that wretched Qin Yuning suddenly disrupted my plans, forcing me to reveal the truth ahead of schedule. With that, she clings tightly to Zhang Xi, the unexpected intimacy momentarily rendering him breathless. Prompting him to struggle for air. I am truly afraid, Xiao Shi, that you will suddenly leave me, she says, her voice quivering with emotion. Just as Zhang Xi manages to free his head, he catches a glimpse of Zhang Ting's red-rimmed eyes. Reminiscent of someone on the verge of tears, sighing inwardly, he prepares to speak, but Zhang Ting continues. Xiao Shi, I know my recent actions have been rash and have caused you discomfort, but I genuinely worry about you. I fear you might be taken away by someone else. Her gaze remains sincere as she articulates each word carefully. Xiao Shi, now that we are free from that wretched Qin Yuning's interference, let me pursue you. It is evident that Zhang Ting has recognized her previous overreactions, realizing they have made Zhang Xi somewhat averse to her. If she does not alter her approach, she risks pushing him further away. Thus, Zhang Ting devises at this moment. Zhang Xi felt a slight chill running down her spine, and she hastily began to profess her loyalty. How could that be? In my heart, there is only room for you. Moreover, how could the wildflowers outside ever compare to you? While speaking, she couldn't help but fervently chant in her mind. What a transgression! What a transgression! A benevolent lie is not deceit. Zhang Xi's words evidently delighted Zhang Ting, who nestled her head deeper into Zhang Xi's embrace. After a considerable time, Zhang Ting finally acquiesced, albeit with a rather displeased tone. Xiao Shi, when you return from school, you must make it up to me properly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi could do nothing but fervently agree while internally lamenting the transgression. After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Ting nestled into Zhang Xi's arms and fell into a deep slumber, leaving Zhang Xi to helplessly hold her as they drifted off to sleep. The night was tranquil and profound, when suddenly, the slumbering Zhang Ting, cradled in Zhang Xi's embrace, opened her eyes, gently lifting her head. She cautiously extricated herself from Zhang Xi's hold. After a moment of hesitation, she paused to observe Zhang Xi's reaction. Seeing that he remained undisturbed, she proceeded with her actions, once free from his embrace. Zhang Ting stealthily descended from the bed. Upon returning to her own room, she carefully opened a concealed cabinet beside her bed and retrieved a delicate little vial, from which she gingerly extracted a single pill. One pill, capable of inducing slumber in a fully grown elephant for 8 hours. Humph, you had better pray that you are not selling counterfeit medicine, or I shall wreak havoc upon your establishment. Gazing at the unremarkable white pill before her, Zhang Ting muttered with a hint of malice. After securing the pill, she tidied everything away and stealthily re-entered Zhang Xi's room. Approaching him, she marveled at his alluring sleeping visage illuminated by the light, momentarily lost in admiration. After a long while, she finally tore her gaze away, her expression contemplative, unsure of what thoughts had occupied her mind moments ago. Xiao Shi, you truly are enchanting. Alas, you do not belong to me at present. No, soon you shall be mine, and I shall be yours. Zhang Ting whispered softly, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of awakening Zhang Xi. Leaning closer, she gently pried open his jaw and delicately placed the pill into his mouth. Watching it dissolve completely, Zhang Ting sighed softly. What a pity! Had it been another kind of medicine, I would have taken it myself. After administering the pill, Zhang Ting sat at the edge of the bed, silently observing Zhang Xi while calculating the time it would take for the drug to take effect. Approximately 3 minutes later, she stood upon the bed and turned on the light completely. Looking down at Zhang Xi, who lay peacefully asleep, a fervent smile crept upon her lips. Xiao Shi, since you are unwilling to accompany me on a date, you shall make amends in my own way. With that, she pounced like a tiger descending the mountain. As dawn broke, with the morning sunlight cascading down, the slumbering Zhang Xi awakened, shaking his slightly dazed head. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhang Xi couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath as a wave of discomfort coursed through his neck. Have I slept wrong? Why does my neck hurt so much? He pondered in confusion. Enduring the discomfort, he reached for his phone. At this juncture, it is necessary to mention that Zhang Xi's phone had been replaced by a spare device upon his return home. After all, He was almost certain that Qin Yuning had tampered with his original phone, and he dared not continue using it. Upon picking up the phone and glancing at the time, Zhang Xi was rendered speechless. "Is it already 9 o'clock? I have slept for over 10 hours, he murmured softly. Just then, he suddenly realized that not only was his neck sore, but his entire body seemed to be tinged with discomfort. Struggling to rise from the bed, he felt lightheaded and stumbled into the bathroom to freshen up. Upon entering the bathroom and gazing into the mirror at his somewhat haggard reflection, he found himself at a loss for words. "After sleeping so long, how is it that I look increasingly worse?" After completing his morning routine, Zhang Xi descended the stairs. As he reached the bottom, two pairs of eyes simultaneously fell upon him, one belonging to his father, and the other to Zhang Ting. Although somewhat puzzled, Zhang Xi simply smiled at both of them and proceeded to help himself to breakfast from the kitchen. Zhang's father and Zhang Ting had risen earlier than him and had already finished their meals. While Zhang Xi savored his breakfast, his father regarded him with a complex expression, hesitating several times to speak, ultimately letting out a sigh and casting a worried glance at Zhang X in stark contrast. Zhang Ting's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile almost radiating as she gazed at Zhang Xi, as if she longed to leap up and lift him high. Unsettled by the intensity of their stares, Zhang Xi reluctantly set down his bowl and glanced at them, recognizing that the atmosphere felt peculiar. He had sensed it upon descending the stairs, but had dismissed it at the time. Now, it seemed he could no longer avoid the inquiry. "Dad, sister, if there's something you want to say, just say it. Stop looking at me like that." Zhang's father cleared his throat and withdrew his gaze. In a rather vague tone, he began, "I just received news that the Qin family has confirmed an engagement with the Ouyang family, who are also one of the four great families." That he paused for a moment, discreetly observing Zhang Xi's reaction. Noticing Zhang Xi's indifference, he couldn't help but release a breath of relief and continued. "The engagement is between the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yuning, and the eldest son of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Fengyu." Upon hearing his father's words, Zhang Xi astutely seized upon the key point. Softly reiterating, "The engagement was confirmed a few days ago." Zhang's father nodded, noting Zhang Xi's confusion, and elaborated, "The engagement was indeed confirmed a few days ago, but the news was suppressed by both families until last night when it was finally released. I only learned of it this morning." Zhang Xi's brows furrowed deeper as the alluring visage of Qin Yuning flashed through his mind. "Wait, if she has been engaged to someone else for days, then why did she come to provoke me?" Zhang Xi couldn't help but scoff internally, recalling how just yesterday, Qin Yuning had earnestly approached his father to discuss their marriage, only to discover that she had already been engaged to another. What a deceitful woman! He chastised her inwardly, simultaneously feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that what Qin Fengxi had said to him was not directed at him, but rather intended to placate Qin Yuning. Perhaps he could genuinely extricate himself from her clutches. Noticing that Zhang Xi's expression seemed off, Zhang's father felt equally apprehensive. He understood that the Qin family's return of Zhang Xi was merely a fade to protect him. However, with the sudden announcement of the Qin family's engagement to the Ouyang family, he was left baffled by their intentions. Initially, he had no worries about Zhang Xi being able to marry Qin Yuning, fully aware of the allure Zhang Xi's physique held for such families. But now, glancing at his son's furrowed brow, he could only pray that his child would not be ensnared by emotions. As for whether Zhang Xi could marry Qin Yuning, he felt uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xi lifted his head, meeting the worried gaze of his father. He could easily discern what his father was thinking. Rushing to reassure him, he said, "Dad, it's just a woman. You don't think I would hang myself on one tree, do you? Rest assured, I know there are plenty of better options out there. Are you really worried that your son won't find a wife?" Observing Zhang Xi's untroubled demeanor, which even turned to comfort him, Zhang's father couldn't help but exhale in relief. His tone softened as he replied, "Xiao Xi, as long as you can see things clearly, that's all that matters." With that, he began tidying up, exchanging a few words with Zhang Xi before heading back to the office to attend to work matters. In truth, he should have left earlier that morning. After spending a few days at home, a considerable amount of work had piled up. However, the sudden news of the Qin and Ouyang family's engagement had compelled him to linger, intent on conveying the information to Zhang Xi and preparing to soothe his emotions. Zhang's father was deeply concerned that if he were absent when Zhang Xi learned the news, his son might lose control. Upon witnessing Zhang Xi's demeanor, which appeared quite normal, Zhang's father felt a sense of relief and hastily prepared to return to the company. As Zhang's father disappeared from view, Zhang Xi regained her composure and could see this moment. The room was left with only Zhang Xi and Zhang Ting, who had somehow positioned herself beside Zhang. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, causing Zhang Xi to feel somewhat uneasy. She quickly stuffed some food in her mouth, stood up, and ascended the stairs to pack her belongings. Behind her, Zhang Ting emitted a few inexplicable light chuckles, which only heightened Zhang Xi's discomfort, prompting her to quicken her pace. Once in her room, Zhang Xi began to gather her school supplies. As she tidied up, her mind could not help but dwell on her father's words. The space grew quiet, and her thoughts began to wander. Qin Yuning's possessiveness was not unfounded, and her invitation to return home for a proposal was equally genuine. Could it be possible that Qin Yuning was in an arranged marriage? Completely unaware that she was betrothed to the young master of the Ouyang family, a sudden epiphany struck Zhang Xi, and as she reflected on her memories, this hypothesis seemed increasingly plausible. Contemplating this, her expression darkened. Initially, she believed that Qin Yuning was pursuing her with full knowledge of their engagement, and even scolded her as a heartless woman. However, if Qin Yuning was indeed in the dark about the marriage, Zhang Xi found it hard to believe that she would passively comply with the Qin family's arrangements. Once the matter was resolved, it was likely that she would seek Zhang Xi out again. This thought caused Zhang Xi's countenance to sour once more. Chapter 35. Reputation ruined. As she pondered, the door swung open, and Zhang Xi immediately knew it was Zhang Ting entering. Indeed, Zhang Ting approached her side, her gaze fervent as she quietly moved behind Zhang Xi, wrapping her arms around her and resting her cheek against Zhang Xi's back. Feeling the warmth against her spine, Zhang Xi paused momentarily but did not resist. After packing the final few items into her bag, she turned to Zhang Ting and softly said, "Sister, I'm leaving." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting lifted her head, her beautiful eyes blinking as she gently replied, "Xiao Xi, let me see you off." Without awaiting Zhang Xi's response, she took Zhang Xi's hand and led her outside. At that moment, Zhang Xi noticed that Zhang Ting's gait seemed somewhat peculiar. "Sister, are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Xi inquired with concern. Zhang Ting hesitated briefly before shaking her head, half-jokingly stating, "I scraped my thigh on something. Don't worry. It's nothing." Saying this, she continued to hold Zhang Xi's hand as they descended the stairs and exited the villa. Outside, the butler had already parked the car and stood respectfully waiting as Zhang Xi and Zhang Ting emerged from the villa. The butler promptly approached to take Zhang Xi's luggage, bowing respectfully to both. "Young master, miss, where are you headed?" After placing Zhang Xi's belongings in the trunk, the butler inquired softly. Zhang Ting smiled and replied, "Uncle Li, we can handle the driving ourselves. Thank you." Uncle Li nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment as he stepped aside. Moments later, Zhang Xi found herself being ushered into the passenger seat by Zhang Ting, who then slid into the driver's seat. Upon settling in, Zhang Ting noticed that Zhang Xi had quickly fastened her seatbelt, and a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. With the car started, they smoothly made their way toward Kyoto University under Zhang Ting's adept driving. The atmosphere in the car remained lively as they reminisced about past amusing incidents and discussed current popular events. It must be said that Zhang Ting's well-honed conversational skills from the business realm were indeed impressive, often eliciting laughter from Zhang Xi. Just as Zhang Ting finished telling a joke, she caught a glimpse of Zhang Xi's smiling lips from the corner of her eye, and a flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze. Ultimately, she sighed and her expression grew somber. Zhang Xi, perceptive to the shift in mood, turned to see Zhang Ting's demeanor as if she were grappling with unspoken words. Slightly taken aback, Zhang Xi gently urged, "Sister, if there's something on your mind, just say it. Bottling it up isn't comfortable." Zhang Ting gazed deeply into Zhang Xi's eyes, her grip on the steering wheel tightening slightly. "In truth, my father's words weren't fully conveyed." "What do you mean?" "The news we received this morning encompassed not only the alliance between the Qin and Ouyang families, but also other matters." "What else?" Noticing Zhang Ting's reticence, Zhang Xi expressed her exasperation. "Sister, when did you learn to tease?" Prompted by Zhang Xi's insistence, Zhang Ting finally divulged everything. "Someone saw you being taken from the Qin family to the Zhang family." And then rumors began circulating that the young master of the Zhang family was attempting to ascend to the heights of the Qin family's daughter, only to be expelled by the Qin family. What? Zhang Xi questioned, incredulous, her mouth agape. Drawing a sharp breath, Zhang Xi suddenly recalled certain melodramatic plots from her past life and tentatively asked, "So does this mean my reputation is utterly ruined?" Zhang Ting regarded Zhang Xi with surprise but nodded. "Yes, and it's even more severe than you might think. Your reputation in the circle is nearly obliterated. Many are likely laughing at you behind your back." As she spoke, a glimmer of excitement appeared in her tone. "But this could be advantageous. If people believe your reputation is tarnished, they will naturally avoid approaching you. Then there will be no meddlesome individuals interfering in our relationship." Zhang, she scratched his head in bemusement. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" "I held off because there were too many onlookers. Now that it's just us, I felt it was appropriate to share it if it truly troubles you. You could always lean on me and cry." Zhang Xi found Zhang Ting's boldness utterly bewildering. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he softly inquired, "Will my tarnished reputation affect you and father?" "Not significantly." With that, Zhang Ting turned her head to look at Zhang Xi, her tone becoming somewhat cryptic. "Xiao Xi, aren't you even a little curious about how father and I are handling this situation? I trust that father and sister will protect me well." Zhang Ting sighed deeply, shaking her head with a hint of resignation. "The situation is more severe than anticipated. By the time we received the news, it had already spread and was beyond our control. Moreover, the most pressing issue is that we cannot trace the source of the rumors." "So my reputation can only remain sullied like this?" Zhang Xi asked quietly. "Exactly, as we have no means to rectify it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed, dismissing the matter with indifference. "It doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't affect you and father." Meanwhile, Zhang Ting, who had been closely observing Zhang Xi's expressions, noted his nonchalant acceptance with a hint of disappointment. She had hoped to see her little lamb collapse emotionally and seek solace in her embrace. But it appeared that was unlikely to happen. At that moment, they arrived at their destination, the vehicle coming to a gentle halt. Gazing through the window at the expansive, grand architecture before them, Zhang Xi's eyebrows lifted. Indeed, it deserves its reputation as the best university in the nation, Kyoto University. While Zhang Xi was lost in thought, Zhang Ting had already exited the car, retrieving Zhang Xi's luggage from the back. Zhang Xi followed suit, and, after handing the luggage to Zhang Xi, Zhang Ting flashed a playful smile. "Xiao Xi, would you like me to accompany you inside?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi promptly shook his head. "No way. I'm returning to school to pursue a great opportunity that could determine my future." Seeing Zhang Xi's firm refusal, Zhang Ting's lips curled into a slight pout, her tone adopting a feigned sense of grievance. "Sister, am I really that unpresentable?" Zhang Xi felt a headache coming on and quickly wrapped his arms around Zhang Ting, softly reassuring her, "Sister, you are the best. Now go home when I return for the holidays. I'll take you out on a date." He emphasized the word date. Zhang Ting's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing her delight as she gently leaned her face closer to Zhang Xi's lips, tenderly stating, "Xiao Xi, you better remember what you said." With that, she pulled back, her gaze fixated on Zhang Xi, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy under her intense stare. "But, Xiao Xi, you must remember too. Xiao Xi, you belong solely to your elder sister. Should you dare to provoke the wildflowers outside, the consequences will be dire." Despite Zhang Ting's increasingly gentle tone, Zhang Xi felt a chilling sensation in her heart. Gazing deeply at this figure before her, who had transformed from a tender elder sister into a delicate and sickly beauty, she let out an unbidden sigh, but ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Zhang Ting was pleased with Zhang Xi's compliance, gently pecked her lips, and then smiled as she pushed Zhang Xi away. "Go on now. Xiao Xi." Chapter 36. The superstar as Zhang Xi entered the school, she was unaware of how much time had passed before that cold serpentine gaze finally dissipated. She relaxed completely, exhaling a sigh of relief, and began contemplating her strategy for fishing. No, rather, for catching a dragon. Zhang Xi's thoughts were quite simple: to deal with the Qin family. One of the four great families, she merely needed to enlist the aid of a member from one of the other families. This was akin to using a dragon to combat another dragon. Now, the first challenge before Zhang Xi was to determine the whereabouts of the other dragon. By sheer coincidence, she happened to know that a young lady from the Lin family, one of the four great families, was currently teaching at Kyoto University, serving as a professor there. Zhang Xi's objective for returning to school was to ensnare her. However, she had learned of this through a conversation, and she could not recall what the lady taught, although she had arranged for someone to investigate. Lost in thought, Zhang Xi caught a glimpse of her surroundings and was suddenly alarmed to discover that she was surrounded by a throng of women. The most alarming aspect was the way these women regarded her, their eyes ablaze with infatuation, some even drooling, crystalline streams cascading from the corners of their mouths. Struggling to lift her head, she was met with a cacophony of screams that erupted from the crowd. So handsome, he's mine, no one else can have him. Handsome boy, he's mine, only I deserve him. The chorus of shrieks sent shivers down Zhang Xi's spine, blinking her large eyes in disbelief. She could hardly fathom the situation she now found herself in. However, what left her utterly speechless was the presence of men among the crowd, and the fact that they too were drooling. Just as Zhang Xi was engulfed in confusion, two girls ambled along the path nearby, both clad in vibrant, youthful attire. Unfortunately, both wore masks, obscuring their features. Yet, judging by their graceful figures and eyes resembling autumn waters, it was evident that they were beauties. The commotion in the crowd naturally piqued their interest. The girl on the left, with her mischievous, bright eyes, pointed towards the gathering and leaned towards the girl on the right, exclaiming, "Zhou Jia, there's something exciting happening up ahead. Shall we go take a look? It's rather dull right now." The girl named Zhou Jia hesitated, replying to her companion, "But, Xiao Sun, you're a superstar. You need to mind your image." Upon hearing Zhou Jia's words, Xiao Sun's expression soured slightly, and she quickly wrapped her arms around Zhou Jia's, beginning to plead, "Zhou Jia, I'm wearing a mask. Who would know I'm a superstar? Please, accompany me to see. One to you." Xiao Sun's charming coaxing evidently swayed Zhou Jia, who, after a moment's hesitation, finally nodded in resignation that "you're the best." Zhou Jia. With that, Xiao Sun beamed, taking Zhou Jia's arm as they hurried towards the crowd. A brief aside, the girl on the left is named Ouyang Sun, a reigning diva in the music scene of Longhua. Renowned for her prodigious talent and numerous accolades at a young age, her sweet visage has made her the dream girl of countless youths. The girl on the right, Zhou Yun, is Ouyang Sun's manager. They rose to fame together from humble beginnings, sharing a bond akin to sisters. Both are visiting Kyoto University, their alma mater, for a performance as part of the school's anniversary celebrations. As the two approached the gathering, Zhang Xi found herself retreating further under the onslaught of adoring girls, some daring enough to inch closer, requesting her contact information, while others reached out with intentions that were decidedly inappropriate. Zhang Xi, retreating in a frenzy, felt as though she were a trembling little lamb, at risk of being overwhelmed by the hungry wolves surrounding her. "Blast it, I forgot to wear a mask," Zhang Xi lamented internally, her mind racing to devise an escape plan. Truth be told, she desperately wished she could roar to the crowd, "I already have a girlfriend, please do not pursue me." Yet she dared not, fearing that such a proclamation might reach the ears of the dragon she intended to ensnare, jeopardizing her carefully laid plans. Just as Zhang Xi was about to beseech the heavens, a stir in the crowd caught her eye, igniting a flicker of hope within her. She noticed two girls attempting to push through the throng, and for the crowd to accommodate them, they would need to part slightly. This opening was fortuitously close to her, and Zhang Xi began calculating the feasibility of making her escape at that moment. A small gap appeared in the crowd. Zhang Xi's heart raced. This was her chance. With fervent determination, she transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting forward in an instant, accompanied by startled gasps and her apologies echoing in the air. Zhang Xi successfully burst through the crowd. Once free, she didn't dare to pause, not even to look back, propelling herself towards a less populated area, covering her face as she slipped away. After an indeterminate amount of time, she found refuge in the shadow of a wall, gasping for breath and wiping the sweat from her brow, her eyes filled with lingering trepidation. Now I understand why the original owner always kept their mask on. It's utterly terrifying, she muttered, still panting. After a while, Her strength gradually returned, and she rummaged through her bag. After a thorough search yielded no results, she was left utterly speechless. I can't believe it. I didn't bring a single mask, she lamented internally, feeling quite disheartened. Meanwhile, after Zhang Xi's flight, the crowd surrounding her erupted in brief chaos before dispersing. Whether they returned home or set off in search of handsome men was unclear. But since Zhang Xi usually wore a mask at school, no one had recognized her. As the crowd parted, two figures remained stationary, seemingly dazed. Chapter 37. Safely arrived at the dormitory, standing still in their stupor, were none other than the superstar Ouyang Sun and her manager Zhou Yun. After an indeterminate pause, Ouyang Sun was the first to regain her senses, her right hand brushing her left shoulder. Where she had been bumped by Zhang, a glimmer of infatuation sparkled in her mischievous eyes. Zhou Jia, that handsome guy was truly striking. He completely aligns with my aesthetic. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun snapped back to reality, nodding in a daze. You think he is handsome too, right? Ouyang Sun's tone became serious. Zhou Jia, I've made up my mind. I'm going to pursue him. Zhou Yun's expression shifted to one of complexity as she fully grasped the situation. Lost in her daydreams, Ouyang Sun remained oblivious to Zhou Yun's unease. Playfully wiping the corner of her mouth and grinning foolishly, he bumped into me and stole my heart. I'll make him marry me to retrieve it. S&T that quite reasonable. Zhou Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Exasperatedly responding, Xiao Sun, don't forget, you're currently in the midst of a rising career. News of a romance could impact your trajectory. Although Zhou Yun was also taken aback by Zhang Xi's charm, she managed to retain her composure and offered rational advice. To her surprise, Ouyang Sun merely shook her head, resolutely declaring, throughout history, love for beauty has always surpassed love for power. With a toss of her hair, she maintained her nonchalant demeanor. Zhou Yun was left speechless, her tone laced with incredulity. Xiao Sun, wasn't becoming a diva in the entertainment industry your lifelong dream? After a pause, she continued, are you really willing to jeopardize your burgeoning career for a man? Ouyang Sun huffed dismissively, pouting, I never realized that dating would affect my aspirations. As she spoke, Ouyang Sun wrapped her arms around Zhou Yun's, her demeanor exuding an air of innocence as she pleaded. I have never experienced love from childhood to now. I too yearn for that sweet romance. Moreover, I have already become a diva. Haven Ti, please, allow me the chance to indulge in love. Zhou Yun, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Ouyang Sun's adorable antics, could only respond with a hint of resignation. Sun, you have feelings for him, but how can you be certain he will reciprocate? Pouting her lips, Ouyang Sun covered her head with her hands, contemplating for a moment before earnestly declaring, emotions are cultivated over time, that if he doesn't like me, then I shall pursue him. With enough perseverance, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. If I remain steadfast, I'm certain he will come to like me too. You are a diva, and yet, Zhou Yun began, only to be interrupted by Ouyang Sun. But I only wish to experience a sweet romance. She interjected, her big eyes filled with hope as she gazed up at Zhou Yun. Sister Yun, you will help me, won't you? Despite her reluctance, Zhou Yun eventually nodded. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated Ouyang Sun's face as she playfully shook Zhou Yun's arm and tentatively asked, Sister Zhou, you won't tell my brother about my desire for love, will you? Her eyes, wide and unblinking, searched Zhou Yun's face for a response. Zhou Yun merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Ouyang Sun, sensing her growing anxiety, stomped her foot and shook Zhou Yun's arm with a pitiful expression. Sister Zhou, please don't tell my brother. Otherwise, he will surely intervene and thwart our romance. Can you bear to see your beloved sister's first sweet love be cruelly shattered by her brother? Despite Ouyang Sun's pleading and coaxing, Zhou Yun remained unmoved. Gritting her teeth, Ouyang Sun resorted to her trump card. If I manage to win him over, we can share the spoils. Point 1, 3, 5 for me. 2, 4, 6 for you. And on weekends, we can enjoy sisterly bonding. Her expression suggested she was making a tremendous sacrifice. Meanwhile, Zhang Xi remained blissfully unaware that someone had set their sights on him. He cautiously approached the boys' dormitory. Covering his face, in that brief span, Zhang Xi internally berated himself countless times. As he traversed the secluded path, he unexpectedly encountered several couples deeply engrossed in passionate kisses, causing the girls to completely lose their composure upon seeing him. After what felt like an endless detour, Zhang Xi finally arrived at the base of his dormitory. Gazing up at the towering structure, he gently wiped the sweat from his brow, slightly out of breath. Zhang Xi, vow that next time I go out without a mask. I am a fool, he resolutely promised himself. With that thought, he rushed towards the boys' dormitory, not even questioning why he still covered his face. This is the final stretch, he encouraged himself silently, finally completing the nerve-wracking journey. Upon entering the dormitory, Zhang Xi wasted no time, tossing his backpack onto the table and swiftly collapsing onto his bed, gasping for breath. The commotion naturally startled the three others, who promptly removed their headphones and turned to the sight of Zhang Xi sprawled on the bed. Finally, you've returned. You took a whole half-month off. The boisterous Chu Jianggong exclaimed, his loud voice causing Zhang Xi's eardrums to tremble. Right, the other two chimed in, eager to join the conversation. If recalling something, they all stood up and approached Zhang Xi's bedside. When Zhang Xi looked up, he was met with the imposing faces of several burly men, rendering him speechless. What is it? You needn't be so dramatic. The trio chuckled awkwardly, their demeanor somewhat bashful. It was Li Maocheng, the second of the group, who spoke first, rubbing his hands together with a somewhat sycophantic expression. Well, old four, you know that during your absence, the campus beauty Lin Qingling has been searching for you. What does she want with me? Zhang Xi asked, perplexed. She must have taken a liking to you. Old four, this is a stroke of good fortune. You must seize it, chimed in Zhou Xiong'an, his tone tinged with envy. Taken a liking to me? Zhang Xi was bewildered. His only connection with Lin Qingling had been the speech competition before his leave, which he had missed due to unforeseen circumstances. Under normal circumstances, it would be a stroke of luck if she didn't harbor resentment toward him for standing her up. The notion that she could like him was utterly unfathomable. Chapter 38. The crisis approaches, noticing Zhang Xi's confusion. Chu Jianggong interjected with a hint of jealousy. Old four, with your good looks, even I, a man, am captivated by you. Although Lin Qingling is the campus flower, she is still a woman. It is only natural for her to like you. He punctuated his statement with a suggestive wink that made Zhang Xi shudder. I'm Maocheng, and Zhou Xiong'an quickly joined in, echoing Chu Jianggong. Feeling overwhelmed by their incessant flattery, Zhang Xi sighed. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Chu Jianggong slapped his thigh with a hearty laugh. As expected of old four, you're quick on the uptake. He gestured to Li Maocheng and Zhou Xiong'an, who immediately understood the Maocheng cleared his throat and spoke softly. Old four, as you know, the three of us are not like you, effortlessly pursued by beautiful women that we have been single for 18 years, and now that we have finally reached university, we naturally wish to seek out a sweet romance. His voice grew more pitiful as he spoke, almost on the verge of tears. Zhou Xiong'an jumped in excitedly. Now, the opportunity for a sweet romance lies before us. He glanced at Zhang Xi, who remained unresponsive, and continued, Lin Qingling wishes to invite you to dinner. If you agree, there's a chance for us to find love. He paused for dramatic effect before adding, Lin Qingling even mentioned that if we can get you to join, she will introduce us to her roommate. All three of them gazed at Zhang Xi with eager anticipation. Old four, you'll go, won't you? Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow. Is that all? The trio exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher Zhang Xi's tone. Finally, Chu Jianggong tentatively asked, so old four, you agree? Zhang Xi nodded nonchalantly. You all sounded so serious earlier. I thought you were asking me to do something outrageous. It's just dinner. After all, upon hearing this, the three of them let out a collective sigh of relief, gazing at Zhang Xi as though he were their long-lost kin. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Zhang Xi quickly added, Of course, I will only have dinner with Lin Qingling. Don't get any other ideas. I'm not interested in her. Chu Jianggong and the others nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grains. Why did Lin Qingling want to invite me to dinner, but have you three inform me? Zhang Xi suddenly questioned, recalling something. Chu Jianggong and the others exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of envy and bitterness. Lin Qingling said she sent you numerous messages, but you never replied to a single one. Wow, old four, you truly are something else. ignoring the campus beauty-s messages. They teased. Zhang Xi scratched his head awkwardly. How could he explain that he had logged into a certain app to check messages? Suddenly, he remembered something, and his expression shifted dramatically. Grabbing his phone, he dashed toward the restroom, leaving the trio in astonishment. With a loud bang, he slammed the restroom door shut. Staring at his phone screen, Zhang Xi swallowed hard, trembling as he began to scroll through notifications. His gaze landed on a particular app where numerous red dots awaited him. The most recent message was from someone saved as sister. Zhang Xi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he gritted his teeth and opened the chat. Xiao Xi, have you arrived? Xiao Xi, why are you ignoring me? Xiao Xi, have you fallen for that vixen? Xiao Xi, have you forgotten about me? Xiao Xi, do you want to come find you? Overwhelmed by the barrage of messages, Zhang Xi's scalp tingled that he quickly typed a reply. Sister, I just arrived at the dormitory and my phone was on silent, so I didn't see your messages at 8 this moment. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Ting leaned back against the car seat, her expression sullen as she stared intently at her device. The messages she had just sent seemed to have vanished into an abyss. After gazing at her phone for a while, Zhang Ting slowly closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Xiaoxi, how could you be so naughty? Have you already forgotten your sister upon arriving at school? Xiaoxi, it appears the outside world may not suit you. You seem more fitting to dwell in your sister's embrace. Just as Zhang Ting whispered these thoughts, the notification chime rang out, startling her. She opened her eyes wide, a fleeting glimmer of joy lighting them up. Moments ago, she had almost driven into the school to retrieve her Xiaoxi herself. Entering the chat labeled Dear, she read the explanation sent by Zhang Xi, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Xiaoxi, it seems you still remember your sister. What should have been a lover's endearment instead sent Zhang Xi into a cold abyss. Intuition warned him that an inappropriate reply could lead to yet another indefinite leave of absence. Forcing a smile, he endeavored to calm his racing heart and began typing. Sister, you are Xiaoxi's dearest sister. How could Xiaoxi ever forget you? He silently added in his mind, just a sister, after all, upon receiving the message. Zhang Ting's mood visibly brightened, her smile blossoming like the thawing of winter's frost. Really? Xiaoxi remembers her sister. I have seen many beauties at Peking University. Faced with Zhang Ting's sweet words, Zhang Xi could do little but pledge his loyalty and shower her with flattery. Indeed, Zhang Ting was quite pleased with Zhang Xi's sugary compliments. After a few exchanges, she decided to let him off the hook. As he saw the phone screen dim, Zhang Xi couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Though a bitter taste lingered in his heart, just moments ago, he felt his principles had been compromised yet again. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting gazed at her darkened phone, her heart brimming with delight. Xiaoxi, my dear, I hope you remain as obedient as you claim. Or else, a delightful thought crossed her mind, and her lips curled into a subtle smile. Her beauty, akin to a blooming lotus, caught the attention of several passing young men, who couldn't help but gawk. Who is this? Her looks rivaled the top 10 beauties of Peking University. One couldn't help but admire her figure. A few bold young men even approached to request her contact information. Scram! Zhang Ting's expression turned icy as she coldly reprimanded the encroaching crowd. Even the bravest among them, under the chilling gaze that felt like staring into the abyss, eventually felt a shiver run down their spine. Before long, the crowd around Zhang Ting dispersed in haste. Compared to Xiaoxi, you are hardly worthy of being considered in the dormitory. After dealing with Zhang Ting, Zhang Xi began perusing the other messages on his phone. As he scrolled, he indeed found a plethora of messages from Lin Xingling, some expressing concern about his absence, while others extended invitations to dine together upon his return to school. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately opted to read without responding. He was unsure how to explain to Lin Xingling, so he decided silence was the best course. Moreover, since Lin Xingling was in contact with Chu Jiangong and the others, it was likely they would relay his situation to her. Thus he deemed a reply unnecessary. As he continued scrolling, Zhang Xi's expression darkened once more, his gaze fixating on a particular chat labeled wife. This label must have been added by Qin Yuning when she had access to his phone. He swallowed hard, feeling even more apprehensive than when he had dealt with Zhang Ting. The chat with the wife label had a notification indicating that Qin Yuning had sent him a message, just one single message. The pressure was palpable. For reasons unknown, A sense of foreboding welled up within him, and gritting his teeth, he finally clicked on it. The message from Qin Yuning was simple, consisting of just 2 words. Yet they sent Zhang Xi's legs nearly buckling beneath him. Wait for me. Just those 2 words, sent yesterday, triggered a whirlwind of thoughts in Zhang Xi's mind. That it was clear that Qin Yuning had previously been unaware of the alliance between the Qin and Ouyang families. So it seems, she genuinely intends to marry me. Zhang Xi murmured softly to himself. It appeared there was no escaping this fate, that a bitter smile crept onto his lips, accompanied by a rising sense of urgency. If Qin Yuning was not inclined to release him from her grasp, he needed to prepare himself accordingly. Outside the restroom, after watching Zhang Xi enter, Chu Jiangong and his friends began to pull out their phones to report back to the campus beauty. Lin Qingling. Sister Lin, the 4th has returned. He has agreed to dine with you. The message was sent, and a reply soon followed. In a girl's dormitory, Lin Qingling was seated before a laptop, her brow furrowed as 3 other girls surrounded her, all fixated on the screen. The atmosphere was intensely quiet, save for the sound of Lin Qingling's fingers dancing over the keyboard. Amidst this tense environment, a series of notification chimes erupted simultaneously. The sudden noise disrupted Lin Qingling's rhythm, transforming her furrowed brow into a tight-scowled eye in an instant. The room felt icy, and the 3 girls shivered, casting sympathetic glances at Lin Qingling's phone, silently mourning for whoever had dared to message her at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingling rubbed her furrowed brow and impatiently picked up her phone. The tension in the air thickened, as her companions dared not breathe, their eyes glued to the screen. In their minds, they envisioned a gruesome action film unfolding. Upon unlocking her phone, Lin Qingling's tense expression relaxed, and a smile graced her previously cold features. The sight left her friends utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. While Lin Qingling often appeared aloof, she was in fact quite approachable, as long as one did not cross her boundaries. They recalled a daring senior who had once disturbed Lin Qingling during work, only to find himself hospitalized due to her irate response. Since then, no one dared to interrupt her during her tasks, even her 3 roommates who had known her for years. Witnessing Lin Qingling's joy, the most vivacious among them, Huang Xinhui, could no longer contain her curiosity and tentatively asked, "Sister Lin, whose message has you smiling so brightly? It must be your crush." Zhuang Yin, another girl, wore a knowing smile, glancing at her companions with a look that said, "We all understand." In response, the 2 girls exchanged knowing smiles. However, Lin Qingling was evidently too preoccupied to indulge their curiosity. She bit her lip, quickly typing a reply. "Has the junior returned? Is he willing to join me for dinner?" Of course he agreed. "Sister, we 3 will handle it. You can count on us." Lin Qingling gently set her phone down, contemplating for a moment before typing again. Why hasn't he, the junior, replied to my message? Did he not see it, or does he not wish to respond? After sending the message, she felt a wave of tension wash over her, her gaze fixated on her phone screen. I suppose he simply hasn't seen it. You'll need to ask the 4th about that. Although the response wasn't what she had hoped for, it wasn't the worst outcome either, and Lin Qingling exhaled in relief. When will the junior have time? Once the 4th returns, we can have him talk to you. Upon receiving this message, a smile spread across Lin Qingling's face. Thank you all so much. No problem. Just remember to bring us along when you dine with the junior. They chimed in unison. Rest assured. With Lin Qingling's final words, the conversation abruptly ended. She sighed contentedly, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to meet the curious gazes of her roommates. Ah, the illustrious Lin, dining with her crush, and don't forget to bring along her single roommates to comfort him. TSK. The campus belle Lin is truly adept at embodying the spirit of a capitalist. Determined to extract every ounce of value from your dear roommate, it is evident that the 3 girls have noticed Lin Qingling's chat messages and have begun to tease her in unison. Upon hearing their playful jests, a faint blush crept onto Lin Qingling's typically cold visage. In the boys' dormitory, after sending the message, Chu Jiangong and the others began to stir restlessly. When Zhang Xi finally emerged from the restroom, he was greeted by a rather chaotic scene. Chu Jiangong and his companions were huddled together, weeping and occasionally uttering nonsensical phrases, as if they were celebrating something or perhaps bidding farewell to another. Observing the commotion before him, Zhang Xi felt a twinge of headache and rubbed his temples. Suddenly, he sensed that his childhood friends had taken on an air of foolishness as soon as they spotted Zhang Xi. Chu Jiangong and the others quickly composed themselves, transforming into gentlemen. Sitting upright, though the smiles on their faces were impossible to conceal, they gazed intently at Zhang Xi. "Speak your mind," Zhang Xi urged, his tone tinged with resignation. At his words, the trio rubbed their hands together in anticipation, nudging him to take a seat. Chu Jiangong, with a grin, produced a bottle of beverage from his desk and placed it before Zhang Xi. Meanwhile, Li Maocheng and Zhou Xiong'an were inching closer, eager to offer Zhang Xi a shoulder rub and leg massage. Sensing their approach, Zhang Xi hastily pushed them away, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Spare me the theatrics. If you have something to say, just say it, da-da. It's just that Senior Lin wishes to have a chat with you, to discuss when to dine together." Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow. Truth be told, he was not particularly inclined to connect with Lin Qingling, feeling an innate awkwardness in the prospect. Noticing Zhang Xi's hesitance, Chu Jiangong and the others immediately began their dramatic antics, collapsing onto him in exaggerated sobs. "Old four, I, Chu, have had enough of living life with just my right hand. Now that I finally have a chance to escape, you must not let me down." Zhou Xiong'an and the others nodded in agreement, and as they were on the verge of smearing tears and snot on him, Zhang Xi felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. "Stop, stop, stop. Don't come any closer. I agree. I agree." Upon hearing his concession, the trio exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Releasing their hold on Zhang Xi, he rubbed his temples in exasperation, feeling as though his childhood companions had transformed into rather dim-witted versions of themselves. Whispering conspiratorially and frequently breaking into lewd smirks. "Boss, have you managed to uncover the information I requested?" Zhang Xi inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. Before arriving at the university, he had enlisted the help of Chu Jiangong and the others to gather information regarding the Lin family heiress who was a professor at Jing University. Though their family was not among the elite in Kyoto, they were certainly respectable, and given that the Lin family had never sought to conceal their daughter's whereabouts, Zhang Xi believed it should be a straightforward endeavor. As for why Zhang Xi did not utilize his own family's connections and resources, it was simple. He had a ravenous wolf at home, and should she discover that he had leveraged the family's power merely to track a woman's movements, he would prefer to avoid becoming nothing more than a morsel of bone left behind. Suddenly interrupted, Chu Jiangong was the first to regain his composure, pondering for a moment before responding, "Old four. We found her. She is a professor in the biology department, named Lin Qingfeng." "Yes, and she is also one of the campus belles, consistently occupying a spot on the school's confession wall," Zhou Xiong'an chimed in promptly. "Moreover, it is said that she is a prodigy. She earned dual degrees by the age of 16 and was sought after by the world's leading laboratories by the time she turned 20. Now, at the age of 24, she is the youngest professor at Jing University," Li Maocheng added, his face glowing with admiration. Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow, completely uninterested in Lin Qingfeng's accomplishments and accolades. "Is it possible to use some connections to transfer me to the biology department?" He paused for emphasis, and specifically under Lin Qingfeng. The trio exchanged glances, bewildered. "Old four, you are in finance. Transferring to biology seems like a rather significant leap. Furthermore, Professor Lin Qingfeng is currently managing a laboratory. Are you certain you wish to work alongside her?" "Old four, the individuals in that laboratory are all highly skilled talents. I'm not undermining you, but you may struggle even to keep up with the menial tasks." Listening to their concerns, Zhang Xi felt a headache brewing. Yet what could he do? To reach the dragon, he must first infiltrate its circle. Shaking his head, he declared firmly, "Old boss, old two, old three, there's no need to dissuade me. I have made up my mind." Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged knowing glances but nodded nonetheless. "Very well, old four. I will inquire on your behalf. Please wait a moment." With that, they departed to make calls and rally support. Having grown up alongside Zhang Xi, their families were equally influential, and he held great confidence in their capabilities. However, after a brief wait, the trio returned with less than favorable expressions. They exchanged glances before coming to an unspoken understanding. "Old four, I'm afraid Professor Lin Qingfeng's laboratory is already full. We cannot secure a position for you." The other two nodded in agreement, echoing the same sentiment. Zhang Xi gritted his teeth, still wishing to fight for a chance. Yet, Chu Jiangong and the others seemed to perceive his intentions and shook their heads in unison. It's of no use. Professor Lin Qingfeng has the backing of the Lin family, and Shi Wunti even spared the principal's face. The implication was clear, even with their family's influence. It would be futile to in that moment. Zhang Xi's heart sank, leaving him feeling utterly defeated as he slumped onto his bed. Before the journey has even begun, the hero's tears run freely, a bittersweet sensation washed over him. Enveloping him in darkness, he remained in a daze for an indeterminate amount of time. Old Four, are you all right? The anxious and concerned voices of Chu Jiangong and the others broke through his reverie. Initially silent, his heart gave a slight flutter. With great effort, Zhang Xi opened his eyes, meeting the worried expressions of his friends, and a warmth spread through him, and he managed a strained smile. That I'm fine. Just feeling a bit drowsy. Seeing their concerns still lingering, Zhang Xi smiled again, striving to calm his nerves. He cleared his throat and spoke as calmly as possible. Old boss, old two, old three, I truly am fine. You wanted me to dine with Senior Lin Qingling, yes? I'll contact her now, and we can all eat together tonight. Simultaneously, he silently added to himself. This meal shall serve as a farewell feast. For once it concludes, I shall take my leave. The paths of the mountains may diverge, yet fate shall reunite us when the time is right. Indeed, once Zhang Xi realized he could not approach the Lin family's heiress Lin Qingfeng. He had resolved to flee. He could not remain passive, waiting for Qin Yuning to resolve matters before coming to find him. He refused to be confined indefinitely, trapped as Qin Yuning's canary. Seeing that Zhang Xi appeared genuinely untroubled, the trio breathed a sigh of relief. Yet they still offered words of comfort. Old Four, fret not. It's merely a matter of entering a biological laboratory. Jing University has other labs, and we will assist you. The trio assumed Zhang Xi was merely feeling down about not being able to access the laboratory and had not even considered Lin Qingfeng's involvement. After all, there were countless beautiful women pursuing their Old Four, and they had always believed that Zhang Xi had no intention of entering a romantic relationship. Otherwise, given his looks, he would likely have children by now. As the trio quickly shifted their focus back to tonight's dinner, Zhang Xi couldn't help but exhale in relief. He feared that they might uncover something, for he did not wish to entangle them in his escape plan. Boss, what do you think we should wear for dinner tonight? Zhou Xiaomin, the second in command, inquired nervously, rubbing his hands together. Of course, we must dress to the nines, showcasing our masculine charm to the fullest. Old Three, I know you have plenty of new tailored suits. It's time to let them shine. The third, Li Maocheng, pondered for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. This is indeed a milestone in our lives. We should present ourselves splendidly. I feel that dressing normally might be more appropriate. Chu Jiangong interjected, finally finding an opportunity to contribute to the conversation. Listening to their fervent discussion about attire, Zhang Xi felt the oppressive weight of anxiety and bitterness lift slightly from his heart. Just as he was lost in contemplation of his escape plan, Chu Jiangong and the others leaned in closer, their eyes eagerly fixed upon him. Old Four, what do you think? Zhang Xi lifted his head. Lost in contemplation for a moment, I suggested that we should opt for casual attire. After all, it is not a business gala, so let us keep it natural. Upon hearing this, the leader, Chu Jiangong, nodded in agreement. Right. The fourth and I share the same sentiment. Dressing more casually would create a more relaxed atmosphere for our conversation. Zhou Zongan and Li Maocheng exchanged glances and eventually nodded in concord. Seeing that the preparations for the meal were nearly complete, only one crucial matter remained. The three of them turned their gazes toward Zhang Xi once again. Fourth, hurry and initiate a chat with Senior Lin. Then invite her out, Chu Jiangong and the others urged eagerly. Zhang Xi shook his head in resignation, but still took out his phone, reopened the chat interface, and scrolled to the conversation labeled Lin Qingling. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xi typed 4 words. Are you there, Senior? Meanwhile, far away in the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingling was being teased by her 3 roommates, causing her demeanor to appear somewhat abnormal, fidgeting and unable to muster a single retort. Just then, a notification sound broke the awkwardness, providing a timely escape for Lin Qingling. Letting out a sigh of relief, she reached for her phone, unlocked it, and dove into the chat, while her roommates, Huang Xinhui and the others, transformed into curious spectators, no longer interrupting her, but leaning in closely, their eyes glued to Lin Qingling's phone. The flames of curiosity flickered in their wide eyes. Lin Qingling paid no mind to their antics. Upon opening the chat, she saw the message Zhang Xi had just sent to T that moment. Her three companions caught sight of the contact name on her phone, exchanging glances filled with undisguised astonishment. The label was quite simple. Just a 0. Those familiar with Lin Qingling knew that she assigned a number to everyone she knew, ranging from 1 to 5, without exception. The smaller the number, the more significant the person was to Lin Qingling. Notably, even her roommates, who had known her for 3 years, were merely labeled as a 2 in her phone. In Lin Qingling's own words, a 2 indicated a very close relationship among the 4 of them, one that could withstand trials together. They had once inquired what it meant for someone to be a 1. Lin Qingling's response had indeed shocked them. I could die for him, but it was evident that for someone as aloof and composed as Lin Qingling to express such sentiment, it held considerable weight. Over the duration of their friendship, the 3 had only seen one person earn the coveted label of 1, leading them to believe that such a ranking was the pinnacle of significance in Lin Qingling's eyes. Yet now, a 0 had emerged, an unprecedented occurrence. The trio exchanged glances, silently communicating their astonishment at that moment. Although they were unaware of who this 0 was, they could ascertain that this individual held immense importance to Lin Qingling. As the 3 grappled with their tumultuous thoughts, Lin Qingling had already engaged Zhang Xi in conversation. "Junior, you finally deigned to respond to your senior," she typed, her tone revealing a hint of playful reproach. Upon reading her message, Zhang Xi couldn't help but awkwardly touch his nose. It was indeed awkward to continue conversing with Lin Qingling after having stood her up. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Senior, I mainly feel a bit embarrassed to continue our conversation after having inadvertently let you down. Sincerity is always the best policy in human interactions, and admitting one's mistakes is not as daunting as it seems." Upon reading Zhang Xi's reply, Lin Qingling's lips curled into a slight smile, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Although it was not the response she had hoped for, the fact that Zhang Xi and T brushed her off due to busyness was, in itself, quite agreeable. She found herself murmuring, "Junior, you remain as honest as ever." With Zhang Xi having taken the initiative to acknowledge his error, the subsequent conversation flowed effortlessly. Lin Qingling graciously forgave him, recognizing that he had genuinely been preoccupied. On the other end, Zhang Xi felt a sense of relief upon receiving Lin Qingling's reply. "Senior, let us have dinner together tonight. Consider it my apology for my earlier indiscretion." Upon receiving the message, Lin Qingling raised an eyebrow, readily accepting the invitation. However, Huang Xinhui and her companions exchanged glances, each appearing hesitant to voice their thoughts. Ultimately, it was Huang Xinhui who broke the silence. "Qingling, our experimental report is due tomorrow. Yet we haven't finished it." Lin Qingling shook her head, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "There's no rush. We can always catch up during the next experiment. Nonsense, compared to dining with my junior. All other matters can wait." Hearing this, Huang Xinhui and the others exchanged looks, ultimately mustering the resolve to say, "Very well, for Qingling's significant event, we can endure the professor's wrath together. It's just a month of cleaning up the lab." After all, Chapter 42, School Anniversary. After chatting with Lin Qingling for a bit, confirming the dinner location and time for the evening, Zhang Xi set his phone down. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Zhang Xi finalize the dinner plans with Lin Qingling, Chu Jianggong and the others nearly burst into tears of joy. Sensing the atmosphere becoming increasingly awkward, Zhang Xi quickly interjected, "It's been a while since I've been at school. Is there anything noteworthy happening soon?" In response, Chu Jianggong and the others released their embraces. Indeed, there is a significant event approaching. In a couple of days, it will be the annual school anniversary, Chu Jianggong mused quietly, observing that the trio had not resumed their previous embrace. Zhang Xi let out a sigh of relief. For some reason, witnessing 3 burly men cuddling made him feel quite uneasy. As for the school anniversary mentioned by Chu Jianggong, Zhang Xi felt no interest whatsoever. His inquiry had merely served to divert their attention. However, upon the mention of the anniversary, Li Maocheng and Zhou Zongan appeared to recall something, their expressions igniting with excitement that I've heard that several of our senior school beauties will be attending this year's anniversary. The competition among beauties, who will be the most beautiful flower in the hearts of countless male compatriots at Jing University, Li Maocheng exclaimed, a dreamy look on his face, his lips curling into a rather lecherous grin. Moreover, the most crucial point is that my idol will also be attending the anniversary, and reportedly, she is the headliner, Zhou Zongan added, wiping his mouth in anticipation. Upon hearing Zhou Zongan's words, curiosity piqued among the three, including Zhang Xi, who leaned in closer. Chu Jianggong furrowed his brow slightly, his tone laced with confusion. Idol? Which idol? Old three. You have an idol? Zhou Zongan couldn't help but roll his eyes, closing them momentarily to collect his thoughts. When he reopened them, they shimmered with reminiscence and affection, his voice taking on a dreamy quality. In those youthful days, I was blissfully ignorant of what love at first sight truly meant until that year, when amidst the crowd, her glance and smile captured my heart. The sensation of a racing heart. Zhou Xiong'an spoke with increasing fervor. He turned to glance at the three individuals, not forgetting to cast them a sultry glance filled with emotion. That single look sent chills down Zhang Xi's spine, leaving him utterly speechless. What baffled him further was when Zhou Xiong'an's gaze briefly passed over Chu Jianggong and the others. These two rascals reciprocated with equally fervent glances, their expressions thick with sentimentality. Zhang Xi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He was truly curious about how their dormitory had transformed in just half a month of his absence. Could it be that during his time away, Chu Jianggong and the others had engaged in some indescribable escapades? The thought ignited within him like a raging inferno. Yet at that moment, Zhang Xi dared not delve any deeper. Nonetheless, he had resolved that no matter the cost, he would endeavor to unite Chu Jianggong and his companions with Lin Qingling's roommate tonight. He could not allow them to tread a path of darkness without hope. This was the last thing he could do for them before his departure. Zhang Xi silently vowed, clenching his fists with unwavering determination. At that juncture, Zhou Xiong'an revealed his idol, the newly crowned diva of Longhua, the youngest diva in history, Ouyang Sun. According to Zhou Xiong'an's account, he had encountered Ouyang Sun at a charity gala last year and had been utterly captivated, subsequently venerating her as his idol ever since. Upon hearing Zhou Xiong'an's narrative, Chu Jianggong and the others appeared to recollect something, with Li Maocheng hesitatingly inquiring, Old Heir, is the charity gala you mentioned the one we four attended together last year? Zhou Xiong'an nodded emphatically. Indeed, that very one. Chu Jianggong seemed to recall something as well, his tone curious. No wonder after that gala, for quite some time, Old Heir seemed bewitched, refusing to join us for outings. So that is the reason. Zhou Xiong'an scratched his head, chuckling innocently. Meanwhile, Zhang Xi, who had been quietly listening, interjected, if you admire her, why not pursue her? Old Heir, you are the scion of the Zhou family. She is merely a singer, albeit a diva. Zhou Xiong'an could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head, his tone laced with melancholy. She is not merely a singer. She hails from the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family? Chu Jianggong raised an eyebrow, tentatively probing. Yes, Zhou Xiong'an nodded with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, but they merely patted Zhou Xiong'an on the shoulder, unable to utter any words of consolation. At that moment, Zhang Xi's heart, which had been silent, suddenly began to race anew. He found himself inexplicably exhilarated. After the storm, the sun breaks through, Zhang Xi murmured softly. Initially, upon learning that he could not approach the young lady from the Lin family, he had resolved to slip away. Yet now, with the arrival of a lady from the Ouyang family, he felt as though there might still be hope for redemption, in the blink of an eye. He had made up his mind to attempt to connect with this young lady from the Ouyang family. If that proved impossible, he would have to reconsider his escape plan. With this thought, Zhang Xi suddenly felt that the weather was remarkably bright today, to the extent that he considered weeping openly in the embrace of Chu Jianggong and the others, seeing the smile playing at the corners of Zhang Xi's mouth. Chu Jianggong and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Finally, it was Chu Jianggong who scratched his head and asked, Old C, Why are you grinning so happily upon hearing that the diva Ouyang Sun is coming? Do you fancy her too? Zhang Xi quickly cleared his throat, masking his emotional turmoil. Without answering Chu Jianggong, he inquired instead, "Do you all know Ouyang Sun?" The moment those words left his lips, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. The three were rendered utterly astounded, especially Zhou Xiong'an, whose shock was swiftly replaced by a rising tide of emotion. His face flushed. The three pointed at Zhang Xi, speechless for a moment. Zhang Xi's question did not merely respond to Chu Jianggong's inquiry. It felt like an answer in itself. Witnessing the trio's intense reaction, particularly Zhou Xiong'an's reddening cheeks, Zhang Xi inwardly cursed his impulsiveness, realizing he had perhaps overstepped. Chapter 43. Gaming that a friend's wife is not to be trifled with. Zhang Xi mused, yet Ouyang Sun was not Zhou Xiong'an's wife, so that should not hinder his pursuit let us just play it cool. Zhang Xi reassured himself, feeling somewhat guilty upon seeing Zhou Xiong'an's flushed face, as if he had committed a transgression. Just as Zhang Xi contemplated clarifying that he was merely joking to ease the peculiar atmosphere, Zhou Xiong'an suddenly lunged forward, wrapping an arm around Zhang Xi's shoulder. His voice trembling, "Old C, do you like Ouyang Sun too?" Faced with Zhou Xiong'an's enthusiasm, Zhang Xi felt a wave of trepidation and quickly shook his head in denial. "No, I'm just curious about what kind of person could captivate you. So, I wanted to learn more." However, upon hearing Zhang Xi's denial, Zhou Xiong'an grew even more animated, his face turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Shaking Zhang Xi's arm with excitement, he stammered, "Old C, I actually hope you could like Ouyang Sun." "What?" Upon hearing Zhou Xiong'an's words, not just Zhang Xi, but even Chu Jianggong and the others were taken aback. "Hell, Mao Cheng exaggeratedly exclaimed, placing his hand on Zhou Xiong'an's forehead. Teasingly asking, "Old heir, are you out of your mind? Have you caught a fever and fried your brain?" Zhou Xiong'an rolled his eyes and shrugged off Mao Cheng's hand, retorting, "You're the one who has fried. Your brain is scrambled." Turning away from the antics of Mao Cheng, Zhou Xiong'an gazed earnestly at Zhang Xi. "Old C, I say this with utmost sincerity, that I genuinely hope you can be with my idol." Zhang Xi rubbed his nose, his emotions shifting from apprehension to astonishment, and now to confusion. Zhou Xiong'an cast a deep glance at Zhang Xi, his tone unexpectedly tinged with a hint of sorrow. "My idol is too exalted. In terms of family background, beauty, and talent, I, Zhou Xiong'an, am fully aware of my own limitations. I'm unworthy of her." As he spoke, his voice grew fervent again as he clutched Zhang Xi's shoulder. "But, Old C, you are worthy. Rather than let my idol be besieged by others, I would prefer to entrust her to you." His eyes glimmered with an expression that would make even a dog weep, gazing into the distance as if lost in thought. Upon hearing Zhou Xiong'an's words, the three exchanged glances, particularly Zhang Xi, whose mind went blank. "I am unworthy of you, yet I wish to entrust you to someone I believe is worthy." This reasoning seemed somewhat avant-garde, akin to a toad yearning to consume swan meat while feeling unworthy, thus wishing for a frog to partake instead. The most absurd part was that this swan was still alive. Would it consent to being devoured? As Zhang Xi and the others grappled with this bewilderment, Zhou Xiong'an began to effusively extol Ouyang Sun's virtues, elaborating on how well Zhang Xi and Ouyang Sun complemented each other. Zhang Xi, just recovering from his stupor, felt a fresh wave of discomfort wash over him. No. While I am indeed curious about Ouyang Sun, it does not mean I wish to be with her, and I certainly do not have feelings for her. Besides, I am not interested in romance at the moment. Zhang Xi's words were indeed heartfelt. Although he desired to captivate Ouyang Sun, his intentions were merely to leverage the influence of the Ouyang family to extricate himself from Qin Yuning's entanglements. As for any romantic developments between the two, such a prospect was virtually impossible. The notion of dating was even more absurd. Dealing with either Qin Yuning or Zhang Ting was already a formidable challenge. Upon hearing Zhang Xi's remarks, Zhou Xiong'an, who had been animatedly discussing the matter, suddenly lost all enthusiasm. His voice became weak and listless. "Well, it's true. Old Fourth, you have no intention of pursuing romance either. So let's drop it." With a shake of his head, he put an end to the topic. The four then turned to their computers, embarking on a session of the currently popular 5v5 competitive game. Victory of the Kings. Initially, Zhang Xi had no intention of joining the trio in their gaming endeavors. He wished to search online for Ouyang Sun's preferences and strategize on how to approach her. However, unable to resist the trio's pleas, he eventually powered on his computer. To be honest, Zhang Xi had spent the past few days in a state of heightened tension that it was unavoidable, whether at Qin Yuning's residence or his own home. Navigating the whims of either of these two emotionally unstable individuals was enough to exhaust him mentally and physically. Now, he finally had a rare opportunity to enjoy some relaxation as Zhang Xi's fingers grazed the keyboard. He was inexplicably reminded of a certain matchmaking competitive game from his past life that was infamous for its absurdity. He recalled how, in his prime, he had been a formidable player among ordinary gamers, though undoubtedly still inferior to our esteemed readers. Yet, even in a mere 50-star ranked match, he could be driven to frustration by his teammates. Reflecting on his past misfortunes in that game, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. After a long day of work, during which he had been reprimanded by his boss, he returned home, hoping to unwind with the game, only to find that fate had other plans. Life was unpredictable. Indeed, once they entered the game, the group swiftly initiated a matchmaking round, with Chu Jianggong and the others claiming it was merely a practice session. Noticing the trio's furtive glances, Zhang Xi easily deduced their thoughts. They wanted to play with him, but feared his lack of skill would lead to their defeat. Thus, they opted for a compromise with a casual match. Searching through his memories, he recalled that his previous incarnation had been quite passionate about gaming. Thanks to his striking appearance, even when masked, he couldn't escape the attention, and being a naturally low-key individual, he often stayed home, which eventually led to gaming becoming a habit. However, he had no exceptional talent for gaming. Despite his extensive experience, he remained stuck at the gold rank, while Chu Jianggong and the others had long since ascended to platinum and even diamond ranks. Zhang Xi's fingers danced across the keyboard. He felt a familiar itch. The tactile sensation was indeed nostalgic. The game's ranking system comprised 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Each tier maintained a strict hierarchy, and the matchmaking mechanism was notably refined. For instance, unless a seasoned player created a smurf account, a bronze-tier player could never defeat a silver-tier player. In solo queue, a bronze-level player would not ascend to silver. Naturally, as a competitive and social game, multiplayer ranked matches were an essential feature. Although the game excelled in many aspects, it had one mechanism that garnered criticism from numerous players, unless one possessed overwhelming skill to dominate a particular tier. Attempting to carry a female player would likely result in defeat. In matches between bronze players, the experience was not significantly different from normal ranked games. However, in matches pitting bronze against silver players, one would likely encounter skilled silver players or even genuine gold players. Due to the multiplayer matchmaking mechanics, the four could not commence the game, prompting them to randomly invite another player from the lobby. While waiting for the match, Chu Jianggong and the others eagerly prepared to showcase their skills, especially upon noticing the new player's avatar and name, Sailor Moon, which clearly indicated she was a female player. "Hey, we have a girl. It's time to show off our prowess, brothers," Chu Jianggong chuckled, holding his phone. I'm Mao Cheng and Zhou Xiongnan nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Observing their enthusiasm, Zhang Xi felt a twinge of exasperation, but ultimately refrained from dousing their excitement with cold water. After all, no one truly knew the identity behind the screen, and he recalled that this game also featured voice changers. When they entered the hero selection screen, Chu Jianggong promptly chose a warrior, while Mao Cheng and Zhou Xiongnan quickly selected marksman and mage roles. Faced with the remaining support and assassin options, Zhang Xi hesitated for a moment before typing, "5th floor, what are you planning to choose?" To his surprise, the girl on the 5th floor immediately activated her mic. "I can play anything. By the way, are you all experts?" Her voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of a cute little potato. The moment they heard her charming tone, it ignited the testosterone levels in Chu Jianggong and his companions, prompting them to respond eagerly. "Don't worry, we're all experts. Just follow whoever you want once we start. Our 4 brothers will carry you." The trio began to bicker animatedly. Their antics elicited giggles from the girl on the other side of the screen. "Then I'll choose a little deer and ride on your shoulders." "Sounds great," Chu Jiangong and the others enthusiastically chimed in. Once all four had selected their heroes, Zhang Xi shook his head and began to sift through the memories of his previous incarnation. Ultimately, he opted for a high-intensity jungler hero known as Sword Immortal, which had remarkable visual appeal and a high level of difficulty. However, this hero had scarcely been played by his previous self, leading to puzzled expressions among Chu Jiangong and the others when Zhang Xi made his selection that, old fourth, why not choose another hero? Sword Immortal is too challenging, Chu Jiangong tentatively suggested. Zhang Xi merely smiled, responding with an air of sophistication. Only those who question masters can comprehend mastery. Understanding mastery is the path to becoming a master. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances, but it was ultimately Li Maocheng who voiced his skepticism. It's just a matchmaking game. Winning or losing isn't that important. His doubt regarding Zhang Xi's choice of Sword Immortal was palpable. With Li Maocheng's comment hanging in the air, Chu Jiangong remained silent, and the three quietly awaited the game's commencement. Although they were unsure of Zhang Xi's skills, they echoed Li Maocheng's sentiment. It was merely a matchmaking match. Meanwhile, the girl on the other side, upon seeing Zhang Xi select Sword Immortal, was quite excited. Fourth floor, are you a master? You can play Sword Immortal. Hearing the fifth floor's enthusiastic admiration, Zhang Xi felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Regardless of whether the person behind the screen was male or female, he found himself at ease in the moment. Watching the girl praise him, Chu Jiangong and the others exchanged glances, feeling a pang of envy. Had they known earlier, things might have been different. Once the game began, Zhang Xi started to farm in the jungle while getting accustomed to Sword Immortal's skills. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes as he recalled a similar hero from the competitive game he had played in his past life, bearing his own name. Unfortunately, due to hero balance issues, he had never managed to reach his former peak rank, ultimately remaining among the top 10,000 players. Of course, age and declining reflexes played a part in this as well. However, the game he was currently playing boasted a robust Sword Immortal character, with many players having reached the pinnacle of the game using this hero. As he pondered, the game progressed to the mid-stage. In the early game, having familiarized himself with the hero's abilities in the jungle, he swiftly led his team to a crushing 10 o'clock victory, with the awe and cheers of his teammates. A smile crept onto Zhang Xi's face. However, that smile quickly faded. Having just passed through a thicket with the little deer, they fell prey to an ambush from the opposing team's 5 players. "Big boss, what should we do? We're done for," the little potato exclaimed, indignantly adding, "How unfair. They ambushed us with all 5. Zhang Xi merely smiled, saying nothing. After the game had commenced for a short while, he had already discerned that the opposing team's average skill level was undoubtedly superior to that of his own side, evident in their awareness, execution, and adeptness at exploiting weaknesses. For instance, at this moment, the enemy, having navigated through the early game, had clearly identified who the mainstay of their team was. By eliminating him first, they ensured victory in the ensuing team fight. Indeed, before long, calamity struck as the reports of fallen teammates echoed. Marksmen, warriors, and mages alike succumbed. With the announcement of a total wipe, Chu Jiangong and his companions put down their phones, exchanging glances filled with dismay. The opposing team was formidable. Hearing their lamentations, Zhang Xi simply chuckled. However, it wasn't long before the enemy quintet commenced their assault on the Dragon King, leading their minions straight toward their crystal. It was over. Defeat loomed. Chu Jiangong and his companions began to wail, their hands relinquishing the keyboards as they awaited the inevitable explosion of their crystal, eager to start anew. Yet, the small potato on the 5th floor displayed a markedly different sentiment. Her voice imbued with fervor. "The boss and I are about to revive. How can you despair so soon? The crystal hasn't exploded yet. We still hold hope." Her soft, delicate voice rang with unexpected vigor, uplifting spirits. Zhang Xi nodded in agreement, his expression turning serious. "The fate of the world is still undecided. We shall not be mere cattle or horses." As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall a line from his past life. And in a rather juvenile manner, he began to shout, "Darkness envelopes the land. I am the last ray of hope amidst the shadows, shattering the darkness with thunder." At that moment, Zhang Xi revived, teaming up with the little deer, charging forth with the hopes of 5 against the enemy. "I am the sun." His final cry resonated alongside the announcement of a pentakill as the man successfully defended the crystal. Observing the crystal, still clinging to life, the group could not suppress their astonishment, their hearts finally at ease. "Boss, you are incredible." The small potato's praise arrived in an opportune moment. Concurrently, Chu Jiangong and the others resumed their grip on the keyboards. Turning to Zhang Xi with eyes brimming with admiration. Chapter 45. Spectators, sensing the reverence in their gazes, heightened by the small potato's continuous accolades, Zhang Xi merely raised his hand in a modest gesture. Though a flicker of pride undoubtedly passed through his eyes, after achieving a 5-kill streak, the trio was on the verge of revival. Zhang Xi casually instructed them to handle the minion waves upon their return. With that, he resolutely advanced toward the enemy crystal alongside the small potato. "Old Four, what do you intend to do?" "There are no minions." Chu Jiangong and the others seemed to perceive Zhang Xi's intentions, unable to refrain from offering a warning. But before Zhang Xi could elucidate, the small potato interjected. "The boss's actions surely have their rationale. You simply need to lie back and win." She then turned to Zhang Xi, saying, "Boss, do whatever you wish. They may not believe in you, but I do." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi smiled but remained silent. At that moment, the small potato continued, inviting Zhang Xi to duo Q later, but he declined, citing a desire to play with his brothers instead. After all, witnessing the forlorn expressions in Chu Jiangong's eyes, it was evident that acquiescing to the small potato's invitation would render him uncomfortable. Ultimately, with no other choice, the small potato proposed to continue with a 5-man queue after this match. After hearing her words, Chu Jiangong and the others fell silent, their gazes having regained clarity, yet upon reviving, they diligently cleared the minion waves. Upon reaching the enemy crystal, the game echoed with the Sword Saint's battle cry. Wielding a 3-foot sword, a small deer perched atop his head, charging toward the enemy crystal amid astonished and awestruck looks. Listening to the sound of the famed sword shattering, Zhang Xi's final shout resonated alongside the announcement of victory, a classic reenactment. After this match concluded, they continued to play several ranked games until midday, at which point everyone set down their keyboards and mice. Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet line, as Zhang Xi and the others logged off, a delicate little potato was fixated on the gradually fading avatars of her companions on the screen. Particularly Zhang Xi sighed. "The boss is logged off. It was so hard to match with such a master," she murmured, rubbing her hands together. This was an exceedingly adorable young girl, her porcelain doll-like face framed by twin ponytails, her petite frame likely appealing to older men. Yet at this moment, her expression was one of displeasure, the slight furrow of her brow only enhancing her charm. "But I have added the boss as a friend, so I can still have him carry me in the future." Seemingly struck by a thought, the small potato's tone brightened, and the creases on her face smoothed out instantly. Upon placing her keyboard down, unlike Zhang Xi's composed demeanor, each of Chu Jiangong's companions wore expressions of lingering satisfaction, relishing the feeling of riding the coattails of a master. Simultaneously, they continued to extol Zhang Xi's skills. Zhang Xi mused that the accolades he had received from the three over the past 2 hours far exceeded all the compliments he had ever heard in his lifetime. Contemplating this, he regarded the trio with a peculiar gaze, surprised that these three could be so sweet-tongued. Naturally, they had questioned why Zhang Xi's skills had seen such a dramatic improvement, yet he had deflected their inquiries with laughter. "Brothers, isn't it time for lunch?" Chu Jiangong inquired, patting his stomach. The others nodded in agreement, and Zhang Xi also felt his stomach, conceding that it indeed felt empty. "Old Four, shall we stick to the usual arrangement?" Chu Jiangong looked at Zhang Xi, softly asking. Zhang Xi hesitated for a moment, memories flashing through his mind that in the past, when the original host dined with Chu Jiangong and the others, they typically reserved a private room at a restaurant outside the school. After all, given Zhang Xi's appearance, dining in public would inevitably attract attention. A private room allowed them to sidestep much of the hassle. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Xi quickly regained his composure and nodded. He then began rummaging through the storage cabinet on his bed for the masks that were originally kept there. Before long, he unearthed a collection of masks. Carefully putting one on, he turned to wave at the trio, signaling that it was time to go. Upon exiting the dormitory, the four were astonished to find a throng of people gathered downstairs, most notably a significant number of girls among them. What on earth is happening? Chu Jianggong scratched his head in bewilderment. I'll go ask, said the second oldest, Zhou Jianggong, casually stopping a passing male student. Brother, can you tell me what is going on? Zhou Jianggong inquired, gesturing to the crowd. I heard they're looking for someone, a very handsome guy, replied the stopped student, scratching his head but responding patiently. Handsome guy? Which handsome guy? Zhou Jianggong pressed that I don't know, just that he is supposed to be extremely good-looking. Said to outshine the campus heartthrob of Jing University. The boy replied, Oh, thank you, and oh problem. Zhou Jianggong conversed with the passerby. Zhang Xi and the others listened intently to the entire exchange. Old 4. The person they're looking for wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Chu Jianggong asked, casting a peculiar glance at Zhang Xi. Indeed, Old 4. You didn't wear a mask when you came today. Li Maoqing remarked, scratching his head as if recalling something. And don't you think the scene seems a bit familiar? I remember Old for being surrounded back in high school, when he didn't wear a mask. Ultimately, it took the school authorities to disperse the crowd. Chu Jianggong pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Feeling the curious gazes of his companions, Zhang Xi sighed internally, his instincts telling him that the crowd had indeed come to find him. Especially since he had drawn attention earlier that morning. You all go eat. I think I'll just stay in the dorm and hide. But don't forget to bring me back some food. Zhang Xi said softly, his tone tinged with resignation. Chu Jianggong and the others exchanged glances but nodded in agreement. Old 4, you head back. We'll bring you food at Ah. It's not the first time I've been surrounded. I am used to it. Enough chatter. Hurry up. Don't keep me waiting too long. All right, we're off. As he watched the trio depart, Zhang Xi took one last glance at the gathering crowd outside the boys' dormitory, shivering slightly before turning away and retreating inside. Sitting down, he removed his mask and gazed into the mirror at his extraordinarily handsome visage, murmuring softly, "Is being handsome truly a mistake?" Chapter 46. A Serious Situation. Gazing quietly into the mirror, the emptiness of the entire room left Zhang Xi feeling somewhat bored. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to power on his computer and log into his account. Perhaps he should indulge in some gaming, he thought. Just as he entered the game interface, a request for a team match popped up. Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow. It was none other than the enchanting warrior he had just played with. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept the invitation. Upon entering the room, the soft, lively voice of Little Potato chimed in. Big shot. Have you eaten yet? I'm currently having my meal that if you don't mind waiting, I can join you shortly. Sure, I'll wait a bit. I haven't eaten yet. My friend has brought me food, Zhang Xi replied with a smile. Bringing food? Big shot. Are you still a student? Little Potato seemed somewhat surprised by the revelation. Yes, I'm just in my first year of university. Big shot, I'm also in school this year, but I'm in my second year. Where are you studying, Big shot? Little Potato's voice grew tense with curiosity. At Jing University. Ah, what a coincidence. I'm also at Jing University. Does that mean I should call you Junior? Little Potato's tone was now filled with excitement. They exchanged a few more words, and Zhang Xi learned that Little Potato's name was Bai Weiwei, also a student in the finance department at Jing University. The camaraderie between them blossomed, buoyed by their shared alma mater. Oh, by the way, Junior, do you know about the amusing thing that just happened at our school? The school forum and the confession wall have both exploded with activity. Bai Weiwei suddenly recalled something, her voice taking on a mysterious tone. Since discovering Zhang, she was also a student at Jing University. Especially knowing he was in the finance department, Bai Weiwei had taken to calling him Junior without hesitation. Zhang Xi felt no aversion to the title, so he did not protest. However, upon hearing Bai Weiwei's words, his heart skipped a beat. An instinct told him that the incident causing such a stir was likely connected to him. Sure enough, Bai Weiwei continued, I heard that a very, very handsome junior has emerged in your cohort, leading many girls to post inquiries on the school forum and the confession wall. That I've also heard that the senior girls who have seen him are organizing search parties in the boys' dormitory. At this point, Bai Weiwei seemed inexplicably excited. I've heard that this junior's looks can overshadow all the heartthrobs at Jing University, that I'm truly curious about just how handsome he must be. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi swallowed hard, his heart racing. After a moment of silence, he stubbornly asked, How did you all know this guy is a freshman? Some senior girls managed to snap a photo of him and subsequently found some information about him in our school's database. Bai Weiwei explained. However, it said that this boy comes from a well-connected family and the confidentiality surrounding his records is quite strict. They only discovered that he enrolled in Jing University this year, leading to the assumption that he must be a freshman. Relaxing slightly at this revelation, Zhang Xi felt relieved that his identity had not been entirely exposed. After pondering for a moment, he bid Bai Weiwei farewell. Upon hearing that he had matters to attend to and could not continue gaming with her, Bai Weiwei expressed some regret but refrained from pressing further. After exchanging a few hurried words, Zhang Xi logged off, staring at the game interface on his computer. Now closed, Zhang Xi found himself in a daze, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his head. The situation concerning the confession wall and the school forum, while already severe as described by Bai Weiwei, still left him with a lingering hope. He took out his phone and logged onto the school's confession wall. The sight that greeted him left him utterly stunned. From top to bottom, the wall was filled with dense inquiries, interspersed with comments questioning the validity of the posts. Some skeptics wondered if the handsome boy truly resembled the descriptions provided, while others outright dismissed the posts as impossible. However, it wasn't long before the tide turned, as some could no longer tolerate the skepticism and began sharing photos. When Zhang Xi clicked on the images, his heart sank. The photos were candid side profiles of him. Due to the angle and the fact that he had been walking with his head slightly bowed, deep in thought upon entering the school, the images captured his profile as he had been covering his face while fleeing from onlookers. Yet these few side shots were astonishingly impactful, transforming the skepticism into a frenzy of inquiries. As he scrolled further down, Zhang Xi felt his heart plummet. He even saw numerous posts asking the original poster for clearer photos, with offers to buy them at high prices. The most ludicrous part was that beneath one of the posts, a throng of users eagerly chimed in. Overwhelmed, Zhang Xi could no longer bear to look. He had no desire to check the school forum, fearing it would only deepen his distress. The situation had escalated far beyond what Bai Weiwei had described, and if these posts were not taken down, his exposure was inevitable. The thought of being surrounded by a crowd demanding his contact information as he walked down the street sent chills down his spine. The mere idea was terrifying. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that if anyone uncovered his identity as the heir of the Zhang family, it would only exacerbate the already tarnished reputation he held within elite circles. Zhang Xi dared not dwell on it any longer, placing all his hopes on the young lady from the Ouyang family who would be attending the upcoming Jing University anniversary celebration to perform. Imagining the effort he would have to exert to approach Ouyang's son, just to say hello, he was abruptly interrupted by someone nearby, exclaiming, "Isn't that the Zhang heir who dreams of climbing into the bed of the Qin's young lady, only to be driven out by the Qin family?" And then, in the eyes of the onlookers filled with disdain, he would have to make a hasty retreat. After Qin Yuning had dealt with her matters, she could then attend to him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Xi's expression grew increasingly agitated, his chest rising and falling rapidly. No, absolutely not. He slammed his hand on the table, abruptly standing up. He opened a messaging app and navigated to the chat with Zhang Ting, gritting his teeth before hastily typing out a few lines. Chapter 47. A plea for help. Zhang Xi clenched his jaw and began typing furiously. "Sister, are you there? Have you eaten yet? Xiao Xi, I'm here. I just finished my meal today. As for how I am, how could I possibly be well when you're not by my side?" The response came instantaneously, though her tone carried a hint of playful reproach. "Xiao Xi, are you missing your sister? I miss you too." Upon reading the message, Zhang Xi struggled for a moment but ultimately chose not to respond to Zhang Ting's question. Instead, he shifted the conversation. After all, there was no point in providing false hope for something that had no outcome. "Sister, I'm currently facing some difficulties," Zhang Xi typed decisively. Upon seeing Zhang Xi's message, Zhang Ting furrowed her brow slightly. "Xiao Xi, is someone bullying you? I'm coming over right now to support you." No, that's not it. Zhang Xi promptly denied the allegations, firmly convinced that had he hesitated even slightly in his denial, Zhang Ting would have likely readied herself, accompanied by bodyguards, to hasten to the school and offer him support. Upon seeing Zhang Xi's message of denial, Zhang Ting let out a slight sigh of relief. Her little brother was someone she could never bear to bully. However, her gaze remained fixed intently on the screen of her phone. Her little brother was remarkably strong. It was clear that he would never reach out to her for assistance unless faced with an insurmountable problem. At that very moment, a message from Zhang Xi arrived. Upon reading it, Zhang Ting's expression darkened immediately. Zhang Xi had articulated the situation with clarity, detailing how he had been spotted entering the school without a mask and how his image had been plastered on the school's confession wall and forum. However, Zhang Xi instinctively omitted the fact that he was being watched and searched for by others within the school, and more alarmingly, that a crowd had already gathered beneath his dormitory, searching for him. After reading Zhang Xi's message twice, Zhang Ting's demeanor grew increasingly grim, a flicker of crimson flashing within her eyes. Her little brother was being coveted by others, although Zhang Xi had glossed over most of the details. Zhang Ting was still filled with rage. Little Xi, you can only belong to your sister. Her eyes reflected an intensity of obsession and madness. Rest assured, little Xi, I will handle anyone who dares to covet you. Zhang Ting murmured softly, her tone as gentle as ever, yet tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Noticing the prolonged silence in their chat, Zhang Xi felt a wave of concern, typing out, "Sister, is something wrong? Is it going to be complicated to handle?" On the other end of the line, Zhang Ting, who had been momentarily lost in thought and murmuring to herself, snapped back to reality. She quickly typed a reassuring response. "Don't worry. Little Xi, I will take care of it and own need for concern." She added, "Little Xi, I will protect you. I won't allow anyone to bully you." Upon reading her message, the tension in Zhang Xi's brow finally eased. Memories of the original owner surged back into his mind. He recalled that during his middle school years, Zhang Xi's looks had already been remarkably striking, and he had not yet developed the habit of wearing a mask to conceal his face. This had drawn many of his peers, particularly girls, to him, inciting jealousy among some boys in his class. During an outing, a few male classmates had contacted some local delinquents, planning to corner and beat him. Although Zhang Xi had companions, they were merely children, unable to compete against adult martial artists. The four youngsters had soon found themselves on the ground, humiliated underfoot by the thugs. Ultimately, those thugs, along with the boys who had instigated the attack, received their just desserts. Yet this incident left an indelible psychological scar on the original owner. After that, Zhang Xi transferred schools and developed a habit of wearing masks, even learning a few makeup techniques to constantly shield his appearance. Seeing the original owner descend into depression, Zhang Ting felt immense guilt and vowed to protect him for life. As these memories faded, Zhang Ting's past assurance of safety and trust resonated in the original owner's heart, creating a bittersweet nostalgia. This was why, despite not harboring affection for Zhang Ting, the original owner refrained from expressing his feelings openly, instead wishing to escape while inadvertently accommodating her. After exchanging a few more words with Zhang Ting, Zhang Xi set his phone down. The memories of the years spent with her flooded his mind, leaving him feeling somewhat troubled. If the original owner had still been alive, and if Zhang Ting had confessed that they were not blood relatives, perhaps the original owner would not have been averse to being with her. The thought caused a headache, but he knew Zhang Ting was also somewhat unhinged. If Qin Yuning, with her own brand of madness, could confine him in a dark room, using silver chains to restrain him and a whip to strike, could Zhang Ting not do the same? The mere idea sent a shiver down his spine, and he dared not contemplate further. Slumping in his chair, Zhang Xi suddenly felt exhausted. Once everything was resolved, he planned to embark on a global journey, rewarding himself for enduring this taxing ordeal. The thought of a joyful future brought a subtle smile to his lips. As he lay back in his chair, lost in dreams of a brighter tomorrow, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. The drowsy Zhang Xi immediately snapped to attention, his gaze shifting warily to the source of the noise. Upon seeing it was Chu Jiangong and his companions, he silently exhaled in relief. However, as he noted their labored breathing and the beads of sweat on their foreheads, he grew concerned. They placed a tray of food on his desk and returned to their seats, still gasping for breath. Observing their post-exertion state, Zhang Xi furrowed his brow and softly inquired, "What happened? Did you run back?" After catching his breath, Chu Jiangong took a large gulp from the water on the table. Hearing Zhang Xi's question, he hastily set down the cup, wiping his mouth with an urgent tone. He replied, "Old Four, we just received some news while we were outside. The commotion you caused is quite significant. The school forum and confession wall at Jingda have likely been overwhelmed. You need to contact Uncle Zhang to suppress this public discourse." Otherwise, at the current rate of dissemination, you'll soon be in serious trouble. Xie Xiong'an chimed in, also wiping his mouth, his voice laced with urgency. Upon hearing their anxious words, Zhang Xi felt a warmth in his heart, but responded decisively. I'm already aware of the situation that I've informed my sister, and she is taking care of it, so there's no need for concern. The three of them let out a collective sigh of relief. Chu Jianggong chuckled, since Sister Ting is already aware, this matter should be resolved swiftly. Then, with a playful tone, he teased Zhang Xi, Old Four, I heard you're currently on the confession wall, and a wealthy lady is willing to pay a 5-figure sum for a clear photo of you. TSK, that's about what I spend on living expenses in a month. How about it, Old Four? Sacrifice a little for us brothers, and we'll have enough fun for a lavish outing. Listening to Chu Jianggong's banter, Zhang Xi could only manage a wry smile and shook his head as he opened his lunchbox to eat. The four of them, including Zhang Xi, had all been raised under strict and somewhat harsh family guidelines. Each of their families possessed assets exceeding 100 billion, and that was merely the visible wealth. Beyond the four great families, their clan stood at the forefront in Kyoto. The reason for excluding the four great families was simple. They operated on a different level altogether. Each of the four great families could easily obliterate any other family outside their realm with a mere flick of their wrist. For instance, Qin Yuning had merely tapped into a fraction of the Qin family's influence. And within days, the Zhang family faced impending bankruptcy. The strict upbringing meant that throughout their lives, the four boys had seldom visited bars or KTVs. Their last venture into a bar had been to celebrate the end of their college entrance exams, only to have their parents discover it, resulting in their living expenses being halved without any chance for explanation. Thus, while they were heirs to wealthy families, their monthly allowances barely covered a modest lifestyle. Leaving no room for luxury, it's no wonder that Chu Jianggong felt compelled to tease Zhang Xi to, oh, by the way, we do have classes this afternoon, right? As Zhang Xi was eating, a thought struck him, prompting his question. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in conversation, Chu Jianggong momentarily paused before responding. Yes, we have a political theory class this afternoon. Zhang Xi nodded. Old Four, you've missed quite a few classes during your half-month absence. Aren't you going to find time to catch up? Chu Jianggong asked, recalling something. Zhang Xi could only smile wryly and shake his head. In his mind, he thought, no matter whether he could attract the dragon or not, he wouldn't be able to stay in school for long. Seeing Zhang Xi shake his head, Chu Jianggong interpreted it as an indication that Zhang Xi didn't need to worry, and he would find time to make up for his absences. Thus, he patted Zhang Xi on the shoulder and said earnestly, Old Four, if you have any issues, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Meeting Chu Jianggong's sincere gaze, Zhang Xi nodded seriously in response. Seeing Zhang Xi's affirmation, Chu Jianggong smiled and, stifling yawn, turned back to his own bed, waving goodbye as he said, Old Four, I'm going to sleep. Don't forget to take a nap after you finish eating. After speaking, he lay down, observing Chu Jianggong and the others as they settled in for an afternoon nap. Zhang Xi had initially intended to pose a few questions, but the words caught in his throat. He had hoped to inquire with Zhou Xiong'an about Ouyang Sun's preferences, and then discuss strategies to approach her with the others. However, seeing them all succumb to sleep at once, he refrained from disturbing them. After casually tossing his lunchbox into the trash, Zhang Xi yawned and got up to retire to bed. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhang Xi, in the midst of a deep slumber, was roused by someone calling his name. As he groggily opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of three enlarged faces. It was Chu Jianggong and his companions. The suddenness of this scene jolted Zhang Xi awake, causing him to spring up from his bed, rubbing his bleary eyes. What are you doing? He asked. Noticing Zhang Xi's disheveled appearance, the three exchanged glances before Zhou Xiong'an tentatively spoke up. Lao Si, you didn't forget that we have a class this afternoon, did you? As he said this, he glanced at his watch and softly reminded him, Lao Si, it's already 2 o'clock. Our class starts at 2:30. Upon hearing Zhou Xiong'an's words, Zhang Xi quickly regained his senses. Wasting no more time, he began to gather his things in preparation to get out of tea that moment. Li Maocheng hastily exited the dormitory. Glancing around anxiously in response to Zhang Xi's puzzled gaze, he then dashed back, brimming with excitement. Amidst the others' curious stares, noticing the odd looks from his friends, Li Maocheng shrugged. I went out to check if there were still people loitering outside the dorm. just in case Lao Si gets exposed when he steps out. The three finally snapped back to reality. Once Zhang Xi was ready, he exited the dormitory alongside Chu Jiangong and the others. Seeing that the crowd that had gathered around the dormitory an hour ago had completely dispersed, Zhang Xi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, silently thanking Zhang Ting in his heart. At that moment, Zhou Xiong'an, who had been scrolling through his phone, looked up and announced, "Lao Si, your post on the school forum and the confession wall has been taken down." He clicked his tongue, adding, "Ting Jia is as swift as ever." With that, he shifted the tone of the conversation to one of lamentation. "Why is it that my sister, like all siblings, only knows how to mock me when I'm down and out? Finding joy in bullying her younger brother throughout our upbringing. Why is there such a disparity among sisters?" Hearing Zhou Xiong'an's words, the others couldn't help but laugh. Among the four, only Chu Jiangong was an only child. The other three each had a sibling of both genders. The journey to the teaching building passed quickly as the group chatted and laughed. Soon arriving at their classroom, they found their seats in the middle of the room. While Zhou Xiong'an continued to vent about the torment inflicted by his sister. However, Zhou Xiong'an soon fell silent as the professor entered the classroom, restoring order to the previously noisy atmosphere. The professor proceeded with the customary roll call. When he noted that everyone was present, he nodded in satisfaction before commencing the lecture. Since this was not a major course, Chu Jiangong and his companions did not pay much attention, chatting on their phones while half listening to the lecture. During roll call, Zhang Xi felt a twinge of anxiety. After having taken such an extended leave, he wondered if he would draw any attention. However, as the professor launched into the lesson without noticing anything amiss, Zhang Xi felt a wave of relief wash over him. No one was paying him any mind, thus averting the risk of social embarrassment and exposure. Chapter 49. Preparation. AS conversation was prohibited during class. The group began to exchange discreet messages in their chat. Somehow, the topic shifted to the evening's gathering at tea that moment. Apart from Zhang Xi, the other three displayed a palpable excitement. "What do you think? When Lao Si approaches Lin, the campus flower, how should we strike up a conversation with her roommate? Should we be direct, or first showcase our masculine charm?" At this point, Chu Jiangong couldn't help but grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Just then, the professor seemed to notice the radiant smile on Chu Jiangong's face, adjusted his glasses, and pointed at him. "You there, student? You seem quite joyful and confident. Why don't you answer this question?" Chu Jiangong, momentarily taken aback, glanced around, realizing that many eyes were now on him. Stunned, he pointed to himself and asked me. After receiving firm nods from Zhang Xi and the others, he hesitated only briefly before standing up decisively. Though he had been engrossed in conversation with Zhang Xi and the others, he had also paid attention to the professor's lecture. After standing for a moment to gather his thoughts, he articulated his response to the professor's question. Seamlessly blending his insights that it was evident that Chu Jiangong, having gained admission to the prestigious finance department at Jing University, possessed considerable aptitude. His answer was incisive and well-structured, earning nods of approval from both fellow students and the professor. Recognizing Chu Jiangong's satisfactory response, the professor did not press him further, offering a few gentle suggestions before allowing him to sit down. Upon resuming his seat, Chu Jiangong let out a sigh of relief, his previously tense demeanor easing. However, for the remainder of the lesson, the group refrained from chatting, instead focusing earnestly on the professor's explanations, though they occasionally exchanged glances from the moment the professor had called on Chu Jiangong. His gaze frequently drifted toward their direction, making the four feel somewhat self-conscious, and they tacitly agreed not to tease Chu Jiangong to spare him further embarrassment. As time passed, the class came to an end, and the four exhaled in unison, relieved that the session was over. Once the professor exited the classroom, Zhou Xiong'an pressed a hand to his racing heart, his voice tinged with excitement and a hint of stuttering. Lao San, Lao Si, I'm feeling really nervous right now. How about you guys? Are you okay?" Li Maocheng rolled his eyes dismissively. "Lao, you really are regressing. It's just a few women. Why are you so anxious?" He feigned nonchalance, exuding an air of ease and indifference. Zhou Xiong'an raised an eyebrow, shifting slightly closer to Li Maocheng before launching a surprise attack. His right hand shot toward Li Maocheng's chest with such speed that he barely had time to react. By the time he did, a large hand was already resting on his heart. TSK, 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 Zhou Xiong'an remarked, his tone taking on a teasing lilt. Your heart is racing 3 beats a second. That my goodness. That's 180 beats per minute. Lao San, are you on the verge of cardiac arrest? Li Maocheng, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation at Zhou Xiong'an's playful jibe, pushed his hand away and retaliated by tickling him. Zhou Xiong'an adopted an exaggerated expression, feigning panic that, oh no, I've revealed too much. Lao San is furious and out for blood. He then laughed and dashed out of the classroom, with Li Maocheng hot on his heels, watching the two depart. Zhang Xi couldn't help but feel that associating with these two was somewhat beneath him. He turned to glance at Chu Jiangong, who appeared lost in thought, his gaze vacant and unfocused, with a hint of exasperation. He said, stop daydreaming, that I know you're nervous too. Lao Er and Lao San have already left. Let us hurry and catch up with them. At this. Chu Jiangong snapped back to attention. His neck reddened slightly as he stammered. Oh, who said I was nervous? I'm not nervous at all. With that, he turned on his heel and strode off to catch up with Zhou Xiong'an and the others, observing Chu Jiangong's retreating figure. Zhang Xi couldn't shake the feeling that his reaction seemed a bit exaggerated for merely meeting a woman. Shaking his head, he quickened his pace to follow suit, joining the others. Before long, they all returned to the dormitory, with Zhang Xi collapsing into a chair, panting lightly. Why are you all running so fast? The gathering isn't until tonight, not now, he complained. Maocheng rolled his eyes in response. You should be asking Lao Er why he ran off so quickly. He retorted, this moment. Zhou Xiong'an also regained his composure, taking a few deep breaths to steady his heartbeat. He chimed in, somewhat defensively. If you weren't chasing me, would I have run? As the two began to bicker. Zhang Xi couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. With a tone laced with resignation, he interjected, all right, enough of that. How about we tidy up and prepare for tonight? The gathering with Lin Qingling is scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening, and it is only 6:30 at present. There truly is no need to rush into preparations. My statement merely reflects my desire to avoid the impending argument between the two of them. As expected, upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, Zhou Xiong'an and Li Maocheng immediately fell silent. The two began to tidy up, preparing to head towards the restroom. However, at that moment, an unexpected figure dashed ahead towards the bathroom. It was none other than Chu Jiangong, who had remained silent until now, and oh wonder he had said nothing earlier. I had thought he was simply exhausted, incapable of uttering a word. In reality, he was preparing to seize the restroom for himself. At this moment, Zhou Xiong'an and Li Maocheng were both indignant. Yet, Li Maocheng's eyes sparkled mischievously, and he approached the restroom door, calling out loudly, Boss, it seems we haven't bathed together in quite some time. Shall we share a shower? Let us relive the old days. Get lost, came Chu Jiangong's succinct and clear reply. All right then, Li Maocheng responded with a chuckle, returning to his seat. The entire exchange left Zhang Xi and Zhou Xiong'an utterly dumbfounded. As the atmosphere lightened, Zhang Xi seemed to recall something and teased. So, have you planned how to strike up a conversation with Lin Qingling's roommate this evening? Hearing Zhang Xi's words, Zhou Xiong'an and Li Maocheng exchanged glances. Eventually, it was Zhou Xiong'an who spoke, rubbing his hands together. Just a normal approach, I suppose. If I use too many tricks, who knows if it might become bothersome. Upon hearing this, Li Maocheng nodded in agreement. Sincerity, indeed, is the only surefire strategy. Observing that the two had already formed their plans, Zhang Xi smiled and refrained from saying more, shifting the conversation to by the way, could you elaborate on your idol, Ouyang's son? It would be best to share details about her preferences. Zhang Xi had wanted to ask this during lunch, but had not found the right moment. Now, however, the opportunity had presented itself. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong'an and Li Maocheng exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Xiong'an regarded Zhang Xi with an odd expression, and after a long pause, he said, Xiao Xi, why are you curious about Ouyang's son's likes? Have you taken a fancy to her? He gazed intently at Zhang X. Maocheng beside him wore a similarly strange look. Zhang Xi instinctively averted his gaze from the two, feeling somewhat guilty despite Zhou Xiong'an's earlier support for a potential relationship between him and his idol, Ouyang's son. The key point was that his inquiries about Ouyang Sun were merely to leverage the influence of the Ouyang family, and he had never considered pursuing her romantically. As Zhang, she sighed internally. Zhou Xiong'an and Li Maocheng showed no inclination to press further into Zhang Xi's feelings for Ouyang Sun. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Xiong'an carefully shared what he knew about Ouyang Sun. However, matters of personal preference are quite intimate, and even as a longtime fan, he possessed limited knowledge. The only thing he was certain of was her profound love for music. Yet, the moment he uttered this, Zhang Xi rolled his eyes, and even Li Maocheng joined in, exasperated that, of course, it's perfectly normal for the illustrious diva Ouyang Sun to love music. It was evident that Zhou Xiong'an's lengthy explanation yielded little of substance. Zhang Xi, feeling helpless, had to intervene to make tea that moment. Chu Jiangong emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. As he stepped out, he casually dried his hair with a towel, casting a puzzled glance at everyone. "What are you all discussing? Looks lively." Before Zhang Xi could respond, Zhou Xiong'an recounted what Zhang Xi had just mentioned. After listening to Zhou Xiong'an's account, Chu Jiangong frowned slightly. Even his search for a hairdryer paused as he turned to Zhang Xi, his expression serious. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke with a weighty tone. "Old four, why do I get the feeling that since you returned to school today, everything you do carries an ominous air? From joining the lab to your inquiries about Ouyang Sun's preferences, what's really going on?" Upon hearing Chu Jingong's words, Li Maocheng and the others also regarded Zhang Xi with concern. Having grown up together, they had long sensed Zhang Xi's unusual behavior. Yet, none had spoken up until Chu Jiangong broke the ice, prompting them to express their worries, observing the solemn and anxious expressions of the three. Zhang Xi's heart skipped a beat. Ultimately, he sighed, his tone tinged with gravity. Just as Zhang Xi prepared to speak, Zhou Xiong'an dropped another bombshell. "Moreover, old four, we've received word about your situation with the eldest daughter of the Qin family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi was momentarily taken aback. Then he forced a wry smile. It was inevitable for such rumors to circulate among those in the same circle. "Old four, the word is that the Qin family's eldest daughter is an aloof goddess, uninterested in men. If it were anyone else, we might believe such gossip, but you..." Zhou Xiong'an cast a deep look at Zhang Xi as he continued. "We've known each other for so long. We understand your temperament. Are you being coerced? What exactly is happening?" At this, Zhang Xi was slightly stunned and then smiled bitterly. It was no surprise that his childhood friends understood the original owner so well. Meeting their concerned and earnest gazes, Zhang Xi sighed inwardly. Yet he could not refute them. These childhood friends were astute. After a moment of deliberation, Zhang Xi could only helplessly reply, "I'm sorry, big brother, second brother, third brother, I cannot disclose the details." Upon hearing this, the three grew anxious. Chu Jiangong, in particular, reacted most intensely, stepping forward to grasp Zhang Xi's shoulder, his voice quivering. "Old four, we are brothers and you've been silent for half a month. And now you can't tell us what's happening. Do you still consider me your brother?" Zhou Xiong'an and Li Maocheng nodded in agreement, their gazes complex as they looked at Zhang Xi. Seeing Zhang Xi's tightly pressed lips and his silence only fueled Chu Jingong's frustration, causing him to chuckle in disbelief. All right, old four, if you don't want to tell us, just say so without looking all solemn." Observing the shift in the group's expressions from concerned urgency, Zhang Xi, feeling somewhat powerless, said, "All right, big brother, second brother, third brother, please don't be angry. You will always be my brothers. That I will now be honest with you." As he spoke, Zhang Xi revealed part of the situation. However, he refrained from providing intricate details, instead conveying that the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yuning, had taken an interest in him. Yet, due to her current commitments, she had let him go, and the rumors circulating were merely her means of diverting attention, that if he couldn't align himself with another prominent family before Qin Yuning resolved her matters, he could very well be ensnared by her. After hearing Zhang Xi's words, the expressions of Chu Jiangong and the others shifted markedly. Chu Jiangong's grip on Zhang Xi's shoulder stiffened. Time passed slowly in this peculiar atmosphere. After Zhang Xi's covert observation of Chu Jingong's expressions, he noticed the stiffness on their faces begin to ease slightly. Chu Jiangong patted Zhang Xi's shoulder firmly and said softly, "Well done. Then he turned and returned to his seat. Zhou Xiong'an and Li Maocheng's expressions were equally complex and peculiar. Zhang Xi grew anxious, fearing they were upset. He quickly exclaimed, "I have shared everything with you. We are brothers. Please don't be angry that it wasn't my intention to keep this from you." His voice grew weaker with each word as he noticed the increasingly strange expressions on Zhou Xiong'an and the others. At that moment, Zhang Xi was truly puzzled. After a lengthy silence, Chu Jiangong was the first to speak. "Damn it, old four, I thought something serious had happened to Uncle Zhang, and you were shouldering the burden. We even imagined a grand epic, only to find out you've been fooling us all along. How foolish we've been to worry for so long." Zhou Xiong'an and Li Maocheng nodded in agreement, their expressions equally displeased. Hearing their words only deepened Zhang Xi's confusion. Sensing Zhang Xi's bewilderment, Zhou Xiong'an spoke irritably. "The eldest daughter of the Qin family is of noble birth and reputed to be extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, she has taken a liking to you, and instead of appreciating it, you're contemplating escape." As the conversation progressed, Zhou Xiong'an could not help but become increasingly agitated. The crux of the matter was that you actually wanted to make my idol the third party in your relationship. Lao Si, I truly misjudged you. For some inexplicable reason, Zhang Xi felt a profound sense of confusion. Why was it that the eldest daughter of the Qin family was clearly coercing him, yet a childhood friend did not only fail to criticize Qin Yuning, but instead wore an expression of indignation? At that moment, Li Maocheng, who had remained silent until now, delivered the final blow. Lao Si, this is just like a plot from a novel, where the domineering CEO is pursued by his little darling. He runs, she chases, and he finds it impossible to escape. Yet here we are, mere bystanders, worrying about you. My goodness, you have the audacity to make us single folks fret over you. At this juncture, Zhang Xi felt as though Chu Jiangong and the others had misunderstood something. Unable to contain himself, he retorted, "It is she who is forcing me. It is you who fail to appreciate what you have." Before Zhang Xi could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Chu Jiangong's loud interjection. Following his words, Chu Jiangong's tone grew increasingly irate. "We're utterly tired of the glitch of him running while she chases. Lao Si, spare us the drama and get yourself cleaned up, awaiting the affection of your domineering CEO. Don't make us, mere bystanders, worry ourselves sick witnessing your love story while we remain loveless ourselves." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi's brows furrowed more deeply. "But I do not like Qin Yuning." Simultaneously, he silently added a caveat in his mind. Of course, if she weren't a Yandere. After listening to Zhang Xi, the playful expressions on Chu Jiangong and the others faded into seriousness. Chu Jiangong even circled around Zhang Xi twice, clicking his tongue incessantly. This peculiar behavior sent a chill down Zhang Xi's spine. "Lao Si, apart from your good looks, do you possess any other redeeming qualities? Family background, knowledge, talent? None of these can compare to the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Qin Yuning, what gives you the right to dislike her?" Chapter 51. A turn of events. Upon hearing Chu Jiangong and the others, Zhang Xi's face flushed crimson. "What do you mean by knowledge and talent? Family background? Am I truly so lacking in your eyes? And what is with that disdainful tone? I am your brother." Zhang Xi felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, exclaiming loudly. However, upon reflection, he realized that Chu Jiangong did have a point. But was that something one could openly admit? Do I not have any pride? As Zhang Xi grew increasingly exasperated, Chu Jiangong and the others sighed, ultimately refraining from provoking him further. Chu Jiangong then softened his tone, gently coaxing, "All right, Lao Si, why do you not like the eldest daughter of the Qin family? Share your thoughts with your brothers." As soon as the words left his lips, the three pairs of eyes locked on his Zhang Xi. Yet upon hearing this, Zhang Xi merely sighed internally. "Could I possibly share with you the fact that I was accompanied by in the small black room?" Zhang Xi chuckled bitterly to himself, observing Zhang Xi's repeated hesitations. The three exchanged glances. At last, Chu Jiangong spoke first. "See? You don't even know what you dislike about the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Just stop resisting, get yourself cleaned up, and wait for her to come find you." He patted Zhang Xi on the shoulder. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Zhang Xi looked earnestly at Chu Jiangong and the others, his tone exceptionally serious. "Boss, ergo, sango. While I cannot disclose why I do not like Qin Yuning, will you help me? He fixed his gaze on the three, awaiting their response. With Zhang Xi's words, the atmosphere grew tense. Chu Jiangong and the others' chests rose and fell momentarily. Yet they all nodded resolutely. Lao Si, you are our brother. As long as it is not illegal, we will always stand by your side. Feeling the weight of their support, Zhang Xi exhaled, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Then let us not dwell on this. Instead, consider how to help your brother get closer to Ouyang Sun. He glanced at Zhou Xiong'an with a hint of apology in his eyes. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, Zhou Xiong'an's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, Zhang Xi assured him fervently, rest assured, ergo, I will absolutely not do anything to harm your idol. He patted his chest, exuding an air of sincerity. Little did he know. Zhou Xiong'an's expression darkened further upon hearing this. With a glare fixed on Zhang Xi, he spoke through gritted teeth, Lao Si, the more I look at you, the more I sense a certain scoundrel aura about you. What? Zhang Xi found himself bewildered by Zhou Xiong'an's words. Zhou Xiong'an took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, then approached Zhang Xi, patting him on the shoulder. His tone was earnest yet grave. Lao Si, if you cannot take responsibility for Ouyang Sun, then do not provoke her. That I do not want my idol to become a pawn in your games with other women, regardless of the reason. After saying this, Zhou Xiong'an turned and returned to his seat. Watching Zhou Xiong'an's retreating figure, Zhang Xi clenched his jaw, ultimately choosing silence. Chapter 52. Resolve. As Zhou Xiong'an returned to his seat, facing away from everyone, Zhang Xi gazed at him, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Li Maocheng and Chu Jiangong exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward as they struggled to find words to ease the tension. Finally, amidst the silence, Zhang Xi let out a soft sigh. Quickly gathering his belongings, he made his way to the restroom. That moment, Zhang Xi's mind was in turmoil. Upon entering the restroom, he swiftly locked the door. Facing the mirror above the sink, he turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on his face. Looking at the handsome visage reflected back at him, a glimmer of confusion flickered in his eyes. He could not comprehend why his childhood companion had not firmly stood by his side this time. Was it truly because he had failed to provide an explanation? Did Qin Yuning's excellence overshadow him in their eyes, making his resistance seem like a baseless outcry? Contemplating this, a bitter smile crept onto Zhang Xi's lips. Did he blame his childhood friend? Certainly not. Yet there was an undeniable discomfort in his heart, and the most crucial point was that he could not articulate these feelings. With that thought, Zhang Xi splashed cold water on his face once more. He was reminded of Zhou Xiong'an, and a headache began to set in. He truly felt guilty towards Zhou Xiong'an. After all, he had no intention of taking responsibility for his idol. But did he truly have any other options? Once again gazing into the mirror, he whispered softly, Ergo, I am sorry. Yet, I truly do not wish to be pulled back into Qin Yuning's life. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xi, as he stepped into the restroom, the expressions of Chu Jiangong and Li Maocheng, who had initially appeared heavy and uncertain, were instantly replaced by smiles. Chu Jiangong reached out to pat Zhou Xiong'an, who remained turned away from the crowd. All right, I need to keep up the act. Lao Si has gone to take a shower. T. Chu Jiangong's words. Zhou Xiong'an immediately turned around. His face, no longer bearing the earlier despondence, was instead lit up by a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. His cheeks flushed, a clear indication of his suppressed laughter. Observing Zhou Xiong'an's expression, Chu Jiangong rolled his eyes. Goodness, ergo, who would have thought you possessed such acting talent? You nearly fooled us all. Upon hearing Chu Jiangong's teasing, Zhou Xiong'an merely scratched his head, remaining silent. Just then, the previously smiling Li Maocheng's gaze flickered with concern as he leaned closer to the two and whispered, Boss, do you think Lao Si will be angry if he finds out we deceived him? Of course he will be angry, Chu Jiangong replied, rolling his eyes as if speaking to a fool. If I were to deceive you, would you not be upset? Their exchange left both of them in silence. So why are we deceiving Lao Si? Following Qin Yuning's words, it seemed Lao Si and she were at odds. It is quite normal for young couples to have disagreements, isn't it? Currently, Lao Si and Qin Yuning were at an impasse. Given Lao Si's stubborn temperament, he would surely resist taking the initiative to mend things. Thus, as his brothers and childhood friends, it was our duty to help Lao Si and Qin Yuning break the deadlock, allowing Lao Si to realize just how extraordinary she truly was. Only then would he cherish this relationship and potentially find a way to be together in the end as he spoke. Chu Jianggong's tone grew fervent. For Lao Si's happiness, even if we are scolded by him later. So what? Upon hearing these words, both Zhou Xiong'an and the other individual appeared contemplative, their gazes filled with admiration as they looked towards Chu Jianggong. What if the fourth one is resolutely unwilling to reconcile? At that moment, Zhou Xiong'an's eyes darted, as if a sudden realization struck him, and he spoke up. This utterance cast a veil of silence over the three once more. Surely it cannot be so. Chu Jianggong ventured uncertainly. Is it not quite normal for young couples to have disagreements? Moreover, you are not unaware of the Qin family's traditions. Their members are devoted to but one partner throughout their lives. As long as Miss Qin does not commit a fundamental transgression, it should not be so severe. However, unbeknownst to Chu Jianggong, the actions that Qin Yuxi had taken against him were, in Zhang Xi's eyes, far more grievous than infidelity. Just as the four were engaged in hushed whispers, Zhang Xi, freshly emerged from the bathroom, stepped out, drying herself with a towel. Observing the trio in quiet discussion, she inquired with curiosity, "What are you all conferring about?" As she spoke, she casually picked up a hairdryer from the table and began to dry her hair. I could see that moment. Zhang Xi appeared entirely composed, as if nothing had transpired moments before. The three exchanged glances, and whether it was merely an illusion or not, they felt an uncanny transformation in Zhang Xi, one that starkly contrasted with the person they remembered. Yet, they chose to dismiss the fleeting stirrings in their hearts. Noticing that Zhang Xi paid no mind to their actions, Chu Jianggong discreetly dismissed the chat window on his phone, swiftly turning off the screen as if Zhang Xi had been attentive to his device. She would have discovered that the contact name displayed was Qin Yuning. After finishing her hair, Zhang Xi approached the group, to be frank, when she stood beside them, particularly with a smile gracing her lips. The three felt a pang of guilt, finding it difficult to meet her gaze. Nevertheless, Zhang Xi appeared completely oblivious to their peculiar demeanor, cheerfully addressing Zhou Xiong'an and Li Maoqing, second and third. "It's time for you to shower." Her voice was calm and gentle, as if nothing had ever happened. The two nodded dumbly, with Li Maoqing ultimately breaking free from his unease, turning to grab his already prepared toiletries and dashing towards the bathroom. He did so with such speed that by the time Zhou Xiong'an registered the moment, Li Maoqing had already slammed the door shut behind him. Zhou Xiong'an scratched his head, his expression towards Zhang Xi laden with complexity. Meanwhile, within the bathroom, Zhang Xi had deliberated thoroughly and resolved her determination. Thus, her gaze was exceptionally resolute. "I'm sorry. Second, I fear I truly must apologize to you this time," she stated with utmost sincerity. Yet her resolve was unmistakable. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Xiong'an's eyelids fluttered. He discerned the underlying meaning of Zhang Xi's statement, and it was clear he was not alone. Chu Jianggong understood as well. Fourth, have you made up your mind? Chapter 53. The meeting. Upon hearing Chu Jianggong's question, Zhang Xi let out a soft sigh, turning her gaze back to Zhou Xiong'an, reiterating, "Second, I am truly sorry." She then deeply bowed to him. Observing the serious and apologetic expression on Zhang Xi's face, the tension in Zhou Xiong'an's demeanor instantly dissipated, and he hurriedly helped her back up. Fourth, it's not as you presume, although Ouyang Sun is my idol. Your relationship with her is irrelevant to me," Zhou Xiong'an exclaimed, somewhat flustered, as he assisted Zhang Xi to her feet. The stunned Zhang Xi gazed at him in disbelief, having previously worried that her apology might create a rift between them, possibly leading to a fallout. However, it seemed her concerns were ultimately unfounded. As for Chu Jianggong, after casting a deep glance at Zhang Xi, he fell silent, though he couldn't help but wonder what had transpired between Qin Yuning and Zhang Xi that would prompt his brother to go to such lengths to distance himself from her. Surely, it could not simply be a trivial disagreement, as she had claimed. Following the revelation, the atmosphere in the dormitory grew amicable once more. After preparing for the evening gathering, the four brothers reconvened to engage in a game of five-man squads, with the fifth member being the enchanting warrior by Wei Wei, who had only recently been added to Zhang Xi's gaming friends. After an exhilarating session of gameplay, The evening swiftly approached, with just an hour remaining before the rendezvous with Lin Qingling at 8 o'clock. Chu Jiangong glanced at the time and the game screen, then casually removed his earphones, stretching luxuriously. A look of satisfaction etched across his face. It must be said, having such a formidable ally as Zhang, she made climbing the ranks feel as effortless as drinking water. As Chu Jiangong stretched, Zhou Xiong'an and the others followed suit, shedding their headsets and indulging in relaxation. Noticing the time, Zhang Xi softly suggested, "It's nearly time. Shall we depart now?" "Absolutely." Chu Jiangong and the others seemed to have awaited this prompt eagerly. Springing from their seats and tidying themselves before promptly exiting the dormitory in October, the evening breeze had already whisked away the day's heat, caressing the skin like a gentle spring breeze, a truly delightful sensation. Zhang Xi comfortably squinted her eyes, stretching once more to that moment. It dawned on Chu Jiangong and the others that the path they were traversing with Zhang Xi felt increasingly familiar. Finally, unable to contain himself, Chu Jiangong inquired, "Fourth, where is your dining appointment with the campus belle?" "The cafeteria," Zhang Xi replied without looking back. "What?" Chu Jiangong and the others exclaimed, momentarily speechless. Zhou Xiong'an reacted most fervently, pointing at Zhang Xi and stammering, "Fourth, do you realize this is our first time ever dining alone with a girl since childhood? Moreover, it's your first meal with Lin Qingling." "What of it?" Zhang Xi sensed the unusual tension and turned to face them. Catching sight of the three standing there, especially Zhou Xiong'an, who was still pointing at her as Zhang Xi turned, she heard their queries. Finding it somewhat amusing, she retorted lightly, "What? You expect us to dine at a hotel, specifically at your family's five-star establishment, and reserve the most luxurious suite on the top floor for Lin Qingling and her companions? Are you not concerned that Uncle Zhou might find out and break your legs?" She then glanced at the equally despondent expressions of Chu Jiangong and the others. "Or perhaps you three would prefer to eat nothing for a year, sacrificing your living expenses, so we can find a high-end hotel and throw an extravagant banquet, leaving us all with beautiful memories?" After uttering these words, she rendered the three speechless, their heads drooping in defeat, bearing the weight of a significant blow. "Come on, it's just a gathering. Whether it succeeds or not remains to be seen." This half-hearted consolation ultimately managed to lift their spirits just enough to hastily follow Zhang Xi. Upon reaching the cafeteria at Jingda, they spotted several familiar figures waiting at the entrance, with keen eyes. Chu Jiangong stood on tiptoe, squinting to see more clearly, and exclaimed excitedly to the others, "It's the campus belles. They are waiting for us." Upon finishing her words, she quickened her pace towards the entrance of the cafeteria. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xi and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. Outside the cafeteria, four striking figures captivated the attention of passing juniors and seniors, who paused in admiration. However, confronted by Lin Qingling's chilling gaze, which seemed capable of slaying, not a single brave soul dared to approach for conversation. The most vivacious among them, Huang Xinhui, could not help but giggle at the spectacle, leaning in to whisper to Lin Qingling, "Lin, if these juniors and seniors knew that this icy snow lotus was on the verge of being plucked by one of them, I wonder what their thoughts would be." At Huang Xinhui's playful tease, a hint of crimson crept onto Lin Qingling's frosty visage. Just as Huang Xinhui was about to continue her playful banter, the keen-eyed Zhuang Yin noticed Zhang Xi and his companions swiftly approaching. Among the quartet, a boy of average height, wearing a mask that concealed his mouth and nose, immediately caught her attention. His delicate willow-like brows and deeply emotional peach blossom eyes revealed his identity, Zhang Xi. The moment Zhuang Yin laid eyes on Zhang Xi, she fell into a reverie. Those familiar with her knew of her passion for painting and her remarkable talent in the art this moment. She began to envision the complete visage of the ice mountain that was only partially revealed to her. Simultaneously, she surmised that this young man must be the object of her close friend Lin Qingling's affections. Meanwhile, Chu Jiangong and his companions finally reached the group. "Lin, this is my roommate, the fourth among us, Zhang Xi," he declared, pointing towards him. Chu Jiangong's booming voice successfully pulled Lin Qingling and the others back from their reverie. "Hello, nice to meet you, Zhang Xi. I am Lin Qingling." She greeted him with a smile. Zhang Xi returned her greeting with equal warmth. Lin, I am Zhang Xi. They then proceeded to introduce each other to their respective companions. As the introductions drew to a close, Zhang Xi inquired, Lin, did you arrive this early? Lin Qingling chuckled softly. I just got here. Oddly enough, when she mentioned her recent arrival, the expressions on Huang Xinhui and Zhuang Yan's faces turned peculiar, and they exchanged knowing glances at Lin Qingling. However, she paid no mind to their strange looks for the young man before her held her utmost attention. What harm was there in a minor fib? Especially for someone as typically serious as she. Zhang Xi, too, was oblivious to the subtle changes in the expressions of Huang Xinhui and Zhuang Yan. He merely intended to lighten the atmosphere. Yet one individual's demeanor captured his attention, Nangong Yu, who stood off to the side, resembling a statue, lost in thought. For some inexplicable reason, this seemingly quiet girl, who uttered not a word, exuded an aura of disconnection from the world around her. Nonetheless, Zhang Xi shook his head, quickly refocusing on the conversation at hand, for her matters were of no concern to him. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhang Xi led Lin Qingling and the others into the school cafeteria. Following closely behind him, Lin Qingling and Nangong Yu maintained their calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the location of their meal. However, Huang Xinhui and Zhuang Yan exchanged surprised glances momentarily. Truth be told, when they first heard that Lin Qingling had arranged to meet Zhang Xi in the school cafeteria, they were skeptical. They presumed Zhang Xi would suggest dining elsewhere after gathering Lin Qingling and her friends. Who would invite the school beauty to dine in the cafeteria for the first time? Exchanging glances filled with astonishment, the two girls did not express disdain, being well-versed in the ways of the world. They merely found Zhang Xi's choice a tad unexpected. As they stepped into the elevator, curiosity lingered between Huang Xinhui and Zhuang Yan until Zhuang Yan could no longer contain herself, asking, Zhang Xi, aren't we supposed to eat in the cafeteria? Why are we going upstairs? In her mind, she recalled that although the cafeteria had 3 floors, only the first was a dining area. The second and third floors were assumed to be staff quarters or storage rooms. So Zhang Xi's decision to ascend to the 3rd floor was perplexing that in response to their bewilderment, Zhang Xi replied gently, my family has rented a private room in the cafeteria for us to dine. Huang Xinhui and Zhuang Yan were utterly astonished, as it was their first time learning that the cafeteria had private dining rooms on the upper floors. They exchanged understanding glances, realizing that Zhang Xi's background was likely extraordinary. However, given his unremarkable attire and absence of ostentatious jewelry, they never suspected he was a concealed heir of wealth. With a smile, Zhang Xi chose not to elaborate further on his circumstances. The private room had been arranged by his father. Concerned that Zhang Xi's striking looks might attract unwanted attention while dining out, and it had not cost much, merely the equivalent of a library fee. This arrangement was unique to their school. One might wonder if other affluent students had also secured private rooms in the cafeteria. The answer was no. After all, those capable of renting a private room at such an institution would hardly choose to dine in the cafeteria. Most parents of such students regarded their children as heirs and were wary of exposing them to the excesses of high society too early. Soon, the elevator reached the 3rd floor, and Zhang Xi led the dazed Zhuang Yan and the composed Nangong Yu into the private room. Originally a staff dormitory, the space was neither too large nor too small and had been simply renovated for its new purpose. The decor is characterized by an exquisite simplicity, embodying an air of understated elegance. However, it is evident that none of the women dare to underestimate this private room, for it is the only independent dining area within the cafeteria of Peking University. Upon entering the room, Chu Jiangong and his companions, along with Zhuang Yan, displayed an unspoken understanding as they promptly occupied 5 consecutive seats at a nearby round table. Having previously coordinated with the cafeteria staff, 8 chairs and sets of cutlery had been prepared in advance. As Zhang Xi surveyed the last 3 vacant spots and then glanced at the 5 individuals, she could easily discern their intentions, which left her feeling somewhat resigned. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qingling and then at Nangong Yu. Although Zhang Xi felt a tinge of reluctance, she decisively made her way toward the trio of empty seats that were closer to Chu Jiangong and his group. Chapter 55. The gathering commences. Just as Zhang Xi approached Chu Jiangong and his companions, a figure swiftly darted past her, claiming the very seat Zhang Xi had set her sights on. Once the individual settled into the chair, Zhang Xi was taken aback to realize it was Nangong Yuyu, who had been deep in thought moments earlier. Zhang Xi, momentarily speechless, cast a scrutinizing glance at Nangong Yuyu, who met her gaze with an air of calm. Eventually, Zhang Xi sighed internally and averted her eyes, resignedly choosing a seat next to Nangong Yuyu. Lin Qingling promptly followed suit, taking a seat beside Zhang Xi that moment. The eyes of the four women converged upon Zhang Xi's face, their curiosity piqued by her appearance. After all, even the mere glimpse of her exposed brows and eyes was enough to captivate. However, they could not compel Zhang Xi to remove her mask, so they suppressed their curiosity while outside. Yet, now that it was time to dine, it seemed improbable for Zhang Xi to keep her mask on. Thus, the four pairs of eyes fixated intently on her face, feeling the weight of their inquisitive gazes. Zhang Xi maintained a composed demeanor, showing no inclination to remove her mask. Meanwhile, Chu Jiangong and his companions remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in perusing the menu, completely oblivious to the simultaneous attention of the four women directed at their good friend. At that moment, Chu Jiangong suddenly recalled something, hastily snatching the menu from the others and closing it, offering it to the four women with a smile. "Please, feel free to order." Yet neither Lin Qingling nor Nangong Yuyu reached for the menu. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of Zhuang Yan and Huang Xinhui, who reluctantly shifted their gaze from Zhang Xi to the menu, begrudgingly beginning to place their orders. Meanwhile, in a corner of the table, Zhou Xiongyan and Li Maocheng, feeling neglected, breathed a sigh of relief at the lack of attention directed their way that had been rather awkward moments earlier. Habitually, upon entering the private room, their first instinct was to pick up the menu and start ordering, entirely oblivious to the presence of four ladies beside them. Fortunately, no one had noticed their blunder. Otherwise, they would have been thoroughly embarrassed. After Zhuang Yan and Huang Xinhui returned the completed order to the group, Chu Jiangong exchanged glances with his companions. Responding to their looks, Zhang Xi nodded slightly. Chu Jiangong and his friends understood that Zhang Xi was suggesting they proceed with their usual ordering style. With a few strokes on the menu, Chu Jiangong signaled Zhou Xiongyan to make a call to the staff. Soon, two employees arrived with the appetizers, collecting the menu from Chu Jiangong's hands. It is worth mentioning that the cafeteria at Peking University boasts commendable quality. With many of its chefs having been recruited from five-star hotels, they beheld the desserts placed before them. Zhang Xi and the others eagerly reached for a piece each, engaging in conversation as they savored the treats. The gathering finally began, setting the wheels of fate in motion. Had Zhang Xi foreseen the future, she would undoubtedly have declined to attend this banquet. Due to the necessity of eating, Zhang Xi ultimately removed her mask under the persistent gaze of the four women. In that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of both Lin Qingling and Nangong Yuyu, while Zhuang Yan and Huang Xinhui exhibited a glimmer of disappointment. Zhang Xi was no fool. She understood the need to reveal her face while dining out. Therefore, she had delicately applied some makeup, ensuring it was not overly dramatic, as such a look would make it painfully obvious that she was concealing her true appearance. Instead, her makeup harmonized seamlessly with her exposed brows and eyes. Zhang Xi did not deliberately try to downplay her looks. Rather, she merely accentuated a few minor imperfections on her face. Yet, these seemingly inconspicuous flaws rendered her otherwise enchanting visage to a mere level of attractiveness. Although still handsome, the striking allure that once captivated others had diminished. Perhaps my hopes were a tad too high. Although he's still a good-looking guy, something feels a bit off, Huang Xinhui murmured softly, her tone laced with disappointment. However, Zhuang Yan, after her initial letdown, resumed her scrutinizing gaze upon Zhang Xi. Being knowledgeable in the arts, she understood the exquisite beauty of Zhang Xi's exposed features and found it hard to believe that such perfection could be marred by any blemishes. Lin Qingling and Nangong Yuyu, having recovered from their initial astonishment, returned to their calm demeanor. Especially for Lin Qingling, her gaze upon Zhang Xi remained warm and affectionate, tinged with a hint of fervor. After regaining her composure, Nangong Yuyu looked at Zhang Xi with newfound admiration, clearly aware of something that others did not see. Sandwiched between Lin Qingling and Nangong Yuyu, Zhang Xi, having removed her mask, discreetly observed the reactions of the four women. It was evident that their expressions were remarkably well managed. Any signs of surprise or disappointment fleetingly vanished from their faces. Zhang Xi scrutinized them closely, but discerned nothing amiss. Just then, a waitress entered the private room, balancing dishes on a tray. Clad in a mask and heavy makeup, her face remained concealed. However, her graceful figure hinted at her beauty. As she scanned the room, her gaze inadvertently lingered on Zhang Xi's back. With utmost respect, the waitress began placing the dishes on the table. Zhang. She was seated closest to the door. The waitress leaned in to serve her. Occasionally brushing against Zhang Xi due to her movements. In response, Zhang Xi could only awkwardly shift his chair slightly closer to Lin Qingling. Noticing Zhang Xi's discomfort, Lin Qingling smiled subtly, her eyes reflecting a hint of appreciation and delight. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, as Zhang Xi tried to evade the waitress and inched closer to Lin Qingling, a glint of coldness flickered in the waitress's eyes. Chapter 56. A Confession. However, the icy glimmer in the waitress's eyes vanished almost instantly. She respectfully placed all the dishes on the table, nodded to the group, and then turned to leave the tea that moment. Zhang Xi, despite inching closer to Lin Qingling, could not avoid the waitress's movements, resulting in unavoidable physical contact. Strangely, the faint scent of the waitress's perfume evoked an odd sensation within him. Yet soon, Zhang Xi's focus shifted away from the waitress as Nan Gongyu, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. Zhang Xi, as you gather with your senior sisters over a lavish spread, why not indulge in some wine to complement this delightful atmosphere? The unexpected question interrupted Zhang Xi's thoughts, prompting him to shake his head apologetically. I'm sorry, but I am allergic to alcohol. This response was one that Zhang Ting had taught him, specifically to navigate the pressures of social drinking, as it was essential for young men to protect themselves in such settings. Upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, Nan Gongyu merely raised an eyebrow. Although her expression remained non-committal, she spoke with a hint of regret. Is that so? Then our junior cannot join us for a drink. She gestured towards the other four individuals, playfully adding, I assume the rest of you are not allergic to alcohol, right? Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingling's expression remained unchanged, while Zhuang Yin and Huang Xinhui exchanged subtle shakes of their heads. Meanwhile, Chu Jianggong and his companions could barely contain their excitement, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Coming from affluent backgrounds, Chu Jianggong and his peers had attended various business gatherings from a young age, having been immersed in the world of alcohol for as long as they could remember. Most significantly, a girl who was slightly tipsy and blushing from drink not only appeared more alluring, but also became easier to flirt with. Did she not? Thus, Chu Jianggong promptly called out to the departing waiter, Waiter, please bring us a few bottles of red wine and 5 glasses. Hearing his voice, the waiter paused momentarily, nodded, and then pushed the door open to leave the private room. However, no one noticed that the waiter had initially halted in her tracks when Nan Gongyu began to speak. Her fists were tightly clenched, and her body tensed as if suppressing something. It was only after Zhang Xi's refusal that her clenched fists slowly relaxed. Yet she remained in the posture of opening the door, standing there in a daze. It wasn't until she heard Chu Jianggong's instructions that she fully pushed the door open and stepped outside. Once out of the private room, the waiter's mood seemed exceedingly displeased, her chest heaving with frustration. The gloom in her eyes was ready to spill over, and it took her a considerable time to calm herself. She stumbled slightly as she made her way toward the elevator. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the private room had become lively. With the prominent presence of Huang Xinhui and Chu Jianggong, the gathering was anything but dull. With conversations flowing effortlessly from one topic to another, rich in cultural anecdotes and amusing tales. For this event, Chu Jianggong and his friends showcased their learned skills at that moment. Li Maoqing was passionately expounding on the development of the global economy and its future prospects. One might question the appropriateness of such topics at a gathering, or whether the attendees could comprehend them, but what truly mattered was the air of sophistication. Did one not notice how, as Li Maoqiang flaunted his talents, both Zhuang Yin and Huang Xinhui gazed at him with admiration in their eyes? As the discussions grew more animated, Chu Jianggong and his companions seized the opportunity to exchange contact information with Zhuang Yin and her friends. Just then, the previously departed waiter returned, pushing a cart laden with drinks into the private room. Approaching Zhang Xi, she leaned in closely, distributing the beverages and glasses. When it was Zhang Xi's turn, the waiter handed him a bottle of cola. "Sir, is this yours?" The waiter's voice was hoarse, loud, and grating, yet it was unmistakably feminine. Zhang Xi merely raised an eyebrow, accepted the cola with a smile, and expressed his gratitude. He then raised the cola towards the group, apologetically stating, "I'm afraid I have an allergy to alcohol, that I hope you all enjoy the substitute." With that, he popped the cola open and took the first sip that moment, still unnoticed by anyone. The waiter fixed her gaze intently on Zhang Xi after handing him the cola. Upon seeing him take a sip, she seemed to nod slightly, a flicker of satisfaction momentarily dispelling the gloom in her eyes. Subsequently, she pushed the cart away. Meanwhile, Chu Jianggong and his companions had poured wine for the four girls, ensuring their own glasses were also full. Chu Jianggong then led the group in a toast. After several rounds of drinking, except for Zhang Xi, everyone else bore a rosy hue on their faces. Particularly, Lin Qingling's complexion appeared to have melted away the frost, exuding a captivating allure that was both chilling and fiery. Even Zhang Xi, who had been dazzled by the beauty of Qin Yuning and Zhang Ting, couldn't help but linger on Lin Qingling's face for a few moments longer. Seemingly aware of Zhang Xi's gaze, Lin Qingling turned to him, offering a sweet smile. "Junior, do you think I'm beautiful?" Her words sent a shiver down the somewhat dazed Zhang Xi, snapping him back to reality. However, he displayed no hint of timidity. Responding candidly, "Senior, you are indeed very beautiful." Zhang Xi's words were heartfelt. After all, a beautiful woman, slightly intoxicated and wearing a smile, was perhaps at her most enchanting. Lin Qingling, clearly sensing the sincerity in Zhang Xi's tone, smiled even wider, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Thank you for your compliment, Junior," she replied, leaning closer to him. "So, would you be interested in dating such a beautiful senior?" As Lin Qingling drew nearer, Zhang Xi quickly turned his head away. Feeling a flush creep onto his face, he had not anticipated such a sudden and bold confession from Lin Qingling, devoid of any prior indication. However, it was evident that he could not acquiesce to her declaration. Thus, when he composed himself and turned back to face Lin Qingling, his heart jolted. He realized he needed to retract his earlier statement. A beautiful woman, tipsy and smiling with a pleading gaze, this was indeed her most captivating state. What man could resist such allure? Zhang Xi's heart fluttered slightly, despite his firm resolve to decline her advances. Yet at that moment, Lin Qingling's actions drew the attention of Chu Jianggong and his companions. They exchanged glances, clearly communicating their astonishment at Lin Qingling's directness. Was she really so forthright? Skipping the emotional build-up entirely. Lin Qingling's friends were equally taken aback, particularly Nan Gongyu, whose gaze toward Lin Qingling held not only surprise, but a hint of complexity. Nevertheless, Lin Qingling seemed unconcerned with the reactions of those around her. Her eyes remained fixed on Zhang Xi, eager for his response. Zhuang Yin and Huang Xinhui, after a moment of shock, quickly regained their composure. They exchanged knowing looks, reading the unspoken agreement to assist their friend, and nodded slightly to one another. Although the script had deviated from their initial discussion, they were determined to support their sister. Thus, Huang Xinhui, adopting a teasing tone, declared, "Our Lin, the campus belle, has taken quite a liking to our junior, Zhang Xi. During the half-month you were absent, she was quite worried, constantly checking in with your roommates for updates. Zhang Xi, you are the first person to have captured Lin's attention to such an extent." "Indeed," Zhuang Yin chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Moreover, our Lin went to great lengths to attend today's gathering with you, risking a reprimand from her professor for delaying her lab report and the potential of having to clean the laboratory for a month. Junior, this shows how deeply Lin cares for you." She raised one of Lin Qingling's hands as if swearing an oath to the heavens at that moment. Lin Qingling seemed slightly anxious, her gaze intently fixed on Zhang Xi, her palm instinctively clenching, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Observing the mix of fervor and a hint of desperation in Lin Qingling's eyes, Zhang Xi's heart softened just a little, and he found himself unable to utter the harsh words he had prepared. He turned to Chu Jianggong and his companions, exchanging a glance that conveyed his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, his moment of weakness would sow the seeds of significant trouble for himself. Receiving Zhang Xi's signal, Chu Jiangong and the others, their previously clouded eyes suddenly clear, exchanged knowing looks that spoke volumes. They all understood the meaning behind Zhang Xi's expression, and a collective sigh escaped their lips. Ever since Zhang Xi had confided in them about his circumstances earlier in the day, they had realized the improbability of a relationship between him and Lin Qingling. This was why, despite having heard Lin Qingling's confession, they had remained silent, refraining from joining in the teasing initiated by Huang Xinhui. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Jiangong shifted his gaze. As if struck by an idea, he casually remarked, "I recall that all of you seniors are biology majors. Are you all quite accomplished? Are you currently involved in experiments in a lab? I wonder who your professors are." His seemingly casual inquiry effectively broke the lingering awkwardness in the air. Zhang Xi's prolonged silence in response to Lin Qingling's question did not go unnoticed. They were not foolish and naturally deduced his rejection. Huang Xinhui quickly seized upon the opportunity created by Chu Jiangong's attempt to redirect the conversation. We're not as impressive as our junior might think. As for our professors, I'm sure you've heard of them, as she spoke. Huang Xinhui created a moment of suspense, her gaze sweeping across Lin Qingling and Zhang Xi. Noticing Lin Qingling's unchanged expression and the smile still gracing Zhang Xi's lips, she couldn't help but feel a slight relief. However, a flicker of curiosity arose within her regarding Zhang Xi. Her roommate, Lin Qingling, was one of the top 10 beauties of Jing University, and yet she had boldly pursued a young man, only to be rejected. Huang Xinhui found herself genuinely intrigued as to why Zhang Xi would turn her down. Despite her internal perplexity, a smile remained on her face. Chu Jiangong, ever the willing participant, seamlessly picked up on Huang Xinhui's narrative. "Senior, if that's the case, I'm really quite curious. Who is your professor?" "Lin Qingxue," Huang Xinhui replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "She is not only the youngest professor at our university, but also one of the top 10 beauties of Jing University." "What?" Upon hearing Huang Xinhui's words, Chu Jiangong and the other three, including Zhang Xi, were struck with astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Huang Xinhui appeared quite pleased with their reaction, her tone tinged with a sense of self-satisfaction. "Our laboratory boasts two of Jing University's top 10 beauties. Every few days, a number of young men, driven by unknown motives, attempt to switch majors or join our lab. I heard just today a young man sought to enter our laboratory. He comes from a well-off family and even managed to persuade the vice president to advocate on his behalf. Yet, in the end, he was still turned down by our professor Lin Qingxue. Rumor has it, he is from the finance department. What a leap from finance to biology. One can only imagine his ill intentions, and a chorus of gasps followed. Chu Jiangong and the others were left utterly dumbfounded, exchanging glances of disbelief. Zhang Xi, in particular, trembled slightly upon hearing Huang Xinhui's story, which struck an eerily familiar chord. The description of a scheming individual shifting from finance to biology, coming from a privileged background. It was as if she was recounting Zhang Xi's own situation. As this realization dawned on her, Zhang Xi's expression darkened, and she tightened her grip on the cola bottle, causing the metal container to crumple easily under her grasp. "Oh heavens, are you toying with me?" Zhang Xi cursed inwardly, lamenting the apparent indifference of fate. That moment, Huang Xinhui and the others sensed the unusual atmosphere among the four. Their expressions were a vivid tapestry of emotions, shifting unpredictably, leaving them wondering what thoughts were brewing beneath the surface. "What's wrong?" Huang Xinhui asked cautiously, her tone tinged with trepidation. Hearing her inquiry, Chu Jiangong and the others exchanged glances, lowering their heads slightly as they sheepishly sipped from their glasses. Meanwhile, Zhang Xi, after a brief internal uproar, found a semblance of calm. Raising her cola, she downed it in one go, wiping her mouth with a hint of bravado, turning her gaze towards Lin Qingling, whose countenance remained tranquil, yet whose eyes resembled a still pond. Zhang Xi gently extended her hand to grasp Lin Qingling's delicate fingers. With a warm tone and a smile, she proposed, "Senior Lin, might we take a moment to get to know each other?" Chapter 58. Inebriation. Zhang Xi stepped forward, her demeanor earnest as she held Lin Qingling's hand. "Senior, could we perhaps take the time to understand one another better?" Upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, Lin Qingling, whose eyes had been devoid of life, suddenly lifted her head, her expression alight with hope. "Junior, is that truly what you mean?" As Zhang Xi beheld the glimmer of hope swelling in Lin Qingling's eyes, she felt a pang of guilt but resolutely nodded. Internally, she added, "Senior, forgive me." Lin Qingling's face broke into a radiant smile, her brows lifting and her lips curving gracefully, akin to the warmth of the winter sun or the gentle caress of spring breezes. Yet, Zhang Xi could only steal a fleeting glance before hastily averting her gaze, overwhelmed by her own trepidation. This action, however, was interpreted by Lin Qingling and the others as shyness on Zhang Xi's part, igniting even more mirth in Lin Qingling's eyes. Huang Xinhui and her companions, observing the burgeoning atmosphere between Lin Qingling and Zhang Xi, were suddenly engulfed in a flurry of pink bubbles of excitement. While they harbored some confusion, they were nonetheless thrilled at their dear friend's blossoming romance. All, that is, except for Nangong Yu, who maintained her usual serene demeanor, leaving others unaware of her thoughts. Yet, when her gaze flitted across Lin Qingling and Zhang Xi, a flicker of shadow crossed her features. In the meantime, Zhuang Yin and Huang Xinhui took on the role of mood enhancers, striving to uplift the ambience. However, Chu Jiangong and his companions began to drift into a state of distraction. Their responses to Zhuang Yin and Huang Xinhui's cheerful overtures were lackluster, as their minds wandered, while they continued to drink heartily, their eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow as they glanced at Lin Qingling and Zhang Xi. Unbeknownst to them, at the entrance of the room, a figure leaned against the door, none other than the waitress who was supposed to have departed, her face concealed by a mask. Her expression remained obscured, but the tension in her furrowed brow and cold, distant gaze betrayed her displeasure. Earlier, when the young men had conversed with Zhang Xi, Chu Jiangong and the others had instinctively silenced themselves, becoming mere background figures. Additionally, the room's soundproofing was not particularly effective, allowing the waitress, who had been stationed at the door, to overhear their entire exchange, including Zhang Xi's remark, "Might we take the time to understand one another better?" Taking a deep breath to steady herself, the waitress pulled out her phone, fixating on the time displayed on the screen, seemingly awaiting something. Meanwhile, the revelers inside the room remained blissfully unaware of the stirrings outside. After a brief period of guilt and hesitation, Chu Jiangong and his companions fully engaged in the merriment, joining Zhuang Yin and Huang Xinhui in lifting the atmosphere. Glass after glass, they drank, their spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. With intoxicated, squinted eyes, they animatedly shared life aspirations and amusing anecdotes from their youth. Lin Qingling and Nangong Yu, buoyed by the lively atmosphere, also indulged in a few more drinks, demonstrating their own impressive tolerance. Just then, as Chu Jiangong and his companions raised their glasses once more to toast, Lin Qingling hesitated, pressing her hand against her glass. Reluctant to respond to that moment, she felt the effects of the alcohol weighing heavily upon her. If she continued to drink, she feared dire consequences would follow. Sensing her uncertainty, Chu Jiangong and the others urged her on, exclaiming, "Senior, this is our first gathering. Your first gathering with our old four. You must enjoy yourself. We can't leave sober." Li Maocheng, evidently somewhat tipsy, chimed in, "Don't worry, Senior. Old four hasn't had a drink, so when we're all inebriated, he'll be the one to take us back." Lin Qingling, her head spinning, caught wind of Li Maocheng's words. If she got drunk, Zhang Xi would be the one to escort her home. She quickly shook her head, glancing at Zhang Xi, a mysterious smile creeping onto her lips as she began to envision being escorted back to her dorm by Zhang Xi. Could something more happen? Lin Qingling mused dreamily, her smile growing more pronounced. She promptly lifted her glass to meet the others' toasts. Cheers! Laughter erupted as everyone echoed. Cheers! Time slipped away, and the raucous revelry eventually reached its crescendo. With the exception of Zhang Xi, the others slumped over the table, utterly inebriated. Gazing at the chaotic scene, Zhang Xi felt a wave of headache wash over her, particularly as she overheard Lin Qingling, who lay sprawled across the table. drunkenly demanding to be taken home. Zhang Xi sighed internally. She quickly pulled out her phone to summon assistance from the cafeteria staff. After all, managing to transport 7 inebriated individuals back to their dorm alone was an impossible task. She needed help. Just as Zhang Xi prepared to send a message for assistance, the door to the room swung open, and she turned to see the waitress, the same one who had been serving them, entering. Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow, observing her approach, yet she remained oblivious to any unusual demeanor, assuming she was merely there to help clean up. "Excuse me, could you please call for a few more people?" Zhang Xi requested, urgency in her voice. "We have quite a few drunks here, and I don't think the two of us can manage to get everyone back to the dorm." However, the waitress seemed to disregard her words entirely, advancing towards her with a determined stride. Noticing the diminishing distance between them, Zhang Xi furrowed her brow and instinctively took a step back, her tone tinged with irritation. "Miss, what do you intend to do? Please, could you assist us by calling for more help?" Upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, the waitress, donned in her attire, finally halted her steps and stood not far from him. Noticing that the waitress no longer approached, Zhang Xi breathed a sigh of relief. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over his mind, and his eyelids began to feel heavy, as if his body were encased in lead. He shook his head vigorously, striving to remain alert. Meanwhile, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. "I haven't consumed any alcohol, so why do I feel so lightheaded?" Just as Zhang Xi lifted his gaze once more, he was struck with terror as he realized that the waitress before him had inexplicably split into 2 figures. Chapter 59. Exposure. With a sense of dread, Zhang Xi pointed towards the girl in front of him. Even in his state of heightened anxiety, he could discern that something was amiss. That moment, he felt his body sway uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of collapse. His complexion shifted slightly as he hastily bit down on his tongue. It hurt. The metallic taste of blood flooded his mouth, and he felt a surge of clarity wash over him. However, biting his tongue was indeed excruciating. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately refrained from inflicting a second bite. "Who are you?" Zhang Xi endeavored to maintain his composure as he queried. Yet the waitress appeared utterly indifferent to his inquiry, leisurely beginning to remove her garments. Zhang Xi's expression darkened, and he swiftly turned away. His voice emerged hoarse. "Who exactly are you?" "I am a young master of the Zhang family in the capital. I advise you to leave at once. Should anything happen to me, the Zhang family will not spare you." However, the more he spoke, the more his confidence waned, for he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, revealing that the waitress paid him no mind and continued her unhurried disrobing. At that moment, Zhang Xi's condition deteriorated further. His head grew heavier, and he staggered backward, ultimately leaning against the table. Glancing at the others sprawled across the table, he yearned to shout and rouse them, or create some commotion to alert the staff downstairs. Yet it became evident that he had miscalculated. He struggled to open his mouth, but no sound emerged. Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over him as he realized he was rendered mute. In that instant, he grasped that he had indeed fallen victim to a plot. This meal had been fraught with peril. He attempted to speak again, but still, no sound escaped his lips. The ominous feeling within him intensified as he fixed his gaze intently on the girl before him. At that moment, the young woman had shed her waitress uniform, revealing a long dress and white stockings beneath, though she still wore a mask over her face. Upon observing her, Zhang Xi was struck by an eerie sense of familiarity with her figure, as if he had seen her before. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. He formed the shape of 2 characters with his lips. "Sister." Upon seeing Zhang Xi's silent gesture, the waitress halted her actions, a soft laugh escaping her lips. "Xiao Xi, it seems you haven't completely forgotten your sister." With that, she removed her mask, revealing the gentle visage of Zhang Ting. Seeing that familiar face, Zhang Xi's heart sank completely. It was over. This was the last thought that crossed his mind. "Sister, they are merely my friends. Please do not harm them." He struggled to articulate the final words with his lips before his head drooped, and he collapsed to the ground as Zhang Xi lay on the floor. Zhang Ting's expression darkened, and she showed no inclination to assist him. Her eyes, as if poisoned, fixed themselves on the 4 girls slumped over the table beside him. "Xiao Xi, why must you act so disobediently? I have told you countless times not to attract attention." With that, she stepped over the fallen Zhang Xi and slowly approached Lin Qinglong and the others. Unbeknownst to her, a dagger had mysteriously appeared in her hand, its glint reflecting the light ominously. Just as Zhang Ting reached Lin Qinglong, raising the dagger poised to strike, a languid voice suddenly pierced the air beside her. I advise you not to lay a finger on her. She is my friend and a lady of the Lin family. Startled by the unexpected voice, Zhang Ting's countenance shifted dramatically as she turned to see. To her astonishment, Nangong Yuyu, who had also been slumped over the table, now standing upright. Her demeanor was relaxed and lucid, showing no trace of inebriation. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of concern crossed Zhang Ting's face. You haven't been drinking? Nangong Yuyu, with a dismissive tone, replied, drugging is merely a game I have outgrown that a mere whiff can reveal whether the drink has been tampered with. Do you think I would drink it? Hearing Nangong Yuyu's words, Zhang Ting's expression grew increasingly grave. It turned out that, to facilitate her plans against Lin Qinglong and her companions, she had intentionally added a sedative to the drinks served. Yet, Nangong Yuyu had seen through her scheme. Although she appeared to have consumed a significant amount, she had merely held the wine in her mouth, spitting it out when she ate. Thus, only Nangong Yuyu remained unaffected. Observing Zhang Ting's countenance grow serious, as if ready to strike at any moment, Nangong Yuyu merely smiled lazily. She retrieved her phone from her pocket, waving it at Zhang Ting playfully. I have already summoned the staff downstairs. I suggest you leave promptly. Upon hearing Nangong Yuyu's words, Zhang Ting's expression darkened further. She cast a deep glance at Nangong Yuyu and said in a tone laced with unspoken tension, For the sake of Miss Nangong, I shall let them go. Nangong Yuyu simply smiled in response, saying nothing further. She did not find it surprising that Zhang Ting had deduced her identity. It was only natural, as she was indeed the young mistress of the Nangong family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. With that, Zhang Ting attempted to assist the fallen Zhang Xi to his feet. Wait, Nangong Yuyu suddenly called out to her. Zhang Ting's expression turned icy as she turned to face Nangong Yuyu. What further instruction does Miss Nangong have? You may leave, but Zhang Xi must remain. As if oblivious to Zhang Ting's frigid glare, Nangong Yuyu spoke calmly. Miss Nangong must be jesting. Xiao Xi is my younger brother, and I have every right to take him with me. What objections do you have? At that moment, Zhang Ting's expression turned utterly frigid, her gaze fixed intently on Nangong Yuyu, her tone laced with a hint of danger. Nangong Yuyu merely chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond further. Suddenly, she moved with a flash, charging directly at Zhang Ting, a dagger appearing in her hand. With a swift motion, Nangong Yuyu brandished the dagger, its gleam reflecting a cold light as it aimed for Zhang Ting's vital points. Zhang Ting's expression shifted as she hastily countered with her own dagger, clashing against Nangong Yuyu's strike. Clang! A series of metallic clashes resounded, and Zhang Ting's dagger was sent flying, embedding itself in the table with a thud. In that instant, Nangong Yuyu, having disarmed Zhang Ting, held her dagger poised against Zhang Ting's neck. Chapter 60. Knocked out. Feeling the cold steel against her throat, Zhang Ting struggled to swallow this moment. The calm and composure she had earlier displayed vanished, her heartbeat quickening in trepidation as she regarded the woman before her. Unlike Zhang Xi, who had a frail physique, Zhang Ting had trained in martial arts since childhood and remained steadfast in her practice. Her skills were formidable, capable of dispatching several adult men with ease. Yet against Nangong Yuyu, she had barely exchanged a few blows before being subdued. It was no wonder she regarded the woman before her with such apprehension. Meanwhile, Nangong Yuyu maintained an air of nonchalance, her demeanor relaxed and casual, as if the blade resting against a person's neck were merely a harmless gesture. What do you intend to do? Kill me before long. Zhang Ting's expression shifted from shock to icy indifference, her gaze fixed unflinchingly on Nangong Yuyu. Suddenly, the previously silent Nangong Yuyu chuckled softly. She cast a cool glance at Zhang Ting and stated calmly, If it were just the 2 of us here, I would indeed kill you. These words. Although Zhang Ting's brow furrowed slightly, she ultimately breathed a sigh of relief. The tension in her voice betrayed an unexpected sense of ease. So, what do you propose? 2 options, Nangong Yuyu replied, shedding her casual demeanor, her expression taking on a more serious tone, yet her voice remained unyielding. Zhang Ting merely raised an eyebrow, saying nothing, her gaze fixed intently on Nangong Yuyu as she awaited her next words. Without further ado, Nangong Yuyu articulated her terms. First, leave now, and I will pretend nothing has transpired, though you cannot take Zhang Xi with you. Second, I shall render you unconscious, and you can await the staff to escort you away along with them. With this, Nangong Yuyu gestured towards the inebriated individuals slumped over the table. Upon hearing Nangong Yuyu's words, Zhang Ting's eyes instantly turned cold and piercing. Her gaze fixated on Nangong Yuyu, and she enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. Impossible. Xiaoxi, I must take her away. Humph. Nangong Yu chuckled lightly in a flash. She appeared almost instantaneously behind Zhang Ting, delivering a swift strike to her neck. Zhang Ting merely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past before sharp pain coursed through her back, causing her to collapse to the ground with a thud. Observing the fallen Zhang Ting, Nangong Yuyu spoke with an indifferent tone. I had no intention of consulting you. Since you are unwilling, let me make the choice for you. With that, Nangong Yuyu casually stretched and leisurely approached the already unconscious Zhang Xi, hoisting her onto her shoulder. You should consider yourself fortunate that this is within the country, and even more so that you are Zhang Xi's sister. Nangong Yuyu cast one last glance at Zhang Ting, her tone devoid of emotion, as if murmuring to herself or speaking in a dream. With that, she carried Zhang Xi and exited the private room without a backward glance, not forgetting to retrieve a mask from her pocket to conceal her face. Utilizing a private elevator, Nangong Yuyu descended and gracefully embraced Zhang Xi in a princess carry, although several passers-by gawked in astonishment. The intimidating aura surrounding Nangong Yuyu compelled them to hastily quicken their pace. After traversing a considerable distance, Nangong Yuyu eventually leaned into the shadows, gently setting Zhang Xi down and supporting her to a standing position. She then retrieved a mobile phone from her pocket, dialing a number and coldly instructing, 3 minutes, come to pick me up? Understood, came the response from the other end, followed by the abrupt termination of the call. Nangong Yuyu delicately placed one hand on Zhang Xi's cheek, tenderly wiping away the remnants of her makeup. It appeared that she had long since discerned the tricks concealed upon Zhang Xi's face. The succubus physique, truly intriguing, she mused as the majority of Zhang Xi's makeup was now removed, revealing a breathtakingly handsome visage, akin to an iceberg emerging from the water. Indeed, the succubus physique was remarkable. Nangong Yuyu fixated on the visage that was now largely unveiled, momentarily entranced. Although she could not fathom why this generation's succubus physique manifested as a male, she felt a sense of relief that he was not a woman. Nangong Yuyu softly murmured to herself. Just then, the sound of a car horn broke into her reverie, snapping her back to reality. She observed the butler, clad in a uniform, respectfully standing at the car door. Raising an eyebrow, she maintained her indifferent tone. Butler Lin, return me to the villa in the suburbs. Yes, the butler replied respectfully, promptly opening the car door. Once Nangong Yuyu settled into the vehicle with Zhang Xi in her arms, he closed the door and returned to the driver's seat. Throughout the entire encounter, Butler Lin kept his gaze lowered, as if the entity before him were a fearsome beast, rendering him incapable of lifting his eyes. Upon starting the car, they drove along a designated route. In the back seat, Nangong Yuyu continued to tightly embrace Zhang Xi, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon his face. She murmured, the Qin family truly knows how to scheme, knowing to push you forward during tumultuous times. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I might have genuinely been deceived by them. As she beheld the handsome face before her, she could no longer restrain herself and leaned down to kiss him. It was inevitable. Qin Yuning had remained chaste for over 20 years, yet upon seeing Zhang Xi's visage, she had cast aside her status as both the president and the eldest daughter of the Qin family, ultimately taking the risk of attracting criticism to force Zhang Xi into submission. Nangong Yuyu, while not as ascetic as Qin Yuning regarding matters of the heart, maintained a demeanor of detachment and indifference. Having traversed the world for years, she had witnessed countless couples turn against one another and observed too many instances where love bred hatred. In truth, Nangong Yuyu held a degree of disdain for relationships. However, upon encountering Zhang Xi's face, Her long-dormant heart inexplicably revived. This moment, Nangong Yu was not only stirred but also found herself harboring a dark desire to keep Zhang Xi by her side forever, ensuring that she could always gaze upon that face. Chapter 61. Murder. Uncertain how long they kissed, it was not until the butler's voice interjected, "Miss, we have arrived," that Nangong Yu abruptly came to her senses. Reluctantly lifting her head and breathing heavily, had a mirror been present, she would have noticed her face blushing profusely. After several deep breaths, she finally calmed her racing heart. This moment, her gaze toward Zhang, she was no longer merely infatuated. It now bore a hint of wariness, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of obscure murderous intent in her eyes. As Nangong Yu fell into thought once more, the butler reminded her, "Miss, we have reached home. Would you like to disembark?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu snapped back to reality. Her previous desires and other peculiar emotions concealed once more. She resumed her earlier demeanor of indifference, as if nothing mattered to her. Taking a deep breath, she instructed, "Then let us exit. Please open the door." "Yes," the butler promptly replied, swiftly exiting the vehicle to open the door. Nangong Yu inhaled deeply again, deftly removing her coat to cover Zhang Xi's face. She then cradled the unconscious Zhang Xi and gracefully stepped out of the car. "Butler Lin, thank you for your hard work. You may return now." After a brief pause, she added, "Please come by again tomorrow with a few sets of men's clothing. I will send you the sizes tonight." "Yes," Butler Lin responded respectfully. Upon hearing Butler Lin's reply, Nangong Yu quickened her pace towards the villa. Once inside, she continued to hold Zhang Xi tightly, making her way to the second floor, to her bedroom. Gently placing Zhang Xi on her bed, she casually discarded the coat draped over him. Not daring to look again, she fled to the bathroom, hastily splashing cold water on her face. After a while, the heat that enveloped her body gradually subsided. Gazing into the mirror at her somewhat disheveled appearance, Nangong Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her tone laced with an inexplicable sentiment. Truly, the succubus physique brings ruin to nations and captivates hearts. Even I have been moved. Memories of her earlier kiss with the unconscious Zhang Xi resurfaced. She recalled the warmth and sweetness of that moment, finding herself inexplicably enamored. Her thoughts began to drift toward more forbidden imaginations, and she felt the heat within her rise once more. Suddenly, Nangong Yu's expression hardened, and she extended her alabaster wrist, biting down without hesitation. The sharp pain and taste of blood brought her senses back to normal. Just a few fleeting glances had such an effect on her. If she were to gaze for even longer, she might truly find herself captivated. He could indeed become her Achilles' heel. Feeling the fervor within her gradually dissipate, Nangong Yu murmured to herself, a hint of self-mockery evident in her tone. After a moment of silence, she abruptly opened her eyes, the calmness and indifference of the past replaced by a potent aura of murderous intent and coldness. Staring at the reflection in the mirror, familiar yet alien, her lips involuntarily curled into a bitter smile. Nangong Yu was, in fact, a pitiable soul. Her life experiences had taught her that to be invincible, one must sever all vulnerabilities. Only those devoid of desire could truly attain strength. With this thought, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. Drawing a dagger from her waist, she turned and exited the bathroom, approaching the bed where Zhang Xi lay. Nangong Yu dared not look at his face again, fearful that she might succumb to further temptation and hesitate to act. Gently tracing the blade of her dagger, she exhibited no hesitation. Aiming for a precise location, she swung her hand down with force. The glint of cold light flashed. Thud, a sound akin to something piercing the air emerged. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Nangong Yu gasped for breath in a frenzy, yet she dared not open her eyes to glance at Zhang Xi beneath her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Nangong Yu felt an inexplicable sorrow despite having eliminated a potential weakness that could have become her Achilles' heel. At this moment, she sensed, in an almost mystical manner, that she might never again find someone who could make her heart race. The succubus physique, traditionally passed down through generations of women, had, in this era, been inherited by a male. Although the rationale behind this peculiar circumstance eluded her, Zhang Xi undeniably possessed a beauty that could rival those ancient succubi, captivating an entire era with his appearance. Despite being male, having witnessed such unparalleled beauty, Nangong Yuyu inhaled deeply, yet her emotions became even more intricate rather than calming. This was due to her sudden recollection of the succubus physique's second function, to enhance fortune. Families or individuals who married into this lineage would receive the favor of heaven. While these notions were often dismissed as mere superstitions in this age of technology, some phenomena existed for a reason. Beyond the realm of scientific explanation, one certainty remained, albeit known to few. Before Zhang Tianyang's mother married into the Zhang family, they were merely an inconspicuous clan in the capital, possessing some wealth but far inferior to their current status. In fact, prior to her marriage, the Zhang family was on the brink of ruin. However, after her arrival, Zhang Tianyang's career began to flourish, accompanied by inexplicable benefactors and what could only be described as extraordinary luck. There had even been numerous attempts on his life by enemies, yet he had miraculously evaded certain death. Ultimately, even when Zhang Tianyang and his wife were involved in a tragic accident alongside Zhang Ting's parents, what should have spelled disaster turned into a miraculous escape for him. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the sense of loss within Nangong Yuyu deepened. She stood in a daze, unaware of how much time had passed. Chapter 62. A Narrow Escape. Just as Nangong Yuyu's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, contemplating whether to open her eyes to retrieve Zhang Xi's body, a sudden fit of coughing erupted from beneath her. The violent coughs, accompanied by tremors, jolted her back to reality. Nangong Yuyu's eyes flew open, and she gazed downwards. To her astonishment, Zhang Xi, who had been in slumber, had abruptly awoken, clutching his mouth, coughing uncontrollably. Contrary to her expectations of the dagger having penetrated Zhang Xi's body, it lay instead embedded in the pillow upon which he rested, mere centimeters away from his striking visage. Witnessing Zhang Xi unharmed, Nangong Yu inadvertently exhaled in relief. Gently withdrawing the dagger from beside Zhang Xi, her gaze towards him grew increasingly complex, her thoughts swirling in a haze of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Zhang Xi, amidst his violent coughing, became fully aware. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a breathtakingly beautiful face and an alluring figure. Goodness, another beauty, and a high-quality one at that. Zhang Xi marveled inwardly, for Nangong Yuyu's allure rivaled that of his sister, Zhang Ting, and Qin Yuning, exuding a unique charm that radiated maturity and a profound understanding of life. For reasons unknown, the girl before him evoked a faint sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered her before. He scratched his head, but could not recall the source of this feeling. Zhang Xi's attention swiftly shifted from the enchanting visage before him to the dagger in Nangong Yuyu's hand, which, under the light, reflected a blinding whiteness that was simply too captivating to ignore. He swallowed hard, his gaze flitting about the unfamiliar surroundings, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Recalling the last image he had seen before losing consciousness, he swallowed again, his voice tinged with bitterness as he tentatively asked, "Miss, are you with my sister Zhang Ting? Where is she? I wish to speak with her." Upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Nangong Yuyu's eyes, abruptly halting her myriad thoughts. Just moments ago, she had contemplated many things. Ultimately, she had resolved to spare Zhang Xi's life. Faced with his countenance, she had hardened her heart once, but could not do so a second time this moment. Zhang Xi remained blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped death twice. After a brief reflection, Nangong Yu gazed deeply into Zhang Xi's eyes and spoke enigmatically. "Zhang Xi, is your memory truly so poor? Have you forgotten me so quickly? I am Nangong Yu." Upon hearing her name, Zhang Xi immediately regained his composure. He offered an awkward smile and muttered an apology, having attended the recent gathering with a distracted mindset. He had scarcely registered the appearances of those around him, retaining only a vague impression of their silhouettes. Observing Zhang Xi's sincere acknowledgement, Nangong Yu huffed softly, then calmly stated, "I have dealt with your sister on your behalf. You need not worry. You are safe now." To her words, Zhang Xi felt a sudden tightening in his chest, climbing hastily off the bed to stand before Nangong Yuyu, his expression fraught with concern. Senior Nangong, did you do something to my sister? How is she now? Nangong Yu, sensing the gravity of his question, chuckled lightly as though he had uttered a jest, watching Zhang Xi's expression shift to one of worry. She suppressed her laughter and replied, "Your sister is the one who sought to drug you and abduct you. I'm the one who saved you. Why do you express concern for her rather than for me?" She fixed her gaze intently on Zhang Xi's face, scrutinizing his expressions. Under her penetrating gaze, Zhang Xi felt a tingle of apprehension and hastily clarified, "No, she is my sister." After a pause, he continued, "Regardless, she is still my sister. And seeing you in such good health, I doubt she is in any trouble." Nangong Yu chuckled again, non-committal to Zhang Xi's response, simply stating, "Do not worry about your sister. She is quite well. You need not concern yourself with your current situation either. This is my home, and your sister will not find you here." Hearing this, Zhang Xi released a sigh of relief. Despite Zhang Ting's coercive actions, she remained his sister, and he could not help but worry for her. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Xi had resolved in his heart that he would never meet Zhang Ting again. He could never forget the haunting gaze she had cast upon him before he fainted. Since Nangong Yu had assured him of his safety, he felt reassured about his current predicament. After all, he mused as he glanced surreptitiously at Nangong Yu. She was so stunningly beautiful that she hardly seemed like a villain. With this thought, Zhang Xi's heart lightened considerably, observing the myriad emotions flitting across Zhang Xi's face. Nangong Yu quickly lowered her head, unwilling to gaze further. "You shall stay here tonight. It is quite safe." With that, she turned and swiftly made her way to the door, slamming it shut behind her. After locking the door from the outside, Nangong Yu leaned gently against it, breathing heavily. The image of Zhang Xi's exquisite face lingered in her mind. Refusing to fade away, she pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the vibrant life within, and unexpectedly smiled. The last time she had felt such excitement was, perhaps, 2 years ago in North America. Nangong Yu softly murmured, a flicker of reminiscence dancing in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhang Xi gazed at the swiftly departing figure of Nangong Yu, scratching his head in confusion. For some reason, her silhouette always imparted to him a sense of hasty retreat. At this moment, Zhang Xi was also burdened with numerous unanswered questions. However, with Nangong Yu having already left, the opportunity to inquire had vanished. With a sigh, he succumbed to thought, his mind unwittingly drifting back to the morbid and frenzied gaze of Zhang Ting. A shiver ran down his spine. The events of the gathering required no further analysis. He and Lin Qingling had undoubtedly been drugged by Zhang Ting. Her intention was evidently to abduct him. Although he was unclear about the specifics, the fact that he had not fallen into Zhang Ting's clutches was a stroke of fortune. Chapter 63. Deciphering. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xi returned to reality. He lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, beginning to assess the environment. Before him lay a remarkably simplistic room, characterized by minimalistic design and decor. As he surveyed the stark, unfamiliar surroundings, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over him. After stretching languidly, he reclined back on the bed, pulling the blanket over himself. Suddenly, a waft of delicate fragrance filled his nostrils, a scent so pleasant that he couldn't help but inhale deeply a few more times. In that instant, Zhang Xi seemed to recall something. He had encountered this very aroma on Nangong Yu. Did one really need to spritz perfume on a bed? Such a habit struck him as peculiar. Amused, he merely shook his head, realizing he was not in a position to judge the customs of others. Little did Zhang Xi know, this room had once belonged to Nangong Yu. The subtle fragrance appeared to possess a soothing effect. And despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he inadvertently drifted back to slumber. That moment, within the dining hall of Jing University, Zhang Ting, previously knocked unconscious by Nangong Yu, finally stirred awake. Abruptly opening her eyes, she discovered herself in an unfamiliar room, lying on a bed. Zhang Ting's expression instantly soured as she turned to survey the empty space beside her. The desolation of the bed only deepened her discontent. Throwing off the covers, she rose to her feet, taking in the vast, lonely environment once more, devoid of the familiar faces she longed to see. With a deep breath, she stepped out of the room, her countenance darkening. Upon exiting, she encountered a staff member standing respectfully at the door, who brightened at the sight of her. He quickly bowed slightly and spoke with deference. "Miss Zhang, our manager instructed me to escort you once you regain consciousness." Hearing the attendant's words and surveying her surroundings, Zhang Ting immediately realized she was in the employee lounge of Jing University's dining hall. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her tone. "Please, hold on a moment. I have a question." "Of course, miss," the attendant replied. "Are the others still in the private room?" "The other inebriated guests have been taken back to their dormitories by our other staff members. You need not worry about their safety." The attendant, believing Zhang Ting was concerned for the others, offered a careful explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting inhaled deeply, posing a seemingly nonsensical question. "How many men were there in the private room?" "3," the attendant replied, a hint of confusion in his tone, but nonetheless honest. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting felt a sudden pang in her heart, as if a dagger had been thrust with ferocity. Struggling to calm herself, she managed to ask, "And how many women were there?" "3," the attendant replied, pausing briefly to glance at Zhang Ting before adding, "If you include yourself, that makes 4. This revelation." Zhang Ting clutched her chest, staggering backward until she collided forcefully with the wall. In that moment, she comprehended her worst fears. Her beloved Xiao Xi had been taken away by the woman named Nangong Yuyu. Leaning against the wall, she gasped for breath. "Xiao Xi, have I lost you?" she murmured softly, her tone growing tender, yet her eyes sparkled with an unsettling madness. "Nangong Yuyu, if you dare to harm Xiao Xi, I will ensure your demise." Observing Zhang Ting gradually slide down the wall, on the verge of collapsing, the attendant's eyes flickered with concern. He swiftly reached out to assist her. "Miss, are you all right?" as he extended his hand towards her shoulder. Zhang Ting regained her composure and gently brushed his hand aside. She struggled to stand, forcing a strained smile. "Thank you, but I'm fine. Please, take me outside." The attendant nodded. Though puzzled, he said nothing further and obediently led the way. Meanwhile, in a certain female dormitory at Jing University, the previously inebriated Lin Qingling and others began to awaken. Lin Qingling shook her throbbing head, surveying the familiar surroundings of her dorm. Immediately, she realized she had returned. Glancing at the slowly stirring Huang Xinhui and Zhuang Wai, to her surprise, Nangong Yiyu was absent, though she did not dwell on it. With a hoarse voice, she cautiously inquired, "Did Zhang Xi bring us back?" At that moment, in a basement of a villa where Nangong Yuyu resided, she was busily manipulating a computer connected to a mobile phone. Should Zhang Xi have been present, he would have been astonished to discover that it was, in fact, his own phone. After a few deft movements, Nangong Yuyu effortlessly bypassed Zhang Xi's phone password. As she gazed at the now unlocked screen, a satisfied smile crept across her face. "Not bad, not bad. Although it's been a while since I last did this, my skills remain sharp." With that, she disconnected the phone from the computer and accessed Zhang Xi's messaging app, perusing the chat history line by line. Suddenly, her expression grew serious as she focused intently on one particular chat window, the conversation between Zhang Xi and Qin Yuning. Upon seeing the contact labeled wife, Nangong Yuyu unexpectedly burst into laughter. Though the mirth did not reach her eyes, which were filled with a chilling resolve and a hint of concern. Indeed, the Qin family plays their cards well, but what a pity at that moment. She clicked into the conversation, noticing the brief yet poignant message from Qin Yuning. "Wait for me." Chapter 64. Panic. The rhythmic tapping of Nangong Yu's delicate fingers against the table resonated sharply in the quiet room. Leaning back in her chair, her eyes narrowed as she pondered her thoughts, her brow involuntarily furrowing. Zhang Xi, Zhang Xi. Who would have thought you would be such a hot potato? As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window. Illuminating Zhang Xi's bed, he began to awaken slowly, shaking off the remnants of sleep. Stretching out his hand, he began to search around him for something. After a prolonged search without success, he opened his drowsy eyes in exasperation. He casually stretched again, continuing to rummage for his phone. After some time, his expression soured as he stared at the disheveled bed and clothes he had overturned. "Where is my phone?" Zhang Xi muttered to himself. Suddenly, a thought flitted through his mind. Could it still be in the school cafeteria? Feeling increasingly troubled, he tugged at his hair, realizing he was in a bit of a predicament. First, I'll freshen up. Later, I can ask Nangong for her phone. Zhang Xi pondered for a moment before tidying up the disheveled garments, deftly dressing herself. After rising, she stumbled towards the bathroom. Casually, she grabbed an unopened toothbrush from the sink. Just as Zhang Xi turned on the faucet, she was unable to suppress a yawn. However, in that brief moment of looking up, she was nearly startled into a cold sweat. Eye in the mirror above the sink. Her reflection revealed a disarrayed visage beneath her eyes. The makeup she had meticulously applied seemed to have been inexplicably disrupted, that a significant portion of her face was fully exposed to the air. And the remnants of her makeup, far from rendering her a mess, instead imparted an oddly alluring charm. Gazing at her reflection, Zhang Xi found herself swallowing hard. Although she was uncertain how her makeup had become so disheveled, the realization that Nangong Yu had brought her back to her home struck her. This indicated that Nangong Yu must have seen her face. As this thought crossed her mind, an ominous premonition suddenly flickered within her. For reasons unknown, a scene from her past emerged in her mind. The moment she had inadvertently removed her mask during an event and was spotted by Qin Yuning, leading to the ensuing consequences. Haha, truth be told, I'm not particularly handsome, am I? Surely, Nangong Yu cannot be so superficial. Zhang Xi struggled to muster a smile at her reflection, but the attempt was painfully rigid, her lips barely curled. And her voice emerged hoarse and slightly tremulous. Taking a deep breath, she hurriedly completed her grooming in front of the mirror. Then, she darted out of the bathroom, beginning to meticulously survey the unfamiliar and spacious environment around her. Pressing against the wall, Zhang Xi slowly approached the room's door, her body trembling with each step. Good heavens, surely you must have some fondness for me. Before long, Zhang Xi found herself at the door. Lightly leaning against it, straining to listen for any sounds outside, but regrettably, she heard nothing to this moment. Zhang Xi was taut with anxiety. Swallowing hard, she gingerly twisted the doorknob. Click! A crisp mechanical sound echoed, yet the door remained firmly shut. Seeing the still closed door, Zhang Xi's heart sank. The sense of foreboding grew increasingly potent. It cannot be. It cannot be. Why luck cannot possibly be this poor. Nangong Yu, with her elegance and grace, surely cannot be akin to Qin Yuning in her shallowness. I am not particularly handsome. I must not overestimate my allure. Zhang Xi murmured to herself, offering constant reassurances. Simultaneously, she tugged insistently at the door, but alas, it remained unyielding. This moment, Zhang Xi's heart hung in a precarious balance. Taking several deep breaths, she attempted to calm her racing heart. Since the door would not budge, she turned her attention to the room's window. Fortunately, there were no bars outside, and the opening was sufficiently large for an adult to pass through. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xi could not help but exhale in relief. Quickly, she approached the window, bending slightly to peer downwards. The floor was not high, merely the second level. With a lawn below, Zhang Xi mused. While contemplating her next move, she craned her neck to see if anyone was beneath the villa. Fortuitously, although the villa was enclosed by a fence, it was not excessively large, and the road lay just beyond it. Devoid of security personnel, Zhang Xi sighed inwardly in relief. Indeed, there are moments of good fortune. Fate seems to favor me at times, she thought as she silently rejoiced. She resolved to leap directly from the window. Zhang Xi dared not gamble on whether Nangong Yu, upon seeing her face, might react like another Qin Yuning, that if only she had been able to open the door moments ago, perhaps she would not feel so anxious. Yet now, she could only sigh within, recalling her past experience of scaling the school walls during high school. Just as Zhang Xi was preparing to make her move, a sharp sound rang out from her shoulder. Her expression froze, and her movements became stiff as she struggled to swallow, catching a glimpse of a delicate, pale hand resting on her shoulder. Feeling her heart race and her legs grow faint, Zhang Xi could only lean against the window frame, laboriously turning to face the source of the touch. Upon turning, she beheld Nangong Yu's enigmatic expression, a smile lingering on her lips. Fortunately, the window frame bore most of Zhang Xi's weight. Otherwise, her trembling legs would surely have failed her. With great effort, Zhang Xi managed to force a smile and waved at Nangong Yu. Senior, what a coincidence. Are you here to watch the sunrise too? Upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, Nangong Yu merely smirked, casting a lingering glance at Zhang Xi without revealing her awareness of his predicament. She gently pushed the faintly trembling Zhang Xi aside and leisurely closed the window. Her tone devoid of any discernible emotion that it's dangerous here. Keep your distance. Chapter 65. Falling into darkness. Observing Nangong Yuyu's composed demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the situation, Zhang Xi felt an even greater sense of apprehension. His eyes widened, fixated on her expression, not daring to miss a single detail. Once Nangong Yuyu had closed the window, she turned to find Zhang Xi's unwavering gaze locked onto her. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she teased, "What is it? Have you taken a liking to your senior? Such fervent attention." However, Zhang Xi appeared not to hear her playful jab. He did not respond, instead continuing, "Senior Nangong, I appreciate your assistance, but I must take my leave now." Upon hearing his words, Nangong Yu chuckled softly, then resumed her usual languid demeanor. "You seem rather anxious, Junior. Are you afraid I might harm you?" Nevertheless, Zhang Xi had no intention of engaging with her. He reiterated, "Senior Nangong, I am grateful for your help, but I must depart now." Nangong Yu, somewhat exasperated, lost interest in further teasing him. "Have breakfast before you leave," she said, unconcerned with Zhang Xi's reaction as she sauntered towards the door. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Xi's previously vacant eyes suddenly shimmered with determination. With a forceful tug, he yanked the window open. Without a moment's hesitation, he climbed onto the windowsill, channeling all his energy to leap down. From the moment he laid eyes on Nangong Yu, he sensed something amiss. Although her gaze was calm, he detected a fleeting intensity beneath her serene exterior. Qin Yuning had gazed at him in a similar manner during normal circumstances. As Zhang Xi's mind conjured images of Nangong Yuyu's face merging with Qin Yuning's, he understood that remaining here was no longer an option. This realization fueled his reckless decision to leap. His feet landed solidly on the soft ground. Although the lawn cushioned his fall, a sharp pain shot through his soles. Yet at that moment, Zhang Xi couldn't afford to dwell on his discomfort, hastily scrambling to his feet and limping towards the fence. Once he scaled this barrier, he would be free. Zhang Xi thought, his eyes glinting with hope, as for why he did not exit through the front door. One might question the normalcy of a coded entrance. Just after Nangong Yu had stepped outside, she clearly heard the commotion Zhang Xi caused upon his descent. Upon returning to her room, she happened to witness Zhang Xi's audacious leap. The suddenness of his action momentarily caught Nangong Yu off guard, but only for a heartbeat. She quickly regained her composure, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. It was the delight of a master amused by her pet's antics. Nangong Yu strolled calmly towards the window, unperturbed by the prospect of her junior escaping. Her mind raced with countless thoughts. "Oh, my dear junior, how delightful it is to have you as my pet. How entertaining it is to contemplate." Nangong Yu murmured softly, seemingly recalling a delightful memory, a smile blossoming more vibrantly at the corners of her lips. That moment, she had already approached the window, her gaze immediately locking onto her small pet. Zhang, she was currently struggling to ascend the railing, carefully evading the sharp spikes above. The sight of Zhang Xi's actions seemed to amuse Nangong Yu, and her eyes sparkled with barely contained satisfaction. "Oh, my dear pet," she mused, "if I were to drag you into darkness just as you glimpsed the light, I wonder how you would react." A chuckle escaped her lips at the thought, envisioning Zhang Xi, tearful and leaning against her, wagging his tail in a plea for mercy. Her smile grew even more radiant as she casually retrieved a remote control from her pocket. Just as Zhang Xi was about to leap from the railing, Nangong Yu pressed a button on the remote with determination. Zhang Xi, gazing at the freedom within arm's reach, felt a smile tugging at his lips. Although he was unaware of why Nangong Yu had not pursued him, he was grateful for the favorable outcome. As he took a deep breath, preparing to jump, he suddenly felt a wave of numbness spreading from his legs throughout his body, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. Just before losing consciousness, a smile still lingered on his lips, and in a daze he thought he saw something waving at him. However, before he could discern what it was, a resounding thud echoed as he fell from the railing, completely succumbing to slumber. Observing Zhang, she sprawled outside the railing, Ningong Yu yawned nonchalantly, a satisfied smile gracing her features. She was pleased with her handiwork, having rendered her pet unconscious just before dawn. Stretching casually, she leapt out of the window, landing gracefully on the ground. Unlike Zhang Xi, she rolled a few times to dissipate the impact on her legs. Brushing off the dust, she stood up unscathed and made her way to the password door. After entering the code and stepping through, she hoisted her pet onto her shoulders, dragging him back into the darkness that rightfully belonged to him. Once she had placed Zhang Xi back on the bed, she carelessly laid him down. Ningong Yu yawned once more, glancing at the dust on her clothes, then at the sleeping Zhang Xi. A flicker of thought crossed her mind, and her smile returned. It seemed quite natural for a master to bathe their pet. The only sound in the bathroom was the rhythmic splashing of water. Soon, Ningong Yu emerged from the bathroom, her cheeks flushed as she cradled Zhang Xi once more. After placing him back on the bed, she began to examine his body, noting the marks she had imprinted upon her pet. Unable to contain her satisfaction, she nodded approvingly before retrieving some clothes from the wardrobe to dress herself. Then, she lay down beside Zhang Xi, tucking both of them under the same blanket. Chapter 66. Call me Yu in the boundless darkness. Zhang Xi found himself desperately racing down an interminable corridor, the oppressive black clouds behind him coalescing into giant hands, reaching out to grasp him. He could only run forward, evading the grasp of the looming shadows. Suddenly, he felt a sinking sensation beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered two dark hands clutching his ankles. Despite his frantic struggles, he found himself unable to break free, the grip tightening with excruciating pain. Zhang Xi felt as though his ankles were about to be crushed. In the midst of his desperate fight, countless giant hands had already encircled him, and the terrifying scene caused him to feel as if his very soul were fleeing in terror, intensifying his struggle. Ultimately, a misstep sent him crashing to the ground. Just as despair washed over him and he prepared to cry out for help, a giant hand shot forth from the throng. Seizing his neck, the violent sensation of suffocation, coupled with the piercing pain in his ankles, threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a loud crash jolted him awake. Zhang Xi shot up from the bed, crashing back down as pain radiated from his tailbone, instantly bringing him to full consciousness. He surveyed the sunlit room, breathing a sigh of relief as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That was terrifying. Thank goodness it was just a nightmare, he murmured, patting his chest to calm himself. Though his heart still raced at that moment, a familiar light laughter reached his ears. Little Junior, did you have a nightmare? The well-known voice sent Zhang Xi's nerves taut once more, but he swallowed hard, turning to see the beautiful face of Ningong in that instant, the last memory before his slumber flooded back. He had been electrocuted while climbing the railing in his escape. Zhang Xi felt a lingering pain in his feet, and an ominous feeling crept over him as he gazed at Ningong Yu's enigmatic smile. Hello, Senior, he stammered awkwardly. Upon hearing his words, Ningong Yu's smile faded slightly, and she replied in a somewhat melancholic tone, "Oh, I'm not well at all. Humph, I'm someone's savior, yet that someone wakes up wanting to flee." Refusing even breakfast, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xi. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, faltering and ultimately remaining silent, his gaze darting away from her intense and mournful stare. It was at this moment that Zhang Xi was struck by the realization that he was lying on the same bed as Ningong Yu. Both of them covered by the same blanket. He swallowed hard again, the sense of foreboding growing stronger. The casual glance towards the window revealed that it was still ajar, prompting a small sigh of relief within him. Meanwhile, Ningong Yu, who had been intently observing him, noticed his unease. Her beautiful eyes narrowed playfully, a smirk forming at the corners of her lips. She had guessed Zhang Xi's thoughts. However, Ningong Yu chose to remain silent. Casually standing up from the bed, smoothing out her clothes, and glancing at her watch. "Little Xi, it's time for lunch," she declared. Zhang Xi paused, taken aback by the intimacy of her address. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, she continued, "Little Xi, can I not call you that?" Zhang Xi was momentarily speechless, his peripheral vision catching her cheerful expression, revealing no hint of anything amiss. Yet despite this, alarm bells rang in his mind, and the words of refusal lodged in his throat, leaving him to nod hesitantly in agreement. Observing Zhang Xi's obedient nod without any protest, Nangong Yuyu's lips curled slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her gaze. She had hoped her little pet would be a bit more mischievous. Allowing her to lass, with a sigh in her heart, she soon regained her composure and reached out to pat Zhang Xi on the head, only to have him subtly evade her touch. At that moment, Zhang Xi was thoroughly on edge. The pressure emanating from Nangong Yuyu rivaled that of the two sickly girls, Qin Yuning and Zhang Ting. If Zhang Xi were truly a frightened cat, he might have already bristled with anxiety, ready to pounce at any moment. He swallowed hard, keeping a wary eye on Nangong Yuyu, seemingly nonchalantly lowering his hand. Instead of easing his tension, his anxiety only intensified. His fists clenched tightly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he contemplated the possibility of jumping out the window again. In that moment, being near Nangong Yuyu left Zhang Xi devoid of any sense of security. Feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter, with the threat of being utterly consumed looming over him, he pondered his escape plan. Nangong Yuyu chuckled lightly, finding it perfectly natural for her pet to feel tense before her, even though she had yet to do anything at all. Contemplating this, Nangong Yuyu felt a sudden surge of displeasure within her heart. It was not yet the right moment. Patience, Nangong Yuyu, she silently reassured herself. Simultaneously, her body had already shifted from the edge of the bed to a stool beside the table. Once seated, her gaze playfully fell once more upon Zhang Xi. Little Xi, I've already applied medicine to your leg. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Zhang Xi, somewhat puzzled, thought the topic had strayed a bit far. However, she replied honestly, Thank you, senior. Upon hearing Zhang Xi's address, Nangong Yuyu's brows furrowed once more. Her tone was gentle yet unmistakable. Little Xi, call me Yuyu. Addressing me as senior feels too distant. We are not so estranged. Zhang Xi inwardly scoffed at this notion, yet she still dutifully complied, calling out, Senior. There was no escaping the overwhelming pressure Nangong Yuyu exuded. Chapter 67. Changing Clothes. Observing Zhang Xi's obedient reaction, Nangong Yuyu's feelings were rather complex. Though she contemplated that if Zhang Xi did not behave, she would have a reason to train her little pet. Zhang Xi's compliance undeniably brought her a sense of comfort. Under the alternating glances of excitement and dullness from Nangong Yuyu, Zhang Xi felt increasingly uneasy, swallowing hard. Fortunately, it seemed that at this moment, Nangong Yuyu had no further intentions toward Zhang Xi. She merely reminded Zhang Xi that it was time for lunch before striding out of the room, adding as an afterthought, Little Xi, the villa's security door is electrified. Take care not to hurt yourself. With that, she gracefully exited without a backward glance. At this moment, Zhang Xi, lying in bed, gazed at Nangong Yuyu's retreating figure with a complex expression. She understood all too well that Nangong Yuyu's final remark was a warning. After struggling internally for quite some time, her gaze locked onto the fence surrounding the villa through the window. With a resigned sigh, she decided to temporarily abandon the thought of escape. There was simply no denying the overwhelming sense of calm Nangong Yuyu instilled in her. As if nothing could evade her foresight, and everything was within her calculation. If Nangong Yuyu truly harbored intentions toward her, attempting to leave the villa would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. Thus, Zhang Xi found herself sighing once more as she prepared to rise from bed. A wave of frustration washed over her. A sharp scream shattered the silence. Zhang Xi's voice trembled as she shrieked, instinctively curling back into the covers, burying her head deep within. Even ensconced beneath the blanket, she felt a lingering insecurity, her body beginning to tremble slightly. This was due to the terrifying realization that she was utterly unclothed. Not a single article of clothing adorned her, leaving her skin exposed to the air, suppressing the shame and anger rising within her. Zhang Xi began to contemplate. It required little thought for her to ascertain that her clothes had undoubtedly been removed by Nangong Yuyu. But why would she do such a thing? As this dreadful thought, which Zhang Xi had subconsciously tried to dismiss, resurfaced in her mind, she came to a grim understanding. She could no longer deceive herself. Nangong Yuyu was very likely akin to Zhang Ting and Qin Yuning. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down her spine. What to do? What to do? What to do? Zhang Xi's mind screamed in turmoil, cold sweat beginning to bead on her forehead from anxiety. Surely, I cannot simply leap down in my current state. Hiss, 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 perhaps this was preferable to being locked in a small dark room. I in her mind. Two little figures began to argue vehemently. Just as Zhang Xi was engulfed in her dilemma, a hand suddenly covered the blanket, resting directly on her head to the bedside. Nangong Yuyu, from beneath the blankets, extended her delicate hand, gently ruffling her little pet's hair. See? I have still managed to touch you. Nangong Yuyu mused contentedly to herself. That moment, Zhang Xi gently swatted Nangong Yuyu's hand away and poked her head out from under the covers. Of course, she only revealed her head, feeling somewhat like a turtle. Yet, necessity compelled her. With her head peeking out, Zhang Xi gritted her teeth and managed to muster a strained smile. Yuyu, where are my clothes? In that instant, Zhang Xi had no thoughts of reprimanding or seeking an explanation, for it had become irrelevant. Upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, Nangong Yuyu appeared surprised. She had anticipated her little pet would express anger, demand answers, or exhibit some dark and twisted behavior. She had already positioned herself on the small stool, ready to watch the show. Alas, Nangong Yuyu sighed inwardly once more. However, her attention soon shifted away from this matter. With a flourish, Nangong Yuyu produced several boxes from behind her, and under Zhang Xi's watchful gaze, she began to unwrap each box, laying out the clothes within onto the bed. A t-shirt, a pair of shorts, and a pair of underwear. The complete set was prepared. Each piece was exquisite, clearly of considerable value. Yet, Zhang Xi merely glanced at the three garments before turning her gaze back to Nangong Yuyu. Speaking with an inexplicable tone, I have my own clothes. They were dirty, so I tossed them out. Nangong Yuyu interrupted without hesitation, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xi. Ridiculous, my little pet can only wear the clothes prepared by her owner. Zhang Xi let out a resigned sigh, extending her hand to pull all three garments beneath the covers. Yuyu, may I leave now? I need to change. Nangong Yuyu raised an eyebrow, observing Zhang Xi deeply. At that moment, Zhang Xi's expression, laden with accumulated frustration and worry, hinted at her growing impatience. Had she not feared that she would be no match for Nangong Yuyu, Zhang Xi might have already lost her composure. After scrutinizing Zhang Xi's slightly impatient demeanor, Nangong Yuyu ultimately chuckled softly. One could not rush their pet too much. After all, it was her pet, and causing any harm would be undesirable. With this thought, Nangong Yuyu decisively took her leave, not forgetting to remind Zhang Xi, little Xi, don't forget to come down for lunch after you change. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. With that, she disappeared from Zhang Xi's view. Only after Nangong Yuyu had completely vanished did Zhang Xi let out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, she had nearly lost control and acted against Nangong Yuyu. Although Nangong Yuyu had left, Zhang Xi still dared not boldly dress herself. Instead, she nestled within the blankets, donning each item one at a time. Though she was well aware that Nangong Yuyu had likely already seen her body, it still felt Chapter 68. Cowardice? As Zhang Xi, filled with complex emotions and a whirlwind of thoughts, completed dressing herself, she was taken aback to find that the fit of the clothes was impeccable, as if tailored specifically for her. Just as she lifted the covers, preparing to get out of bed and freshen up, a sudden epiphany struck her mind. How did Nangong Yuyu know her size? After a flurry of commotion, Zhang Xi reluctantly exited the room. Upon reaching the staircase, he could distinctly see Nangong Yuyu awaiting him at a table in the hall. It seemed she sensed some movement. For the moment Zhang Xi stealthily emerged from his door, her gaze was already affixed upon him. Feeling the intensity of Nangong Yuyu's fervent stare, Zhang Xi let out a quiet sigh within. Turning his head away, unable to meet her eyes, once he begrudgingly settled into the seat opposite her, her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on him. The fervor and possessiveness in Nangong Yuyu's eyes were profoundly unsettling for Zhang Xi. Stealing a glance at her gentle, serene face adorned with a smile made him yearn for something he could not articulate, but he forced himself to disregard her penetrating gaze and shifted his focus to the dining table before him. A bowl of porridge, a few flatbreads, and several eggs lay before him. Though not a lavish spread, it was exquisitely presented. Yet for reasons unknown, Zhang Xi could not shake the impression that this setup resembled breakfast rather than lunch. However, He quickly dismissed such thoughts, lifting the bowl before him and serving himself a generous portion of porridge, a tea that moment. Zhang Xi's agitation had reached a boiling point, leaving no room for pleasantries with Nan Gongyu. His only desire was to satiate his hunger and depart swiftly. Whether his seemingly rude, yet genuinely inconsiderate behavior would offend Nan Gongyu was of no consequence to him any longer. As Zhang, she placed the bowl of porridge before himself. Ready to indulge without offering a single glance in her direction, Nan Gongyu felt a pang of jealousy. Just as a spoon was about to dip into the porridge, she deftly flicked her chopsticks. Knocking the spoon from his hand, in an instant, she seized the bowl of porridge and brought it to her own side, wholly unfazed by Zhang Xi's mounting frustration. Gently lifting her spoon from the bowl, she began to savor the dish, a tea that moment. Zhang Xi's breathing grew increasingly labored. His stomach, already filled with pent-up frustration, felt ready to explode. The catalyst had arrived. He rolled up his sleeves, glaring fiercely at Nan Gongyu, and reached into the bowl to grasp a soup spoon, tightening his grip until the veins in his hand stood out. Sensing his agitation, Nan Gongyu slowly set down her spoon and regarded him with a bemused expression, eyeing him with a mix of amusement and intrigue. A tea that moment. Her little pet resembled a cat on the verge of tantrum. Watching Zhang Xi, who was on the brink of eruption, Nan Gongyu felt an unexpected thrill that if her little pet misbehaved, it would give her, as the owner, a valid reason to discipline him. As the tension in the air began to dissipate, Zhang Xi's hand, clutching the spoon, began to rise, trembling slightly as though ready to strike. In response to Nan Gongyu's expectant gaze, a smile unexpectedly curled at the corners of Zhang Xi's mouth, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, instantly dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. The sight of his smile left Nan Gongyu momentarily dazed, to the extent that she failed to notice her spoon slipping back into the bowl in her heart. She mused, such beauty must surely belong to the heavens then. To Nan Gongyu's astonishment, Zhang Xi performed an unexpected gesture. He inclined his body slightly towards her and, with a sincere tone, apologized. "I'm sorry, you are the master. This bowl of rice should indeed be yours to enjoy first." With that, he leisurely served himself another bowl. In that moment, Zhang Xi appeared gentle and composed, entirely masking the tempest of emotions he had just been harboring. As he filled another bowl of porridge and lowered his gaze to savor it slowly, Nan Gongyu felt a sudden pang of discomfort. She had meticulously planned how to train her little pet, only to find him wearing an expression of serene indifference. With a slight lift of her brow, she ultimately suppressed the stirrings of her own impatience. The meal concluded in this seemingly tranquil atmosphere. After finishing, Zhang Xi surveyed the chaotic table and rose to tidy up. Nan Gongyu merely smiled, refraining from stopping him, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon his diligent efforts. Just as Zhang Xi placed the final bowl into the pot, Nan Gongyu chuckled softly, pointing towards a nearby room. With a casual tone, she remarked, "Xiao Xi, the kitchen is over there." After a brief pause, she added with a hint of insinuation, "The knives in the kitchen are rather sharp. Be careful not to cut yourself." Hearing her words, Zhang Xi's hand froze mid-motion, a shadow crossing his face. Yet he quickly masked his expression, adopting a tone that belied any unease. "You, what are you talking about? I won't even touch the knives. Their sharpness has nothing to do with me," he declared, turning on his heel and striding toward the kitchen. However, his hurried pace and slightly disheveled demeanor suggested he was fleeing. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhang Xi tossed the utensils into the sink and gently closed the door behind him. Through the narrowing crack, he cast one last glance at Nan Gongyu that moment. She was watching him too, their gazes separated by the door. Yet this fleeting connection sent a chill down Zhang Xi's spine. Nan Gongyu's eyes brimmed with intensity, mischief, and an air of complete control. He slammed the door shut, locking it with determination. Leaning against the door, Zhang Xi lightly patted his chest, attempting to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. The weight of Nan Gongyu's presence was stifling, starkly contrasting the wildness he had experienced with Zhang Ting and Qin Yushi. Nan Gongyu's composed demeanor and self-assured confidence sent a shiver down his spine. After several moments of heavy breathing, Zhang Xi finally managed to regain his composure. In truth, when he had picked up the soup spoon earlier. He had been tempted to bring it down upon Nangong Yuyu's head. However, her gaze instilled a profound fear within him. Had her eyes been filled with mockery and disdain, he would have struck without hesitation. Yet, why had there been such palpable anticipation in her gaze? It was this very expectation that had swiftly quelled his ire. Zhang Xi felt as though his dynamic with Nangong Yuyu mirrored that of a cat and a mouse. The cat, before savoring its prey, would undoubtedly toy with it first, even going so far as to loosen its grip on the mouse. Chapter 69. The little pet strikes back that a storm brewed in Zhang Xi's mind. Nevertheless, he continued to scrub the plate in his hands, his expression darkening to the point of near drenching. The pressure he applied to the plate was considerable, as if he were venting some repressed frustration. Fortunately, the plate was sturdy. Despite the strain evident in his hands, it showed no signs of breaking. Though there were only a few utensils, Zhang Xi lingered in the kitchen for an extended period. He had scrubbed the same plate over a dozen times, yet there was no indication he intended to relinquish it. His brow furrowed, and he frequently cast furtive glances at the gleaming knife nearby. Just then, the woman lounging lazily on the sofa outside grew increasingly impatient. After scrutinizing the closed kitchen door for a moment, she sighed softly, rising to approach it. Her little pet deserved her attention. After all, with this thought in mind, Nangong Yuyu reached the kitchen door, gently tapping on it twice and casually inquiring, "Zhang Xi, do you plan to stay in my kitchen forever?" With a sudden crash. A sound of shattering echoed from within the kitchen. Instantly, the door swung open. Zhang Xi, having hastily tossed aside a towel he was using to dry his hands, regarded the relaxed woman before him with a hint of urgency. "You, can I leave now?" In response to Zhang Xi's question, Nangong Yu merely chuckled softly, offering no reply. Instead, her gaze drifted past him, surveying the kitchen. The sink was filled with utensils, their greasy residue unmistakable, while the lone clean porcelain bowl lay shattered on the floor. A smile crept across Nangong Yuyu's face as she remarked, "Zhang Xi, this is the fruit of your half-hour's labor." However, Zhang Xi was clearly unamused by her teasing, his expression growing more anxious as he repeated, "You, can I leave now?" Upon hearing Zhang Xi's inquiry once more, Nangong Yuyu's delicate brows furrowed ever so slightly. The disregard shown by her little pet towards her, its master, suddenly cast a shadow over her mood. As Zhang Xi noticed Nangong Yuyu's prolonged silence, a realization dawned upon him, prompting him to retreat several steps with a swift, almost frantic motion. His expression began to wilt, and raising his gaze, he fixed an intense stare upon Nangong Yu, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. "Nangong Yu, do you intend to imprison me?" Zhang Xi's question was blunt, shattering the last remnants of tranquility between them as the tension hung thick in the air. Zhang Xi's demeanor grew increasingly agitated, his hand, which lay behind him, tightening its grip. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu maintained an air of nonchalance, casting a fleeting, dismissive glance at Zhang Xi. The utterance of her name by her little pet had stirred an unexpected discontent within her. It seemed there was still much for her pet to learn. With a silent sigh, she continued to regard Zhang Xi with an air of calm, her lips sealed in silence. After a prolonged moment of unwavering eye contact with Nangong Yuyu, Zhang Xi took a deep breath, understanding that even in her silence, she had unleashed the pent-up fury within him. Clenching the kitchen knife in his grasp, he swung it forcefully towards Nangong Yuyu, exclaiming in suppressed rage, "I, too, have my limits. You lot only know how to bully me." His voice erupted with fury, his eyes ablaze with an intensity that seemed capable of igniting flames. Since his arrival in this world, he had been subjected to the oppression of women, from Qing Yuning to Zhang Ting, and now to Nangong Yuyu. For various reasons, he had endured this treatment, but now he was unwilling to suppress his feelings any longer. A tempest of emotions roiled within him, and a singular thought consumed his mind. Destruction. Observing Zhang Xi's fiery gaze, his increasingly contorted expression, the veins bulging in his hands, and the knife that hurtled towards her. Nangong Yuyu's eyelids flickered slightly, betraying a hint of satisfaction. Her little pet was indeed amusing. With a light chuckle, she swiftly raised her right hand, striking down upon Zhang Xi's wrist with a force that was as swift as lightning. Just before the knife could descend, Zhang Xi gasped in pain as the knife slipped from his grip, clattering to the floor. Simultaneously, his wrist turned a dark shade of purple, although Nangong Yuyu had shown restraint. Her strength was not to be underestimated. As he stared at the knife lying on the ground, a fleeting moment of shock washed over him, soon replaced by an overwhelming sense of panic. Pointing a trembling finger at the woman before him, he stammered, What are you going to do?" Nangong Yuyu found amusement in Zhang Xi's question. Here he was, ready to wield a knife against his master. Yet now he wore the expression of a victim. As she regarded him with a playful and mocking gaze, Zhang Xi could no longer contain himself. His anger surged forth once more, eclipsing any remnants of rational thought. With eyes ablaze, he propelled himself forward, akin to a released arrow, lunging at Nangong Yu, his mouth agape, as if to rend her apart with his teeth. Witnessing Zhang Xi's aggressive approach, Nangong Yuyu's interest was piqued. So, her little pet could bite, could he? Indeed, what sort of pet would not? As Zhang Xi lunged at her, Nangong Yuyu's excitement grew. With her fists clenched tightly, she prepared for the impending clash, just as Zhang Xi was about to collide with her. She deftly sidestepped, her movements as swift as lightning. Vanishing from his sight, a dull thud echoed throughout the living room as Zhang Xi, still disoriented, crashed to the ground. He gasped as he made contact with the floor, feeling as though every bone in his body had been shattered. "Xiaoxi, it seems I have yet to do anything, yet you have the audacity to attempt to strike me," came Nangong Yuyu's voice, devoid of much emotion, as it resonated behind him. Zhang Xi managed a bitter laugh as he struggled to rise from the floor, brushing off the dust from his clothes while locking his gaze on Nangong Yuyu's seemingly indifferent eyes. "You never considered letting me go, did you?" Upon hearing Zhang Xi's words, Nangong Yuyu's smile faded slightly, yet she remained silent, staring intently at him, awaiting his next utterance. Zhang Xi inhaled deeply, his voice strained as he continued. "Were you merely jesting with me when you spoke earlier? You and Qin Yuning, Zhang Ting, they're all cut from the same cloth." His gaze bore into Nangong Yuyu, his tone laced with venom. After a moment of silence, Nangong Yuyu finally cast a heavy glance at Zhang Xi, her previously calm demeanor returning as her lips curled into a smirk. She approached him with measured steps, disregarding his resistance, and gently tilted his chin upwards. Leaning in closer to his ear, her proximity was intimate, as if she were whispering sweet nothings to a lover. Yet, the words that escaped her lips sent a chill down Zhang Xi's spine. "No, I am not like Zhang Ting or Qin Yuning. They would sacrifice themselves for you. But for me, if your existence threatens my interests or those of the Nangong family, I would not hesitate to eliminate you." Raising her head, she scrutinized Zhang Xi's exquisite features, her voice turning almost dreamy. "You are truly beautiful. Do you know that? Zhang Xi, upon seeing your face, I find that all other men in this world pale in comparison." With that, she gently pushed him away, pointing to her own chest. "This heart, it can beat for you. My instincts tell me that if I remain with you any longer, it will soon belong to you, and you will inevitably become my vulnerability." As she spoke, her delicate hand brushed against Zhang Xi's face, tracing his features with a tenderness that belied her earlier aggression that a strong person must not have weaknesses. "Yet I find myself reluctant to inflict harm upon such a visage." She tightened her grip around his chin. It seemed as though she intended to crush his bones. Yet, in that moment, Zhang Xi stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by the terror of the woman before him. After a time, Nangong Yuyu released her hold, observing Zhang Xi's slightly swollen chin with a flicker of concern in her eyes. She reached out, gently massaging the area as if she were a devoted wife tending to her injured husband. At last, Zhang Xi emerged from his stupor, noticing her delicate and tender actions, as well as the dull ache radiating from his jaw. However, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he let out a soft sigh and asked, somewhat perplexed, "Nangong Yuyu, if you claim that my existence poses a threat to you, why do you not simply let me go?" At his words, Nangong Yuyu hesitated momentarily. Her gaze slowly meeting his as she sensed the confusion, worry, and fear in Zhang Xi's eyes. She suddenly burst into laughter. "Xiaoxi, have you forgotten? I asked you to call me you. Our relationship is not so distant." Upon hearing her words and witnessing the calmness in her eyes, as if everything was under her control, Zhang Xi inhaled deeply. Nangong Yu, what sort of relationship do we have? You are merely my senior. We have only met once, and our connection does not even qualify as that of ordinary friends. His gaze remained fixed upon her, resolute and unwavering. Nangong Yu simply smiled, quietly relishing the sight of her little pet's exasperated and helpless demeanor. How truly amusing. Zhang Xi, from this day forth, she paused, her tone growing solemn and grave. You shall be my pet, and I shall be your master. I'm the one closest to you, you understand, my little pet. Nangong Yu gazed at Zhang Xi, who had once again succumbed to a state of stupor, and let out a light laugh as she gently tapped the tip of her little pet's nose. Zhang Xi quickly emerged from his daze, swallowing hard, his mind racing with the urge to utter, You, Nangong Yu, along with Qin Yuning and Zhang Ting, are all of the same ilk, equally twisted. Yet the thought remained unvoiced. And after a moment's contemplation, he bit his lip and posed a question. So, am I free to leave? Nangong Yu seemed to find amusement in his words, chuckling softly once more, her lips curling into a smile that failed to reach her eyes, revealing a hint of coldness in her gaze directed at Zhang Xi. Did her little pet truly wish to part ways? A derisive thought flickered through Nangong Yu's mind. Zhang Xi, what do you think? A pet ought to remain within its master's den, wagging its tail in submission to earn the master's affection. As she spoke, she playfully pinched Zhang Xi's cheek, that moment, in the confines of the room. Zhang Xi sat on the bed, his expression one of utter disillusionment. Since Nangong Yu had made her intentions clear, she had effectively confined him. Yet Zhang Xi found himself devoid of any rebellious inclination. How could he, especially after witnessing Nangong Yu's display of strength as she cleaved a solid wooden table, even managing to sever a corner of it? Instantly, he transformed into an obedient and understanding little pet. He complied and returned to his room, even remembering to wish Nangong Yu a safe departure as she prepared to leave, after sitting in a daze on the bed for a considerable time. Zhang Xi endeavored to suppress the turmoil within him. Through the open window, he caught sight of the clear blue sky, a flicker of hope shimmering in his eyes. Slowly, he rose and approached the window, just in time to see Nangong Yu enter the car driven by the butler, witnessing her departure from the villa in its entirety. Throughout the process, Zhang Xi maintained a stoic expression, watching the vehicle until it vanished from his sight. Finally, Zhang Xi took a deep breath, once more peering through the open window. Surveying the lawn below, he had already confirmed that the villa was devoid of servants, butlers, or bodyguards. Thus, it dawned on him that he was likely the sole occupant of the villa at that moment. Should he attempt to escape? The thought lingered in his mind. Chapter 71, The War with the Qin Family. The notion of escape surfaced again, but it swiftly dissipated, leaving Zhang Xi to lie back down on the bed, wrapping himself tightly in the covers, as he could not shake the image of Nangong Yu's seemingly omnipotent visage from his mind, which shattered any lingering hopes he harbored. Meanwhile, seated in the car, Nangong Yu perused a set of documents with a dark expression. After some time, she snapped the file shut, her icy gaze sweeping over the butler driving ahead. Her voice was cold and laden with menace. How credible is this information? The butler tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Responding with utmost respect, Miss, it is at least 90 accurate. He paused before adding, Miss, our Nangong family has placed its pawns within the Qin family for 30 years, and our intel has always been reliable. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu casually tossed the document aside, leaning back in her seat to rest her eyes. Qin Yuning, Zhang Xi is my pet. Do you truly believe I, Nangong Yu, can be outmatched by you? At that moment, in the girls' dormitory of Kyoto University, Lin Xingling wore a similarly dark expression, fixated on her phone. She had just received news that Zhang Xi had been taken away by her friend, Nangong Yu, the previous night. Initially, Lin Xingling dismissed the information, well aware of her friend's character. Nangong Yu was a woman of resolute principles, a trait shared by all from the Nangong family, albeit with some eccentricities. However, the message came from Zhang Xi's sister, Zhang Ting, compelling Lin Xingling to believe its authenticity. Furthermore, she knew that Nangong Yu had not returned to the dormitory the previous night, and reports from Chu Jiangong and others confirmed that Zhang Xi had similarly not returned to the boys' dormitory. With this realization, Lin Qingling pressed a hand to her chest, a glint of cold fury flashing in her eyes. Nangong Yuyu, I hope this is all a fabrication. Meanwhile, within the Zhang family estate, in Zhang Xi's bedroom, Zhang Ting lay sprawled across his bed, burying her head deep in his blankets, inhaling his familiar scent. In the brief moments when she lifted her head, had Zhang Xi been present, he would have been taken aback by her current state. Zhang Ting had completely shed her previous grace and gentility, her hair disheveled, clothes in disarray, remnants of yesterday's attire, her makeup smudged, dark circles under her eyes, and her arms marked with deep, jagged wounds. An aura of gloom and violence radiated from her, instilling fear in anyone who beheld her. Shao Shi, I have lost you. You are mine, and only mine. Rest assured, Shao Shi, I will retrieve you. You belong solely to me. Nangong Yuyu, I will make you pay. Zhang Ting hissed softly, clutching the blanket as if it were a lifeline, her demeanor bordering on madness. That moment, in the boys' dormitory, Chu Jiangong and his companions were utterly unconcerned about Zhang Xi's safety. Despite his absence, they merely speculated that he was likely with Lin Qingling and the others. Even when Lin Qingling inexplicably inquired about Zhang Xi's whereabouts, they dismissed her concern. The trio remained engrossed in their computer screens, oblivious to the outside world. Just then, the car carrying Nangong Yuyu arrived at the entrance of Kyoto University. She called out to the butler, who was about to exit the vehicle, and, with a flick of her wrist, tossed him a specially crafted insignia. The butler, with a look of confusion, deftly caught it. However, upon realizing the significance of the emblem in his hand, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his grip began to tremble. Young mistress, how may I assist you? With my clan's insignia, inform the elders and the patriarch that during this family trial of the Qin clan, we shall activate all our hidden agents within the Qin family. Regardless of the cost, we must eliminate Qin Yuning. What? The butler's composure faltered at her words, his expression betraying his shock as beads of sweat multiplied on his brow, cascading into a trickle. His entire body trembled in response. Young mistress, our Nangong family is not prepared for a confrontation with the Qin family. Silence. Nangong Yuyu coldly interrupted, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Also, convey to the elders and the patriarch that my sister is no longer with us. With that, she disregarded the butler's concerns and stepped out of the car. Meanwhile, the butler remained lost in the weight of a revelation, struggling to regain his composure. It wasn't until Nangong Yuyu had long departed that he finally snapped back to reality. Glancing through the rearview mirror to find the back seat empty, wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered to himself, this day was bound to arrive. Nangong Yuyu stepped out of the car. She observed the bustling students around her, a wave of inexplicable frustration washing over her. She understood that the Nangong family was not yet prepared to openly clash with the Qin family, for the cost would be monumental. However, upon reading the report that Zhang Xi had engaged with Qin Yuning, a pang of pain surged within her, an overwhelming desire for retribution ignited, and in that instant, her mind fixated solely on the thought of eliminating Qin Yuning. My little pet, I have yet to indulge you, she mused, shaking her head to dispel the tumultuous emotions swirling within. After all, it is only natural to feel discomfort when one's possessions are usurped by another, is it not? Moreover, even if the Nangong family were to go to war now, they would still possess at least a 60% chance of victory. Even with further preparation, the maximum would only reach 70. Chapter 72, Confrontation. With these thoughts in mind, Nangong Yuyu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Zhang Xi, you are merely my little pet. Nangong Yuyu murmured softly, as if seeking confirmation from herself that that moment. Without realizing it, she had already arrived at the foot of her dormitory. Gazing at the familiar scene before her, a sudden headache washed over her. Lin Qingling was one of the few individuals she could converse with, and she could be considered a friend. She had not concealed her actions when she took Zhang Xi away yesterday, and it was likely that Lin Qingling had already caught wind of certain rumors. This thought deepened the ache in Nangong Yuyu's head that, in truth, she herself was unsure why she had taken Zhang Xi away last night. According to her character, she would never engage excessively with someone her friend had feelings for. Yet, she had done so, and more importantly, She was now unwilling to return Zhang Xi to Lin Qingling. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, Nangong Yuyu regained her previous calm and composed demeanor. As she entered the dormitory building and approached her room, the moment she pushed open the door, 3 pairs of eyes instantly converged upon her. Nangong Yuyu greeted Lin Qingling and Huang Xinhui with a smile. While Zhuang Yin appeared relatively calm, Lin Qingling's expression was notably dark. When her gaze fell upon Nangong Yuyu, it occasionally flickered with depth. Nangong Yuyu clearly noticed Lin Qingling's unusual demeanor. She slightly raised the corners of her lips and spoke first. Preempting Lin Qingling's inquiries, "Xiaolong, how about accompanying me for a walk?" Nangong Yuyu suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingling furrowed her brows slightly and scrutinized Nangong Yuyu with a penetrating gaze before nodding in agreement. The two then walked out of the dormitory, one after the other. Observing their departing figures, Huang Xinhui and Zhuang Yin exchanged glances. "Xiao Yin, do you think something happened between Xiao Yu and Xiaolong? I feel like the atmosphere between them is a bit strange. I have a nagging feeling they might end up fighting," Zhuang Yin remarked, scratching her head in confusion. However, Huang Xinhui appeared somewhat oblivious. After glancing at the two, she averted her gaze and responded nonchalantly. "Xiao Lung and Xiao Yu have a good relationship. How could they possibly fight? Xiao Yin, you're overthinking it. I hope that's the case." Zhuang Yin softly murmured as she watched the two completely vanish from sight, her brow still furrowed with a hint of concern. As an artist, her forte lay in observation and depiction, and she sensed that there were issues between Nangong Yuyu and Lin Qingling. Meanwhile, Nangong Yuyu and Lin Qingling had reached a small stone table in a grove beside the girls' dormitory, sitting down across from each other. Once seated, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Both women opened their mouths, hesitating to speak. However, upon catching a glimpse of each other's expressions, they fell silent, waiting for the other to initiate the conversation. After several moments of this back and forth, it was Lin Qingling who broke the silence first. "Xiao Yu, I heard you took Xiao Xi away yesterday." Lin Qingling's tone was composed, yet her inquiry was tinged with unmistakable certainty. After speaking, her gaze locked onto Nangong Yuyu's face, determined not to miss a flicker of expression. Nangong Yuyu was taken aback, not anticipating Lin Qingling's directness. However, without hesitation, she replied straightforwardly, "Indeed, I did take Xiao Xi away." Upon hearing Nangong Yuyu's words, the glimmer of hope in Lin Qingling's eyes extinguished, replaced by disappointment and sorrow. Earlier that morning, upon learning from Chu Jiangong that Zhang Xi had not returned to the dormitory, Lin Qingling had instructed her subordinates to investigate Zhang Xi's whereabouts. The information they provided was that Zhang Xi had been taken away by Nangong Yuyu. When Lin Qingling received this news, her first reaction was disbelief and skepticism. Even though she knew Nangong Yuyu had not returned to her dormitory either, and despite her subordinates' repeated confirmations, she still found it hard to accept. After all, Lin Qingling was well aware of her friend's character. She had her principles and would never infringe upon someone her sister cared for. Yet now, disappointment filled Lin Qingling's gaze as she looked at Nangong Yuyu. After a prolonged silence, Lin Qingling took a deep breath, striving to steady her emotions. "Xiao Yu, thank you for looking after Xiao Xi. Nothing happened between you two, right? You wouldn't steal Xiao Xi from me, would you?" Lin Qingling's double-edged question plunged Nangong Yuyu into silence. What had transpired between her and Zhang Xi? Such matters were not something she could divulge to Lin Qingling. As for whether she would compete with Lin Qingling for Zhang Xi, in her mind, Zhang Xi had already become her pet, and it was she who should be asking Lin Qingling if she intended to snatch her pet away. However, this sentiment was clearly unfit for verbalization. Observing Nangong Yuyu's prolonged silence, Lin Qingling seemed to ascertain something. The disappointment in her eyes thickened, nearly spilling over as she gently pressed her hand against her heart, which felt as though it might explode. Lin Qingling could hardly fathom the idea of her dear friend vying for her beloved man, and the possibility that something may have transpired between them was unbearable. Just the thought of it sent pain stabbing through her heart. After a long while, Lin Qingling regained her composure, but her gaze towards Nangong Yuyu had turned icy. "Nangong Yuyu, you've done well, stealing my man, robbing your friend's affections." Upon hearing Lin Qingling's words, A flicker of regret crossed Nangong Yuyu's features. "I'm sorry," she uttered sincerely. After a brief pause, she continued, "As compensation for the project in Country S, the Nangong family can offer the Lin family." Lin Xingling was momentarily taken aback by Nangong Yuyu's words. She was well aware of the project in Country S, which had recently been acquired by the Nangong family, that if fully realized, it could yield an annual income of at least 100 billion for the Nangong family. This project was a significant asset, highly coveted. The Nangong family had invested considerable resources to secure it, demonstrating that Nangong Yuyu's apology carried substantial weight. Yet, Lin Xingling merely regarded Nangong Yuyu with a deep, scrutinizing gaze, as if she had heard a joke, suddenly bursting into laughter that failed to reach her eyes. "Nangong Yu, do you think the Lin family lacks a few projects?" Lin Xingling's tone was frigid, her attitude resolute. After all, the Lin family stood on equal footing with the Nangong family. While the project might reflect sincerity, it was not something the Lin family desperately needed. Upon hearing Lin Xingling's words, a hint of worry flickered in Nangong Yuyu's eyes. She understood that the Lin family was not short of businesses on par with this project. "Xiaolong, what is it that you desire?" Nangong Yuyu sighed softly, her voice gentle. "I only want Xiao Xi. He can only be mine." Lin Xingling's beautiful eyes were filled with unwavering determination as she slowly rose from the stone bench. Looking down at Nangong Yuyu, her tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. "Nangong Yuyu, if you return Xiao Xi to me now, I can pretend nothing happened, and we can still be sisters. But at this point," Lin Xingling's eyes were already filled with frost. "If you attempt to take my man, the Lin family will not spare you." Upon hearing Lin Xingling's emotionless declaration, a shadow of emotion crossed Nangong Yuyu's face. She had initially believed that their years of sisterly friendship, coupled with her sincere apology, might earn Lin Xingling some leniency. Yet, she was taken aback by Lin Xingling's resolute stance. I could see this moment. Nangong Yuyu's tone shifted, losing some of its firmness. "Lin Xingling, the Nangong family does not fear the Lin family. If it comes to a conflict, the outcome will be mutually destructive that no, the two families cannot contend. The Nangong family would push you forward to take the blame." As she spoke, Lin Xingling's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery and amusement. "Tell me, if our Lin family chooses to side with your sister, do you think you, Nangong Yuyu, can still hold on to the position of heir to the Nangong family that you stole?" Lin Xingling's words dripped with derision, her emphasis on the word stole laden with meaning. "Shut up." Nangong Yuyu's expression instantly hardened, coldly admonishing her. Her gaze toward Lin Xingling turned frigid. The status of the Nangong family's heir was her Achilles' heel, the deepest scar in her heart. Lin Xingling's words felt like a dagger plunged into that wound. "Lin Xingling, do not forget that Zhang Xi is now in my hands." Nangong Yuyu's tone was chilling. Each word was delivered with a measured cadence. The underlying implication of this statement was clear. "Should you, Lin Xingling, dare to coerce me, we shall both perish in this conflict." Upon hearing Nangong Yuyu's words, Lin Xingling erupted into laughter, as if she had just heard an absurd joke. However, this laughter starkly contrasted with her usual demure demeanor. "Nangong Yuyu, the Nangong family would never antagonize my Lin family over a thief who is the heir of their clan and an outsider." She declared that, "I am aware that you have amassed considerable influence abroad in recent years, but do you truly believe that these insignificant forces can withstand my Lin family?" With that, Lin Xingling disregarded Nangong Yuyu's reaction and departed with determination. Before leaving, she added, "From this moment forth, our ties are severed." With that, she turned her back and walked away. Watching Lin Xingling's retreating figure, Nangong Yuyu's body tensed, her fingers digging into her palm, as if striving to suppress something profound. "Sister, oh sister, why could you not have perished sooner?" Nangong Yuyu murmured softly. After a long while, she finally collapsed onto a stone bench, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Xingling, upon exiting the woods, made her way directly to a shaded area. Leaning gently against the wall, her brow was furrowed with sorrow and confusion. She had known Nangong Yuyu since childhood. Although they were not soulmates, they shared a familiarity akin to old friends. Yet now, this was the unfortunate outcome. Reflecting on this, Lin Xingling could not help but let out a soft sigh. After a moment of silence, she finally composed herself and dialed a number on her phone. The phone rang for a brief moment before being answered by a robust voice. "Hello, my dear daughter. You finally decided to call your father. I've missed you terribly." Just as the voice on the other end began to lament, Lin Xingling discreetly held the phone slightly away from her ear, interrupting the flow of conversation with her indifferent tone. "I am aware that you have people monitoring me, and I trust you have gathered information on Zhang Xi. He is currently in the possession of Nangong Yuyu, and I need you to bring him to my villa in the outskirts tonight." Without hesitation, she hung up the phone on the other end. A middle-aged man named Lin Fengyun, the current head of the Lin family and Lin Qingling's father, looked at the now disconnected phone with a wry smile, shaking his head at, "My child has grown up." As a father, another long sigh escaped him as he dialed another number. Arranging everything meticulously, he settled back into his chair, massaging his temples while gazing into the distance, his deep-set eyes reminiscent of a starry sky, filled with countless constellations. "Xiaolong, why must you choose to favor someone like a demon?" Just as Lin Qingling had mentioned, Lin Fengyun had indeed placed many operatives around his daughter and was well aware of her connection with a boy named Zhang Xi. As a concerned father, he had investigated Zhang Xi thoroughly. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Lin Qingling set her phone down and began to wander aimlessly around the school, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Unknown to everyone at that moment, Zhang Ting stood anxiously at the entrance of the Qin family's estate, as if waiting for something. Just moments ago, she had communicated with the bodyguard guarding the estate, informing him of her desire to meet with the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Qin Yuning at that very moment, the bodyguard hurriedly made his way to the study of Qin Fengxi, the head of the Qin family, respectfully knocking before entering upon receiving permission, relaying the events that had just unfolded. In the study, Qin Fengxi lounged casually in a chair, her elegant robe partially undone, a fine tea set and a pile of documents resting on the table. One hand held a document while the other delicately sipped tea. Due to her loose attire and relaxed posture, a generous expanse of flawless skin was revealed, captivating to behold. However, the bodyguard, bowing his head deeply as though facing a fearsome beast, lacked the courage to meet her gaze. Outside the villa, Zhang Ting displayed an expression of palpable anxiety. Truth be told, she was utterly reluctant to seek assistance from that woman. Yet, with no alternatives left, she was compelled to approach the Qin family. For Zhang, she had been taken by the Nangong family, one of the four major clans. The overwhelming power of the four families had become painfully evident to her days prior. Even with her father's utmost efforts, the Zhang family remained powerless against Qin Yuning, who could effortlessly bring the Zhang family to ruin. Alone, the Zhang family could not hope to reclaim Zhang Xi. Thus, Zhang Ting found herself resorting to this desperate measure. Though this woman had once forcibly taken Zhang Xi from her, she felt utterly helpless. With these thoughts weighing on her, Zhang Ting was engulfed by guilt. Her teeth clenched, her eyes aflame with unshed tears. She trembled slightly, her nails digging into her palms. Xiao Shi, it is my fault for not being able to protect you. Wait for me, no matter the cost. I will bring you back to my side." Meanwhile, within the villa, Qin Fengxi stood, her lovely brow furrowing slightly. The bodyguard had just informed her of everything. She was aware that Zhang Ting wished to visit her daughter. Qin Yuning. She had some understanding of Zhang Ting, as she was a childhood friend of Zhang Xi, despite lacking any blood relation. After all, she had thoroughly researched the Zhang family. But why? Moreover, Qin Yuning was currently participating in a family trial and was not even in the Qin residence. Most importantly, the Qin family had crossed the Zhang family more than once, from pressuring their businesses to tarnishing the reputation of their young master. What could possibly compel the Zhang family to set aside past grievances and visit a family with whom they had a history of conflict? Despite her confusion, Qin Fengxi swiftly issued orders for the bodyguard to escort Zhang Ting into the reception hall. As the bodyguard departed, she too began her journey to the hall. Outside the villa, Zhang Ting's anxiety grew as she waited without any indication of movement. The bodyguard stationed outside remained expressionless, watching her intently. Just as Zhang Ting resolved to make her way inside, the bodyguard who had gone to deliver the message emerged. Bowing respectfully before her and gesturing toward the villa, "Miss Zhang, please enter. The head of the family awaits you in the reception hall. Upon hearing the bodyguard's words, Zhang Ting furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with displeasure. I wish to see your family's eldest daughter, not the head of the Qin family. The bodyguard maintained a polite smile, still bowing respectfully. Miss Zhang, I understand, but some matters cannot be discussed openly. You will understand once you enter. With that, he paid no further heed to Zhang Ting's reaction and turned to proceed into the villa. Zhang Ting's expression darkened, but she hesitated not, quickly following the bodyguard's lead. Moments later, the bodyguard ushered her into the reception hall, where Qin Fengxi sat gracefully in the main seat. Her previously disheveled attire was now neatly arranged, 2 steaming cups of tea placed before her, freshly brewed. Upon seeing Zhang Ting enter, Qin Fengxi greeted her with a poised smile. Gesturing to the seat opposite her, Miss Zhang, please take a seat. Hesitating for a brief moment, Zhang Ting ultimately acquiesced, taking her place before Qin Feng 11 as she settled down. A smile graced Qin Fengxi's lips. I wonder what brings you to visit the Qin family today. After a brief pause, she continued, especially as you specifically sought out the young head of the Qin family, emphasizing the word specifically. Her tone carried a weight. Zhang Ting was taken aback by the directness of the question, surprised that the customary pleasantries had been bypassed altogether. However, when confronted with Qin Fengxi's inquiry, she found herself at a loss for words. From Zhang Ting's perspective, all she knew was that the Qin family was planning a marriage alliance with the Ouyang family. And from her conversations with Zhang Xi, she realized that Qin Yuning had not given up on him. Thus, she assumed that the Qin family had arranged a marriage for Qin Yuning, who had inexplicably developed feelings for someone else. Such a melodramatic scenario was not unfamiliar within their circles. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Ting viewed Qin Fengxi as someone willing to sacrifice her child for the sake of an advantageous alliance, unwilling to assist her in her plight, seeing Zhang Ting fall into silence. Her expression remarkably complex. Qin Fengxi slightly raised her beautiful brows, a flash of insight illuminating her mind, leading her to a conjecture. She lifted the teacup before her and took a delicate sip, then smiled and inquired, Is it about Zhang Xi, your younger brother? Has something happened? As she spoke, Qin Fengxi took another sip from her cup, her gaze playfully scrutinizing Zhang Ting's countenance, missing not a single fluctuation on that exquisite face. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Fengxi's words, Zhang Ting felt a jolt in her heart. Instinctively, she was about to refute, but the words caught in her throat, swallowed back. Observing Zhang Ting's hesitance, Qin Fengxi's heart filled with speculation. She continued with a smile, Is it that the young Master Zhang has been troubled by recent rumors, and since you lack the means to quell them, you've come seeking help from that child? Yuning? As she spoke, a glimmer of triumphant satisfaction danced in Qin Fengxi's eyes. Meanwhile, she pondered the recent clandestine maneuvers of the Qin family, utilizing their private connections to spread the word about Zhang Xi's delusions of grandeur. Resulting in his abandonment by Qin Yuning, it seemed that after these days of dissemination, many families in the capital must have heard whispers of the matter. It was indeed time to suppress these rumors. Her good son-in-law had certainly suffered under their torment, but rest assured, your mother-in-law will soon take action to protect you. With this thought, a flicker of guilt crossed Qin Fengxi's brow. However, upon hearing her words, Zhang Ting felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having also noticed the victorious gleam in Qin Fengxi's eyes, she opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent. Simultaneously, Zhang Ting's gaze towards Qin Fengxi grew increasingly intricate. Chapter 75. Lin Xingxuyet. Qin Fengxi remained oblivious to Zhang Ting's internal thoughts. Observing Zhang Ting's demeanor, she assumed her guess was correct and that it made Zhang Ting feel awkward. With this in mind, Qin Fengxi took another gentle sip of tea and remarked, There is no need for restraint, nor for any feelings of embarrassment. Speak your mind freely. After a pause, she continued, The Qin family bears some responsibility in this matter. Rest assured, I will handle it last. Zhang Ting ceased her repeated hesitations and managed a voice of few words. Head of the Qin family, may I meet your daughter, the young mistress of the Qin family? Qin Yuning. Upon hearing Zhang Ting's request, the comforting words Qin Fengxi had been about to utter suddenly lodged in her throat. She fixed a deep gaze upon Zhang Ting, her expression shifting from warmth to seriousness. In a somber tone, Qin Fengxi replied, Ning is not at home. Due to certain matters, she may not return for several months. If Ms. Zhang has anything to discuss, you may speak directly to me." As she spoke, Qin Fengshi's beautiful eyes once again turned towards Zhang Ting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting felt an immediate heaviness in her heart, an inexplicable sorrow enveloping her. In that instant, she felt a painful swell within, as if something had shattered inside her. It was known to her that she regarded this plea for help from Qin Yuning as her sole lifeline. Otherwise, why would she seek assistance from someone who harbored ulterior motives towards her little brother? She truly felt bereft of options, for the Nangong family was far beyond the Zhang family's capacity to contend with. With this thought, the ache in Zhang Ting's heart intensified. Simultaneously, she began to murmur inwardly, little she, sister, am I about to lose you?" Meanwhile, Qin Fengshi had evidently noticed Zhang Ting's unusual demeanor. Observing her lost and despondent appearance, Qin Fengshi furrowed her brows slightly, her expression turning grave as she realized the gravity of the situation. Suppressing her inner confusion, she spoke gently, revealing a nurturing tone. "Zhang Ting, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to share. Annie will do her utmost to assist you." Upon hearing Qin Fengshi's voice, the disoriented Zhang Ting felt her mind clouded. Instinctively, she blurted out her heartfelt concern. "Little she's been taken away by the Nangong family, and I cannot find him, even with the full force of the Zhang family." "What?" Upon hearing Zhang Ting's words, Qin Fengshi's countenance abruptly changed. Her grip on the teacup tightened, resulting in a sharp crack. The exquisite porcelain cup shattered beneath her grip. Yet astonishingly, despite the sharp shards, Qin Fengshi held them tightly without cutting herself. At that moment, she was wholly oblivious to her own actions, her eyes flashing with shadows of anger and menace. Had she truly just heard that? Was she mistaken? Zhang Xi had been taken by the Nangong family? After all her careful planning and effort to find a suitable son-in-law, he had been snatched away. The fruits of her labor had been seized without a word. Taking a deep breath, Qin Fengshi endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions, striving to soften her tone. "Zhang Ting, what exactly has happened to Zhang Xi? Please share the details with me." Her expression became earnest, her gaze unyielding upon Zhang Ting. In that moment, Zhang Ting suddenly regained her composure, her complexion darkening as she realized she had inadvertently exposed her innermost thoughts. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she resolved to maintain her composure, meeting Qin Fengshi's gaze with calmness, resuming the grace of a well-bred young lady. "Head of the Qin family, I apologize for my unintentional slip. Since Miss Qin is not at home, I shall not impose any further." With that, she stood and respectfully bowed to Qin Fengshi before turning to leave. Seeing that Zhang Ting had not responded to her intentions and had swiftly departed, Qin Fengshi raised an eyebrow, but did not stop her. It was evident to her that though Zhang Ting appeared outwardly composed, her inner state was already in disarray. After all, how could the esteemed young lady of the Zhang family forget even the most basic of courtesies? Taking a deep breath, Qin Fengshi retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. Once the call connected, she instructed, "Locate Zhang Xi and ensure he is safely returned to the Zhang family." After a brief pause, she added, "This mission is to be classified as S-level." Meanwhile, at the Nangong family's secluded villa, Zhang Xi remained blissfully unaware that he was being sought after by many. Currently, he sat by the window, propping up his chin in boredom, gazing at the distant depths and azure of the sky. This world is truly perilous. How I long to return home. Suddenly recalling something, he spat out in frustration, feeling even more despondent. Home isn't exactly safe either. It might be even more dangerous. I just want to find a place to laze around and wait for death. Why is it so difficult? Zhang Xi murmured softly to himself, his voice laced with helplessness and sorrow. Glancing down from the windowsill, he noted that the two-story drop wasn't too high, with a lawn below to cushion his fall. Moreover, having jumped from the building once before, he reasoned that he wouldn't die from the leap. But would jumping truly allow him to escape? Was Nangong Yiyu so easily dealt with, even if he managed to escape? It was likely he would soon find himself in another dark confinement. This moment, Zhang Xi felt a throbbing headache. Nangong Yiyu had been gone for several hours now, and it was already afternoon. "At least give me a phone. Let me see the outside world. I'm so bored, stuck here alone, wallowing in misery. And at that moment, within the campus of Jing University, Lin Qingling sat in a laboratory. A look of melancholy adorning her face as she faced a girl in a lab coat, masked and absorbed in her experimental data. Though the mask obscured her face, her graceful figure suggested she was a striking beauty. Why are you here if you're fine? You can't possibly be so kind as to voluntarily help your sister with her experimental burdens. I'm rather busy and have no time to play house. The girl, despite sitting across from Lin Qingling, remained fixated on her data, her tone laced with impatience. Chapter 76. Butler Qin observing the nonchalant demeanor of the girl before her, Lin Qingling couldn't help but pout. Muttering, "Sister, I am your only sister. Don't you care about me at all?" The girl in the lab coat, Lin Qingling's sister, Lin Qingxue, finally shifted her gaze from the data, allocating some attention to Lin Qingling. With a slightly sarcastic tone, she replied, "My dear sister, what misfortune have you encountered? Speak up. Let me, your sister, have a laugh." Upon hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Lin Qingling's expression immediately drooped, her tone somewhat indignant. "Sister, you're the one who told me that I could always come to you when in need." With a soft chuckle, Lin Qingxue lightly patted Lin Qingling's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Indeed, if you have matters to discuss, seek out your sister." After a brief pause, Lin Qingxue continued, "I may not be able to assist with significant issues, and I am disinclined to help with trivial ones in any case, come to your sister if you need anything." Lin Qingling was momentarily taken aback, pointing at Lin Qingxue with an expression of indignation, struggling to find her words. Meanwhile, after meticulously recording the final set of experimental data, Lin Qingxue finally turned her full attention to Lin Qingling. She casually tossed the experimental report at Lin Qingling. "You are responsible for organizing the data within this report that I expect to see the results by tomorrow." Upon hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Lin Qingling's already displeased countenance grew even more sullen, her brows furrowed tightly as if they could crush a fly. After stretching languidly, Lin Qingxue removed her mask, finally adopting a serious demeanor as she regarded her sister, who seemed on the verge of anger. "All right, little Lung, what troubles are you facing? I will do my utmost to assist you." After a moment's pause, she added, "As long as it does not contravene my principles." Hearing this, Lin Qingling felt a wave of relief wash over her. She proceeded to recount the events that had transpired in detail. After finishing, she observed Lin Qingxue deep in thought, unable to restrain herself from adding, "Sister, what do you think I should do to cultivate a relationship with the child my father brings home?" She tugged at her hair, a look of distress etched across her face. However, Lin Qingxue's attention was evidently elsewhere. "And what are you planning to do about that girl? Nangong Yu?" Lin Qingling rolled her eyes in irritation. "I intend to sever all ties with her. She dares to covet my man. If it were not for our past friendship, I would hear." Lin Qingling hesitated momentarily. Upon hearing Lin Qingling's words, Lin Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Scrutinizing her sister with an appraising gaze, she seemed on the verge of saying something, but ultimately remained silent. The two sisters then began to strategize on how to pursue Zhang Xi. Eventually, they settled on a plan to allow things to unfold naturally and gradually nurture their feelings. As the conversation progressed, Lin Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up as if recalling something. "You always refer to your beloved as Cici. What is your beloved's full name?" she inquired casually. "Zhang Xi, the young master of the Zhang family from the capital," Lin Qingling replied, pausing before adding, "the same Zhang family that has long collaborated with ours." Upon hearing Lin Qingling mention Zhang Xi, Lin Qingxue appeared momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Lin Qingling, oblivious to her sister's unusual reaction, continued discussing how to win over Zhang Xi that moment. In a villa belonging to Nangong Yu, Zhang Xi sat by the window. Resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought as he gazed at the sky, he was entirely unaware that dusk had descended, the moon peeking out shyly, veiled by branches, casting only a delicate light. While Zhang Xi remained in a daze, several figures in the distance, concealed within a thicket, were observing the villa through binoculars. "We've located the person the master is seeking," a youth clad in black attire reported to a middle-aged man beside him, who was also peering through binoculars. "That I can confirm that. Have you assessed and searched? How many personnel are present in this villa?" the middle-aged man inquired. Based on the surveillance record from the past month and the food supply situation for this villa, there should be 811 guards, though the specifics of their weaponry remain unclear. A voice emerged from the shadows. In the Kingdom of Long, private firearm possession is prohibited. Even without firearms, gasoline bottles, folding crossbows, and mousetraps will suffice for us. Another voice interrupted. Upon hearing this, a silence fell over the group. Eventually, the middle-aged leader spoke first. Even in death, the mission must be accomplished. It is the family's order and our honor. Yes, came the synchronized response from 20 voices in the shadows. You are the elite of the Qin family. The Qin family takes pride in you. Everything is for the Qin family, the middle-aged leader declared, leading the oath. Everything is for the Qin family, the others echoed in unison. The middle-aged leader nodded in satisfaction that if Zhang Xi were present, he would be astonished to discover that this middle-aged man was none other than Qin Yuning's steward Qin, who had cared for him during his captivity at Qin Yuning's villa. Numbers 1 to 10, proceed to scout a path. Numbers 11 to 20, prepare to join me in the assault, Steward Qin commanded methodically. Understood. 10 figures emerged from the shadows, steadily advancing towards the villa. Meanwhile, in the villa's basement, 10 men were gathered around a card table, the sounds of banter and drunkenness echoing in the air. Among them were individuals of various ethnic backgrounds, yet all wore matching uniforms and spoke fluent Chinese. Boss Gaia, what if we get caught playing cards without the head's permission? A rather disheveled-looking white man asked. Carl, you're such a coward. If the head doesn't know, who will? If you don't say anything. I want to either, a rugged, middle-aged black man retorted. And think positively. Don't curse us with your worries. What do you mean by getting caught? We want to get caught, he added, upon hearing Boss Gaia's reprimand. The subordinate named Carl scratched his head and meekly said, I was just concerned. Concerned about what? Gaia interrupted without mercy, gesturing toward the screen, displaying Zhang Xi sitting calmly. Hey, as long as that guy is fine. We'll all be fine. Do you understand? Understood. By the way, who is this kid that has our boss so concerned? Carl inquired softly. Gaia rolled his eyes in exasperation. You should focus on whether you'll be eating air next month if you keep losing cards instead of worrying about the boss. Just then, one of the subordinates, after finishing his turn, stretched and inadvertently glanced at the monitor screen. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, as if he had witnessed something incredible, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Oh no, the subordinate screamed, his voice piercing the air, causing everyone to furrow their brows in concern. Boss Gaia's displeasure grew, ready to scold the young man. He was preempted. Boss, the person is gone. We need to capture them. What? Upon hearing this, Gaia's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to the monitor. In a way, the person is really gone, he exclaimed, grabbing a nearby folding crossbow and kicking a few seated subordinates awake. What are you doing? It is not the time to be concerned about cards. Let us go after them. If that person is gone, we have no reason to exist. With that, he charged out of the basement. This moment. Outside the villa, Zhang Xi found himself bewilderedly slung over someone's back. Just moments ago, a group had burst into the room, seizing him and injecting him with an unfamiliar substance as they carried him away. Zhang Xi felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the world were spinning around him. He desperately tried to maintain clarity, striving to remember the profile of the person carrying him. Suddenly, his head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Boss, the person has passed out. One of the captors noted that I understand that the car ready. Soon, just a little longer. Numbers 10 to 20, hold them off and retreat immediately upon receiving news. Understood. 10 voices echoed in unison. Instantly, amidst the throng of fleeing individuals, 10 figures came to an abrupt halt, scattering simultaneously in search of cover. That moment, Gaia and his companions also gave chase. Gaia, wielding a crossbow in one hand, aimed at a distant silhouette while shouting at the individuals behind him, "Put forth all your strength. If the person escapes, we might all perish." The others, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation, swiftly aimed their crossbows and began to fire. A fierce battle ensued. Meanwhile, Butler Qin and his companions had already brought Zhang Xi to the back seat of a van. Butler Qin glanced at Zhang Xi, who was peacefully asleep, and couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Gently removing his mask, he turned to the brother seated in the passenger seat and said, "Signal the others to retreat." "Understood," the passenger replied. He promptly retrieved a flare from his pocket and ignited it. With a loud bang, the flare erupted in the sky, bursting forth like a splendid and dazzling firework. Observing this beautiful display, Butler Chen's mood evidently lifted, prompting him to jest with the brother beside him. The successful completion of the mission certainly warranted such a beautiful firework. Upon hearing this, the driver in front seemed to chuckle softly. Suddenly, the driver made a sharp turn. The rear-seated Butler Chen, caught off guard, violently collided with the side wall of the van. Simultaneously, Zhang Xi slipped from her seat due to the driver's abrupt maneuver. Concurrently, another van, either parallel or trailing behind Butler Chen's, also executed a sharp turn. As the vehicle spun, both Butler Chen and the passenger in the front immediately sensed something was amiss. The passenger promptly unfastened his seatbelt and swung his arm at the driver while shouting, "Who are you? How dare you lay hands on us?" At that moment, as Butler Chen struggled to stabilize himself, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, aiming directly at his vital points. Butler Chen's expression darkened as he instinctively raised his hand to defend himself, simultaneously shouting, seeking death. This was followed by a series of brutal exchanges, accompanied by muffled groans and cries of pain. Meanwhile, a similar commotion unfolded within the other vans. After a tumultuous scuffle, Butler Chen and his companions were all injected with a substance, and the vehicle was driven to a suburban area. They were carelessly discarded inside the van, while Zhang Xi was carried away by an unknown dark figure. "The mission is complete." The figure carrying Zhang Xi spoke softly to a middle-aged man nearby. "I know," the middle-aged man replied quietly. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Have we ascertained the identities of those inside?" He gestured towards Butler Chen and the others in the van. "Yes, they seem to be from the Chen family." A figure replied after a moment's contemplation. "The Chen family?" The middle-aged leader raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with intrigue. "This fellow is not ordinary. The Nangong family, the Chen family, and even our Lin family are all vying to seize him." After a brief moment of musing, the middle-aged man regained his focus, pointing to a few individuals nearby. "You all clean up the scene. Leave no trace behind." He then indicated to another group. "You lot, take him back to the young lady's villa." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction and climbed into a vehicle, preparing to report back to Lin Fengyun. Chapter 78. Turmoil. Time passed. Though it was unclear how long, in Lin Fengyun's office, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler was bowing respectfully as he recounted events. However, as the butler's narrative unfolded, Lin Fengyun's expression grew increasingly grim. The middle-aged man was the mastermind behind the ambush on Butler Chen, detailing the entire process of seizing Zhang Xi, including how they discovered her and the Chen family's team, ultimately replacing the guards left behind by the Chen family. He concluded by explaining how they abandoned the Chen family members in a dilapidated warehouse, while Zhang Xi had been delivered to the second young lady, Lin Qingling. Listening to the butler's account, Lin Fengyun's demeanor shifted from calm to dark and foreboding, the atmosphere in the room plummeting. The butler, sensing the tension, lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. As time ticked by, the pressure in Lin Fengyun's office intensified. While the butler, striving to diminish his presence, held his breath, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, yet lacking the courage to wipe them away. Why did we have to act against those from the Chen family? Lin Fengyun inhaled deeply, his voice low and heavy. Upon hearing Lin Fengyun speak, the butler discreetly wiped his forehead. "Master, it was your command to spare no effort in bringing Zhang Xi to the second young lady's residence." Hearing the butler's words, Lin Fengyun choked momentarily, glaring fiercely at him. "I know it was my own order, but can I admit it was my fault? You lack any perceptiveness. I merely sought a scapegoat." The butler, clearly oblivious to his master's inner turmoil, trembled at Lin Fengyun's fierce glare, his legs weakening, causing him to kneel before Lin Fengyun, his voice quivering. "Master, I have erased all traces and ensured no evidence remains." Seeing the butler quaking like a leaf, nearly begging for mercy, Lin Fengyun's heart sank further. He waved his hand dismissively. "I do not blame you. After all, you have served me for many years. This matter is not your fault." You may leave now. Simultaneously, Lin Fengyun sighed inwardly. The cunning methods of that old hag from the Qin family are beyond your capabilities to contend with, even if you clean up every trace. She will undoubtedly sense something amiss. I can only hope that you manage to conceal it well enough for her not to notice for a few days. Upon hearing Lin Fengyun's words, the butler's trembling ceased abruptly. His slightly raised eyes were already red and swollen, on the verge of tears that he forcibly held back. However, the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed his relief at having survived. The butler quickly stood up. "Master, I take my leave," that he declared, turning to exit without looking back. "Wait." Lin Fengyun seemed to recall something, calling out to the butler whose foot had already crossed the threshold. Upon hearing Lin Fengyun's words, the butler stiffened momentarily before reacting. Yet at this moment his face had turned as pale as a ghost, teetering on the brink of collapse. The butler abruptly turned, taking a running start before sliding to his knees before Lin Fengyun. "Master, I know my sins are unforgivable. Yet, I implore you to spare my family, considering my years of dedication to the clan." Observing the butler groveling on the ground, pleading desperately, Lin Fengyun felt a deeper pang of discomfort. He truly wished to kick the man. After all, he had only been slightly ruthless in dealing with traitors and enemies. Did this fellow really need to be so terrified? Nevertheless, he forced a smile and helped the butler to his feet. "Lin, I assure you, I harbor no ill will towards you. That I merely wish to inquire whether Zhang Xi has been delivered to the second young lady's villa." Upon hearing Lin Fengyun's inquiry, the butler sniffled, quickly wiping away the tears and mucus from his face. "Master, I shall call my subordinates right away." He took out his phone and dialed a number. After a brief conversation with the person on the other end, the butler hung up and respectfully informed Lin Fengyun, "Zhang Xi has arrived at the young lady's villa." Upon hearing this, Lin Fengyun couldn't help but rub his aching temples. Initially, he had hoped to salvage the situation. Forget it. Although that old hag from the Qin family is troublesome, our Lin family is not to be trifled with. At this moment, within a secluded villa in the suburbs, Nangong Yu wore a somber expression as she gazed at the 10 figures standing before her. These figures were none other than the individuals dispatched by the Qin family to monitor Zhang Xi. However, the 10 of them now appeared utterly wretched and disheveled. Many were wrapped in bandages, with the injuries beneath still oozing blood. Observing the pitiful state of these people, Nangong Yu sighed, ultimately swallowing her reproachful words. She decided to let this incident slide and instructed them to recuperate properly within the confines of the villa before departing without a backward glance. Nangong Yu eventually found herself in a dimly lit room within the villa, which resembled an interrogation chamber, equipped with whips, ropes, wooden stakes, and various other implements of torture. Most chillingly, the surfaces of these tools bore traces of blood. With a grim countenance, Nangong Yu picked up a rusted iron whip from among the implements. The whip appeared to have rarely been cleaned, coated in a thick layer of blackened residue, the result of blood having soaked into it and dried naturally. Drawing in ragged breaths, she approached the wooden stake step by step, and then, crack, 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 a series of violent strikes erupted. It seemed as though she summoned every ounce of strength within her. The sturdy wooden stake was soon reduced to splinters, marked by numerous lash marks. In that moment, Nangong Yu was devoid of her usual composure and tranquility. Her face twisted in a menacing snarl, her eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed capable of incinerating the very world around her. Chapter 79. Finally encountering a normal person at this moment, within a lavish villa, Zhang Xi lay blissfully asleep on a grand bed. Beside the bed, Lin Qingling sat, her gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Xi's face. Her expression a mix of infatuation and rapture, completely shedding the aloofness and reserve of her former goddess-like demeanor. Just moments ago, while Lin Qingling was lamenting to her sister Lin Qingxue in a laboratory, a phone call interrupted her, informing her that Zhang Xi had been brought to her villa. In a flurry, Lin Qingling bid her sister farewell and sped toward her home, experiencing for the first time the feeling of an arrow-like yearning to return. Upon entering the villa, she found Zhang Xi already laid upon her sofa. Gazing at the flawless visage before her, Lin Qingling felt a twinge of obsession, yet it did not come as a surprise. She had seen Zhang Xi's face years ago and knew that the Zhang Xi from the previous night's gathering had likely been made up, with a gentle caress of Zhang Xi's handsome features. She ultimately restrained the impulse to kiss him, instead carrying him to her room to ensure his comfort. In the bedroom, Lin Qingling's gaze remained fixated on the man before her, her eyes practically sparkling with excitement. A kiss should be harmless, right? Zhang Xi had already agreed to date me, so a kiss should be acceptable. With that thought, Lin Qingling leaned closer to Zhang Xi, her breath brushing against his face, causing her cheeks to flush and her body to heat up inexplicably. Just as her lips were about to meet his, Zhang Xi, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon seeing the enlarged face before him. His once dazed mind cleared instantly. An ear-piercing scream echoed throughout the villa. Time passed, and Zhang Xi, with a grim expression, wiped his mouth with a tissue, the wastebasket by the bed nearly overflowing with used paper. Meanwhile, Lin Qingling sat a short distance away, her face flushed with embarrassment as she occasionally stole glances at Zhang Xi. Whenever he noticed her gaze and turned to look in her direction, Lin Qingling would hastily lower her head, unable to meet his eyes. What had just transpired was that Zhang Xi, startled to find himself pinned down, had instinctively lifted his head, his lips accidentally colliding with Lin Qingling's. Caught off guard by Zhang Xi's scream, Lin Qingling had frozen in place, her head unwittingly resting against his. The aftermath of the encounter resulted in the current awkwardness they faced. Zhang Xi, now fully aware of his surroundings, regarded Lin Qingling with a discerning eye, taking a deep breath before softly inquiring, "Senior, is this your home? Why am I here?" "Yes, this is my home," Lin Qingling replied candidly. "Didn't I tell you to call me Xiao Lung or Qing Lung? I arranged for my family to rescue you and brought you here myself." Both seemed to tacitly agree to avoid mentioning the recent awkwardness. However, Zhang Xi was acutely aware of his predicament. Yet he felt no gratitude towards Lin Qingling for her assistance in his escape from Nangong Yuyu's captivity. Instead, a heavy weight settled upon his heart as he scrutinized her from head to toe. This girl shouldn't be a Yandere, right? She seems rather simple, dash-minded, and why luck has been dismal for so long. All the beautiful women I encounter are twisted. Surely, my fortune must change eventually. After all, not all attractive women can be deranged. Zhang Xi mused internally, his gaze filled with wariness and caution as he assessed Lin Qingling. Lin Qingling, keenly aware of Zhang Xi's scrutiny, felt a mixture of shyness and determination as she made an effort to present herself. Her delicate waist and alluring curves were accentuated, and her already ample bosom appeared even more enticing under her manipulation. Even Zhang Xi, with his experienced eyes, could not help but feel a fleeting sense of astonishment, nearly entranced by her presence.